9. It had rained for half the morning, leaving the city's cobbles and bricks slicked and shining. Now a noon sun seared down on the streets, creating long wisps of vapor as the residual rainwater evaporated. The humidity was intense, making Sylvester sweat just walking a few meters from the cab to the entrance doors of the Westergate Club. Inside the grand building on Mortimer Boulevard, the marble walls and pillars and floors calmly absorbed the heat, taking the air down to an altogether more reasonable temperature. The doorman was frowning as Sylvester came up the steps. Then recognition kicked in, and he suddenly smiled. "Captain Sylvester, sir. Welcome." Sylvester gave the man a small nod, half embarrassed. This had been the way of it for the whole 10 days since the Doncaster Station stampede, as everyone now referred to it. He hadn't realized at the time, of course, but the shared vision from everyone in Ancient Square had been perceived clean across the city. The one-armed man, standing resolutely in front of a group of terrified schoolkids, aiming a pistol at the charge of rampaging newts and fearsome mod-apes. Calmly picking off the mod-apes while his TK lanced into the brains of newts until the children were safe. A few other people stood with him, but no one noticed them. Pamphlets and gazettes alike had been effusive in praising the hero of Ancient Square. "Thank you," Sylvester said modestly. A footman was standing waiting by the reception desk just inside. He bowed in greeting. "Colonel Gulacis is waiting for you in the Nevada suite," he said. "Please follow me. It's such an honor to have you here." "And how do you answer that, and its variants, 20 times a day?" The Nevada suite was a private wood-panelled room off the club's second-floor dining hall. Colonel Gulacis was sitting at the head of its long, polished table, wearing his uniform, but not full ceremonial dress, Sylvester saw. No silk sashes and spiky, oversized medals, just discreet gold braid and a line of ribbons. For the colonel, that was almost being in civvies. "My dear chap." Colonel Gulacis rose and shook Sylvester's hand enthusiastically. "So good to see you again. Thank you for coming." Sylvester inclined his head politely. "Thank you for inviting me." His first instinct when the runner arrived with the invitation had been to refuse, with a vulgar reply. The others had talked him out of it. "We need to know what they want," Bethany had said. "We need to know what they think you are," Cullen countered. "What I am. If they know you're the true head of democratic unity." "We are the party leaders," Sylvester said almost desperately. "In here among ourselves, yes," Javier said, "but after Ancient Square, you're the public face." "Like Brian Anthony?" he grumped. "That's not going to happen, not to the hero of—" 8 days, and he was already cringing at the term. Bethany stroked his cheek possessively. "They won't kill you," she said. "They want to seduce you. That's why your old boss wants to see you." "So what do I tell them?" Looking at Colonel Gulacis as they sat down, Sylvester couldn't think of anyone less likely to be a political agent. The colonel had served the captain's Marines with distinction. The damage to his leg was cleverly fuzzed, and he could walk with just the slightest limp. Only if he attempted to run was the injury apparent. But then that was probably why he'd been chosen as the one to make contact, someone Sylvester could relate to. "I have to tell you," Gulacis said, "we were all shocked by your resignation. Personally, I was very disappointed." Really? Sylvester wasn't going to let him off that lightly. They were going to crucify Arnis. He was going to be blamed for everything. If that's the kind of loyalty the Mayo Regiment shows, then— "That wasn't the regiment, and you know it," Gulacis snapped immediately. "Some little prick working in the basement of the National Council thought he could shift the blame away from his masters. The Mayor Commandant would have had that charge revoked by the end of the week. That or the regiment would have marched on the council. Arnis was one of their own, damn it, a brother officer. Politicians don't get to blame the regiments for their stupidity and incompetence." "It wasn't just that," Sylvester mumbled, annoyed with himself for being put on the defensive. "That was just the last straw." "Huh." Gulacis poured him some wine. "Paperwork, eh? Now that I do understand. The number of times I've been tempted to tell the Treasury maggots to stick their triplicate forms up their arse. One reform. Just one. That's all I wanted. And it wasn't exactly a tough one. Well, if it gives you any satisfaction, it's going to happen now, and sharpish. Doncaster Station was a lesson too close to home for some. I mean, I knew Fallers have a better control of mods, but that... He shook his head and took some wine. Bad business. And you did a superb job protecting those children. Commendable. You know, recruitment in the city has nearly doubled in the last week. That's all down to you. I'm a private citizen, though it hadn't escaped his notice that all the gazettes kept calling him Captain Slavasta. That was a regimental officer I saw out there, saving Bienvenido's citizens from the fallen menace without fear, totally selfless. You made me proud, my boy. What menace? I haven't heard a damn thing about the nest since. You and I both know he couldn't have been alone. Galacis grimaced. That's the bloody captain's police. There hasn't been a nest in Varland for 5 centuries. They're shit scared one slipped through somehow. There's a lot of backstabbing going on up at the sheriff's office right now. And to their credit, there's a lot of hard searching going on too. Right now you can't get into any government building without having a needle jabbed into your thumb to see the colour of your blood. They'll find the others. Don't you worry. Failure simply cannot be tolerated, not when it comes to nests. Glad to hear it. Slavasta was well aware of the political pressure right now. Even the gazettes had been scathing about the authorities allowing a nest into Varlan. Their soup was brought in by 2 waiters in starched white jackets, tomato and red pepper with crusty bread still warm from the baking oven. Slavasta had to admit it did taste good. The Westergate Club wasn't just about status. Nice, he conceded. My pleasure. Enjoy it while you can. The economy is going to take a real beating now. We're all going to have to tighten our belts. Why? Galacis paused with the silver soup spoon almost at his mouth and gave Slavasta a stern glance. Please don't pretend to be that naive. Besides, democratic unity supports the killing of mods. Your public policy is quite clear and explicit about that. We support severing our dependence on them, yes. You're talking genocide. I've faced Faller-controlled mods twice in my life now. That's 2 times too many. Both times I was lucky to escape alive. I don't want it to happen a 3rd time. The odds aren't in my favour anymore. That's understandable. And now you may well have your wish. People were badly shaken by the stampede. 2 of the smaller stables in town have already closed. It's only a matter of time until the rest collapse. You expect me to show sympathy? No, but you have to admit, we're off the map with this one. The Treasury doesn't even know if the economy can remain intact without mod labour. As you said, everyone will have to tighten their belts. Slavasta raised his spoon to make the point, except the people who had nothing to start with and now find themselves overwhelmed with offers of a job. The underclass finally has new opportunities opening up. And the votes for democratic unity will flood in, no doubt. Here's hoping. Galacis nodded sagely. What do you want? You're the one who invited me. I did, didn't I? May I speak plainly and in confidence? Frankly, it would be a relief. If I've learned anything from council meetings, it's that I'm not the world's greatest politician. I'm surprised you're not mayor of Nalani now. Are you? Look what happened to the last mayor. Touché. All right. Galacis pushed his soup bowl to one side and gave Slavasta an intent stare. I have friends in the National Council who are keen to come to an accord with democratic unity. Members of Citizens' Dawn want an agreement. I find that hard to believe. Very senior members, yes. Who don't like losing backwater boroughs like Nalani? Slavasta, face facts. Nobody gives a crud about Nalani. Eurakis, your party might even do some good there. Geo knows nobody else cares about it. But the midterm elections are coming up in less than 8 months. 1/3 of Varland's boroughs, many of them poor ones. There's also seats on the National Council up for grabs. And your friends are getting concerned about that, right? Slavasta asked. Bethany and Cullen were already recruiting potential candidates to stand in the boroughs. They weren't short of volunteers. Everyone was fired up after Democratic Unity's recent success, and just possibly they were impressed by the hero of Ensham Square, too. Some of those boroughs could be yours, Galasis said. Maybe even a national council seat. Langley, for example. What? Slavasta desperately wished it were Cullen or Bethany sitting here in his place. Politics, with its labyrinthine deals and bluffs and weasel words, was something he could never quite grasp. He was always worried he was being played for a fool when convoluted clever deals were suggested. And as for making equally smart counteroffers— "Hear me out," Galasis said smoothly. "I really did mean yours." "Ours?" "No, you, personally. You would be a superb addition to the National Council. Think about it. You're not from a wealthy family, which brings so much resentment among a huge proportion of the population, but you served your regiment with distinction. The city witnessed you going head-to-head with fallers. You have integrity. People trust you. Rightly so. You're a perfect candidate." Slavasta thought back to a similar conversation not so long ago, how his friends were just waiting to push him forward as the head of Democratic Unity. "I can't believe Citizens' Dawn is offering this." "You're the right type, Slavasta. A decent cove who wants the best for people. All the people. And having you on the National Council would make the recessive elements of Citizens' Dawn sit up and take notice. They've been excluding and ignoring the poor for too long, don't you think?" "Well, yes. That's why we formed Democratic Unity." "Tuxbury holds Langley. Has done for the last 48 years. He's a stupid, petty, vain little man, running a rotten district, who serves his family and their companies before everything else. The worst type of bienvenido politician. If you were to stand, I have been given assurances that Citizens' Dawn's support for Tuxbury would be non-existent. You'd win. It's that simple." "And Citizens' Dawn is happy with that?" he asked sceptically. "Listen, Slavasta, you're a reasonable, rational man. You understand what should be done, and you're not a raving hothead about it like all the other hate-the-rich dissenter rabble. People who run the world need to be sensible and cogent, to understand give and take." Galasis gave him a friendly smile. "And think how many friends you'd have in the regiments. You could give us a direct voice in the heart of government, instead of trying to worm progress through the Treasury, one request form at a time. That is the ultimate aim for all of us, isn't it? To give the regiments the ability to defeat the fallers once and for all? If not, then we're doomed." "I think that would take more than one lone voice." "You have more supporters than you think. Your party only existed for a few weeks before the Nalani election, and look how many votes you got. And we both know you're building support in new boroughs, ready for the next elections. You know full well that nothing will be accomplished if your candidates are just a collection of firebrands and ideologues. Building a reputable party capable of achieving your aims will be tough. If you don't step up, it will be damn near impossible, eh?" Slavasta let out a long breath. "You don't have to tell me how tough it is." "So you'll consider it, standing for Langley?" "I'd be foolish not to." "Excellent. So, let's get those stakes in here, shall we?" Bethany waited in a small clothing store on Vesuvian Street, opposite the 6-story brick tenement. The monolithic building was a couple of centuries old and completely covered in the heavy blue-white leaves of a skersvine. She didn't know if the walls were brick or stone. Even the windows were slowly shrinking behind the vigorous shoots. Hordes of children played lively games on the street outside, their exuberance a reaction to the tiny rooms they were forced to share inside. It wasn't that she didn't want to go into the tenement herself. Her reluctance came from a deeper place, the need to avoid exposure. The revolution might be undeclared so far, but that didn't mean it had gone unnoticed. And the first officer was often seen at Trevine's headquarters at 58 Grosvenor Place. The risk? Bethany put a fast stop to that line of thought and glanced at the tenement again. Cullen was coming out of an open archway, walking briskly across the road, his thoughts as urbane as always. She left the shop, her X-sight scanning for any modbirds. This level of vigilance was routine now. "Well?" she asked. "Colan hasn't been home for 2 days now," Cullen said, maintaining his neutral face and shell. "Crud!" Yesterday she'd heard that Trevine's weasel teams were asking about Colan, the man who'd stood with Slavasta in Ensham Square. Colan was a 5th-level cell member whom she'd instructed to help defend the children. Not directly. The request came slipping and slithering through 3 other cells before it got to him. But still. Her people told her the questions were closing in on Vesuvian Street. Then they had the name. They were good, her people, special, quiet, clever, elites, a group chosen by her from various cells for specialist tasks. Not the kind of aggressor duties Cullen was training his militia for. Her elites were used to track people across the city, to ask discreet questions, follow rumour to the source and gain the truth. They were developing into a productive asset in the unseen quiet struggle with Trevine's informers and spies and thugs. She hadn't quite gotten around to mentioning them to Slavasta. The arrangement was that she handled details, leaving him free to lead the revolution. "Do you think they've gotten him?" she asked as they walked away. Not in a hurry, not drawing attention. Farther along the street, 3 elites were watching people and mods, alert for anything out of place. "Oh, yes," Cullen said. "He has a wife and 3 kids. He's not going to vanish without telling them." "Has she reported it to the sheriffs?" "Yes. As you can imagine, they just leapt into action." "Damn it. Nobody can hold out against what they'll do to him. He'll give them passwords, places, times, everything. He probably already has." "Yes, but what is everything? What does he actually know? He gets an occasional path from someone he's never met, a suggestion that this or that might help stick it to the captain every now and then. Harmless enough stuff. I ordered him to stand with Slavasta, Cullen. It's a disaster. Trevine will know we're organised way beyond a simple political party." "If he's half as smart as he's supposed to be, he knew that a long time ago." "But now he's got names." "A name. 1. There were others with Slavasta. They need to leave Varlan for good, and the other 4 in Colan cell too. He can identify them." "So warn them. That's why we have the cells set up the way they are. It's a network Trevine can't hope to crack as long as we take the right precautions." "Yes." She nodded, his composure making her own fluttery thoughts calmer. "You're right." He grinned. "I'm always right." Bethany started to private path specific warnings. Hopefully the recipients would take them seriously. It took a lot to up and leave your home. She added a few details, emphasizing the danger. The first officer's face was often a subliminal addition to the messages. "Do what I ask. Please, get out while there's still time. You won't live to regret it if you don't." "Hotheads and ideologues," Javier snorted in contempt. Slavasta grinned at him over his tankard. "Afraid so." They were all in the Bellevue pub's high-walled garden, huddled around a table to discuss Slavasta's lunch. "And they'll give you Langley?" Cullen queried. "That's what he said." "I wonder who he really represents," Bethany asked. "Some faction of citizens dawn that's backed by the regiments," Javier said. "There's some heavy-duty fallout from the Doncaster station stampede. The politicians and the regiments are each blaming the other. It's getting ugly in the government district." "It's getting ugly everywhere," Cullen said. "People have been reminded how dangerous mods are when they're controlled by fallers. Their complacency has been shaken. We need to capitalise on that with the right candidates, who can stand up in public and make a smart argument for our policies." "Why are we even talking about this?" Bethany said. "It's the cells that will overthrow the captain, not spending 20 years working up through the corrupt council system." "Really?" Javier said. "There were hundreds of comrades at the stampede. We managed to get 3 to stand with Slavasta. We were helpless when the newts charged. We turned and ran when the mod apes joined in. It was the Meor that actually brought that fallout down.
We did the groundwork, but they have the power, them and the sheriffs."
"Power," Slavasta said. "You mean weapons?"
"I do."
"We'll never achieve anything until we can physically take on the regiments and sheriffs," Kulan said. "You're talking about killing people," Slavasta said wearily.
"We have to arm ourselves," Javier said. "What happened to Brian Anthony made that very clear."
"Maybe," Slavasta said. He hated the whole idea, though he had to admit that unless they could fight the establishment out on the streets, the odds against them were overwhelming. "But Trevine will certainly know if we start buying guns, even if we had that kind of money." "Maybe not," Bethany said. She tried not to grin as they all turned to look at her. "I had an interesting message today. It came up through the cells. One of the comrades was trying to recruit someone from out of town. Turns out this person claims he can put us in touch with some kind of weapons merchant."
"Trap," Javier said immediately. "Trevine and the captain are closing in. You're popular now, Slavasta. They can't just disappear you like they do everyone else. So they set you up, then come crashing through the door just when you're holding the guns and handing over the money. A gift for the whole city to perceive."
"Nice idea, but we don't have that kind of money," Slavasta said. "And before anyone suggests it, I really don't want to use the cells to start robbing banks. We'd be nothing more than gangsters then." "It wouldn't come to that," Bethany said. "The weapons merchant is sympathetic to our cause."
"There is no such thing as a sympathetic merchant, let alone one who sells weapons," Javier said forcefully.
"We can't afford to ignore this," she replied, meeting Javier's stare levelly. "It could be the difference between success and the dungeons underneath 58 Grosvenor Place."
"Trap,"
Javier repeated stubbornly, shaking his head. "Possibly," she conceded, "in which case we need to send someone who's smart enough to see it coming and walk away, someone they can't arrest on suspicion alone, but at the same time, someone who can deal directly with this weapons merchant if it turns out to be legitimate." They all turned to look at Slavasta.
"Oh, come on," he exclaimed. His tank had frozen halfway to his mouth. "Seriously?"
"Yeah," Bethany said. "Seriously." 10. The Southern City Line Express was scheduled to take 16 hours to complete the 1,500-kilometre journey from Willesden, Varland's over-the-river station, to Dios, the capital city of a sprawling agricultural county. After that it would carry on to Port Chana on the southern coast, a further 3,000 kilometres and 35 hours away. Slavasta sat in a second-class carriage, a window seat giving him a view out across the farms and forests that cloaked the landscape. Long brick viaducts carried the train lines across broad valleys, where tributaries of the river Newbane meandered their way through the land. Streamers of steam and smoke churned past the glass, temporarily obscuring the view. At first he'd paid a lot of attention to the panorama. Then, as the monotony grew, he turned to the books Bethany had supplied for the journey. 3 biographies of First Ministers of the National Council. "Pay attention to their campaign strategies," she instructed, "and 2 weighty tomes on economic theory, because we have to get a grip on the fundamentals." He read the pages dutifully, wishing she could have slipped a decent modern novel into the stack. He enjoyed sheriff procedurals. The carriage was mostly full of salesmen and junior government staff. Some families were travelling, their restless kids prowling the aisle. At the far end an infant cried in hour-long outbursts, despite everything its fraught mother could do to quiet it, triggering weary, knowing expressions from the rest of the adults each time the wailing started. His travelling companion took a seat farther down the carriage. The meeting had been set up by a cell in the Highcombe shanty, a cautious introduction in the middle of Lloyd Park, with Javier and Kulan keeping a cautious watch for any signs of the captain's police lurking in the bushes. The sky overhead appeared to be free of mudbirds, and no one suspicious was strolling across the rolling expanse of grass, and, as agreed, the man was waiting by the big stone and crystal fountain at the centre of the park, wearing a dark blue hat. He called himself Russell, and Slavasta couldn't tell if that was true or not. His shell was impeccably maintained. He was middle-aged, wearing a simple white shirt, dark blue trousers and sturdy boots.
"Captain Slavasta, a pleasure," Russell said. Just Slavasta now. I resigned from my regiment some time ago now. Of course, but I'm glad it's you who's here. You told a colleague you might be able to help democratic unity. Russell smiled gently. We both know that's not true, but I understand your caution. So yes, I know a man who can greatly assist your cause. In what way? The way every politician craves. He would like to donate, the kind of donation that will ultimately guarantee your success. I see, Slavasta said. And what is it this benefactor wants in return? Democratic unity is not rich. I have no idea what his price is. Then what? This meeting is simply to assess your level of integrity. Slavasta's face hardened to match his shell. Oh, really? He would like to meet you. That way you can have the opportunity to appraise him. Hopefully that way a deal can be agreed. So a week later, here he was on the express, travelling to an unknown destination to see someone who may or may not have guns for sale. It was about as unlikely as you could get, not to mention potentially lethal. If this was a set-up by the captain's police, he wouldn't be coming back. Though if it was a set-up, he had to admit it was flawless. Everyone at the station had seen him get on the train by his own free will, no coercion involved. He wasn't yet Democratic Unity's publicly acknowledged leader, not a true public figure. So who would ever ask what happened to good old Captain Slavasta if he didn't come back? And if you were stupid enough to persist in asking, you'd most likely experience a similar journey. All he wondered about now was if the captain's police were really that good. It was 10:30 at night when the express finally drew into the main station at Dios. There were 8 platforms, sheltering under 4 long arched roofs, whose glass was blackened by soot from the big engines. Russell brushed against him on the platform, and Slavasta was left holding a new ticket, a local train for Erond at the end of a branch line, 400 kilometers east. It departed in 12 minutes from Platform 7. Slavasta hurried over to Platform 7, where the slightly smaller engine was puffing away enthusiastically. Behind him the express let out a sharp whistle blast as it rolled out of the station on its way south. As far as he could tell, he and Russell were the only passengers from the express to board the errand train. Once again, they sat in the same carriage but not next to each other. Errand was the end of the line, a simple station with 2 platforms but no grand overhead roof. A considerable quantity of cold rain washed across Slavasta as he stepped out at 2:30 in the morning. He hurried for the cover of the wooden canopy that arched out of the main ticket office like a stumpy wing. A lone platform agent inspector stood by the gate, stamping his feet against the chill as he examined the tickets of the disembarking passengers. Outside, sparse oil lamps on wall brackets emitted a weak yellow glow, revealing a bleak street of terrace houses and small shops. A couple of listless mud monkeys moved along slowly, clearing rubbish from the gutters. Slavasta stared at them almost in shock. He hadn't seen a team of mods performing civic work for weeks now. No one here had heard of the anti-mod campaign that thrived in the capital. Errand was a market town, but not especially wealthy. Here people needed all the help they could get. He suspected that it would be a lot harder to wean them off mods, even though the countryside population ought to be natural Democratic Unity voters. If we overthrow the captain and the National Council, how many of the counties will recognize a new government? He wondered. But they can't afford to ignore us. Defending Bienvenido from faller eggs has to be a joint venture with everyone cooperating. Russell walked past. "Follow me," he pathed. The street led into the town's waterfront district, which had been colonized by warehouses and large commercial buildings. Walking along the gloomy streets between the high, uncompromising brick walls, trying not to lose his mysterious guide, Slavasta hadn't felt so isolated and lonely since the day he arrived in Varlan, full of resentment and completely alone. Back then, at least, he knew where he was going. Here there could be anything waiting for him in the bleak warren of lanes and alleys. He wasn't sure if he was frightened or excited by that. When he arrived at the docks, the cold rain had wormed its way under his jacket, turning his skin numb. Slipways alternated with wharves, almost half of which had cargo boats berthed for the night. dark and silent except for one. Russell had stopped at the gangplank of the only boat that had its running lamps lit, a long barge that was fully laden, judging by how low it was in the water. Sylvester could hear the engine chugging quietly below decks. A tall iron stack puffed out thin streamers of smoke. Then he sensed someone emerging from an alley between two warehouses behind him and turned to see a dark figure in a rain hat standing in the meagre glimmer of a street lamp. Sylvester was sure he hadn't been on the train. Russell gave the watcher a silent wave of acknowledgement. "We haven't been followed. You can come on board." "More travelling?" Sylvester asked with a groan. "If you want to meet him, yes. Not much farther." Sylvester shrugged. He'd come this far. He stepped onto the gangplank, impressed by the way Russell's boss had arranged the trip and watched for any signs of pursuit. Clearly, the network of cells they'd painstakingly built up in Valen wasn't the only subversive organization on Bienvenido. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Sylvester didn't know how long he slept. When he woke, it was raining again, the big drops drumming loudly on the taut canvas tarpaulins covering the long barge's holds. His cot was in a tiny alcove in the cabin, barely more than a shelf, a curtain closing it off. He pulled it aside and swung out. A weak grey daylight shone through small portholes just below the roof. His clothes were stretched across a stool in front of the galley's small iron stove. The heat from the coals glowing in the grate had dried them out overnight, and he put them on, allowing his X-sight to sweep the long barge. Their cargo was grain of some sort, big nut-like kernels, filling each of the 5 holds. Behind the cabin, 2 mod dwarfs worked in the engine compartment, methodically shoveling a mix of coal and wood into the furnace while long brass pistons pumped away on either side of them. The compartment's upper hatch was closed against the rain, and the only light came from the flames. Neither of the mod dwarfs appeared bothered by their harsh environment. Sylvester went up the narrow stairs at the end of the cabin, which took him to the tiny wheelhouse. The barge master was at the wheel. Sylvester had met him last night when he came aboard, a tall fellow with greying hair, thick mutton-chop sideburns, and a black Dutch cap seemingly part of his head. He nodded at Sylvester, but said nothing. "Morning," Russell said. He was standing beside the barge-master, staring through the narrow windows. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, scudding along quickly in the strong wind. Meadows and forests on both sides of the broad river were glistening under the deluge. "Where are we?" Sylvester asked. "Coming up on Brewsterville," Russell answered him, which of course told Sylvester nothing. "Am I allowed to know where we're going?" he asked with heavy irony. Russell grinned broadly. "Adiany. It's a town at the western end of the Algori Mountains. Nice place." "I'm sure it is." There were plenty of towns along the river, all of them with docks and warehouses. In this part of the world, the river was an important trade route, used by a great many boats. He saw coal barges, grain barges, ordinary cargo boats, some private yachts, even trains of log rafts being steered carefully downstream. Sylvester helped the crew operate the locks they came to, which were built along the side of great stone weirs, where river water churned and foamed vigorously as it dropped several meters. He marveled at the massive wooden doors as he pushed hard at the long oak balance beam to open one, the size and ease of the operation putting into perspective the engineering and labor that had gone into taming the river over the centuries. With the economics texts fresh in his mind, he could comprehend the effort that generations had expended to develop this quiet corner of Bienvenido into a steady agriculture and mining community. Once again it forced him to confront how big the world was, how difficult to govern. The captain's rule might not be enlightened, but it did work. Now here he was, coming along to change an evolutionary development, motivated by little more than exasperation. If we succeed, so much will change. And no doubt there are going to be deaths, too. Do I have the right to instigate such an upheaval? Perhaps it is just fear that makes me think violence is the only way to transform the system. Violence, the brutish solution of the ignorant who know they could never get enough people to vote for them. Bethany certainly thought theirs was the only way, the right way. She never had these moments of self-doubt the way he did. Because of her job at the center of government, she could see how the captain and his allies had corrupted the system so nothing could change. It was the chaos and suffering that would surely swarm the capital that Slavasta dreaded most. There were times upon examining his life when he simply didn't understand how he had come to be in such a position. Audiobook was a pleasant enough market town, growing up around the original stony river crossing where the pioneers forded the water to reach the Pirith Wolds. It was a natural point for the farmers who'd arrived back during Arnithan's captaincy to cultivate the rich loamy soil around the edges of the wolds, to bring their produce to the boats. Then later, when modest malachite deposits had been found in the Algori Mountains to the east, the wharves had been extended to carry the mineral downstream to the larger towns and cities, where smelters awaited. As the long barge tied up at a wharf, Slavasta admired the impressive stone bridge that had long since replaced the ford. Warehouses formed a near-solid cliff behind the waterfront. The brick and timber houses that spread out beyond were pleasant, though hardly extravagant. Audiobook was just another provincial copy of Dios, smaller and shabbier, but with a sense of purpose, its citizens knowing they were secure in their positions, that nothing was going to upset their way of life. 2 horses were waiting for them in the stables of the local coaching inn. Slavasta mounted up on a terrestrial chestnut mare, while Russell claimed a stolid mod horse with a bristly grey hide that could take his weight easily. As they rode out of Audiobook, he realized there were none of the usual shanties cluttering its outskirts, which surprised him. Rural areas were notoriously short of jobs. Here the road was lined by terrestrial cedars, the tallest of which were easily 200 years old. Their unique, flattened branches arched out high above Slavasta's head to merge across the track of muddy stone, filling the air with their distinctive, sharp scent after the rain. Where some of the ancient titans had fallen, new trees had already been planted. The local council was clearly quite efficient, taking its obligations seriously. It was late afternoon when they began their trek. Behind him, the sinking sun produced red-gold rays that cut down at a low angle past the thick tree trunks. Slavasta had to ride to the side of the road. There were so many carts using it. He enjoyed the bustle and confidence he sensed radiating out from people. The whole area put him in mind of his early childhood, when the world was a pleasant, happy place. The sun was setting when they came to a major junction. 2 big greenswards split off, north and south, one carrying on with the line of cedars, the other marked by the drooping pink leaves of thraster trees. There were also 2 new roads, their trees barely 3 meters high. Russell set off down one defined by blue-grey fulrux saplings, whose prickly leaves were already folding up as the sunlight shrank away. The land was wilder here, with deeper valleys, the farms smaller and the forests larger. Directly ahead, he could just see the snow-tipped crowns of the Algori mountain range catching the last of the sun, like glowing beacon fires against the darkening sky. Although they were now clearly at the frontier of civilization, the road they travelled was extremely well used, with fresh stone laid to keep the mud at bay. Russell turned off down a track unmarked by trees, winding through a wide gash in a forest. Slavasta saw an aging sign nailed to a tree, with vines already coiling around the edges. Blair Farm was carved crudely into the wood. The ground began to rise on both sides, and nasty clouds of small tatus flies emerged from the thick trees to buzz around Slavasta's head. He extended his shell to ward them off. They clearly had a thirst for human blood. Finally, they rounded a curve, and a valley spread out ahead. The land along the bottom had been cleared of trees and laid out in a checkerboard of fields. A large farm compound stood just short of the tree line, with long wooden barns in perfect rows. For a nasty moment, Slavasta was back on patrol approaching the Shiloh compound. As they approached, Slavasta let his X-sight range through the buildings. The timber barns were all new. Indeed, one of them was a timber mill, with a steam engine powering a couple of saws. 4 hulking traction engines were puffing their way home from the fields they'd been ploughing, pistons clanking loudly in the still evening air. Nearly half of the barns were full of stalls or cages with a huge variety of mods, which made him even more uneasy. He was astonished by the amount of activity and the number of people out here. A couple of the barns were dormitories. One was nothing more than a coal store. Other barns housed heavy machinery, stamping out shapes of metal that were carried to long benches, where dozens of mod dwarfs sat assembling odd pieces of equipment. Furnaces burned hotly, powering all sorts of unfamiliar devices. Then there were the long sheds at the far end of the compound, which were protected by the most effective fuzz he'd encountered. The farmhouse itself was a normal two-story affair, with a veranda along the front and roses climbing up the gable ends. A bright light shone welcomingly out of every window. It was a lot whiter than the oil lamps he was familiar with. He tied his horse up on the rail beside the paddock. With a grin, Russell showed him through the front door. That was when Sylvester realized he'd never actually jabbed a pin into Russell's thumb to check his blood. So much for him being the smart one, as Bethany claimed, but at least he had his pistol. While walking into the home of a weapons merchant, anxiety made his stomach churn as he crossed the threshold. The center of the house was a large hallway with a curving stair that led up to a long landing. By now, Sylvester wasn't at all surprised by how pleasant the interior of the farmhouse was, with plush furniture and thick carpets. The two white lights hung from the ceiling, strange glass globes that shone with a uniform monochrome brilliance. Someone was coming down the stairs, a man shedding his fuzz to smile knowingly, allowing a certain degree of lofty amusement to radiate out through his shell. Recognition locked Sylvester's muscles tight. "You," he grunted in shock.
"Good to see you again, Lieutenant," Nigel said.
Book 5. Those Who Fall. 1. It was 2 days before Cassandra's 17th birthday when the Thing plunged flaming through the night sky. She was sitting by her bedroom window on the top floor of the farmhouse, eyes a blotchy red from another bout of crying. The argument with her mother had been epic, even by their standards, starting that morning and carrying on all afternoon. The ancient mod dwarfs that helped out around the farm whimpered softly and crawled under the dining-room table, folding their arms over their heads as the air filled with screams, insults, threats, and denouncements, and path emotions saturated the ether like firework bursts. "I hate you! You're the worst mother ever! I hope you die!" was just a mild opening salvo. None of the insults made any difference, nor the pleading, nor the anguish. Sarara, her mother, was too skilled in this battlefield. Anger was answered by scorn and fury. Threats came thick and fast from both sides. More of the kitchen's dwindling stack of crockery had been hurled, sometimes by hand, often by a near-involuntary TK reflex, thought becoming deed without restraint. By mid-afternoon the argument had become so fierce that Sarara had inevitably turned to her pipe of Nanak. After that, the dispute became surreal, as the drug amplified and soothed the woman's thoughts in random surges. Sometimes she'd be sobbing, moaning, "Sorry, sorry, sorry," while at other times her eyes would be focused with manic hatred, and she'd hold a carving knife dangerously in her shaking hand as Cassandra unleashed another torrent of abuse. Exhausted and distraught as the sun dropped behind the valley where Blair Farm nestled, Cassandra had run upstairs and slammed her bedroom door shut, then pushed the old chest of drawers across it. Mother and daughter had shouted at each other through the wood for a further 10 minutes before Sarara had stomped off downstairs for another pipe. Cassandra had cried pitifully as her mother fumbled her way into another night of mad, Narnic-fueled dreams. Excite showed her Sarara's comatose form sprawled across the parlour's settee. Every so often she would jerk about and yell something incoherent as the drug sparked a fresh hallucination in her brain. Then she'd sink back down again to resume a soft snoring and sniffling. The cold empty pipe had fallen onto the bare floorboards beside her. Adding to Cassandra's misery was the hunger. She hadn't eaten since breakfast, and that had just been some apples and a glass of milk. But she refused to go downstairs to the kitchen.
Even though there was no chance of her mother waking before morning now, she was powered by a stubbornness that had governed her whole life.
"Girl, you have an attitude from Euryarchus,"
her father used to say, half in delight, half in dismay, as she refused to back down or apologize from whatever mischief she'd performed. But that was years ago, before her father had gone off with the Odierne County militia to help sweep after a fall. 8 years, and he still hadn't come back. Cassandra was still waiting for him, refusing to give up. That had been one of the first massive battles with Sarada, when she found her mother getting rid of Dad's clothes. It was around the time Sarada had started smoking to cover her own grief, and the difficulty of looking after a farm by herself, difficulties that had just kept getting worse as the fields turned fallow, the mods grew old, and the buildings in the compound started to deteriorate. After 8 years without Dad, they could just about keep the compound's vegetable garden going, along with maintaining a couple of pigs, an aging cow for milk, and a chicken coop, which the Busselors kept getting into. It was hard to feed themselves some days. That was why Cassandra was due to marry Axtan in 2 days, as soon as she was 17 and it was legal, with parental permission. Sarada hadn't simply given permission, she'd eagerly agreed to the whole dowry arrangement with Axtan's grubby family. It was simple enough. In exchange for Blair Farm and Cassandra, Sarada would get 3 rooms of her own above one of the family stores, which sold cloth to the town. With an easy job behind the counter, she'd finally be rid of her whole nightmare inheritance problem. In her more hurtful moments, she'd screeched at Cassandra that without a brat daughter and a crap farm holding her back, she'd be able to find herself a decent man again. Cassandra had hurled the last remaining china jug at her for that one. So there she was that clear night, looking out at the splendid nebulae whose moire radiance dusted the void. Their remarkable, intricate shapes and glowing colours did nothing for her. She simply stared at them, trying not to think of how dew had claimed her father's soul. She alternated that with malicious snarls at the thought of Euryarchus taking her mother and Axtan, and the rest of his wretched family, including their matriarch, Ma Ulvan, whom Cassandra was secretly rather scared of. Tonight Euryarchus glowed brightly high in the night sky, its malevolent carmine swirls surrounded by tattered amber veils, curling back into the empty gash at its centre, like a raw wound across space. An omen, she thought miserably, signalling how crudding bad my life is going to be. Something moved across the evil nebula, a smudge of amber light, racing out of the northwest, and growing brighter. Cassandra stared at it, puzzled to begin with. She'd never seen a nebula like it, and she'd certainly never heard of a nebula moving. The thing began to elongate, a thin, perfectly straight line of hazy salmon phosphorescence stretching out behind it. That's not a nebula. There were only 2 things that moved in Bienvenido's skies, the Skylords gracing the planet with their awesome presence, or... Faller! She yelled in shock. An utterly pointless shout. Sarada was deep in her narcotic sleep, and the mod dwarfs were still curled up under the table. Cassandra kept watching the glowing spectre. It was a lot brighter now as it streaked closer, heading almost directly for Blair Farm. A second, equally pointless shout of warning died on her lips. Faller eggs dropped straight down, or so she'd always believed, and they were dark. Nothing like this. A new kind of faller? Curiosity overcame her initial burst of fear. The glowing object was changing somehow. Its glow diminished as it soared above the valley, yet the orange light expanded as it drew ever closer to the farmhouse. It was big, she realized, far, far bigger than any faller egg. The weird shimmering tail of luminescent air started to shrink, like smoke wafting away. Cassandra could barely turn her neck fast enough as the glimmering thing shot overhead with a roar almost as loud as a thunderclap. She managed to catch a swift glimpse of its shape, the body of a giant egg, with stiff, curving, triangular wings. It was as if a shipwright had tried to build a boat that flew. For the last 8 years, Cassandra had been steadily reading her way through her father's huge library of books, another bone of contention with her mother, and she couldn't recall anything remotely like this in any of the manuals and accounts published by the Fowler Research Institute. The impossible thing shot away over the river, sinking swiftly out of the sky. Its glow vanished as it reached the treetops. Only the writhing streamers of iridescent air were left, ghostly indicators of its path. They rippled away to nothing just as the noise reached the farmhouse, a cacophony of crashing and snapping as trees were smashed apart from the impact. Then everything was still. The night sky was clear, the nebulae shimmering exuberantly as normal. Nothing moved. Cassandra stared at the woodland on the other side of the river, but the trees were an impenetrable tangle, webbed with tenacious vines. Her X-sight certainly couldn't reach that far.
What do I do? Should I run?
It had to be some kind of faller, a huge one. The boat-bird shape had been as big as the farmhouse. She couldn't imagine the horror it would unleash upon the county.
Worse than being married to Axton, even.
She didn't dare go outside and walk down to the river to see what had crashed into the trees, nor did she have the courage to make a break for the town, for she'd have to leave her mother, which she realized she couldn't actually do. Getting the mod dwarfs to help haul her Narnic-saturated mother out to the buggy and then harnessing their one remaining mod horse to it would take forever. The new fallers would be able to overwhelm them before they even started racing down the road. By law, each farm was supposed to have a faller fire beacon, a pile of wood ready to light at a moment's notice, sending a warning blaze shooting up, visible for kilometers around should they catch sight of an egg falling. Her father had built one just outside the compound, a marvelous pyramid of branches standing over 4 meters high at the apex, built in a clever lattice, allowing air to be sucked through and help accelerate the flames. But that had been before he left, and the wood had been exposed to many years of rainfall since. Mildew and fungus had gnawed at the sturdy branches, reducing them to crumbling fibers swamped by vines.
It would never catch a light now anyway, she thought.
Cassandra stared at the dark mass of the wood beyond the water. Still nothing moved. She used her path to order the mod dwarfs to fetch her the shotgun from its place in the cabinet downstairs. While she was at it, she added an instruction to bring the remainder of the bread from the kitchen, and some milk. With her stomach mollified slightly, and the weight of the cold metal gun resting reassuringly against her side, she settled down to begin her vigil.
"Wake up, you idle girl!"
Cassandra's body jolted painfully. She opened her eyes to see her mother framed by her bedroom door, holding the shotgun with a wary expression marring her thin-lined face. It was daylight outside, well into the morning if she was any judge.
"What were you going to do with this, then?"
Sarara demanded, her grip tightening on the shotgun as she held it up.
"Shoot me in my sleep?"
"I saw something,"
Cassandra said defensively. She turned to stare out of the window. The wood on the other side of the river was almost as dark in the morning sun as it was at midnight. There was no hint of anything awry, no dread-invading army of faller creatures marching out of the trees, no massive shape taking flight.
"What?"
her mother sneered. It was that tone, the one that always made Cassandra's shoulders hunch in reflex, annoyance and contempt contracting her muscles.
"I don't know."
She thought about how to explain what she'd seen.
"Get yourself ready. Julius is here."
What? Cassandra hated Julius. He was one of Axtan's brothers, an even bigger slob than her intended groom. Ma Alvan had him running one of the abattoirs in Adiani, yet another of the family businesses over which she ruled with supreme authority.
"Why is he here?"
she asked in surprise.
"I must have dropped you on your head more than once when you were a baby. You're to be married tomorrow, remember? All our lives are going to get better then."
"I'm not getting married," Cassandra snarled. "Not to him."
"No, you listen, and you listen good, you ungrateful little bitch. We owe Ma Alvan a lot of money. How do you think I've supported us for the last few years? This farm isn't worth crud without someone working it, and I couldn't do that, not with you running around like a wild busselar all day."
Cassandra's anger drained away into shock.
"We owe Ma Alvan?"
She couldn't believe it. You had to be crazy to take a loan from Ma Alvan. Everyone knew that.
Interest payments never ended, and Ma's sons and grandsons and nephews were punctual and forceful when it came to collection time. "Why?" she demanded, suddenly suspicious. "What did you buy?" "We've grown enough food for ourselves. Always have."
"The farm needs plenty of things that don't grow on trees, and your father spent every coin we earned on those stupid books when he should have invested it properly. Now pack your bag and get ready. Julius and I will drag you out of here if we have to. Make no mistake about that."
"Narnick!" Cassandra cried in horror. "You've been buying your Narnick from her, haven't you?"
"Don't you judge me," Sarara shouted back.
"You don't know how I've suffered, not since your father left." "He's coming back." "He was fucking eaten by a faller, you stupid girl. When will you ever get that into your dopey, cloud-filled head? He's dead. He's not coming back. Not ever. His soul wasn't even strong enough to come visit us after, so he didn't love you that much after all, did he?"
Cassandra screamed incoherently at her diabolical tormentor. Her TK lifted the empty milk bottle and shoved it forward through the air, aimed directly at her mother's head. Sarara swung the shotgun around and pulled the trigger, completely missing the bottle. The shotgun blasted a hole in the ceiling. Long splinters exploded out of the planks. Cassandra's shell was barely strong enough to ward them off. She twisted around, diving for cover. 2 slivers of sharp wood cut through her dress along her ribs, slashing hotly at her skin. There was no pain, not immediately. Cassandra stared down at the slim rents in the fabric. Blood began to stain the cloth. Sarara had a nasty red graze on her forehead where the bottle had struck her. She dabbed at it while she peered in dismay at Cassandra's wounds, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The 2 of them looked at each other wordlessly for a long moment. "Wash and dress those cuts," Sarara said flatly. "Don't let them get infected. I'll get our things into the cart." She turned on a heel and rushed out. Cassandra heard her sobbing as she stumbled down the stairs. And there was nothing else left to be done. Normally, Cassandra enjoyed visiting Adiene. The town, with its big, solid buildings and busy docks and bustling streets, was always a welcome break from the farm, and the shanty outside was small enough not to worry her. But this time when the cart rolled in, she wished it dead and ruined. She cursed its people. Everyone who saw the cart, and they all quickly looked away again, knew she was being brought to the town hall as payment to Ma Ulven. None of them protested. They didn't even dare offer her any sympathy. Once they were in the centre, where the roads were paved, the ride became a lot smoother. She'd spent most of the time wincing at every jolt, but the pain from the splinter cuts was nothing to the one in her head. They crossed a junction. The road on one side led to the central square, where the town hall, with its bright red brick walls and white stone windows, stood 2 stories higher than all the rest of the buildings. The place where they'd take her tomorrow, and sign her up for a life of suffering, if they had their way. She knew damn well the county registrar wouldn't help her. The ceremony would go ahead no matter how many times she said no. "You've turned me into a whore," she told her mother stonily. "Are you proud?"
"You know," Julius said from the front of the cart where he was directing the mod horse with path instructions, "it seems to me you should show some respect when you talk to your mother. Some gratitude to Ma would be welcome too. She's doing you a favour."
Cassandra glared at the back of the obese oaf, seeing the way the seams on his red and black checked shirt strained to contain his great rolls of flesh. She allowed all the hatred to shine through her shell. "You're going to die," she told him triumphantly. "You're going to die pissing your pants while your soul screams as it's consumed by Eurakis, and I want you to know, here and now, that I played my part in making that happen." She was never going to tell them about the huge new faller in the forest beyond the farm. Not now. Never going to warn the town and all its passive, compliant people. The assholes deserved to be eaten for what they'd allowed to take control of them. Ma's family was worse than any faller nest. Afterward, when the fallers had devoured everyone, the regiments would finally come and burn the whole stinking place to the ground. When that happened, there wouldn't even be a grave to bury the mounds of broken bones in. "Good.
You raucous. She's got a mouth on her, Julius grunted. You need to know not to speak to your husband like that, Sarada said. Wives don't.
I'm not to be his wife. I'm to be his whore. Thanks to you, Mother.
Shut up, Sarada shouted. They drew up in front of the Hevlin Hotel on Lubal Street. Low, dark clouds were scudding across the sky. Cassandra knew that weather. The rain that was coming would last the better part of a day. She looked up in loathing at the hotel. It was a sprawling white-painted building with a wide 3-story frontage obscuring a labyrinth of ill-matched extensions at the back. It had even merged with another couple of dwellings behind. This was where Ma Ulvan lived, running her collection of legitimate businesses alongside a wider network of altogether darker activities.
Come on,
Julius said. His TK tipped her bag off the back of the cart. Cassandra thought about refusing, but she could perceive several of Ma's people in the lobby, bulky men who didn't give a crud that she was just a girl. They'd spill out onto the street and drag her inside no matter how much she yelled and fought. None of Adiane's fine residents would lift a finger to help her, so she gave Julius an evil grin.
"Screaming as you die," she said victoriously as she climbed down. "You'll see."
You are one screwed-up girl,
he muttered sullenly, and pathed the mud horse to walk on. Cassandra watched the cart roll past. Her mother didn't look around as she was taken away to her promised new life above the cloth store.
"Welcome,"
a voice said. Cassandra jumped. The woman had been well fuzzed, so much so that she hadn't noticed her in the lobby or coming out of the hotel entrance. Ma Ulvan was big, over a head taller than Cassandra, but without the weight her sons were notorious for. She wore a classy cream-coloured linen business suit and shiny black shoes. A strange quilted cloak was wrapped around her broad shoulders, held in place with a gold chain, the kind of garment Cassandra imagined the fancy aristocratic women of the capital would wear. Auburn hair was trimmed in a neat style that gave the appearance of a 40-year-old, though everyone knew Ma was closer to 70. Jewellery was a minimum, just a few rings and a slim diamond necklace. Cassandra glowered resentfully at her, tucking some dirty strands of hair behind her ear, and very conscious of her threadbare dress. Ma Ulvan was so elegant in comparison, the most sophisticated woman in Adiane. "I won't do it," she snapped. Ma Ulvan raised a plucked eyebrow. "Do what, my dear?" Even the voice, so smooth and cold, was intimidating. "Marry Axton. You can have the farm, I don't care, but I won't do that." "Really?" Ma gestured at the lobby. "Shall we go in, or do I need to have you carried in?" She turned and started up the short stone steps to the glossy doors. Cassandra considered simply running, but again doubted she'd get very far. She walked after the daunting woman. "Don't forget your bag," Ma said. The lobby was dark after the street outside. A rich burgundy and gold wallpaper seemed to shimmer in the yellow light of the oil lamps. Settees and chairs were all upholstered in lush velvet. Its assault on the senses announced that the Hevlin had aspirations way beyond Adiane's provincial status. Ma was waiting beside another woman. This one was dressed in extravagant, colourful clothes, with a great deal of black lace frills. Her bodice was open halfway to her navel, showing off a lot of cleavage. Cassandra tried not to stare, but it was pretty obvious what her profession was. "This is Madeline," Ma said. "She's the Hevlin's madam." "Hiya, kiddo," Madeline said with a wink. Cassandra put on her best belligerent expression, not understanding what was happening. "So," Ma said, "you have a choice now, Cassandra. You either work for Madeline here. You'll be popular, a pretty young thing like you. We'll dose you up at the start so you don't struggle too much. Then after a while you'll get used to it. Or you marry Axton and lead a normal life, with money, comfort and children. And believe me when I say I am very protective of my grandchildren. Nobody will mess with you or disrespect you. Not even Axton." "And when are you going to tell me what the choice is?" Cassandra sneered sarcastically. She managed to look at Ma without flinching. Ma chuckled.
I think Axtan should be the nervous one. Cassandra tipped her head back, staring defiantly. I can afford to be bold, because you'll be dead within a week, eaten alive. If I can, I'll make sure you know I'm the one who's responsible. With only a small flicker of uncertainty at this unexpected resistance, Ma turned to Madeline. Take her upstairs and clean her up, for Giu's sake. She looks like something they dragged out of the river mud. Every girl should look splendid for our wedding day, especially my future daughter-in-law. Cassandra allowed herself to be led upstairs by Madeline. She was given one of the larger guest rooms at the back, with its own bathroom. The boiler at the farmhouse that was part of the range stove hadn't worked too well for a couple of years now. She stared in guilty longing at the enamelled rolled-top bath as abundant hot water poured out of the tap. Soaps and salts were added by Madeline, producing a marvellous lavender scent in the air. The water was covered by a thick layer of white bubbles. "Enjoy," Madeline said as she left the room. "I'd suggest at least half an hour soaking. Honestly, kiddo, you need to treat your pores a lot better. When you're out, we'll start on the hair. It may take a while." When the door shut, Cassandra turned the Istam lock, then spun out a big fuzz, which was quite reasonable for a girl getting undressed in a public building. There didn't seem to be anyone's excite pervading the room. Her skirt came off. Underneath she was wearing a pair of tough denim shorts that came down to her knees. Her frilly blouse followed. The T-shirt, worn below, was one of Dad's, saved from her mother's cull. It was baggy but acceptable. This was hardly usual attire for a teenage girl, but nobody in this town would be bothered, and the docks were less than a kilometre away. She had 5 silver shillings. That was more than enough to buy her passage on some boat. She didn't care where it was sailing to, just that it left a Diany behind. The bathroom sash window slid up easily enough. She swung a leg out over the sill. It was 6 metres to the ground, but a drain pipe was only a metre to one side. She grabbed it and began to shin down into the alley. With just a couple of metres to go, the window slammed shut above her. She glanced up, but it didn't matter. Then the fuzz in an arched doorway below faded out. 3 of Ma's people were waiting for her. Their combined TK yanked her off the drainpipe. She hit the ground painfully and yelped. "Oh, you are so predictable," Ma pathed mockingly. "Bring her back, boys." Cassandra screamed as they closed in on her, but there was nothing she could do. They were big and strong and didn't care how much she squirmed, kicked, and shouted. They picked her up and held her so tight she knew she'd have bruise rings around every limb. She was carried unceremoniously inside. Madeline was waiting, a small bottle in her hand. "Hold her down." Cassandra started to fight as hard as she could. It made no difference. She was shoved onto the floor and immobilized with a combination of hands and TK. Then Madeline pinched her nose shut. TK expanded in her mouth like a ball that was inflating, a very prickly ball. It forced her jaw open. "You're all going to die, and I made it happen," her path blazed at them. They just laughed as the neck of the bottle was shoved between her teeth. The liquid glugged out. Cassandra tried not to swallow, but it was impossible. The bitter liquid went down her throat. Madeline withdrew the bottle. After a minute, the men let go of her. Cassandra stood up. It was difficult. "What was that?" she asked, or thought she did. Her words sounded strangely slurred. Then her legs wobbled. Madeline grabbed her, stopped her from falling. "Betcha. What?" The world seemed to dissolve into really pretty colours. So nice she cooed enthusiastically at them. Then they started spinning, which made her dizzy. "I need to sit." "Of course you do," Madeline's voice said somewhere off in the distance. There was a strange ripping sound, like cloth being torn. Lovely cool air glided like silk over her bare skin. Cassandra smiled at the sensation, then frowned. This was all wrong. She shouldn't be enjoying this. She frowned harder, which sent purple waves swishing through the air. Madeline bent over her as the bath water warmed her skin. The soap bubbles came alive. Each one popped and released a tiny faller. Cassandra started screaming as they wiggled over her body, miniature teeth snapping. "Do you take this noble woman as your wife? to love and cherish during your mortal life, and then to take guidance with her into the loving embrace of Jiu?
I do.
Cassandra blinked slowly, barely able to stand. Nothing had made sense for, well, a while now. The universe had become weird and blurred, sometimes warm and nice, sometimes sharp and terrifying so that she screamed and screamed. They kept making her swallow the bitter liquid. A lot of the time she was cold and shaking. She dreamed, or thought she did, or maybe her dreams had surged out of the night to live in her head permanently. And now there was a dress, a white dress with a ridiculously puffy skirt and gold silk bows and a veil. Is that still over my eyes? Is that why everything looks so odd? And Cassandra, do you take this good man as your husband, to love without question during your mortal life, and then to take guidance with him into the loving embrace of Jiu?
Say yes,
the man said. Swaying about, Cassandra peered at the man standing beside her, holding her arm. "Who the crud are you?" she blurted. Even with the drug buzzing loud and warm in her blood, she knew this wasn't Axtan. He wasn't old enough, certainly wasn't fat enough, and anyway he had blonde hair. His green eyes were looking expectantly at her.
"Just say yes,"
he said, with so much sympathy and kindness she thought she might cry. Nobody had looked at her like that. Not since Dad. Thoughts that weren't entirely her own produced a word that simply had to push past her lips. "Yes. I now pronounce you man and wife from this day forth. May Jiu bless your immortal souls." Cassandra started to laugh. "You're all going to die." "You may kiss the bride." The man settled for giving her a quick hug, patting her back. Over his shoulder she saw Ma Ulven and Axtan and Julius and Madeline and two more of Ma's sons with their wives, all of them lined up in a row along the side of the registry office, not saying anything, their faces blank. Cassandra's laugh became hysterical. "Yes, oh yes, you're already dead, aren't you? They got you, they ate you already. You're not you, none of you are. I didn't warn you it had landed, see? I didn't tell you. I did this to you." She giggled exuberantly. "This really is the happiest day of my life."
"That's my girl,"
said the man holding her, the man she was married to. Her legs started to buckle. "Are you going to eat me now?"
"No. Time to go home, Cassandra."
"Oh, goody." She passed out. There were new planks spliced into her bedroom ceiling, 4 of them, fresh wood neatly cut, forming a square not quite a meter on each side. Cassandra frowned up at them, not understanding why they should be there. Shotgun blast. Then the memories came rushing back. Julius arriving. That last day she'd argued with her mother. The shotgun. Ma. Trying to escape through the Hevlins' bathroom window. Drugs forced down her throat. The wedding. Man with blonde hair. She gasped and sat upright in bed. She was still wearing the wedding dress, though someone had removed the skirt, allowing her to see the frilly knee-length bloomers covering her legs. It was a ridiculous sight. Very conscious of the way the drugs had messed with her, she tried standing up. There was no dizziness, no shaking limbs. In fact, she felt amazingly clear-headed and refreshed, as if she'd just had the best sleep of her life. And she was very, very hungry. To emphasize the point, her stomach gurgled like bad plumbing, because there was the most incredible smell of cooking bacon drifting through the farmhouse. Cassandra took a step toward the door, stopped, looked around properly. Her bedroom wasn't just tidy, it was immaculate, and the sheets on the bed were clean. New. She touched them gingerly, marveling at how soft they were. A dress was hanging over the back of the chair. Not her dress. She'd never seen it before. This was a nice dark blue cotton with a square-cut neck, brand new, and it looked like her exact size. Fresh underwear was folded neatly beside it, a decent pair of dark brown ankle boots. What the crud? The landing outside was clean, furniture polished.
The glass in the windows was perfectly transparent. Someone had washed the dirt and mould off. She went downstairs. He was in the kitchen, the man with the shaggy blonde hair and green eyes, the quite good-looking man, who was probably in his mid to late 20s. He wore a simple white shirt and green denim trousers, and his smile when she came in was nice.
"Hi," he said. "Big shock for you, I guess. Don't worry, you're doing fine. Sit down. I'll get you some breakfast. You must be hungry. I gave you a sedative so you'd be able to sleep off the drugs they forced into you."
"What?"
"It's okay. Sit. I'm not going to hurt you. Promise. After all, I am your husband."
He grinned.
"Formal introduction. My name is Nigel."
He stuck out his hand. Cassandra stared at it, worried she was going to start crying.
"Oh, hey, please. I really don't mean you any harm. I know we started off strangely, but I want us to be friends at least. Now, come on, eat. It'll help."
Cassandra sat down heavily. It was one of the kitchen chairs, but clean, just like the table. He fetched a plate from the warming surface on the range stove, and yes, the stove had been completely repaired, the iron brushed to a dull sheen. A lively fire burned behind its lower grate door. "I wonder if we have hot water again." She hardened her shell so he wouldn't know she'd just thought that. His own shell was incredibly solid, stronger than anyone she'd ever known. The plate, new, had bacon, scrambled egg on heavily buttered toast, grilled fall berries in thick tomato sauce, sausages and— "What are those?" she blurted.
"Hash browns. Potato, but done, well, like that. You shred them and fry them. Try it. But I won't be offended if you don't like them."
He smiled hopefully. The smell was just too strong, and her stomach was reacting loudly. Cassandra tried some of the scrambled eggs. She'd never known they could be so creamy.
"Tea, coffee, or orange juice?"
Nigel asked.
"Tea, please."
One of the farm's mud dwarfs put the cup down in front of her. It had been spruced up as well, its short fur washed and brushed.
"What's happened?" she croaked. "I don't understand."
"Short version," Nigel said. "I'm new in town. I want a remote place to live where I won't be bothered, and Blair Farm fits that requirement perfectly. I'm also very rich. So I paid off your mother's debts to Ma Alvin and bought the farm. I admit I wasn't quite expecting you to be part of the deal, but you have title to the farm, and frankly I thought you'd prefer me to Axton. My apologies if I was wrong."
Which was a mad story. Cassandra wasn't sure she believed it. She gave him a surly look. "Are you going to fuck me?" she asked with as much defiance as she could manage.
"Oh, hell, no. Look, I know we're officially married, but I want you to think of me as your guardian. You're really still a child, despite what the law here says. Sex isn't part of the arrangement. I just need the farm, okay?"
She nodded, still uncertain. "Okay." And some small bad part of her brain was asking, why not? All the boys in town would, and most of their dads, too. She puckered her lips up. "Thank you. What about my mother?"
"Living above the cloth store, as agreed with Ma Alvin. Why? Would you be happier if she moved back here?"
"Euracus, no!" The bacon was cooked to perfection as well. Cassandra had another large helping of eggs, then suddenly stopped and stood up, glancing nervously out the window. The river was just visible, as were the woods on the other side. It all seemed normal, but it wasn't, of course. It couldn't be.
"How long was I asleep?"
"Nearly 18 hours. It's the day after we got married."
"Euracus, we have to leave. Now?"
"Would you like to tell me why?"
"Something, a faller egg, but bigger, a new type, big enough to carry a whole nest of them. It came down in the woods on the other side of the river 3 nights ago. They'll eat us, Nigel." "I didn't tell anyone. I know I should have. I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was so angry about the wedding, about everything."
He sat at the table opposite her, hands wrapped around a mug of tea. His smile was reassuring.
Ah, yes, don't worry. Actually, that wasn't from the forest. It's not a Fowler invasion. You're safe.
Her skin chilled as she looked at him. Slowly, she tensed her leg muscles, ready to make a dash for the door.
Is the shotgun back in its cabinet? Has he found it?
Now try and keep calm, Nigel said. This is the biggie coming up. That thing you saw land was my spaceship.
Right.
Cassandra sprinted as hard as she could in those stupid bloomers, straight through the hall and out into the compound. The ground with its small sharp stones stung and cut her bare feet, but she didn't stop. Refused to let the pain distract her. Ahead was the gate in the sagging fence around the overgrown garden, except the vegetable garden was now in good order, with the soil beds freshly dug. Someone was kneeling to sort out the tangle of runner beans on their bamboo canes. Someone dressed in simple dungarees and a rust-red T-shirt. Someone who was standing up and turning to face her. And his face was... Cassandra screamed and lost her footing, tumbling over in a flurry of flailing arms. Pain shot up both knees.
"Are you okay?"
She looked around fearfully. Nigel was coming out of the house, his expression full of concern. She looked from him to the thing by the vegetables. It was human-shaped, but its face, it was completely devoid of any characteristics.
Like an adult-sized doll, she thought,
waiting to take someone's identity.
"Fallers!" she cried. "You're fallers!"
"Cassandra, please," Nigel said, and his shell softened to let her perceive his thoughts, the genuine compassion, and more, a trace of amusement at her reaction. A spark of anger fired into her brain.
"You think I'm a crudding joke?"
she shouted. "No, I think you're holding up well, given the circumstances. How do you think Axton would react? I met him, remember? I think he'd have fainted clean away by now."
"You're going to eat me?"
Nigel sighed and knelt down beside her.
"No, Cassandra, I'm not going to eat you. I'm human, just like you."
She twisted her head around to look fearfully at the doll man.
"That's not—"
"No, it's not. It's what we call an A&A droid. It's a machine, biological but manufactured. Think of it as a giant mod dwarf, just a little smarter."
"Oh, thank you,"
the doll man said. Its pale lips curved up, approximating a smile.
"I apologize if my appearance startled you. I assure you I am not hostile. Nigel is correct. I am a biological machine."
Cassandra started crying. "Come on," Nigel said kindly. "Let's get you back inside. Those cuts need cleaning." Cassandra stared up helplessly at him as he stood above her. She was all out of fight.
"I can't stop them. I'm already dead."
So she didn't resist when he picked her up and carried her back inside. As he walked back to the house, she saw another of the doll men up on the roof, fixing the shingles.
"There is no escape."
Nigel put her down on the settee in what had originally been the dining room, until her father had covered the walls with shelves, which he filled with his treasured books. The room hadn't been refurbished yet. Somehow that made the worn cushions she lay on quite comforting. She'd often sat on this same settee with her father when he read to her. A mod dwarf brought in a small green bag with a white cross on the top. Nigel knelt beside her and put an old towel underneath her heels. Cassandra watched dully. Blood was staining the bottom of the bloomers, and her feet were a mess too. Nigel took a slim tube from the bag. "This may sting for a moment," he warned. Cassandra shrugged. The tube hissed as he brought it close to the torn skin on her soles. He moved it in a strange motion as if he were painting her feet. He was right. It did sting. She sucked down some air sharply at the biting sensation. Then her feet became numb. "Antiseptic and a mild anesthetic," Nigel said quietly. "Let's see. The derm synth should work here." He took out another tube. Cassandra peered down curiously now, just in time to see a faint blue mist spray out of the second cylinder. The substance stuck to her skin, flowing over it and foaming to form a thin, even layer.
Good. I was worried the void wouldn't permit that.
What? The void inhibits a whole range of electrical functions. I didn't know if it would affect the derm synth, but that's mostly a biochemical reaction. Oh. She didn't really understand. I need to get the fabric clear from your knees. Cassandra realized he was asking permission. Whatever. His TK ripped through the bloomer's cotton as if it were air. Faller TK is stronger than ours. Then he was spraying the stuff from the first tube on her gashes. Her knees stung. Then there was nothing again. She let out a sigh of relief. The blue substance was applied. It was like a layer of skin, but tougher.
There we go,
he said happily. I'll finish now. The derm synth will help regenerate your own skin. It'll peel off when it's done. Couple of days, maybe. Right. Cassandra. Yes? Have you ever seen anything like that before? No, she admitted. He gestured around at the books surrounding them. I've had a bit of a crash course in your history the last 2 days. Mainly I've been learning about the Fallers. But tell me, do you know that humans came to Bienvenido from another place? Yes, of course. Cassandra nodded at the 5 thick landing chronicles. She'd read every one. Captain Cornelius brought us here in his ship. Good. Okay. Then is it too much to ask you to believe I came from the same place as that first ship? In her mind, the image of the boat bird falling through the night sky was very clear. She stubbornly refused to admit anything, but her racing thoughts were chaotic, surging with so many conflicting emotions. She could not let hope dominate. Hope betrayed her every time. That he'd flown to Bienvenido was too much to believe. It would be wonderful, though. Is it at least possible? Nigel persisted. I suppose so. Flying through space is in the books. It's real history. So we used to be able to do it. But incredible, I know. This must be very shocking. So take a quiet moment and try to relax a little. Why don't you get dressed? And when you're ready, I'll take you over to see my spaceship. That should finally convince you. If it doesn't, I don't know what will. Then what? She asked. Then we'll talk. Once I know you believe, I'll answer all your questions. And trust me, you'll have a lot of questions. She looked down at the patches of blue stuff on her knees. It was like nothing she'd ever seen before. Instinct told her it really was something from beyond this world, and a faller wouldn't treat her like this. All right, she said cautiously, because if there truly was such a thing as a spaceship, she simply had to see it. The blue dress did fit perfectly. It felt wonderful, too, clean and fresh. She couldn't remember the last time she'd ever worn anything new. Sarara had always collected her clothes from a charity house in town, sewing patches onto worn cloth, darning sweaters. Badges of how poor they were. But this dress... Cassandra stood in front of the mirror and simply couldn't stop the smile lifting her lips as she admired herself. Her red-gold hair fell over her shoulders in long waves, without any of the normal tangles that were so devilish to tug out. It was like she'd spent a week in a salon. She hated Madeline with all her might, but had to admit the woman knew a lot about taking care of hair. I must make an effort to keep it like this, she thought, then instantly hardened her shell so he didn't pick that up. When she looked a little closer into the mirror, she saw the zits on her nose, with more on her chin, one on her cheek. She sighed. Would they ever stop? Nigel was waiting in the hall when she came down the stairs. They'd been fixed, too. Not one of them creaked when she put her weight on them. "Right then," he said, "ready to visit your first real live spaceship?" "I want it to be real," she said. "I do." "I know. Come on." They walked down to the river, through the old pattern of fields that were now just squares of tangled weeds and vines separated by hedges that had grown wild. A small boat was tied up on the shore, not a kind of boat she recognized. This one was circular, and seemed to be made of orange fabric. It was alien. No other word for it. There was a rope running across the river, tied to trees on both sides. Nigel knelt in the bottom of the boat and used it to pull them across. Cassandra had only crossed the river a handful of times. The wood that occupied the other side of the valley was gloomy and unwelcoming. Its great dark trunks had grown packed close, and all of them leaned against each other, seemingly merging together several meters off the ground to give an unbroken canopy of aquamarine fronds and verdant fan leaves. Those trees that died stayed upright, buttressed by their neighbors, so they simply became pillars of vibrant orange and grey fungi. The narrow, crooked gaps were filled with vines, as if some giant arachnid had turned the wood into a gigantic feeding trap. A passage had been cleared through the dense web of creepers, the cut ends still bleeding gooey sap. The ground underfoot was a springy loam that smelled vinegary. Tatus flies and larger stick moths fluttered about in the shade. She could hear bigger creatures rustling through the creepers, though her X-sight only ever perceived busselors slithering down into their dank underground burrows. Then her X-sight perceived the thing up ahead. It must have come down almost vertically at the end, for there was no long trail of smashed trees. Instead, it was in a small clearing of broken trunks. She'd been right about the shape, a large bulbous oval with triangular wings on both sides. She thought the wings had been a lot bigger when it flew over the farmhouse. Standing at the edge of the clearing looking at it, the surface was an intensely dark green where the sun struck. Otherwise it appeared to be coal black. Surprisingly, her gaze was drawn to the 20 or so newts that were milling about passively. "Why are they here?" she asked. "I need manual help to restart the farm," Nigel replied. "They're having their eggs shaped into useful genostars." "Into Jenny-whats?" "You call them mods." "Oh. Do you know how to adapt newt eggs?" "I know the theory, but the ship's smart core, its brain, is doing the actual shaping." "The ship?" She looked at the smooth foreign artifact that had ended its flight in such an ungraceful fashion by thumping to the ground here, and realized she wasn't afraid anymore. No, that had been replaced by very strong curiosity and wonder. "Come on." He held out his hand. She held it tight as a hatch opened in the side of the ship, a circular area that seemed to contract somehow, revealing a short white corridor that was lit as brightly as if the sun was inside. "It is real." Nigel was from the Commonwealth, the union of human worlds that existed outside the void, a universe that was very different. He had come to find out what had happened to the ships that Captain Cornelius had flown into the void. "Why?" Cassandra asked. She was sitting on a round chair that had grown out of the floor in the blank circular chamber he called the main cabin. And Nigel had been right. There were so many questions. Her head was in danger of bursting open from the pressure of them. "We don't know how they came through the barrier that guards the void from the rest of the universe." "But you came through." "That was different. Some alien allies tore the boundary open temporarily, just long enough for me to slip inside. I've spent 7 years in suspension. That's a long sleep, while a Skylord led me to this world." "You flew through space?" It was just the most wonderful thing ever to think that humans could still do such a thing, that it wasn't only Captain Cornelius who travelled between planets. Out there in the Commonwealth, where there were hundreds of worlds, all filled with marvels, people flew between them all the time. "Please take me out there. Back to the Commonwealth you came from. Please, Nigel. I'll help you however you want while you're here, but afterward—" She gave him the most entreating plea she could, letting her yearning thoughts freeze so he could taste them. "Getting out is difficult," he said awkwardly. "I didn't expect I'd be doing that." "But you can do it," she insisted. Her hands gestured around the magnificent spaceship with its clean air and bright lighting. A machine that could fly. "You're so clever. You know everything there is to know."
Huh.
His bitter laugh shocked her.
"I'm the stupidest person in the galaxy, actually."
He glanced meaningfully up at the blank ceiling. "Though I'm not alone." "I don't understand."
"We thought There was only one planet in the void where humans lived, Quarentia. How wrong we were. We should have known, should have worked it out, but we didn't. We assumed, which is always a foolish thing to do. We did it because all our power and knowledge brings a huge dose of arrogance with it. Well, thank you, universe. Lesson in humility, well and truly learned.
There's more than one planet in the void.
Apparently.
And do people live there, too?
They used to, Cassandra. That's all I can tell you. They managed to get a message out to us, but it was a very long time ago. And I'm here now, not on Quarentia.
So what are you going to do?
Nigel massaged his temples. My original goal was to get to Macathran. That's a living alien spaceship that managed to survive on Quarentia, and send all the information it gathered back to the Commonwealth and its own species. But that's going to be quite tough now. My ship can't fly anymore. The void has affected its engines, or part of them, anyway. The closer you are to a planet, the worse it gets.
So you can't fly me to the Commonwealth?
I don't think so. I'm going to research the void from here for a while. Maybe if I can analyze its structure, I can learn to fly again. But right now I'm more interested in the Fallers. I don't understand what they are at all. They don't play Quarentia like they do Bienvenido.
They've always been here, she told him, right from the start. It's in the Chronicles. Captain Cornelius saw what they were as soon as the ship landed. He founded the 1st Regiment, the Meor, to fight them. Then he set up the Watcher Guild to warn everyone when the eggs fall, and the Research Institute so we could learn how to fight them. Without him, we would never have survived.
Did you learn that at school?
Yes.
Interesting. So the Fallers were here already when the colony ships were sucked in. They're probably prisoners, just like us.
Prisoners?
Yes. Haven't you worked that out yet? The void is a prison. It consumes your soul for its own twisted purpose. People, their thoughts, their minds, they're like a kind of food that gets sucked up into the heart.
They live forevermore in glory. Everybody knows that.
Do they indeed? Have you ever seen this glory? Always demand proof of nirvana before you start following messiahs who are selling it to you. Those guys don't exactly have the greatest track record in the universe.
You doubt the Skylord's guidance?
She asked, shocked. I doubt any system that won't reveal its purpose, that only offers promises of a better tomorrow. But then I'm just a 1,000-year-old cynic. You have to make up your own mind, Cassandra, and to do that, you need information, a lot of information.
She looked around the cabin, surprised she could feel so deflated on the day she discovered the truth of the universe. I want to learn, she told him. It's all I ever really wanted. Somewhere at the back of her mind a hope was burning that the ship would carry a library, maybe even bigger than the public one at Adiene.
I can help you do that, he said. I might not be able to take you to the Commonwealth, but I can certainly bring the Commonwealth to you. Think of it as payment for you providing me with cover here. How does that sound?
And Cassandra smiled like she never had for the last 8 years.
Lie back. This won't hurt, Nigel said.
Cassandra didn't believe him, but she lay back anyway. The medical chamber, a cylinder like a silver coffin, had slipped out of the cabin's wall. Its oval top had done that magical contraction thing, revealing a padded mattress inside.
I'll keep it open, Nigel said. It can be a bit claustrophobic in there if you're not used to it.
Cassandra didn't trust herself to speak. All she concentrated on was the very firm belief that this was nothing to do with the Fallers. She wasn't going to get eaten. Probably.
Here we go.
Nigel's grin was reassuring. The silver sides of the capsule sprouted slim tendrils that moved like serpents. They began to prod and poke at her body. She'd removed the dress for the chamber to do whatever it did, but Nigel assured her she could keep her underwear on. More of the tendril things were emerging around her head, a dense cluster of them wiggling through her hair. She swallowed hard, trying to be brave.
You're doing fine. Keep still.
This is your doctor,
she asked. Sort of, yes, though it can do a lot more than just cure you.
He closed his eyes, but his expression was one of concentration, as if he was reading something.
Can it get rid of zits? Interesting.
What is? She asked. You said Captain Cornelius landed 3,000 years ago?
Yes.
That gives us a conservative estimate of 120 generations. There's been some drift in your advancer sequences. Several of them have broken down. I can't believe the Void's been screwing with your DNA on top of everything else. Of course, we haven't had a 100-generation baseline in the Commonwealth to compare it with, and most of our generations are still factoring in improvements every 20 years. But that level of reversion will be something for the geneticists to watch out for.
Oh, whatever that meant.
He opened his eyes and grinned. Commonwealth citizens have certain additional biological, abilities built into their original bodies. They're specialist cells that help you communicate over distance, like a path voice, but a lot faster and more sophisticated. Memory can be organized too, rather than nature's rather random method.
And I don't have them anymore.
You do, but they're slightly degraded and disconnected from your brain. So I can't learn Commonwealth stuff, like you said. He grinned at her disappointed expression. There are always alternatives. I'll insert some replacement neural pathways into the macrocellular clusters to integrate your secondaries. That's a standard med repair. Then there are new vectors for the other advancer features. It will be a while before the resequencing takes effect.
Nope. Still don't have a crudding clue what you're saying.
It had been a year since Cassandra had stopped going to Mrs. Brewster's school every other weekend. She really missed it. School was the one part of her life that had carried on as normal. With the teachers' clever gifts and tutelage, she'd quickly mastered the basics: reading, writing, arithmetic. Mrs. Brewster was the only person left she could talk to about the amazing things she read in her father's books. And the teacher had told her all about the university in Varlan, where people did nothing but read and learn all day long. That sounded pretty much like a piece of GU to Cassandra. It's worth applying, Mrs. Brewster had suggested as her 16th birthday approached. To which Sarara had retorted, "She'll do just fine as a farmer's wife, so don't you go filling her head with dreamy nonsense. She needs to get ready for real life." That was the last time she'd been allowed to go to the school. Now Nigel promised her knowledge beyond anything she'd ever read on Bienvenido. The truth about the whole universe. Something pinched the back of her skull.
Ouch!
Sorry, Nigel said absently. Obscurely, Cassandra felt better.
I knew it would hurt.
Nothing much happened for a few minutes. Then all the silver tendrils withdrew and flattened out against the sides of the capsule, blending into the metal casing.
You can get dressed now, Nigel said.
She turned her back to him to put her dress on.
Ridiculous.
So this is going to be like path gifting? She asked.
Sort of, yes.
When they left the spaceship, she was sure there were more newts milling around outside than when she went in.
What sort of mods are you adapting?
She asked, as they took the fabric boat back across the river. And to think, an hour ago she'd been impressed by that.
G-monkeys and chimps, mainly,
like your dwarfs and apes. They'll be the most useful to start with. So G-forms come from the other planet ships landed on?
Yes.
She looked up into the sky with its high, drifting cloud ribbons.
Where is it?
Quarentia. I'm not sure. Some of the nebulae are the same. Your Geu is their Odin's Sea, and Uracus is Honius to them, but nothing else is the same. The void may have different internal pockets, like segments in an orange, if you like, or the quantum geometry space-time equivalent here is folded more than we realized.
I think I need to wait for the Commonwealth giftings. Tell me what life was like on the other void world.
They found Macathran, which had a city section modified by a species that came to Quarentia before humans.
It was abandoned, so I guess they were all consumed by the heart, whoever they were. Macathran made life a little easier for the Quarentia humans, so it shaped their society slightly differently from yours, from what I've seen so far.
Was that earlier species the Fallers?
No. Like I said, I don't understand them at all. I wish I'd taken time to study the forest during my approach. It had a very unusual quantum signature.
A what?
Space was different there somehow. Don't worry. I'll get to the bottom of it eventually. There was another abnormality too, but that was here on Bienvenido.
There's a forest on the planet?
She asked in alarm. No. As I was coming down, the Sky Lady detected something unusual way to the east of here. A sensor returned that didn't make a lot of sense. I don't suppose you know where the original ships came down?
Captain Cornelius landed where Varlan now stands. His palace was built over his ship.
Nigel raised an eyebrow. Really? I wonder if another colony ship came down in the east. The sensor return showed processed metal and metalloceramics. A lot of them.
I don't know anything about it, she said, then paused. There is the Desert of Bone.
The what?
The Desert of Bone. That's nearly at the east coast. Nobody goes into it. It's supposed to be haunted. The first explorers who tried to cross it came back mad.
She shrugged.
Just a rumor.
Curiouser and curiouser. And why would you give that name to a desert? Is there a map anywhere in the house? I'd like to see if my signal came from around there.
There's an atlas in the library. I think the Desert of Bone is about 5,000 kilometers away.
That's not a problem. We can visit the anomaly once I'm established here. I can set up a trading business. That'll be good cover to travel anywhere. As they approached the farmhouse, she realized the man doll on the roof had nearly finished repairing all the shingles.
Don't they ever stop?
No.
They were sitting at the dining-room table that evening, eating the fish pasta supper Nigel had cooked. At first, Cassandra thought something was flashing. Nigel had brought several slim, solid boxes the size of his hand into the farmhouse. Modules, he called them. They didn't seem to do anything. A couple of them had tiny lights shining out of insect-eye lenses, but they weren't the source of the light. It seemed to be coming from inside her eyes. The flashing steadied to 5 hazy stars in a simple pentagon formation. Then they started to change.
"Nigel," she exclaimed, "what's happening?"
Patterns were forming out of the stars, patterns that had nothing to do with what Cassandra's eyes were seeing. Like X-sight, they hovered in the center of her perception. Unlike X-sight, they were precise and colored. Concentric circles that slowly expanded and deepened as if she were looking down into a cylinder with ring walls. Green lines blossomed, outlining a pyramid. Spheres made up of spheres that kept multiplying, like the soap bubbles in the Hevlin's bath.
The pathways I inserted have established themselves. They're activating, that's all. Don't panic. It's perfectly normal.
He held her hand. The touch was a comfort, but she was still startled. Then someone whispered into her brain, soft, nonsense words. She yelped in panic.
"It's okay," he said instantly. "Pay attention to the voice. It will tell you what to do next."
She bit her lip, but nodded, tried to calm down and stop jerking breaths into her lungs.
"Can you understand this?"
the foreign, soundless voice asked.
"If you can, please say yes out loud."
"Yes?"
"I am the basic operational memory package for macro cell cluster operation. Just follow these instructions. There is a red diamond icon positioned at the top of the display in your exovision. Please locate it." "I can see it." "In order for this package to download into your cluster, you must visualize the diamond expanding. When it has done this, rotate it 180 degrees clockwise. To cancel the download altogether, rotate it the other way. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
"Please make your choice." "Choice? You're crudding joking, like I'd choose not to."
The diamond expanded and turned clockwise, as if Cassandra had shot a path order into it.
Something like a cross between the fastest path gifting ever and a jet of ice-cold water shot into her mind. The strange thoughts broke apart and snuggled down into her memories. It was like the operating icon suddenly came into proper focus. Every function snapped into alignment, and she understood them all. How to connect to datanets, how to call someone, how to accept data, how to receive entertainment forms, how to construct her own address code, how to... Crud on your ruckus, she grunted. Most of her body's advancer functions were registering inert, but a medium-level medical analysis was available. She could read her blood toxin content, oxygenation, nerve reception, muscle efficiency, heart status, hormone levels, neural activity. "So much!" she exclaimed, her hands waving around like a flightless bird's wings. "How do Commonwealth people live, knowing so much all the time?" On the other side of the table, Nigel was sitting back in his chair, watching her in amusement. Exovision icons were superimposed across him, yet they didn't interfere with his image. It was very strange. A call icon flipped up, with a code identifying it as Nigel Sheldon. She allowed a connection, not really having to think how to make that happen, just willing it. Icons rearranged themselves as she thought of them. "It can be overwhelming," Nigel told her. "You just need to learn how to filter. The secondary routines will help you." She grinned in delight. His lips hadn't moved, and he hadn't pathed either. This was a direct data link. "It's fantastic," she sent back. "I want to learn more now. I want to learn all about everything." "I think we'd better begin with some primary-grade educational packages, and move on from there." She laughed. "Let's get started." 2. "I can zoom," Cassandra declared loudly as she came running down the stairs. Her excite showed her that Nigel was in the library, where he was trying to instruct the farm's oldest mod dwarf how to turn the pages of a book one at a time. The poor old thing didn't have much dexterity left in its thin hands, and kept turning several pages at a time. A simple memory module had been rigged above the table on a wooden frame, where its camera could scan in the text. She and Nigel had taken a trip into a D&E yesterday to get a cartload of general supplies, food, and other essentials. "We can't use the ship's semi-organic synthesizers for everything, even if they stay glitch-free," Nigel said. "And I can't afford Blair Farm to have a reputation for being the place where some odd rich bloke hides out. I don't want to attract attention. We have to be accepted as just another farm." Maybe the ship couldn't extrude absolutely everything from its pneumatic systems, but Nigel had certainly gotten them to counterfeit Bienvenido's coins perfectly. She carried a huge, heavy purse around the stores, choosing a dozen dresses and more practical clothes. No shoes, though. Ship-produced footwear couldn't be beaten. Then she showed him which merchant to order coal from, a decent timber yard, ironmonger, stables, the town's livestock market. None of them had any connection to Ma Ulven. Nigel had spent a small fortune on the kind of things they'd need to return the farm to productivity. People were pleased to hear it. So he was right. A rich newcomer settling in was interesting, but not suspicious. They were happy for her, too. Old school friends had stopped by to congratulate her. When they were done with spending, they went to the library. Nigel registered himself and borrowed a dozen books on history and law. "Why law?" she'd asked. The farm library didn't have any legal books. Her father hadn't been interested in that subject at all. "Building blocks of society. If you want to understand how a government works, the laws tell you." Now all he had to do was load all the text into the ship's smart core. The mod dwarf was pleased at being given a job that involved sitting down all day, but frustrated with its inability to perform as instructed. Nigel was spending half his time soothing its thoughts. He looked up as she rushed into the room. "Zoom where?" he asked. Cassandra wrinkled her nose up at his odd sense of humor. "My eyes, stupid. Their zoom function is working." "Excellent. The resequencing is progressing nicely. Nice to confirm the void allows genetic modification to work. How about infrared function?" "Yes," she confirmed, though that image was just plain weird. Everything a different color.
with brightness depending on how hot an object was. Still, it was better than light amplification for night use, which was even stranger than X-sight perception. Got it? Great. You're good at calming mods, she said, indicating the dwarf, which was concentrating hard on the book. I had a good teacher. I'm going out to take a proper look at the third barn, she told him. I still think we'd be better off demolishing it and beginning again from scratch. Nigel had big plans for expanding the compound, starting with building a barn large enough to conceal the spaceship from casual sight. Developing a modest industrial base was all part of his mission to gather as much scientific data on the void as he could. And Skylady was the key to it. The ship's smart core could control dozens of mods simultaneously, using them as remote manipulators, but the path its bioprocessor smart core generated was range-limited. They needed the ship at the farm. Sure thing, he said. I had a carpentry memory implantation this morning, she assured him. I should be able to tell which purlins and rafters are still solid, if any. Commonwealth memory implants were a complete revelation. She'd been accepting 4 a day, which was as many as Nigel would allow her. The first 3 days had been spent bringing her knowledge base up to the equivalent of teenagers in the Commonwealth. She understood so many concepts now, but details remained to be filled in. For the last couple of days she'd divided her allowance between practical skills like carpentry and general information. Just go easy, he told her for the 100th time. You need time to assimilate all the new data. It has to settle in properly. I'm using my storage lacuna so I don't get brain burn, like you said. I'll be fine. Besides, I know all about native wood anyway. The carpentry knowledge just adds technique. Well, listen to the neural expert, he muttered sarcastically. She grinned. An icon flipped up into her exovision. One of the sensors they'd placed around the valley was showing a big cart turning off the public road 5 kilometers away, turning down the track to the valley. With the void distorting electromagnetic communications, bandwidth was poor over such a distance. She couldn't get a clear picture of the people riding in the cart. We weren't expecting a delivery until next week, she said automatically. The coal's supposed to be first, and that isn't old man Steron's wagon anyway. That's not a delivery, Nigel said. Normally, Cassandra had some clue about a person's emotions, even with a decent shell wrapping around their thoughts. But with Nigel's impenetrable shell, she was completely lost. Looking at him, sitting perfectly still as he sent out a stream of encrypted code to the smart core, she was suddenly struck by how menacing this man from another universe could be. A second sensor, farther down the track, gave a better image of the cart and its 5 passengers as it trundled past. Oh no, she groaned. It was Axtan, Julius, and Russell, another of the brothers. My fault. I shouldn't have left such a big loose end, Nigel said. That was stupid of me. Maybe I have been a little cautious about exposing myself. A shock, I expect. Well, that ends now. Are you going to kill them? She asked quietly. The weapons available to the Commonwealth were truly astounding, even though half of them probably wouldn't work in the void. Mars boys with their pump-action shotguns and hunting knives wouldn't stand a chance. No, that would be a waste. Waste? So what are you going to do? Recruit them. Nigel, they're pretty loyal to Ma. Did I say I was going to offer them a choice? The cold intensity of his voice made Cassandra shudder. Her U-shadow accessed the feed from various sensors around the farmhouse, building their images to a single picture across her exovision. The Sky Lady had a small flock of semi-organic G-Eagles stowed on board. Nigel activated one and downloaded a set of instructions, which its small smart core could follow easily enough. It loaded its ordnance and flapped up quickly into the sky. None of the brothers noticed the big artificial bird swooping quickly and silently through the air toward them. To X-sight, its semi-organic components were identical to living tissue. Only its controlling bioprocessor might have betrayed it, with routines that were fast and precise, rather than a bird's natural impulse instinct thoughts. But the difference was so tiny that they probably wouldn't have noticed even if they had examined the bird.
and they certainly were not aware of the aerosolized tranquilizers it contained. The wagon came to a halt just outside the gate set in the compound's ramshackle fence. Julius frowned at the farmhouse, taking in the repaired roof, the freshly painted gable barge boards, the fixed windows, the pruned climbing roses, the kitchen garden with rows of newly planted vegetables, the half-refurbished first barn.
"It wasn't like this a week ago," he said. "He might have brought in some help."
"So have we,"
Axtan said, patting his shotgun. He primed it with a single powerful motion and climbed off the cart. His brothers followed him down, their own weapons held ready. They kept their shells strong, but neither made any attempt to fuzz himself. Axtan directed a strong path shout at the farmhouse.
"Cassandra! Hey, Cassandra! You want to come out here? Be easier that way."
She didn't even turn around. Axtan looked at his brothers. Russell shrugged.
"Come on now, girl. You belong to me. Everybody knows that. Your new man in there, we gonna see him off today. He ain't gonna be around no more."
A shadow flashed across the group of men as a large bird passed 5 meters overhead. Julius frowned up at it, clearly puzzled by the strange, powerful shape.
"You come out here now, Cassandra,"
Axton pathed, his thoughts colouring toward anger at the defiance.
"If you don't, we gonna come in and get you. Ain't gonna be pretty."
"What?" Russell murmured, and fell unconscious. "Huh?" Axton grunted, then joined his brother in an inelegant heap on the ground. "Now what?" Cassandra asked as the A&A droids carried the 3 comatose men into the farmhouse and laid them out on the floor of the front room. "I used a mild domination on them last time, so they'd agree to give me you and the farm," Nigel told her as he stared down impassively at the sleeping figures. "Too mild, apparently." "Domination?" "It's a kind of mind-control technique they developed on the other world. Someone called Tathal perfected it." "Mind control? You mean you can order them around like mods?" "Not quite. You subvert their loyalty, which makes them want to do everything you ask." Cassandra hoped she was keeping her shell firm, because, if anything, that sounded even more unpleasant than simply ordering people around. "And you know how to do that?" "Oh, yes. I tried it out on Ma and her family when I followed you into town. I just wasn't forceful enough, and I was in a hurry. This time I'll get it right." An A&A droid walked in carrying a large medical kit. Nigel selected an infuser and applied it to Axtan's neck. "This will elevate his brainwave activity to borderline consciousness. We have a few techniques in the Commonwealth to subvert personality dating all the way back to the Starflower War, some more brutal than others. I think I'll start with a modified narcomeme. That's soft enough. It should help subdue any instinctive resistance. Then I'll use Tathal's procedure." Cassandra watched Axtan moan feebly. Thoughts grew out of his unshelled sleeping mind. She perceived her own face tumbling through the phantasms his semi-conscious brain was producing, the disturbing sexual obsessions she featured in, his anger at being thwarted mutating into perverted revenge fantasies. All the lingering doubts she had about what Nigel was going to do dried up, like field dew in high summer. Instead, she stood above the insensate Axtan and used her X-sight to perceive the complex stream of path that Nigel directed into his naked brain. It was interesting. Heavy clouds swept in from the southwest to cover a D&E at 11 o'clock at night, obscuring the nebulae and bringing a cold, persistent rain. By 2 o'clock in the morning, the town was asleep. Pubs and clubs had closed. The docks were silent. The teams of civic mod dwarfs had gone back to their stables. The miserable rain had even curtailed the activities of its more nefarious citizens. Oil lamps along Lubal Street flickered and went out one by one, allowing the shadows to swell out and embrace its entire length. Standing at the end of Lubal Street, with her shell deflecting the swirling raindrops, Cassandra looked at the Hevlin Hotel. In infrared, the broad white facade was a dull luminous blue as the rain washed down the walls, cooling the structure. Nigel stood directly to her left. Her X-sight couldn't perceive him at all.
Naturally, Nigel had a far superior fuzz technique than anyone, which he'd gifted her, too. Concealment, he called it. It was only infrared that showed her where he was, a green and blue profile where the rain dripped off his big brown coat. Infrared also allowed her to see the others they'd brought with them, Axtan, his brothers, and 3 ANA droids, standing motionless behind her. "He's good," Nigel admitted as the X-sight swept along the street, as it did every couple of minutes. Their fuzz deflected it easily, but they were still 40 meters away. Someone was awake in the Hevlin's lobby, faithfully watching out for trouble. Ma had too many enemies to leave the place unguarded, even on a night like this. "Axtan?" Nigel queried. "It's probably Snoony," Axtan said. "He's got good X-sight. Reliable, too. We need to get inside without anyone raising the alarm." "Leave it to me," Axtan said eagerly. Cassandra had to press her teeth together and strengthen her shell so her feelings didn't betray her. It had taken Nigel 20 minutes to turn the surly Axtan into an over-friendly, eager-to-please disciple. She'd watched all of the sullen, sulky brothers start to behave with the kind of adoration a puppy would exhibit. Axtan and his brothers deserved no less. She wasn't arguing that. But it was a sharp reminder that the man who treated her so kindly could also be completely ruthless. It made her glad she had been shown trust. But equally, she wondered if that appreciation was all her own. Had he used domination on her while she slept that day after their wedding? But if he'd done that, would I ever question if he had? Unless that was part of it. Making me doubt, so I think I am free. Yarrakis. "Did you do that to me?" she blurted, as Axtan walked steadily toward the Hevlin. Nigel turned and frowned. "What?" "Did you use Taffel's domination procedure on me?" "No." Infrared showed him grin. His teeth glowed ruby red under the wide brim of his hat. "But I get, making you believe I didn't use the domination procedure on you is practically impossible," he said. "Ask yourself, why would I give you the Commonwealth memory implants?" "So I'm more useful." "Ah, okay. Good answer. So the second question is, why would I risk leaving you free?" "I don't know. Why?" "Because I have great-great-great-great-great-granddaughters, your age or younger. Because I have done many bad things. But enslaving teenage girls isn't one of them. Because I won't have many genuine friends here, but you could be one. And face it, I am kind of overwhelming, which is a kind of domination." She nodded slowly. "Are you really that old to have great-great-whatever granddaughters?" "Oh, yeah. They're all out there, on the other side of the barrier, judging me." "Yarrakis. So what bad things?" Nigel chuckled. "I used my power and money to build an empire. Opponents got pushed aside. Pushed hard. You ruled people, like the captain does." "It was a commercial empire, which, given its size, translates into political power. So, yes, I ruled people, just like the captain does here. I choose to believe I was a reasonably benign dictator. Hard-ass fanatic dictators never accomplish anything, and for all my faults, I'm proud of what I achieved. Along with my friend Ozzy, I helped open the stars for our whole species, Cassandra. I was one of the founders of the Commonwealth. Long time ago, though." "If you're really that important, why are you here? Why did you come into the void?" His glowing grin widened. "Who else you gonna call?" Her own lips lifted in response. That was Nigel. Odd, yet reassuring. Axtan walked into the lobby. The man behind the reception desk looked up, jerked his head in recognition. Axtan pulled out the air pistol Nigel had given him and shot the man in the throat. The sedative in the pellet worked fast. Surprise and shock had just registered, and he was starting to path out an alarm when his eyes rolled up and he collapsed. "Good work," Nigel pathed. Axtan looked ridiculously pleased with himself. "Gas masks on," Nigel said. Cassandra took out the slippery triangle of fabric and pressed it to her face. It adhered to her skin, covering her mouth and nose. She took a cautious breath.
The filtered air was very dry, but apart from that, perfectly normal.
"Let them go, Russell, please,"
Nigel said. It had taken Skylady's synthesizers most of the afternoon to produce components to graft on to the small semi-organic G-cats it had in storage, but after a solid 3 hours' work, 8 of the slick little creatures were now rodent-like enough to pass as bussalors. They were in a box carried by Russell, who put it down on the wet cobbles. Cassandra's X-Sight followed them scampering over to the Hevlin. 3 of them went in through the front door Axtan was holding open. The remaining 5 veered off down the alleys on either side of the hotel. They entered through air bricks, set level with the pavement, through cellar windows, through drain pipes. Preloaded direction sent them racing along corridors and through rooms. As they went, gas sprayed out through their anus vent, permeating the entire building. Sleepers drifted into an even deeper sleep, unaware as their dreams faded to nothingness. Nigel waited outside in the rain, observing the creature's progress with his X-Sight. 10 minutes after the last artificial bussalor entered, he said,
"All right, let's go."
He started to walk toward the Hevlin Hotel and the unconscious bodies it contained. Cassandra and the others followed. 3. Cassandra was desperate to start the expedition to the Desert of Bone. She'd never even seen a train before, let alone travelled half the length of the continent on one. And then an adventure was waiting for her at the far end. Yet at the same time it was so hard to leave Blair Farm. In the 6 months since Nigel had arrived, crashing into her life, turning her existence into something extraordinary, the farm looked like she'd always imagined it would be if Dad had come back and run it properly. Teams of perfectly coordinated mod apes and mod dwarfs had built a water-wheel-powered timber mill beside the river. Then, with the planks and posts cut from trees they'd felled, new barns were constructed. Hedges had been hacked back into shape, and fields ploughed and drilled ready with the seed crops they'd bought from town. Sheep, pigs, cows, chickens, goats, llamas, and ostriches had been delivered from the local livestock market and thrived under Skylady's excellent proxy husbandry. The stable of mods expanded constantly. Machine shops were being put up. Each day there was something to help with and accomplish. There were some days when she looked around at what they'd achieved and wondered if it was all real. But of course, it was all Nigel. He knew exactly what to do, how things were built, the components, the tools they'd need. He knew how to handle people. He wasn't afraid of being forceful when he had to be. He was focused in a way she knew she'd never be, not even with all her bright, bubbling Commonwealth knowledge, which made her slightly envious. She found herself watching him more and more. He was over 1,000 years old, or so he claimed, even though he didn't look much over 25. That youthful appearance was nice. It helped conjure up certain daydreams, not that they were anything but daydreams. He teased her a lot, which was cool that he felt so comfortable with her. It meant she could tease him back, ask questions she'd never dare ask Mrs. Brewster, and laugh. That was a sound the farmhouse hadn't heard in a while. She'd never known that kind of honesty before. It made her feel good on a lot of levels. It was a time she'd have been happy to stretch on and on, but Nigel was keen to find out what had caused the peculiar signal from the Desert of Bone. So, with Blair Farm functioning smoothly, they set off as the dry season arrived, leaving Skylady and 3 A&A droids in charge. They had to take a boat to Errand first, which had the closest branch line station. Nigel hired the whole long barge to ferry them and their luggage along the New Bane territory from Adiani. Before they started, he'd ordered 5 brand-new trunks from the general store, which had taken 3 weeks to arrive from Varlan. Lovely brass-cornered boxes with heavy-duty istom locks, so large Cassandra could practically fit into one if she curled up tight. Russell and Madeline came with them as valet and maid, respectively, along with 2 of the A&A droids, who had now modified their faces, giving them real human characteristics. One had acquired Asian traits, and had aged himself to about 80, complete with a receding hairline. Nice touch, she acknowledged. Who would ever suspect anything abnormal about that?
The second had turned his skin as pale as the Algori mountain snowcaps and toned his hair to a matching light sandy shade. She'd spent a few days suggesting facial elements he might want to incorporate, watching in delight as they slowly manifested, until a week later they'd wound up with a wonderfully handsome 20-year-old's countenance. Sure enough, every time he visited Adiani, all the girls directed sight and excite his way.
"You're projecting,"
Nigel had commented in not quite disapproval. She and the A&A droid had laughed at that behind his back. All the A&A droids had distinct personalities, and this one had a dry sense of humour she enjoyed. "What do I call you?" she asked, because now that he had a real face, it was impossible to think of him as a machine. "I am 3. That's not a proper name, and I can't call you a number in public. Nothing that draws undue attention, remember?"
"I can't forget anything, remember?"
Cassandra giggled. "Then I'm going to call you Coolin, after one of Mum's nephews. I always liked him." "I accept the name with gratitude." He gave her a short bow. "What are you going to call the rest of my batch?" So it was Dmitri, Marek, Valery, and Fergus.
"Fergus?"
Nigel sighed and rolled his eyes.
"Seriously?"
"Yes, Fergus." She linked arms companionably with the newly named Fergus, who generated a quick pulse of smug amusement from his bio-construct brain.
"All right, but when I start using them as embedded scouts, he might have to be called something else if that's what it takes to blend in."
"Fine," she said airily. But he was Fergus when he accompanied them on the expedition. With their luggage and servants and first-class tickets, they really did fit the ideal of an aristocratic couple taking a grand trip. The first train took them all the way up the southern city line and into Varland's Willesden station, which stood on the Colbal's southern bank. Cassandra had pleaded to spend a few days in the capital before setting off east. Surprisingly, Nigel had agreed easily enough.
"I need to look around at some point," he said. "Can't put it off forever."
So they booked into the palatial monolith that was the Rashida Hotel on Walton Boulevard, with its diamond patterned bricks and stone oriel windows, where the fifth-floor suite had a balcony that overlooked Bromwell Park. Cassandra laughed in delight at the ornate rooms, which had wood panelling and lush gold and scarlet wallpaper, then gasped at the size of the four-poster bed in the master bedroom. She couldn't resist running across the room and jumping onto the vast mattress, giggling as she bounced about. "This bed is the same size as my whole bedroom back home." She rolled over and ran the tip of her tongue along her teeth. "It's a perfect bridal suite, don't you think?" Nigel gave her a faux lofty glance.
"I'm sure a lot of brides have had a happy time here."
"You say you're 1,000 years old," Cassandra retorted with her best coquettish pout. "So you must have had a lot of wives."
"Cassandra, you're 17. I'm 1,000. That's just wrong on every level. Just keep thinking of me as your big brother guardian, and you and I will be fine. I've told you before, when you see a nice boy who's close to your age, then take him to bed and have as much fun as you want."
"I don't want a nice boy." "That's an old argument that isn't actually true.
Trust me, you do."
"Don't," she insisted stubbornly.
"And I recognize the way that jaw is firming up. So let me tell you now before you turn any more daydreams into plans. I get that this is all tremendously exciting for you, but I will not offer you any kind of false happy ending. I may have to leave. I may get imprisoned or lynched. I just don't know. So understand this. You and I are not going to grow old together and watch our grandchildren take over the farm. I'm glad I met you, and I'm pleased that your life has improved because of that. But I have obligations to the Commonwealth and the Rael that have to be met. Everything else is secondary."
Her pout turned grouchy. "Fine. Okay."
"Damn, I'd forgotten what teenagers are like. I love that you know everything and don't need any help in the world."
"Stop being such an arsehole."
"Yes, ma'am."
He gave her that grin that admitted he was actually really fond of her.
You know, if they'd chosen Ozzy instead of me, it would have been very different. He would have taken you to bed without any hesitation.
Is he likely to come? After all, you crashed on the wrong planet. Will he come and rescue you?
Nigel burst out laughing. Hell no. Sorry. I'm all you've got.
So who is Ozzy anyway? You keep mentioning him.
My oldest friend. I can't even begin to tell you all the things we've done together. Not that you'd believe them anyway.
Try me.
Maybe on the train to Portland. It's going to be a long trip.
And he really won't come to rescue you?
No, he'll likely laugh and say, I told you so. But he won't come. I'm on my own.
For 2 days, Cassandra toured the centre of the capital, relishing every moment. The huge stately buildings, the wide tree-lined boulevards, public parks, galleries, theatres, the people, rich and poor. There were more walking along a single street than lived in the whole of Adiene. But as much time as she could wrangle out of Nigel was spent visiting the grand department stores and couture houses. She was dazzled by the furnishings and fittings the stores offered, and constantly asked Nigel if they could have pieces for the farmhouse. Nothing the county carpenters produced could ever come close to their elegance and comfort. He laughed and said perhaps they could order some on the way back. And the clothes. Oh, the clothes! She could have emptied every trunk of their silly expedition equipment and filled them with fashionable, gorgeous clothes to take home. However, there was a price to pay. Nigel insisted they take a look at the government institutes and offices, to get a feel for their abilities. It turned out that half of Ireland's central district was a government building of some kind. They started by strolling up Walton Boulevard to the granite statue of Captain Cornelius that stood outside the palace gates. There they joined the school kids and curious tourists, lining up outside the 4-metre-high iron railings that surrounded the broad cobbled ground in front of the palace. Several palace guards patrolled the perimeter in fours, marching along like heavily ordered mods, humorless, perfectly shelled, the silver buttons on their yellow and blue tunics shining in the morning sunlight, rifles shouldered. Nigel ignored them, staring at the 6-story facade on the other side of the open ground. This section of the palace was over 300 metres long, built from a stone that had an odd blue hue. Tall Italianate arched windows surrounded a grand archway in the centre, which led into the first of many courtyards. There were several ornate turrets and domes rising amid the steep roofs. "I wonder what it's like living there," Cassandra mused wistfully.
Pretty awful. I've lived in mansions this size myself. 95% of it is given over to staff and officers. You spend so much time mediating their internal politics you get distracted from the real job. And it's no place for a family. I wound up with some pretty screwed-up kids at one point. 5 of them still aren't talking to me.
"You lived." Cassandra's hand gave the palace a limp wave.
Oh, yeah. Won't make that mistake again. This Sun King monstrosity tells me all I need to know about how wealth and power are consolidated on this planet. My guess is that the court here will exercise absolute power. And to do that, you have to have a political system that doesn't permit dissent. Give the people the illusion of democracy, with a few elected councils that have been given power over local trivia, while you control anything that really matters directly through the economy. He who pays the piper calls the tune. Then, now, and forever. The treasury will be the true seat of power on this world, trust me. And somewhere in the captain's multitude of honourable titles will be something like Chancellor of the Exchequer, or Lord of the Treasury, or Governor of the National Bank, or Chief Revenue Officer. That's how it's done.
She looked from Nigel to the palace and back again. "You know all that by how big and gaudy the palace is?"
Yeah, pretty much. I've seen it enough times to know what I'm facing.
"But we have elections."
I wasn't criticizing. Given the Fowler threat, you've got a pretty good arrangement here. Government is always a balance between liberty and restriction. Back in the outside universe, Political systems evolved as technology and understanding grew, and that generally brought a liberalizing democracy with it. The problem here is a near-perfect status quo, though perfect isn't quite the right word for it, and all the shanties are a new development that can't be helping the economy or crime rates. The fallers aren't ever going to stop falling. If anything, they have the advantage. Your society is probably stagnating in a lot of subtle ways that'll start to mount up, and with that comes decadence and corruption. The fallers only have to wait until your vigilance falters. He pursed his lips thoughtfully. Then again, fear keeps you on your toes, and you have kept society going for 3,000 years.
You think the fallers will win in the end?
Time and human nature are on their side, but only because the void restricts us. If we could get up there to the forest and deploy some decent Commonwealth technology, it would be a very different story.
Us? She taunted. So you do consider yourself human, then? I was wondering.
Nigel grinned back. Occasionally.
Anything else you've decided just from looking?
Not really. He turned back to stare at the palace, sending his X-sight to examine it closely. As expected, the whole structure was fuzzed. You said this is where the ship landed?
Yes, they built the palace around it.
Nigel studied the facade closely, then turned 360 degrees. Around and over, I'd guess, especially if they came down anything like the way I did. You see this landscape? The palace is 2/3 of the way up an incline. Those big gardens at the back slope up. And this last kilometer of Walton Boulevard itself is actually a shallow valley, see? Running up an incline. Unlikely in nature. No, I'd say the ship hit somewhere down where our hotel is and kept on going, plowing a groove through the earth until it came to rest here. So once it was down, the ship would be Cornelius's headquarters. It also contained all the resources. Those ships carried everything you needed to start a new society on a fresh world. A lot of it wouldn't work here, but there was enough, clearly, and the metal from the superstructure would have been valuable back in the early days. And Cornelius had control over it, the start of the captain's economic authority. He wouldn't have moved away from that. No, he secured it, built walls around it, buried it, closed it off to everyone else. Nigel licked his lips and frowned. I wonder what happened to everything they didn't use. Is it still here? I mean, why move it?
You think bits of the ship are still here?
Could be. We need to get inside to see for sure, but not today.
Shame. I'd like to go inside.
Come on, let's go check out something else.
Okay. What?
I thought the courts. I'd like to observe a trial. Then the Treasury. I'd say the security sheriffs, too, but I don't think any public sheriff station is going to be the kind I need to know about.
I don't get it.
Government always has its own special police, the kind who really don't like people sniffing around in places they shouldn't, the kind who make sure that anyone complaining about life and saying something should be done are quietly dealt with.
The captain has his own police squad separate from the sheriff's, Cassandra said, trying to remember details from Mrs. Brewster's history lessons. They're mostly ceremonial bodyguards.
Ceremony my ass. They'll be the ones. It was a 10-minute walk to the Central Justice Courts, back down Walton Boulevard to the junction with Struseberg Avenue. Nigel stood admiring the landing plane statue for a while. I remember those brutes. They made them on oak tier. Cargo capacity about 250 tons. Aerodynamic flight only, no in-grav propulsion. The Brants were lucky to have them in the void. If they had any sense, they'd have ferried their people down in them before they tried to land the big colony ships themselves. Cassandra walked on, shaking her head in bemusement. Nigel claimed to know about or be connected to absolutely everything. It was a weird quirk. The courts were another grandiose government block,
with narrow windows running up the whole 6 stories. The front was classical architecture with heavily stylized columns running along the front. A green copper dome dominated the roofs of its various wings, the apex supporting a fluted pillar, where gold scales stood on the top.
"Pretty standard,"
Nigel proclaimed. The trials listed beside the main entrance were all fairly minor ones. They sat in the public gallery of a dispute between a merchant and a rail freight company over the price of grain. The merchant claimed the grain was low quality. The rail company lawyer said the quality wasn't their responsibility. But it was the rail company's agent who had secured the load, the merchant's lawyer protested.
"Nothing ever changes,"
Nigel muttered with a sad smile. They went back to Walton Boulevard, past the Plain Monument. Before they reached the Treasury at the end of Warren Street, Nigel stopped outside the looming granite wall that fronted the National Tax Office. Cassandra sensed his sight probing. He walked to the far end of the vast building and looked down the tiny alley running up the side. Several high enclosed pedestrian bridges connected it to the stolid office block next door.
"No wonder the government can afford to build the way it does, as well as fund the county regiments," he said. "I'm impressed. This is one big mother of a tax office."
"They say that the captain has an agreement with the Skylords, that if you haven't settled your taxes when you seek guidance, the Skylords will take you to Euracus instead of Giu."
"Interesting."
"I don't think it's true, Nigel."
"Not that. Both Bienvenido and Corentia have the same myths about those 2 nebulae. Euracus is the doorway to hell. Giu is the route to paradise. That has to come from the Skylords. They're the only connection."
"Did the Skylords guide the people from Corentia as well?"
"Yes."
"Then it's not so strange."
"Good point."
He gave the tax office one last disapproving look and headed off toward the Treasury. That night they visited the Grand Metropolitan Theatre to see Midsummer Night's Dream. "What's the matter?" Cassandra asked afterward as they sat in a corner booth of the Rashida's lounge bar for a nightcap. Half the booths had their black velvet curtains drawn, their occupants fuzzing themselves effectively.
"The play has changed slightly, that's all," Nigel muttered.
"How could it change?" She closed her eyes, summoning up the memory. "The moving finger, having written, moves on."
"Very good. But somebody else's finger has written over the top. Believe me, there were no vampires in the original Midsummer Night's Dream."
"I like the vampires."
"They're a metaphor for the temptation of refusing a spiritual afterlife in exchange for flawed physical immortality."
"Can't you ever just kick back and enjoy things? You always analyze stuff to death." He grinned and his retina zoomed in on the labels of the long line of bottles arranged behind the mirrored bar.
"I'm going to get a drink. What would you like?"
"Double bourbon. Neat. No ice."
"Okay. 1 white wine spritzer coming up."
Cassandra pulled a face at him. She settled down in the booth, a small smile elevating her lips. Life was pretty much perfect right now. A girl, probably 20 years old, left one of the curtained-off booths and walked over to the bar. Cassandra instantly knew her. It wasn't the dress, which was an elegant, tight-fitting burgundy silk gown with a big rose knot at the base of her spine. Not the long auburn hair, styled in waves at the back to leave delicate curls framing her cheeks, nor even the broad features of her face, emphasized by too much mascara. No, it was the brittle determination propelling her across the floor that Cassandra could sense without any excite at all. Exactly the same as her mother's. Determination to get the next shot, no matter what the cost. She watched the girl sit on the stool next to Nigel in a slinky movement that was akin to a snake flowing into its nest. Long fake eyelashes were flapped slowly. Small inquisitive smile. Toss of the head. A few words spoken. "Well, hi there," Cassandra mocked facetiously. "Do you come here often?" "Why, yes. Oh, good. So do I. Can I buy you a drink? That would be nice. Until my friends turn up." She lowered her voice to a growl. "Well, pretty thing, I hope they don't. Perhaps we could wait in my room. That would be simply splendid. I used to wait in rooms all over the Commonwealth, you know." Open mouth wide and poke a finger in, making a retching sound. at which moment Nigel turned around, holding a crystal brandy tumbler and a wineglass. Cassandra frantically turned the gesture into rubbing the side of her lips. Too late. Nigel's eyebrow had risen in that irritatingly disdainful put-down he'd clearly spent centuries perfecting. "Who's your new friend?" Cassandra asked as he sat back down in their booth, what with offense being the best defense and all.
"Why? Jealous?"
"Sure, if you like Narnic whores." Spoken just a little too loud. Nigel's TK slid the booth curtain shut smoothly.
"I think you're being a little judgmental, don't you?"
"Sorry." "Your mother's going to be fine. The domination variant I used just compelled her to straighten her act out, not turn into one of my cronies." "I know," Cassandra said in a small voice. The whole domination technique both fascinated and repelled her. Ma's entire family and organization had flipped in that one dark, rainy night, becoming Nigel's unquestioning acolytes. They talked the same, walked the same, but he owned them now, sure as if they were a batch of mods. They actually had a rivalry going among themselves to be the best, the fastest to perform his bidding. It creeped her out. Ma Alvin's ex-madam, Madeline, might be her maid for the trip, but Cassandra avoided talking to her as much as possible. She was afraid she'd blurt out something like, "Don't you remember what you were like, what you and Ma were going to do with me?" which might be enough to shatter the spell. "Aren't you worried about that?" she asked.
"About what?"
"Nobody on this world has ever cured Narnic addiction before. Someone might get suspicious about Mum overcoming her problem."
"Someone in Audiobook is a qualified psychologist."
Cassandra sipped her spritzer sheepishly. "All right, smart-arse."
"I'm sure people have turned their lives around even here. If you're determined enough, you can achieve miracles. Family support is a big help, too. And I'll bet rich people have sanatoriums that take in wrecked younger members, too."
"All right, Eurakis, you know everything always. I get it. I'm just saying it's not so common in Audiobook." He settled back, looking thoughtful.
"I appreciate that. But don't worry about your mother. If anyone does start asking questions, then Dmitri will steer them off topic. Frankly, I'm more concerned about the tax office."
"What?"
"The tax office. Even Kafka would envy the size of the place we saw today. And they'll have regional offices, I imagine. I may have been spending a little too freely."
His grin was knowing. After all,
taxes is how they got Al Capone in the end.
"Again, nonsense words. Stop it."
"Sorry. The point is, all the locals in Audiobook are happy to accept me as a rich newcomer, especially the ones I spend so many of my counterfeit coins with. To the town, I'm obviously throwing family money around. But when the tax office comes calling, they'll want to know where that money came from, and I'm not in their existing records."
"Just dominate the tax inspector. Simple."
"Yes and no. We need to get politically strategic."
"What does that mean?"
"I've slightly underestimated this society. That can be corrected by a presence here in Varlin."
"What sort of presence?"
"I'm going to leave one of the A&A droids here to embed himself."
"What will he do?"
"To start with, I'd like to know what's inside the palace. If there's anything left of the ship's network, we might just be able to access some of the flight logs. Unlikely after 3,000 years, but you never know. Then a few people working for me in the tax office would be advantageous, and it's always good to have political contacts."
"That's just to start."
"Yeah."
"Gee, you. So what happens after that?"
"Whatever needs to happen. That's the whole point of being strategic."
This version of his personality was strange, not unpleasant, but definitely different. Nigel knew they were his own thoughts running through the A&A droid's bioconstruct brain. The inbuilt Gaiamotes still connected him to his real self as he went upstairs to the hotel suite with Cassandra, just as they simultaneously linked him with the second A&A droid sharing a room in the hotel's servants' quarters with Madeline and Russell. Identity wasn't the problem. It was responses. For all its excellent duplication of his own neural pathways, the bioconstruct brain didn't facilitate spontaneous emotion. Instead, he had to analyze situations and extrapolate what he should be feeling. The bioconstruct brain was fast enough, and the secondary routines good enough, to produce appropriate expressions without delay. Ironically, of course, not having emotions didn't bother the A&A droid. He simply knew any real version of himself would be bothered. There was also the problem of excite perception. Without a shell, which this artificial brain could generate perfectly, anyone on Bienvenido would know his thoughts were different. Wrong. Best case scenario, they'd think him a psychopath, unfeeling and cold, disconnected from his fellow humans. More likely they'd assume he was a faller, but then as the A&A droid didn't sleep, he was never likely to be caught with his shell down. In fact, maintaining it constantly was handled by a secondary routine. He was confident he could pass for human in the city. Cassandra had certainly never realized the A&A droids were all Nigel copy personalities. A subtle variation in the emotional responses of each one was easy enough, making them appear distinct and different. But she was young and naive. Living in Varlin would be the real test. As Nigel and Cassandra said goodnight and retired to their separate rooms upstairs, Cassandra had claimed the huge bed in the master bedroom, of course, he walked into the Rashida's lounge bar. At this time of the evening, coming up on midnight, the room was quite full, with most of the booths occupied. He sat at the bar, choosing the middle of 3 empty stools. "Durancio," he told the barman, an almond-flavoured spirit his real self enjoyed the taste of. Taste made no difference to him, and the A&A droid body would never metabolize the alcohol, but he should sound as if he knew what he liked. "Ice with that, sir?" the barman asked. "Yes, please." There was the distinctive swish sound of silk as she sat on the stool next to him. He turned to look at her. Fresh mascara had been added. He wondered if she'd been crying, slapped about by her pimp back in the booth for her earlier failure. "Now where's that barman gone?" she asked, not quite to herself. "Getting me some ice. He'll be back in a moment." "Oh, good. I like my drink chilled." "Really? What do you like to drink?" "Me? Oh, white wine mostly. Sometimes a Finns, when I'm in the mood." "I would love to buy you one of those." She did the slow appraising blink. "Can you afford one? You seem rather young." "I've just arrived in the city today. It's kind of a tradition for the men in our family. We spend a couple of years at the university partying and making contacts and maybe even going to a lecture or two before we get dragged back home to manage the estates, like every other boring ancestor since the landing." "Oh, really? Where is home?" "Cassel. Ever been?" "No." "Well, maybe one day. I'd be happy to show you around." "If that offer is still open, I think I'll risk a Finns." "Glad I caught you in the right mood.
Bethanyve."
"Hello, Bethanyve. I'm Coolin."
4. From Varlan they took the express to Port Lynn, which sat at the end of the Great Central Line, almost 5,000 kilometres as the Mantahawk flew, but the track headed north to Addis first, then curved around the Guelph Mountains as it sliced through the middle of Lamoran. By the time they finally pulled in at Port Lynn, the train had travelled closer to 6,500 kilometres, stopping 20 times and taking 4 days. Port Lynn had sprung up as a trading town at the end of Nielsen Sound, a huge inlet slicing deep into the heart of Lamoran. It was also the estuary to the River Moselle, whose massive tributary network multiplied across the wetland basin that stretched right across to the Bouge Mountains, 1,600 kilometres to the east, and down to the Transo Mountains in the south. This close to the equator, and with guaranteed rainfall, the rich soil was perfect for stone fruit, banana, breadfruit, and citrus plantations, as well as extensive rice paddies. The river network made travel easy and cheap, with no need to invest in expensive train lines that would have needed a multitude of bridges. The regional capital extended across dozens of estuary mud islands. Its buildings were all wooden, which came as quite a change to Cassandra, after all the stone and brick towns the express had just travelled through. Wood imposed natural limits on the height of the buildings, so instead of going up, the town had sprawled outward, colonising the marshy ground. There were bridges between the islands, but there was no logic to their positions, and they were all narrow, for pedestrians, not carts. Sometimes you'd have to go around 3 or 4 islands before reaching the one neighbouring the one you started at. All real travel in Port Lynn was by boat along the channels, which were constantly being dredged clear. The buildings themselves were all built on stilts, thick hardwood trunks driven deep into the alluvial silt to provide stability and protection from the monsoon season floods. Nigel booked them into the Bailey Hotel, a big 3-story structure close to the Eastern Banks docks, where the town's largest warehouses stood at the end of long wharves. Fast-sailing clippers and steam-powered sea barges were berthed along them, with teams of mud dwarfs and stevedores loading and unloading cargoes all day long. It took 2 days to gather supplies, then hire a boat to take them upstream. But at daybreak on the 3rd morning, Nigel, Cassandra, Fergus, Madeline and Russell walked along the rickety bridges to Kate's Lagoon at the south end of the city. Nigel had hired the Gothora, a sturdy, steam-powered cargo boat with a hull built out of Anbor, one of the hardest woods on Bienvenido. A tiny crew cabin at the rear had berths for Captain Migray and his 3 crew, Sankal, Jaimoir, and the engineer, Avinus. They certainly couldn't fit Nigel and the rest in with them, so they'd rigged the first of Gothora's 2 holds with a simple bamboo frame covered in canvas, allowing the passengers to spend the trip under cover along with their trunks and supplies. The other hold was rigged with a simple open-sided awning, and used as a stable for the 5 terrestrial horses that they would ride across the desert, and the 3 mod horses that would go with them, carrying their provisions. Port Lynn was just coming to life when Migray cast off and steered them out of Kate's Lagoon into the 3-kilometre-wide mouth of the Moselle. The water was a thick ochre red from the silt it carried, and flowed so swiftly at the centre that boats going upstream had to travel close to the side, where the current wasn't as tenacious. Even so, Gothora burned a lot of logs and didn't make much headway for the morning of the first day. The riverbanks for the first 15 kilometres up from the mouth were still wild, despite the heavy cultivation a few kilometres inland. Gothora chugged past a continuous wall of marshes and jugo bush swamps, one boat in a long procession of cargo vessels setting off upstream. 500 metres to starboard, vessels laden with freshly picked crops were racing past, catching the current downstream to dock in Port Lynn, where their payload would be transferred to trains or the big sea-going ships. By mid-afternoon they were seeing the first plantations and pastures encroaching through the flood meadows. Big white-painted manor houses were glimpsed amid the dense groves. Then the villages began to appear on the banks. Like Port Lynn, the houses were all built from wood and stood on stilts. Landing jetties extended out into the river, with boats docked and stevedores busy. "It all looks so lovely," Cassandra said wistfully, as the pretty little community slid past. Nearly all the original jungle had been cleared, surrendering the land to cultivation. The rigid lines of citrus trees stood proud in their groves. Small armies of mud dwarfs moved through them, picking the colourful globes. Big carts, stacked high with wicker crates full of fruit, wound along the dirt tracks lined with tall fanda palms to the jetties. Paddy fields glinted rose-gold in the afternoon sun, with even smaller mud dwarfs wading through them, planting rice. Cattle and ostriches grazed long, lush meadows. Humans walked about or rode horses, all wearing wide-brimmed hats against the powerful sun. It looked such a settled, easy life. "Would you like to live here, señorita?" Jaimoir asked. Cassandra gave a small, furtive smile and glanced around. Jaimoir was standing beside the small wheelhouse, looking at her. He caught her eye and grinned happily. She blushed and turned back to stare at the riverbank. Jaimoir was maybe 19, serving his apprenticeship with his uncle Migray. Cute enough, but no thanks. "I already have a home, thank you." Even as she said it, she regretted it. The lad gave her an apologetic nod and turned to go. "But I could be persuaded to move." She gave Nigel a sly glance. "My guardian won't be able to order me around forever." "Guardian?" Jaimoir said in confusion. Nigel tipped his wide-brimmed hat at Jaimoir. "That would be me, but I'm going to check on the horses, or something. You kids have fun."
With a private path, he added, "Play nice now," to Cassandra. "So have you travelled this far east before?" she asked. Grimoire hurried forward to be with her. "Never so far, no. But I have only been on the Gothora for 7 months. One day I will have my own boat." She gave him an encouraging smile. "Really? What sort?" As night came, lights from the villages and more isolated manors shimmered across the fast, quiet water as the Gothora kept a steady course upstream. They stopped at a village the next day to replenish their logs and buy fresh food for the galley. After less than 4 hours, they set off again. It took 8 days to navigate the length of the Moselle. Fortunately, the main river extended almost all the way to the southern end of the Bouge mountain range, 1,500 kilometers due east from Port Lynn. Only the last 75 kilometers saw them turning down a tributary river, the Woula, heading north again. The mountains had grown steadily up from the horizon for the last 2 days. The land on either side of the Woula had reverted to long stretches of raw jungle and scrub. Estates and villages were spaced farther and farther apart. This was wilderness country, devoid of any terrestrial vegetation. Native natel and quasso trees grew tall along the riverbanks, festooned with vines decorated in an abundance of white and purple flowers. The water was getting clogged with fallen rotting branches and long vine tendrils. Tough Baku weed grew along the edges, forming large wiry mats. Captain Migre had to reduce speed while he and Sankal used their X-sight diligently, probing the river for snags. They hadn't seen another boat for hours. Finally, Croytown slipped into view around a long curve. The village was made up of about 50 houses, none of which had a second story. They were huddled together at the centre of an array of big pens, whose high, strong fences contained bison and wild boar. Smaller pens contained newts. Cassandra craned her neck forward, her retinas zooming in. "Are those camels?" "You have good eyes," Grimoire said, smiling worshipfully. He'd spent most of the voyage flirting hopefully with her, and was now badly smitten. "Thank you. And yes, those are probably camels. The rancheros, they don't care what they drive into their corrals, as long as it fetches a shining coin from the markets." "That's a lot of livestock out there," Nigel said, regarding the pens attentively. Grimoire didn't flinch quite as much as he had at the start of the trip whenever Nigel said something. "Si, senor. The savannah is home to many beasts. They run wild here. There are a few predators, just manta-hawks and rox-wolves and dingoes, and the rancheros hunt them down to protect the herds." He looked around furtively, then lowered his voice. "I've heard that the people of Shanksville like dingo meat." Cassandra stared past the pens. Beyond them, the land rose slowly to the foothills of the Bouge Range, a vast open region of savanna where the blue-green native ganggrass rippled away like some sluggish sea. The occasional ebony whipwood tree stood proud, thorny blemishes speckling the endless, shifting ganggrass. "Is that where the Bone Desert is?" she asked. "Beyond the mountains, yes," Grimoire said. "I wish you were not going there, senorita. It is a bad place." "Why do you say that?" "Everybody knows. Not even the fallers dare to travel there. They say there are 10,000 bodies piled up in the center. Their bones are a monster's treasure hoard, and their souls haunt the desert, weeping tears of grey light into the sand." "Fascinating," Nigel said. "What sort of monster?" "Nobody knows, senor. If you encounter it, you do not survive. Those that do manage to avoid its clutches are scarred for life by what they have seen. Many go mad afterward." 10,000 bodies? That's a lot of people. Where did they come from?" "Nigel," Cassandra chided, frowning at him. It wasn't fair to mock the poor boy's superstition. Grimoire shrugged. "You doubt me, but those people have died in the desert of Bone, senor. I will not go there, not even for the senorita." "And I would never ask you to," she told him kindly. Gothora tied up at Croytown's single jetty. The townsfolk were disappointed it wouldn't be taking any of their livestock downriver to the big markets, but Nigel was paying Captain Migre to stay there until they got back.
"For a month,"
The captain said, "Your coins are good, senor, but the Gothora is my life and living. I cannot chain her to the land. She must travel the river."
"I understand," Nigel said. "We'll be back before the month is up."
"I will wait,"
Dumois pathed privately to Cassandra,
"until you return safely. Don't worry about us," she pathed back. "Please."
Nigel whistled happily as he led his horse down the jetty.
Ah, shipboard romance. Finest kind.
"Oh, shut up," she growled at him. 5. It was hard riding across the savannah. Cassandra was almost in tears the first night, she was so saddle-sore. Even the nerve blocks her secondary routines established to ease the pain didn't seem to help much. They set up camp in 2 tents that Skylady had fabricated to resemble ordinary canvas, but were actually lightweight thermostable sheets.
"They'll keep the temperature just right in the desert,"
Nigel explained. "Nights can get exceptionally cold. Explorers have been caught out by that before." Cassandra lent some half-hearted help putting them up. She didn't want to sit down, and watched Fergus disapprovingly as he showed her how to use the valve on her self-inflating mattress.
"It'll be soft enough," he promised.
"Nothing could be," she assured him. But because the mattress was some fancy Commonwealth fabric, it was indeed soft enough to lie on without wincing and cursing. Madeline came in with a large tube of cream from the first aid kit and told her to roll onto her front. "I'm going to need this as well as you, kiddo," she admitted to Cassandra as she rubbed it on red raw skin. "That was a long ride, and I haven't been on a horse in years." Cassandra sighed in relief as the mild analgesic took hold.
"We should put some derm synth on that,"
Nigel announced.
"It'll strengthen your backside for tomorrow."
Cassandra yipped in shock and hurriedly pulled a towel over her bare buttocks. She glared up at him.
"Don't they have privacy in the Commonwealth?"
Nigel scratched the back of his head, seemingly bemused. "It kind of depends which planet you're on."
"Out!"
He chuckled as he left the tent. Cassandra glared at the flap for a long moment. Her U-shadow told her Nigel was sending a file, which she accepted reluctantly. It was a list of derm-synth properties.
"Always has to be right," she grunted. "Madeline, fetch the derm-synth spray, would you?"
"Sure thing, kiddo." Russell started a small fire and cooked their rations. As the sun finally went down, Cassandra was suddenly very aware of animals snuffling about through the long ganggrass at the periphery of her X-site, so she couldn't quite identify them. Cries of lone roxwolves began to sound farther off across the savannah, answered by the challenging howls of dingo packs.
"They won't come near the fire,"
Nigel said, picking up on her concern.
"It's not the genuine animals I'm worried about," Cassandra said. "It's the fallers. The eggs don't get to choose what they exhume."
"Interesting," Nigel said. "They must have some basic parameters. I mean, exhuming a roxwolf I can understand, but there's no point in them becoming busselors or flies."
"They call it the first 40 rule," Cassandra said. "I read it in the Research Institute's manuals. If an animal weighs less than 40 kilos, it doesn't get attracted to the egg in the first month. But after that, the egg gets less fussy and starts to attract smaller creatures."
"So they're smart, even at the egg stage," Nigel mused. "Not smart," Russell said. "Cunning, like all evil things."
Cassandra grinned at the man's certainty. Even this new Russell liked his world simple.
"We're going to have to examine an egg at some point," Nigel said. "See what makes it tick."
Then he cocked his head to one side. "But the Fowler Research Institute must have done that already, and they would have had the best equipment, if it worked. We need to get their results, if they ever published them."
"Coulin will find it," she said confidently.
"If it's there."
Nigel gave Cassandra a sharp look.
"So do Fowler animals eat humans too?"
"No, they only ever eat what they've become. It's in the manual."
"Curiouser and curiouser," Nigel muttered.
"The animals know,"
Madeline said in satisfaction. "They can always tell if one of their own is really a faller. They attack instinctively. Bienvenido would be overrun otherwise." "But faller animals kill humans. They always have," Cassandra said. "They know we're their real enemy. That's why—" She gestured into the night. "I'll be on watch all night," Fergus assured her. He patted the high-powered hunting rifle Skylady had fabricated to look like a normal Bienvenido-manufactured weapon. "You'll be perfectly safe." Despite the worry about possible faller animals and the nagging pain from her thighs and bottom, Cassandra fell asleep quickly. It was another 2 days' ride over the savannah until they reached the foothills. This was the southernmost point of the Bouge Range. 500 kilometers directly east lay the coast, with the Eastath Ocean beyond, while to the north the Desert of Bone rolled away for nearly 1,300 kilometers, before eventually breaking up against the small range of hills that dipped down to the northern equatorial coast. The northeastern boundary of the desert was formed by the Salalsav Mountains. While not as high as the Bouge Range, they formed an effective barrier to any rain clouds coming off the Eastath Ocean. So only the southern edge of the desert was unguarded by highlands, and it was a rare wind indeed that blew any rain clouds in that way. They trekked around the Bouge foothills until the scrubland grew arid, ganggrass giving way to tufts of a succulent weed that itself soon became sparse. Loam turned to gritty soil. The first of the dunes were visible a few kilometers ahead, and with the sight of them came fine particles of sand, blown by the parched wind that came off the Desert of Bone, stinging Cassandra's face. "There's a stream over there," Nigel said, standing up in his stirrups. "That's where we'll camp and prepare." He flicked the reins, reinforcing the path order to his horse. The rest of them followed. The stream was barely more than a winding line of rushes in the grit, betraying the damper ground. When they did part the sharp blades to expose the water, it was brackish and slow-moving. "It should be enough," Fergus said. He took a spade and started digging. "I'll help," Russell said, always keen to prove his worth. Nigel, Cassandra, and Madeline opened the trunks the mod horses were carrying and unloaded the extra bundles of rods, laying them out on the ground in the pattern they'd all memorized from the countless rehearsals they'd gone through before setting off. Had anyone examined the thin composite struts, they would have assumed they were just more tent poles. Once they had them in the right order, they clipped them all together, forming 3 simple square framework platforms. Cassandra slotted the curving struts together to form wheels, and fitted the tires to them, super-strength fabric tubes that weighed less than 1 kilogram each. There were 6 of them. She twisted the foot pump hose into the valve of the first and started inflating. It was hot, exhausting work that had her sweating profusely after the first minute, but she kept going determinedly. Nigel took over and inflated the second. There were 6 in all. Once the tires were inflated, they fixed the wheels to the platform axles, and they had 3 small carts that the mod horses could pull. Russell loaded them with the water bladders, made from the same fabric as the tires. "Now the tough pumping," Nigel declared. They used a second, larger foot pump to siphon water out of the hole Fergus and Russell had dug, impelling it through a sophisticated filter and into the bladders. There were 3 on each cart, holding 150 litres each. "Isn't this too much?" Cassandra asked, a question she'd asked often enough back at Blair Farm as they put their equipment together. "It's a desert," Nigel had explained patiently, 1,300 kilometers long and 500 at its widest. "We have to find the one point that produced the anomaly, and I only have an approximate coordinate for that. Now, I have no idea how many days this search will take, but I'm budgeting a couple of weeks. A horse will consume a minimum of 25 liters of water a day under normal circumstances, but this is a desert, not normal circumstances. And we need a good 3 to 4 liters a day ourselves. Even carrying 1,300 liters, we'll have to go back to the foothills and refill every few days." All right, she said, surrendering. They'd only pumped 3 of the 9 bladders full when Fergus said, "Oh, yes, look at this." Cassandra looked in the direction he was pointing.
High on a slope about 5 kilometers away, she saw some grey specks moving slowly around the gradient. When she zoomed in, she realized just how big the animals were. "Are those elephants?" she asked. She'd always wanted to see one of the big animals.
"Mammoths,"
Nigel said with a knowing smile.
"Hell, I remember when the first one was born. San Diego Zoo was swamped for months after. Even baby pandas got ignored by the media."
"Are they artificial?"
"Oh, no. Well, not exactly. They were terrestrial animals that died out during Earth's last ice age. Then the Genome Structure Foundation sequenced their DNA from mummified remnants dug out of the Siberian permafrost. Controversial at the time, especially given what that particular foundation morphed into. But we wound up taking them to half the planets we settled. Them and the crudding dodo. Though what the point in recreating that was, I'll never know. Dumbest creature ever, and ugly as sin, too. Plus, it tastes exactly like chicken, so that wasn't a valid reason either."
"It sounds very worthy, bringing the species back from the dead. I know Earth was in big ecological trouble at one time. That was in my general history memory."
"Yeah, we had a bit of a guilt overreaction to that. It's called Sanctuary, the only world we ever terraformed from scratch. 200 years dumping billions of tons of microbes and biogunk onto it to prepare its atmosphere and sand for terrestrial plants. Another century bombing it with seeds and insects before we went all Noah on its ass and released our animals 2 by 2. Every species but humans. Oh, and wasps, I think. It's the only true, pure copy of Earth's biosphere in the galaxy, and we're the one life form that's banned from it. Brilliant. But hey, there's lots of whales in Sanctuary's oceans. Always whales. We have such an ingrained collective culpability trip over them. So that's okay."
"You sound so cynical." "That's self-deprecation," Fergus said. "He's not sorry about Sanctuary at all. Who do you think paid for it?"
"That was necessary," Nigel said. "An experiment."
"Experiment?"
"Yeah. See, there's a lot of H-congruous worlds in this galaxy. The biochemistry is different, but not lethally so." He gestured around. "Like here, we coexist happily. There's even some native plants we can eat. But if our colony fleets got to another galaxy and the majority biochemistry is incompatible, we'd have to know how to terraform, and get it right. Best we find out how before we go."
"Another galaxy?" Cassandra pressed her hands to her temples. "Is there really no way I can get out of the void? I want to live out there. I want to be free."
Nigel gave her a sorrowful look. "Sorry, me and my mouth. I've got to learn when to shut the crud up."
"No," she said. "Don't do that. Not ever."
In the morning they dressed in their desert robes, all made from a silver-white cloth that had the same thermal properties as the tent fabric. It was also used in the wide floppy hats they made the horses wear to protect their heads from the direct power of the sun. Cassandra carefully wound the turban around her head, making sure she tucked all her hair away from her face. With the cloth wound tight, it was difficult to make sure her darkened goggles fitted properly.
"I can hardly move my jaw," she complained.
"I'll refrain from the obvious comment,"
Nigel said, and stood in front of her, adjusting the strips of turban she'd wrapped below her chin.
"How's that?"
"Good, I guess."
"You ready?"
"Euracus? Yeah."
They rode their horses out past the foothills, where the last tufts of vegetation clung to the floor of shallow gullies, and moved out into the dunes of the desert itself. Nigel and Fergus checked how the tires were dealing with the hot grey sand, but they appeared to be coping okay. Certainly the bladder carts rolled along smoothly enough. An hour after they started, Cassandra was glad of the desert robes. She'd felt like she was swaddling herself when she put them on. They seemed so restrictive. But sitting in the saddle as her horse plodded along, she didn't have to exert herself. The cloth's shiny surface reflected the sun's heat away, while the thermal shielding prevented the hot air from scorching her skin. Except for breathing, the air was hot in her mouth, almost painfully so, quickly drying her throat out.
She sipped constantly from the tube that snaked up from the flask strapped to her stomach under the robes. As the morning progressed, the desert's eternal heat was something she was highly aware of, enveloping her completely, yet never managing to break through her protection. It felt exciting, defying such a hostile environment. She began to wonder if those audacious early explorers had actually found anything. Surely no one would be mad enough to trek to the middle of the desert like they were doing. Are the legends of Bones just heat fever dreams? The dunes began to grow larger, the sand looser. The course Nigel set, taking them to the heart of the desert, was always on a slope going up, then down, never following a flat gradient. Soon the foothills vanished from sight. Only the Bouge Mountains remained, implausible pinnacles of snow glinting above the desert. The fiery air was saturated with minute particles, stirred by the mild but constant breeze. Despite the robes, they began to creep in through the folds to scratch her skin. She was blinking a lot now, small tears flushing her eyes clean. Her horse shook its head constantly at the irritation, whinnying protests at the awful heat. She had to send constant path orders, keeping it on track, soothing its mounting agitation at the harsh, white glare landscape. Only the mod horses plodded on, unperturbed by their ordeal. After 4 hours, Nigel called a halt in the lee of a tall dune.
"I miscalculated," he announced. "This temperature is getting dangerous to the animals. It's crazy to travel in the day, especially midday. We'll make camp here until evening and travel at night."
Cassandra didn't complain. She wanted to get on and reach the center of the desert to solve its mystery. But her horse was becoming increasingly skittish, and she was picking up its genuinely distressed thoughts. As she climbed down, she was startled by the sudden outbreak of noise from the poor animal. The desert had been devoid of any sound since they entered it. When she pushed up her goggles to wipe her eyes, the brightness was shocking. They rigged up a big awning and tethered the animals, not that they would have run off anywhere. Then she helped Madeline and Russell pitch the tents, while Nigel and Fergus inspected the axles on the bladder carts, injecting fresh oil into the bearings to compensate for the sand that had gotten in. Cassandra was impatient to get the tents up. The bizarrely contradictory feeling of claustrophobia the robes produced as she walked around slotting poles together and screwing guy pegs into the sand was making her edgy. As soon as she watered and fed her horse, she hurried inside and stripped down to her underwear. The air inside was hot, verging on unpleasant, but she didn't mind that. The absence of the robe was liberating. She took a long drink from the chill flask, gasping at how cold it was, only just above freezing.
"Coming in," Nigel pathed.
Cassandra pulled a shirt out of her duffel bag and slipped into it.
"How are you doing?" he asked as he started to take his robes off.
"I'm going to need more ointment," she admitted. The backs of her legs were still red and sore despite the salves she'd used every morning and night.
"Me too."
"Do you think the horses will be all right?"
"The temperature is a lot lower under the awning. They'll cope. And it should get cooler in here, too, as long as we don't keep opening the flap. Give it an hour."
He dropped his robe on the floor. "Good." She unrolled her bedding and waited for the self-inflating mattress to plump up. "And you were worried about us freezing at night?"
"Even I can be wrong. Who knows?"
She lay back on the mattress, telling herself she was slightly cooler. "So we're just going to stay in here together for the next 7 hours?" Even now she couldn't bring herself to share a tent with Madeline or Russell, and Fergus was outside under the awning with the horses, keeping watch as always.
"Yeah, we'll have a meal before we start off again. With all the senses we've got available, it'll be perfectly safe riding at night."
Despite her expectations, Cassandra managed to doze quite a lot as the unrelenting sun blasted the desert, taking the midday temperature close to 50 degrees Celsius. In the tent, it never rose above 25. She wasn't hungry. She didn't want to do anything, but Nigel insisted they eat toward the end of the afternoon. Her meal was some gibred, which was baked so long it was as tough and dense as a biscuit, but could be carried for weeks. And a meat paste, chosen because it also could last for a long time without putrefying. She forced it all down and drank a lot more water from the chill flask. The high point was an apple, one from a sack they'd bought in Croytown. It didn't taste of much, and she thought the skin was starting to wrinkle up already. They put their robes back on and went outside to break camp. The rest of the day continued in the same fashion as the morning's journey, a steady, measured progress, up a dune, down the other side. Then again, tiny runnels of sand slipping away from the hooves, a track of churned-up sand in their wake, twin grooves of the bladder cartwheels stretching out behind them, dwindling into the distance. After an hour the sun sank behind the Bouge Mountains, leaving the desert encased in a rosy twilight. The hard-packed sand turned a dull rouge colour. That shaded down to a murky grey before long. The clear sky darkened, allowing the frail nebula light to shine down. Air temperature began to drop toward the low 40s Celsius. Within her little cocoon of protective Commonwealth gear, Cassandra became more and more convinced that no one had ever come this far inside the desert of bone before. Explorers must have skirted the edges, nothing more. As the night wore on, the size of the dunes began to reduce, their height shrinking, slopes flattening out. She realized the breeze was fading away too. An hour after midnight, Nigel led the way over the last true dune. On the other side, the desert became tediously flat. Washed by the insipid phosphorescence of the nebulae, it resembled a lackluster, becalmed sea, but it did allow them to pick up the pace as they started moving across the dreary terrain. They stopped at 3 o'clock to water the horses. The animals were tired, but hadn't protested at the night march.
"At least nothing can creep up on us here," Russell said as they filled the water sacks.
Even the dunes, barely 15 kilometers behind, were lost to the dark horizon. The sensation of isolation was formidable.
"There is no monster,"
Nigel assured him. She wished she could believe so easily, but the desert of bone was a strange place. Dawn arrived 2 hours later, a blazing crescent of gold light sliding up fast from behind the Salalsav Mountains and pushing a pale blue haze ahead of it. By then Cassandra was feeling desperately weary. Even with a long rest yesterday afternoon, the night trek had left her drained. "Do we stop now?" she asked. It was practically a plea.
"When the temperature rises,"
Nigel replied impassively. Cassandra's horse kept walking as the day bloomed around them. The steady rhythm had become her whole universe. The heat increased inexorably, punishing the air. She could taste it in her mouth again. Vivid sunlight revealed nothing, only how vast the desert of bone was. Today, even the surrounding mountains were lost to sight in the quivering miasma of roiling air that shrouded them.
"Stop,"
Nigel pathed. The order broke through Cassandra's hypnotic stupor. Nigel had reined in his horse 10 meters ahead. She hurriedly ordered her horse to halt behind him.
"Anyone else see that?"
he asked. Cassandra stared at the wobbling horizon, unsure where the land ended and the sky began. But there was a definite dark knot in the contorted air, and not even her reactivated Advancer Heritage eyes could focus on it. "What is that?" she asked plaintively. Nigel raised a module, pointing it at the dark smudge.
"Mirage. There's something over the horizon. Something big. Too far away for a reading."
He lowered the module. "That's lucky," she said. Navigation icons slipped across her exovision, linked to the small inertial guidance of Ock tattoo the Sky Lady's medical module had printed on her shoulder.
"Old technology,"
Nigel had said, "but we thought it might work here." He was right. The exovision data confirmed that the object, whatever it was situated east of the course they were taking to the epicenter of the desert. 2 months ago, the post had delivered the most expensive, elaborate atlas available on Bienvenido, a huge tome with fold-out charts that Nigel had ordered directly from the Captain's Cartography Institute. Supposedly the world's main features had been copied from images originally captured during the approach of Captain Cornelius's ship, with additional details supplied by various Geographical Association expeditions over the centuries. It certainly gave a reasonably accurate plan of the Desert of Bone, which they'd faithfully copied into their storage lacunae. There were no features within the desert, no hills, no canyons. According to the atlas, its topography was blank.
I don't think that's entirely luck, Nigel said slowly. It's simply large enough to be refracted across a long distance, which isn't necessarily a good thing.
Is it one of the other ships, do you think? She asked. Did one crash here? The idea was frightening. What would it be like to stumble out of a wrecked ship and find yourself in this utterly inhospitable terrain? And everyone says there are a lot of bodies. A chill rippled over her skin, making her shiver inside the robe.
Possibly, Nigel said, though I'd expect a decent population centre to emerge close to anywhere a ship came down. And this end of the continent is one of the last areas to be developed. There are some fishing villages on the other side of the Sal al-Salv Mountains, but nothing major.
Because they never got out of the desert.
Cornelius wouldn't have abandoned them.
Then...
This is why we're out here, remember? To find out. Come on. We'll camp here for the day.
This time Cassandra fell asleep almost as soon as she stumbled into the tent. Nigel woke her late in the afternoon for a meal, which she ate enthusiastically. It was still appallingly hot when they set off again in the unremitting glare of low sunlight. Nigel and Fergus said the mirage had been visible for most of the day. It skipped about in the distorted air, but the direction hadn't varied by more than a few degrees. That was the course they followed, with the mirage flickering directly ahead of them like some black sun poised on the horizon. Then it sank away in tandem with Bienvenido's real sun, leaving the uniform desert stretching away to the infinity edge, where it blended into the sky. Cassandra's exovision projected a single purple guidance line toward the vanishing point. She stared down it obsessively as the horse plodded onward obediently into the night. The gentle phosphorescent light of the nebulae shone across them, as unchanging as the desert. "There's something," Fergus announced. It was long past midnight, and Cassandra's determination and eagerness had abandoned her quite a while back, when it became obvious the mirage object wasn't waiting just over the horizon. Now she was simply enduring the tedium of the trek, waiting for dawn and the tent to appear in her life. She waited without real interest as Fergus dismounted and walked across the grainy sand to a small stone. Her retinas zoomed in. He bent down and picked something up, a scrap of cloth, but it disintegrated as soon as his fingers plucked it off the ground. Except for a small metal ring left sitting in his palm, which he stared at curiously. A direct channel opened to her U-shadow, and exovision threw up Fergus's sight, complete with spectrographic analysis. It was a ring, measuring 3 centimeters across, made of titanium.
"Commonwealth artifact," Nigel said.
"Not jewelry," Fergus said. "It was fixed into the fabric."
"Any more of them?"
"I can't see any, no."
"All right, let's keep going."
They began moving forward. 10 minutes later, Nigel called a halt. He dismounted and picked up another scrap of cloth. Like the first, it disintegrated as soon as he touched it.
"Ancient,"
was all he'd say.
"Very ancient."
There were more tatters of the frail cloth scattered over the desert, snagged on stones, half buried under tiny rills in the sand. One they saw had a cable attached, which was twisted around a flinty rock. Nigel and Fergus knelt beside it, examining the find.
"Mono-bonded carbon filament," Nigel said.
Fergus gingerly started pulling it. More fabric puffed into dust. The filament was 10 meters long, one end connected to a metal clip of some kind. "So did a ship crash here or not?" Cassandra asked.
Nigel kept his shell perfectly opaque. "Maybe. These fragments are certainly left over from that era. The wind must have blown them about from whatever's out there. I just don't quite get what the fabric was. Maybe some kind of tent?"
For another 2 hours they kept going. More and more torn ribbons of the ubiquitous cloth were scattered about. They saw one patch that was over 3 meters across, draped tightly over several stones and rills, age and sun conspiring to tighten it into a skin that revealed every crack and blemish it covered. Under the eerie nebular light, it shone a pasty blue-grey against the dark sand, as if it were a lost smear of bioluminescent lichen. "How long can fabric survive out here?" Cassandra asked.
This stuff is a polymer residue. There's no telling what it decayed from, so I don't know the timescale," Nigel said, "but there's a hell of a lot of it." "Got something?" Fergus called out. "Switch to infrared and look at the horizon." Cassandra switched to infrared. It was a mode she'd avoided. Turning the desert ground to a speckled pattern of pink and yellow in the middle of the night was disorienting, especially with the blank sky above. But there it was before her now, an exquisite level plane of glowing colour, fluctuating in slow undulations as residual heat leaked back out into the mild air. She frowned. Out there at the very limit of the gentle tangerine illumination, where heat gave way to emptiness, a green blob straddled the rim of the desert. She tried to zoom in, but the higher the magnification, the more blurred the thing became. "What is that?" she asked cautiously. "Something a different temperature from the desert," Nigel said. "Something big." "The monster?" Madeline asked fearfully. "There is no monster," Nigel said. "Let's go," Fergus said. "We might reach it before dawn." They tried hard, urging the horses forward in a fast walk, but after another 40 minutes the green glow didn't appear any larger, and dawn spread a brilliant sheen of monochrome light across the desert. As shadows thrown from them and the horses stretched out across the ochre sand, they stared at the horizon directly ahead. A small conical hill rose out of the barren terrain, its shallow slopes a curious slate grey, turning to a lighter ash shading as the sunlight slithered down it. "That's not a ship," Cassandra blurted. "Doesn't look like one," Nigel agreed, "but it's definitely metallic. That has to be the spectrum Skylady's sensors detected. This is what we're here for." Even as he was talking, Cassandra was studying the ground around them. The shreds of fabric were everywhere. Hundreds, thousands of tattered streamers lying without order, from the size of a handkerchief up to sheets that would have covered the bed back in the Rashida Hotel. Lacing the sand between them was a multitude of thin filaments, some stretched out flat, others tangled in knots. There were also little chunks of tarnished metal, clips and bolts that the filaments were attached to, the ubiquitous rings. "How far to the metal hill?" Cassandra asked. "Difficult to measure," Fergus said. Even as she zoomed in again, Cassandra could see the desert stirring, the air swelling and flowing as the sun began its tremendous bombardment. "Let's press on," Nigel said. "We might get there before we have to make camp." Cassandra thought that unlikely, but said nothing. The little convoy rolled along, with puffs of dust swirling up whenever a hoof or a wheel ran over a patch of cloth, causing it to disintegrate instantly. At the beginning, they were dismounting every couple of minutes to remove filaments that had tangled around the legs of the horses. After that, whoever took point used TK to clear the strands away. Now the track they left behind was like a path of destruction, a trail anyone could follow. When Cassandra scanned around, she couldn't see any other furrow through the delicate scraps of cloth. "Nobody else has been here," she decided. "Not for a long time," Nigel agreed. The hill was definitely larger when they stopped 2 hours later. Her zoom function still wasn't much use through the wavering heat, although she was convinced the sides of the hill were exceptionally knobbly. She was also intrigued by the uniformity of colour. The cone shape was nearly perfectly symmetrical too, though it was odd, with a wide base, as if it had sagged at some time since its formation. "Why would you cover a hill in metal?" she asked, as they put the tents up. "There is no reason for that," Nigel said, "but then I don't think it is a hill, either." "What then?" "Some kind of ship. Nothing else it can be." "Is that what the colony ships looked like?" "No, at least not any human one I know of." That made her shudder. Despite a hard night in the saddle, Cassandra could only doze through the long day. She was bursting for them all to get back on the horses and ride to the hill. Solve the mystery. Though some deeper, more cautious part of her mind was urging her to turn around and gallop for Croytown, sail cleanly down the river, and be safe.
"Do you want to go home?"
Cassandra snapped, fully awake.
staring belligerently at Nigel, who was lying on his mattress next to her. She tightened her shell immediately, annoyed that she'd been spilling her drowsy thoughts, annoyed with him, too, for studying them. "No," she snapped. "This is a mystery that even you don't understand. I want to find the answer. I want to know what's out there." Nigel grinned. "That's my girl." They watered the horses and packed up the tents. This time the pace was less frantic than it had been that morning. They'd been travelling for 90 minutes, with the sun dropping close to the mountain peaks, when they found the first body. It was sprawled on a crude cart, made from what looked like a circular door of some kind, with a glass porthole in the middle. Solid-looking hinge mechanisms had a melted appearance. Wheels were circles of crudely cut metal that were twisted and cracked, stuck on axles that were lashed to the hatch with filament. A couple of tarnished boxes lay nearby. Cassandra didn't want to look, but couldn't resist. The wizened body was strange, its skin grey and taut, as hard as stone. Wisps of straw-like hair swirled around the skull. Remnants of clothes seemed to be fused with the skin. There was only one boot, on the left foot. The right foot was bare, twisted at an odd angle. "Mummified beautifully," Nigel said to Fergus as she approached. The two of them were examining the body enthusiastically, poking modules into it. "That's kind of inevitable, given the location." "Is it?" Cassandra took a breath, calming herself. "Is it human?" Nigel turned to frown at her. "Of course." "I mean, is it a faller?" "Oh, hard to tell. There's not much left to do a biochemical analysis on. And in any case, I still need to get my hands on a faller to find out exactly what their biochemistry is." Cassandra shuddered. Who else but Nigel could casually say, "I still need to get my hands on a faller"? She gave the metal hill a pensive glance. It was closer now, just over 8 kilometers away, and they determined its size, too. U-shadows worked it out as 500 meters wide at the base and 263 meters high at the precarious-looking apex. Nigel and Fergus turned the body over. Its arm broke off with a dull crack. Cassandra flinched and clamped her jaw together. "Come on, you can do this. Don't be weak. Not now." "Female," Fergus proclaimed. He ran a scanner over the skull with its empty eye sockets. Heavily creased lips ringed a wide-open mouth, making Cassandra think the woman had died screaming, a last action steadfastly preserved by the desert environment. Picking up traces. She had bionics. Commonwealth citizen, then. He gave Cassandra a reassuring grin. Human. Russell opened one of the boxes. The lid crumbled out of his fingers. "Nothing much in here. Metal bottles and some dust." "Food and water," Fergus said. "Too bad she didn't make it very far." Nigel knelt beside the rickety cart, his eyes closed as he reviewed data from the modules he'd placed on the body. "Crud. She's been out here for 3,000 years. Whatever happened here happened when the colony ships arrived." He stood up and faced the hill, squinting against the dying sunlight. "What the hell is that thing?" Fergus ran his hand over the hatch cart, tracing the broken hinges. "This is from some kind of space vehicle. A shuttle? Exopod, maybe?" Cassandra saw it, actually saw the shock flare on Nigel's face. She'd never seen that before. It was hard to believe he could be shocked. As if that wasn't bad enough, his shell weakened enough to let out a corresponding pulse of dismay. He stood up slowly and pulled his goggles down to stare at the hill. "Oh, crap," he said quietly. "The profile. Look at the profile. It's segmented. That isn't some geological rock spike. It's a pile." Fergus made no attempt to hide his flinch. "It can't be. That size? There'd be—" "If it's solid," Nigel said, "well over 1 million of them, which means the fabric is all parachutes, not tents. It fits, damn it. Where the hell did 1 million exopods come from? The Commonwealth never manufactured that many." "What?" Cassandra shouted. "What are you two talking about?" This way they were sharing thoughts, how weirdly unified they were, frightened her, because they so clearly knew something was wrong. Very, very wrong. "Tell me." Grimoire was mistaken. Nigel said somberly, "It's not 10,000 bodies out here. There's going to be more. A lot more. You need to be ready for that." They found the next body 10 minutes later. Female again. It was on a cart almost the same as the first. Identical hatch, but with different improvised wheels. There was no sign of them. They'd flaked away to dust down the millennia. Over the following kilometre they encountered another 8 of the carts with bodies. Those were just the ones lying along their path. Retina zoom showed them similar carts scattered across the desert. "All female," Fergus announced as he examined the 6th, "and they all have the same severe damage to their right ankle. The fracture patterns match perfectly, which is absurdly odd." There were few carts after that. Now the desert sand was littered with the same identical female body. She'd crawled along through the sand and pointed stones with her ruined ankle, always hauling along a box or bag. And how desperate would you have to be to do that? Often the woman had died with her arms outstretched, as if reaching for something. Many were curled up, in defeat. Cassandra cried quietly to herself for a couple of kilometres as the sun went down. The night obscured all the bodies lying away from their direct route, but the horses were having to weave about constantly to avoid stepping on the desiccated carcasses. So she rode on in silence, her tears all dried up, her feelings completely numb, banished to somewhere deep in her mind. This much death was impossible to grasp. Instead she ignored it, and focused only on following Nigel's horse as it picked its way across the pitiless land of corpses. In front of her the metal hill grew steadily closer. She imagined this was what it must be like for a soul arriving at Urachus itself. Eternal anguish was unavoidable. You could watch it coming, and there was nothing you could do to stop it. Nothing. With the nebulae shimmering sweetly in the clear air above, they halted the horses 500 meters from the base of the hill. The bodies were lying so close together now that the animals would be unable to avoid walking on them. "Wait here," Nigel said kindly. "I'm staying with you," she replied firmly. So she and Nigel and Fergus walked the remaining distance to the hill, treading around the bodies where they could. As they grew closer, they couldn't avoid stepping on the limbs anymore. They were packed so close together. She felt them crunch and crumble beneath her boots. The baked 3,000-year-old bodies were tragically brittle, shattering at the slightest touch. Soon they were trying to dodge venerable, deteriorating pieces of equipment, as well as corpses. The ground was jamming up with survival equipment cases, their contents of bottles and tools, and cracked power cells, and wisps of clothing, and tarnished axes, and ragged photovoltaic sheets spilling out, amalgamating to form a rigid hardware stratum for the bodies to sprawl across. They stopped the way before they reached the base, where the bodies were piled up on top of one another, producing an embankment 5 or 6 times her own height. Here the majority had clearly fallen to their death from the tricky slopes of the hill above, to be mummified in contorted positions, legs and arms snapped and bent in grotesque angles, necks and spines broken. Every awful, lonely death perfectly preserved by the desert. Cassandra lifted her gaze above the gruesome mound of desiccated skin and bone that was melding together, up to the metallic structure of the hill itself. It was a stack made up from spheres about 3 meters in diameter, though it was difficult to distinguish them. This close to the base, the weight of the spheres above had crushed and squeezed the lower layers out of shape, but like the female body they'd brought to this world, they were all the same, all with a single bulging oval window at the front, a circular hatch that hung open, and inert clusters of disturbing tentacles that Cassandra's implanted memories identified as electromuscle. Her X-sight probed into a few of the artifacts, finding a maze of wires and pipes, the heat-wrecked hardware of complex systems. "What are these things?" she asked. "They're exopods," Nigel told her. "Larger spaceships carry them to perform maintenance work outside. In an emergency, they can aerobrake into an atmosphere and land." "So they all landed here together?" Cassandra asked, desperate to understand.
If she understood, she knew she wouldn't be so afraid. Why did they all bring the same woman? Is she... Her memory implants held the concept, one she'd never bothered to consider. It was so Commonwealth. A clone? Did she clone herself?
I don't know, Nigel said as his shoulders sagged in defeat. I don't understand any of this.
6. They made camp 1/2 kilometre from the hill of exopods. Fergus and Russell cleared an area of the dissolving bodies as best they could, creating an unpleasant cloud of gritty dust in the process. Once that was done, Cassandra actually welcomed the distraction that came from setting up the awning and the tents. It was familiar, something useful she could abandon herself to. She just started to give her horse some water when Nigel and Fergus both looked up in unison. That fast, nervy reaction made her worry, but then everyone was edgy. Her U-shadow was telling her one of Nigel's sensor modules was sending out an alert, supporting a stream of fresh data. Displays appeared in her exovision, but even with the U-shadow tabulating them neatly, they were incomprehensible. "What's happened?" she asked.
"Localized quantum field fluctuation," Nigel answered. "Spike's over. They've reverted."
"Oh, right." His casual, confident answer was obscurely reassuring after days of uncertainty. Of course, what it actually meant was another thing altogether. Her physics memory implant wasn't terribly helpful. Something about quantum fields underpinning space-time, and some reference codes for further memory implants. Does that happen much?
Never. Not in the outside universe, anyway. In the void, who knows?
That was when the sound began, a distant clattering and banging. It made Cassandra jump. The desert had been devoid of sound since the moment they started trekking across it. Sound was alien here. Shocking. They all stopped what they were doing, staring around trying to pinpoint the noise. Cassandra realized it was coming from the exopods, and well up the hill, if she was any judge. The clattering went on for a few moments more, then stopped.
"What caused that?" Madeline asked anxiously. "It's the monster, isn't it?"
"No monster," Nigel said. "I'd say an exopod shifted about. It certainly sounded like that."
"Has another one landed?" Cassandra asked. She studied the top of the hill, her infrared scan trying to find an exopod that was a different temperature from all the others. They all remained stubbornly identical.
"No such thing as a coincidence," Nigel said. "Whatever instigated the quantum fluctuation knocked the exopods about."
"The monster," Madeline said in dread. "It's coming for us."
"Now listen, all of you," Nigel said forcefully. "There is no monster. These corpses, everything we've seen here, it's all 3,000 years old. Whatever happened, happened back then. Today, here, now, you are perfectly safe."
Whatever the sound was, it didn't come again. They carried on putting the tents up. Cassandra kept using her X-sense and infrared vision to scan around, making sure nothing was creeping out of the darkness, just in case. Once the tent was up, she went inside and took her robes off, slipping into the baggy white shirt. Nigel came in and unwrapped his turban, but left the rest of the sand-encrusted robe on.
"What now?"
she asked, sitting on the mattress, hugging her knees.
"We wait until daylight, even with all the senses I'm enriched with. Nice irony, that. But I do need to have a clear field of vision to assess things properly."
"And when it's light?"
"Fergus and I will start a decent, detailed investigation of the exopods. There's well over 1 million of them piled up out there, stuffed full of solid-state components. Sheer probability says some processors and memory blocks can be salvaged, especially those that haven't been crushed, and I saw a lot of array tablets jumbled up with the bodies. There'd have to be some file somewhere that I can retrieve and download into my storage lacuna."
She managed a weak smile.
"I'm so scared," she confessed,
on the verge of tears again.
"Something killed that woman. All of her."
"That's the bigger puzzle," he said. "Why so many? Nobody has over 1 million clones. It's insanity. Whatever happened to her, it wasn't as simple as a monster."
"Is it going to get us?" she asked, hating how pathetic she sounded.
"No."
And he actually grinned, squatting down beside her.
I really meant it when I said we're perfectly safe. This is probably the time to tell you. You see, the people on Quarentia found out something else about the void. Something utterly amazing.
What?
There's a kind of time travel possible in here. It was no good. Her mind had gone blank, unable to process what she'd just heard him say.
Time travel?
Yes, you know, when you travel into the past.
You can time travel in the void?
Yes, if you know how and if your mind is strong enough. I tried it once, the day I landed. I can just do it. Takes a hellish amount of concentration, and I could only manage to perceive a couple of hours. But I went back in time. My first couple of encounters with Ma's boys at the Hevlin Hotel didn't go too well. But the third time I knew what didn't work, like trying to reason with them, so I just started straight in with domination. And here we are. So you see, if anything does start to go catastrophically wrong, we travel back in time and avoid the danger.
No, she said. No, you're just saying that to try and make me feel safe. Nice try, though.
Listen, outside in the real universe, time is a one-way flow. We learned how to manipulate that flow in a wormhole, slow it down so we can take a relative jump forward if we want, but it is impossible to go back. Always. Here, though, the void is different. Remember I told you it is made up of many layers?
Yes.
This layer, where we exist, is only one of them. The heart, where you say your soul lives on in glory after death, that's another. But there are two more layers that are critical here, the memory layer and the creation layer. The memory layer stores everything, you, your thoughts, your body's atomic structure, and the creation layer, well, that can take a version of you from any moment of your life and physically manifest it.
I can go into the past? She asked incredulously. You mean I can go back and stop Dad from going on that sweep?
Tears began to prick her eyes. Nigel sighed. I can only manage to go a few hours. I'm sorry. There was one person we knew of who could travel back decades, but he lived on Quarentia 1,000 years ago.
I see.
She dropped her head so he couldn't see the misery that was written there. The point is, if you produce I don't know what to call it, a short circuit between the memory layer and the creation layer, you basically reset this whole section of the void to the moment you've chosen. But here's the important thing. Anyone who does that remembers the future they just left. No one else does. You quite literally become the center of the universe.
Right.
Stand up. Nigel stood and beckoned to her. She thought about ignoring him, but this was Nigel. She stood up, and he took her hands in his. I don't know if I can take you with me, but... Cassandra perceived him gifting her a complex vision, and let it stream into her mind. It was Nigel's mental perception, but so finely focused she could hardly distinguish anything. He was perceiving the tent with the two of them in it, but pushing farther into everything, pushing hard, and there behind the phantasm shapes and shadows that was her eldritch world lay a second image, identical to the first. Nigel's sense probed at that, and another more distant image was revealed, another, and another. They began to sink through them, and she saw herself shift back down to her knees where she'd been a few moments ago. Somewhere in the real world, she heard a gasp escape from her own lips. Then the images were racing past. Played out in reverse was their whole conversation. Nigel left the tent. Then she was alone, sitting on the mattress, having a good old wallow in misery. Then earlier still, she was taking off the shirt. The robe rose up from its puddle on the floor into her hand, and the perception froze. Her mind twisted through the image until she was looking out through her own eyes. The real world came rushing back in, and she dropped the robe to the floor. Hot air licked over her skin. Cassandra yelped in shock. "Told you so," Nigel said. He was standing at the far end of the tent. He'd materialized there. Cassandra screamed, then stopped. Her hand flew to her mouth, and she stared at him in astonishment. She gave a little feverish giggle. "Crudding Euracus!" "Are you all right?" Fergus pathed from outside. We're doing just fine, Nigel pathed back.
It's real? She grunted, then gave a start. She was standing there in front of him in sweaty underwear, and nothing else. One arm hurriedly slapped across her bra, and her TK yanked her baggy shirt from the duffel bag.
Pardon me,
Nigel said in amusement, and turned his back. She slipped into her shirt.
So now do you believe me when I say we're not in any danger?
Yes, she exclaimed. Oh, crudding yes, do I ever. This was more fantastic than finding out he was from another universe, that he had a spaceship, that she could learn all the knowledge of the Commonwealth. More fantastic than anything. So, she grasped at words. So, like, that future world just stopped, and we came back here.
Yes, and only you and I know those 5 minutes ever happened. Everyone on Bienvenido who died in those 5 minutes is alive and about to die again. Every baby that was born is about to come into the world again. Every drunk falling over, bang, ouch. Everyone who got kissed is going to get kissed again.
But they don't know.
They don't know because it hasn't happened for them. It never did.
Nigel?
Yes?
Please, don't ever go back to before you met me. Don't let me live that life. Please?
I won't.
Thank you, she said.
But if you ever become strong enough to go back to rescue your father, then you go right ahead.
Uh-huh. She was already trying to use her X-sight the way he had. It was unbelievably difficult. She could barely perceive an instant ago.
So, do you understand that we're not in any immediate danger out here? He asked.
Yes, she smiled, actually meaning it. Nigel sat down on his mattress.
There's another reason I told you about that ability.
Yes?
The creation layer. I think it's glitching somehow. I think that's what's happened here. Somehow, for some reason, it recreated the exopod and the woman time and time again. Only on this occasion, it doesn't reset everything else.
Why?
I have no idea, but it's the only logical explanation. Her body has the same ankle damage every time. That tells me she was constantly recreated from one specific moment.
So the Void must still be doing that.
I'm not sure. All the bodies we've seen have been here for the same length of time. That's a paradox, or it would be in the universe outside. There's something very strange happening here, and that's what I'm going to try to understand. Anything that can affect and alter the structure of the Void is tremendously important.
In theory, Nigel declared next morning, the exopods at the top of the pile should be the newest. Their systems would be in better shape than their squashed and smashed cousins at the bottom. They might be able to get some useful data from them. So Fergus started off at first light. He clambered slowly up the pile, gingerly testing every foothold to make sure it could take his weight, that the whole mound wouldn't suddenly shift and an avalanche of pods come tumbling down on top of him. Cassandra couldn't bear to watch. She winced at each move, constantly scanned the surrounding exopods with her X-sight for any signs of instability, sent path after path telling him to be careful.
Go away, Nigel told her eventually. You're distracting him and, more important, me. Leave him alone and go find me some intact array tablets.
So she and Madeline started walking a circuit of the exopod hill. The embankment of the woman's mummified bodies was the same all the way around, as was her tight-packed sprawl over the cluttered caseloads of emergency survival hardware.
There might not be a monster here, Madeline said, but this place is cursed. The women that died here, their souls screamed and screamed their bitterness and fear as they were cast into your Arcus. That anguish will linger here even after her last corpses have turned to dust.
Cassandra gave her a sullen glance, but couldn't disagree. Nothing responded to the ping sent by Cassandra's U-shadow, not that she'd expected any replies. As they made their way around the hill, she let her X-sight flow over the technological wreckage, searching for array tablets. Unopened cases were her best chance, Nigel had decided. She located several buried amid the debris, and she and Madeline had to grit their teeth and walk over mummies that pulverized beneath their boots.
Once they pulled out the cases, the arrays they contained didn't seem any different from those exposed to the desert, their electronics no more active than the sand, but she put them in her bag and carried on. She almost missed it. One more axe amid the jumble of survival supplies and the horror of merged bodies. Nothing unusual there. But this axe blade had slammed through one of the skulls. Cassandra focused her perception. She wasn't wrong. The mummification process had welded the axe in place. Now she'd seen one. She started to look for more. Quite a few mummies had similarly damaged skulls, some with the axe still in, some without. Other mummies had loops of filament wrapped around their necks, strangled. It took them nearly 50 minutes to complete a circuit. When they got back, Fergus was at the top of the hill, studying the exopods there. Nothing different, he pathed. The decay is identical. They've all been here the same amount of time, but they must have landed one after the other.
Paradox,
Nigel sent back, indecently cheerful. She was killing herself, Cassandra told him as she handed over the bag full of arrays. She was an axe murderer, among other methods.
This place, Nigel said. There's too much death here. It's haunted.
I don't think her soul stayed behind. Not any of them.
Not that kind of haunting. Not a void-engineered one. This is purely human. She left her imprint on the sand and in the exopods. How could she not? There were so many of her. Spiritually, this reeks of her.
Madeline said something similar.
Did she now? Maybe there's hope for her yet.
Do you need me for anything? Cassandra asked. I thought I might go back to the tent.
Sure, he said gently. Have a rest. I don't think there's actually much more we can do here. We'll gather some memory processors from exopods and see what we can do with them when we get back to the Sky Lady.
Inside the tent, Cassandra stripped off her robes, trying to contain the sand that fell out of them. By now there wasn't a square centimetre of the tent that wasn't contaminated with sand. It was even in her sleeping bag, despite her best efforts to shake it out. She lay down on top of the mattress and withdrew her X-sight. It wasn't that she couldn't help at a practical level. There were a dozen housekeeping jobs that needed doing every day while they were camped. In truth, she simply didn't want to spend any time outside where she couldn't ignore the mound of corpses. In here, confined by the bright walls of the tent fabric, she could shut out the horror, pretend her little bubble of existence was somewhere else entirely.
You were right, her whisper told the memory of Grimoire. This desert can drive you mad.
Her U-shadow produced a list of books she'd loaded in her storage lacunae from Sky Lady's memory. She picked one called The Hobbit and started reading. It was past midnight when the noise woke Cassandra, the same as the previous evening, a pronounced clang, metal scraping raw against metal, then silence. She was sitting upright, heart pounding, sending out her X-sight to probe the night beyond the tent.
It's all right, Fergus said.
He was sitting close to the tent, rifle cradled across his lap. Nothing here.
Nigel said.
He was lying on his mattress next to her. A module close by had a purple light winking steadily. It was sending out a stream of raw data.
Just like last night.
Was that another quantum event? She asked, as the nonsense table slipped across her exovision.
Yes, the same as yesterday, except it's not precisely a daily event. The last one was 27 hours and 29 minutes ago.
Is there something inside the exopod pile, some piece of machinery that's still working?
I'm not ruling anything out, but if it's there, it was amazingly inert during the day for us not to detect anything at all.
Sorry.
Hey, it's okay. This place freaks me out, too.
When are we leaving?
Tomorrow. Promise, okay?
Fergus and I will finish off during the day. Then we'll pack up and start the trek back. We'll be back at Blair Farm in 3 or 4 weeks. Cassandra exhaled loudly. Thank you. Most of Croytown turned out to greet them as they rode back into the village. Sitting up in her saddle, her clothes filthy, sand itching everywhere, a sun hat flopping down over her eyes, Cassandra couldn't help but grin at the sight of them. Men, women, and children gathering around, gazing up half in awe, half in fear. The mare stood in front of them, flanked by several tough-looking men. She saw Grimoire hurrying through the crowd behind him, smiling in relief and delight. She grinned at him, gave a small wave. "We are happy to see you again, senor," the mayor said to Nigel. He looked awkward. Apprehension was leaking through his shell. "Nobody has ventured into the desert of bone in living memory." "It's not a place you want to go," Nigel replied solemnly. "I will never return there." "Is it true? Are there mountains of bones at the center?" "There are bodies there," Nigel said loudly. The villagers let out a collective gasp. A great many bodies. Thousands, probably. He gifted them the image of the mummified face, forever arrested with its mouth open, teeth amalgamated with the lips. They are incredibly old, killed thousands of years ago. We don't know by what. Were they eaten? No, the bodies were all intact. There are no fallers in the desert of bone. No nests. A few people applauded. Everyone was smiling openly now, and began to press forward, eager for details, mainly about the monster. "We did hear strange sounds at night," Nigel said gravely, "but we never saw anything." Cassandra shook her head at his consummate showmanship. He would say nothing that was an outright lie, yet by the time he was finished, no one from Croytown would ever travel into the desert, and the word would spread among the other ranchero villages skirting the savannah, reinforcing the legend. The exopods would remain inviolate for another century, or long enough for me to sort this mess out, as Nigel said on the trek back. She thought that pure bravado, but... She climbed down wearily from her horse and handed the reins to Russell, before slipping through the crowd. Grimoire was standing in the same place as she'd seen him, his face anxious, yet optimism burned hot behind his shell. "Told you I'd make it back," she said with a taunting grin. He took an uncertain step forward. "You did. I never doubted you, señorita. Not you." She leaned forward quickly and gave him a small kiss, and he was the one who blushed. "I'm a mess," she said ruefully. "Never." Cassandra laughed, gesturing down at herself. The brown suede riding skirt was creased with mud and water stains. Her long boots were coated in sand, inside and out. Her white blouse had turned grey, made worse by the unpleasant sweat stains. "Stop being gallant. I haven't washed since we left, and that was weeks ago." "You've been through a desert," he said, "and you still look amazing." "Come on." She started walking toward the Gothora. When she took her floppy hat off, her hair barely moved, it had so much dirt caked in it. Arriving at the gangplank, she was inexplicably glad to see the old steamship. It resembled a stability she hadn't known she missed, a stolid representative of her world and the way she had lived before Nigel. "So what was it like?" Grimoire asked. "Bad. Remind me to believe you next time." "Next?" He gave her an appalled look, which made her smirk. For all he'd travelled a lot more than her on boats up and down the Moselle, he was the naive one. Cassandra walked around the wheelhouse where she was hidden from the shore, and the rapt crowd gathered around Nigel, who was still playing them. She cast a mild fuzz and started to undo the buttons on her blouse. "Oh!" Grimoire grunted. He gave an anxious look around, but he was the only one who could see her. She kicked the boots off and slipped her skirt down. "I need this very badly." She plonked her hat down on his head in a quick, playful motion. "You going to join me?" she asked, as she slithered quickly out of her grimy underwear, then jumped straight into the river. The water was cold and delicious. There had been times, back in the desert, when she doubted it ever existed, sure that water was just some figment of her sun-punished brain. She stayed under for a long moment, feeling the dirt start to flake off. Her hair began to move again, long strands sloughing about languidly in the current. She kicked hard and broke surface, just in time to see a naked Grimoire leaping off the gunwale. He swam over to her as she luxuriated in the clean flow of water. "What did you find out there?" he asked timidly. "Death. Death and suffering on a scale that really could drive you mad. But strangely, in the end, it helped me." His open features produced a sorrowful frown. How? I grew up a bit out there, I think. I know now that I'm not going to live a normal life, Jimoire. And I think what I saw, what I discovered about this world, made me come to terms with that. I know not to waste this life I have. I know so many things are petty and stupid, and that you should grab happiness when you can, for you never know what this universe is going to throw at you. I want to celebrate those moments of happiness. I need to be happy after the desert. She put her arms on top of his shoulders and twined her fingers through the thick dark hair at the back of his head, looking unflinchingly into his eyes as she let a lot of her shell drop, waiting. Jimoire pulled her to him and kissed her. They sank below the surface, then bobbed up together, spluttering and laughing in delight. From Croytown, it took them just 2.5 weeks to reach Blair Farm. Cassandra was disappointed at how fast the Gathora made the trip back to Port Lynn, but with the relentless current pushing them along, as well as the ship's steam engine labouring away, they made it downstream in 5 days. Nigel had sold their animals to one of the rancheros in Croytown, at a loss, which left the forward cargo hold empty. They altered its bamboo frame and canvas, so it was more like a tent, where she and Jimoire spent most of the trip locked together in sweaty, carnal bliss. Cassandra was worried that when it was over, she'd be unable to say goodbye. But when they did tie up at a jetty on the western shore of Nielsen Sound, just below the railway station, she just cried a lot and wrapped her arms around him for a long hug. They both promised to write all the time, and made elaborate plans and promises for her to visit next year. It was a lovely fib to end it on. As she walked beside Nigel along the platform to the first-class carriages of the Varlin Express, her eyes were still damp. She expected a lot of teasing from Nigel, but there was none. He was supportive and sympathetic, treating her like an equal. Like he always does, actually, she realized. Understanding that was probably the best conclusion the trip could possibly have. It took the Sky Lady's smart core 4 days to read all the data from the assortment of damaged electronics they'd brought back. Then it spent another 2 days piecing together coherent sequences from dozens of broken files.
"Are you ready for this?"
Nigel asked as he came back to the farmhouse, carrying a module with the newly transcribed master file in a simple, old-fashioned, total sensory immersion format, covering a time period lasting 27 hours and 42 minutes. Cassandra was about to give him a boisterous, "Course I am," but his pensive expression made her hesitate. "How bad is it?"
"It explains what's happened, and from a historical perspective it's fascinating. You'll actually get to see Captain Cornelius. But I have to warn you, it's not pretty."
"Worse than the Desert of Bone?"
"The scale isn't quite the same."
"I'd like to see it. No, actually, I have to see it. You know that."
"Yes, I know."
She settled back in the front room's deep settee and told her U-Shadow to access the file. Her nerves tingled, as if someone had stroked a feather over all of her skin at once. Exovision produced a blurred, full-color optical image, and she looked out of Laura Brandt's eyes as the tank yank pulled her roughly back to consciousness. 7. Months of preparation, months of watching, and the interminable waiting had finally paid off. They'd intercepted the eggs. Then along came the regiment squad and almost wrecked everything. Cassandra stood on the prow of the steam-powered cargo barge as it backed away from the guano trees lining the riverbank. Directly ahead of her, clustered in a gap between the trees' big weeping boughs, the idiot one-armed lieutenant and his troops watched as the pistons below decks chugged loudly, taking them away from the temporary mooring and out into the broad channel of fast-flowing water.
"Wave, smile, be happy," Nigel said as he stood beside her.
He raised his own arm solemnly. Across the muddy water, Lieutenant Sylvester responded with a fast, precise gesture, half wave, half salute. Cassandra held back from giving him a mildly obscene gesture and waved her hand without any enthusiasm. "Wow, I'm amazed we haven't been completely overrun by fallers, if that's what passes for officer material these days."
"I don't think you'll find a more devoted officer, frankly," Nigel said. "He's certainly dedicated to exterminating fallers, and he knows something's not quite right about us."
but lacks the courage to do anything about it.
That's not lack of courage. You're talking about someone who escaped being exhumed. I've never heard of anyone being saved before.
Captain Saxon's granddaughter, she said automatically, as they turned from the lieutenant and made their way back to the mid-cabin.
Who?
Big part of Mrs. Brewster's history lessons. I'll tell you about it one day. But for anyone in the regiment to succumb to a lure is just pathetic.
Nigel sighed. You're becoming very judgmental these days.
Can't think why.
The barge reached the middle of the river and turned downstream. The pistons reversed amid a loud clattering and began to power the boat forward. They soon passed around a curve, taking them out of sight from Lieutenant Sylvester and his troops.
You were getting very friendly with him, she accused. I thought you were prepping him for domination.
Just planting a few seeds of doubt, that's all. The good lieutenant is seething with righteous indignation at the way things are. That's always to be encouraged.
Cassandra glanced at the thumb Sylvester had cut, frowning in disapproval.
I'm going to get some antiseptic on. We all should before we die of blood poisoning from your righteous friend's paranoia.
He's a good man in a bad world. You never know when you might need someone like that.
He's a loser.
She gave Nigel a jubilant grin.
Forget him. Come on, we actually did it.
Nigel nodded thoughtfully before breaking into a wide smile.
We did, didn't we?
2 hours later they caught up with the third steam barge, the Melanie.
Old girlfriend,
Cassandra had baited when Nigel renamed the boat after it had undergone a fortnight's refit in a D&E's largest boatyard. Ma had been slowly squeezing the owner out over the past 2 years, a position Nigel had subsequently regularized to become a sleeping partner.
Someone I underestimated once, he said with a certain distant gaze. Don't worry, it doesn't happen often.
In the Melanie's wheelhouse, Fergus reduced speed so they could come alongside. Cassandra followed Nigel, hopping over the narrow gap while the 2 barges chugged along steadily. Russell and his team were quite content to stay on their barge looking after the horses. Ma Ulven was waiting for them on deck, dressed in a tailored grey suit under a black longcoat that was still damp from the rain. A pump-action shotgun was slung across her chest on a polished leather strap.
"Any problems?"
she asked.
He knew something was wrong, Nigel said, but we didn't give him a chance to work out what.
So my boys behaved themselves?
The men in her old organization who were now under Nigel's domination respected and obeyed him eagerly, but they still feared Ma.
Yes.
Good, she said in satisfaction.
Even now, over a year since Nigel arrived, Cassandra couldn't quite get used to Ma like this. Nigel or an A&A droid refreshed the domination every few months, but even so there was a background worry that Ma would one day break free. She studiously avoided eye contact as she walked past. Nigel climbed through the deck hatch to the forward hold. Cassandra went down the ladder after him. Melanie's refit had seen the big deck loading doors elevated until the forward hold was just over 4 meters high, easily large enough to install the 2 circular cast-iron cages it now contained. Oil lamps, fixed high up on the hull walls, shone a bright yellow light across the hold. Dmitri was waiting for them at the bottom of the ladder, creating a fuzz so strong it was like passing through a curtain of cold mist. Even standing on deck, Cassandra hadn't been able to perceive what the Melanie was carrying. Now, standing in the hold, she gazed in trepidation at the 2 dark faller eggs in their cages. It had taken them nearly a day to drag those precious, deadly eggs through the violet bamboo on their stone sledges. Even after all that exposure, she still couldn't get over her fear at being so close to the implacable threat to her whole world. The lure was drawing her in. She wanted to rush to the front of the boat, where Jimoir was waiting for her as usual, to tremble in delight at her lover's touch. When she breathed in, she could even smell him. So close.
"Don't,"
Nigel said sharply. Cassandra opened her eyes to realize she had taken a couple of paces toward the first cage. There was no Jimoir, no promise of satisfaction. She was immediately furious with herself for allowing the egg lure to ensnare her, and glared at the dark, malign shape.
"Sorry,"
she mumbled, red-faced.
"It can get to you if you're not careful.
Dmitri said sympathetically. Of all the ANA droids, he was the most sensitive and compassionate, almost as if he wasn't really cut out for this kind of work.
So what have we got?
Nigel asked, prowling around the cage as if he was studying a wild beast.
Is there a brain in there?
It's fuzzed itself effectively, Dmitri said, so there's obviously some kind of thought processes occurring inside. But here's the interesting thing. The ultrasound can cut clean through it. He pointed at the small electronic sensors stuck to the egg. There's no solid cell structure inside. The cells are all suspended in the yolk fluid and evenly distributed, just like the Institute's papers claimed. They'd spent a couple of months scanning all the research papers Kulin had sent them from the Varlan University Library, where he'd established himself as just another unobtrusive student. For a century after the Vermilion landed, the scientists who'd been on board had studied the eggs, discovering very little as their equipment slowly failed around them. They didn't understand the method of absorption duplication, suspecting a mechanism whose principles were similar to human bionic organelles, but the Fowler system worked, while the human one failed miserably in the void. They'd also been unable to establish communication with the controlling intelligence residing in the egg.
So it's a homogenized distribution, Nigel said. Interesting. That suggests an artificial construct to me.
You mean the Fowlers were made by someone? Cassandra asked.
Yes, but I'm more interested in why. I'm thinking some kind of weapon.
Against who? Dmitri challenged.
Any biological species. Think primes.
Who are primes? Cassandra asked.
Aliens who nearly wiped us out, Nigel replied. We got lucky and defeated them, but it was a sharp lesson that not every sentient species in the galaxy shares our moral viewpoint.
She glanced back at the ominous dark sphere, determined to lose her fear. The cage wasn't there to keep the egg confined. That was ludicrous. The bars were to prevent anyone who succumbed to the lure from being exhumed. Does anything like the Fowlers exist outside the void?
We haven't come across them, Dmitri said. Yet. It's a big galaxy. I wonder, Nigel mused, if we prevented the egg from exhuming for long enough, would it revert and form the species it was developed from?
Nothing in the Institute papers mentioned that, Dmitri said. Hopefully my fusion will provide all the information we need. Cassandra shuddered. She'd always thought this plan to be insane, but Nigel insisted it was necessary. They had to understand the Fowlers in order to work out what was happening up at the forest. Only then could they start planning how to defeat them.
Fergus, Nigel pathed, let's get out of here fast before Lieutenant Sylvester figures it out and comes charging after us.
As she climbed out of the hold, Cassandra could hear the steam engine picking up speed. It had been modified to Nigel's more efficient design during the refit, giving the Melanie a surprising turn of speed, one of a great many preparations they'd been making. In the long months since they'd returned from the Desert of Bones, Skylady's sensors had been searching the sky above Bienvenido for falling eggs. The resolution was nothing like what it would have been in the real universe outside, and the radar often glitched. But even with the interruptions and degraded results, they'd spotted nearly a dozen falls long before the Watcher Guild's white-screen telescopes. Nigel wanted the advance warning so the team could be in and out of the landing zone before the regiments even began their sweep. What they needed was a fall in an area with an accessible river nearby, close enough to Adiani that they could reach it before the regiment arrived, yet not so close that people would recognize them. The fall, south of Addis, was the best chance they'd been offered in 6 weeks. As soon as the Sky Lady detected the eggs leaving the forest and plotted their trajectory, they rode hard for Adiani and took out the 3 barges, powering along quickly until they reached the Kolbal, then turned upstream. Now the Melanie was retracing that route, but at a more sedate pace than the one used on the outbound leg. The last thing Nigel wanted was to attract attention. However, there were enough logs in the aft hold to keep the engine going for the whole time until they returned to Adiani. There were to be no stops en route. They took 3 days of continuous sailing to reach Adiani. The Melanie anchored 5 kilometers downstream for the afternoon, while the other 2 barges docked. Marek and Mars boys got everything ready for the Melanie's arrival. When they did finally tie up at the town's docks just after midnight, the whole riverside area was deserted apart from Nigel's people. 3 G-Eagles, sculpted by Sky Lady, flew high overhead, checking that nobody was venturing close, innocently or otherwise. Nigel stood on the jetty, supervising the extraction operation. They didn't bother with a crane. Their combined TK lifted the eggs in their cages out of the hold and onto a pair of custom-built carts. The cages were locked in place and quickly covered with canvas sheets. The ANA droids maintained their competent fuzz as they drove the carts carefully along Adione's empty streets, escorted by the rest of the group on terrestrial horses. Barn 7 had been built to hold the eggs. The outside walls were ordinary planks, but then behind that was a further wall of meter-thick cob, followed by an inner brick wall. The roof was held in place by a series of large anbor beams that held up sheets of beaten tin, followed by 1/2 meter of soil, and capped by ordinary shingled tiles. To any observers, the structure was no different from the other farm buildings in the compound, and if they followed that up with a quick X-sight scan, their perception would never get through the solid walls. The inside had been divided into a pair of large pits, with broad metal basin floors, ready to catch any of the yolk fluid if and when the eggs were broken open. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Cassandra stood on the rim between the two, yawning heavily as she watched the eggs being lowered into place. Bright electric lights shone down, illuminating them in a stark monochrome that only served to emphasize how disturbing they were. The electric cables run into Barn 7 from Sky Lady also powered a variety of sensors. The ANA droids set to work fixing them to the eggs. Cassandra yawned again.
"Go to bed," Nigel said. "Don't worry. This part is going to take a couple of days. We don't get to the next stage until after we've learned everything we can from passive scans."
She nodded agreement and went back to the farmhouse. The results were pretty much as anticipated and added little to their database. Bionic infiltration filaments were unable to permeate the shell, probably due to their instability in the void environment. Equally, though, a detailed nuclear analysis determined that the shell wasn't organic. There was no cell structure, and the molecular bonds were too complex. It was an artificial construct. Lara Brandt's doomed science team was right. They were manufactured in the forest trees. 2 days after the eggs arrived, Cassandra was back on the rim of the pit along with Nigel and Fergus, looking down fearfully as Dmitri walked across the metal floor toward the cage. He was naked, the harsh light giving his pale skin a bright sheen.
"Do you really need to do this?" she asked.
Dmitri paused at the cage door and turned around to look at her.
"I'm not human. Please try and remember that. My exsumption and conversion will provide a great deal of information."
"I suppose," she said reluctantly.
"You don't have to watch," Nigel said.
Cassandra didn't even bother answering that, but she did let the scorn escape her shell. Dmitri smiled as he put the key into the Istam lock and opened the door. Cassandra took a deep breath as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. Nigel's TK turned the key. Then the little brass cylinder was flashing through the air to land in Nigel's hand.
"Recording,"
Fergus said. "Sensors are at 80% efficiency. That's not too bad." The egg had 35 sensor pads stuck to it, their thin cable snaking away across the metal basin to 3 management modules. More sensors were clipped to the cage bars, focused on the shell.
"Proceed," Nigel said.
Dmitri shuffled around so he was side-on to the egg, next to a curving sensor band. "Good angle," Fergus assured him.
"Deleting now,"
Dmitri said.
"Deleting?" Cassandra asked.
"The egg absorbs memories as well as the physical body," Nigel said. "The Institute was quite clear on that. It's like the memory read the Commonwealth Justice Department has. I don't want the faller to know everything I do, and it certainly can't realize that we're going to download a copy of its memories." "It's clear," Fergus said. "We're down to basic autonomics." When she looked back at Dmitri, she saw him staring emptily into the distance, as if he were asleep with his eyes open. ANA droids didn't sleep. Nigel took a sideways step. Dimitri copied the movement exactly. His right arm and leg touched the egg and stuck. Cassandra drew in a gasp. Euryarchus! But she clenched her jaw and stared ahead resolutely. Use your logic, not emotion, she told herself sternly. Observe this like a Commonwealth scientist would. It's an experiment, that's all. No humans will be hurt during this research. Just yesterday she'd laughed and joked with Dimitri, sharing the excitement of the egg capture mission. She liked him. Machine body or not, he was still a person. Was a person, she corrected. Dimitri's shell was non-existent now, allowing her to perceive his thoughts. The patterns in his head were little more than an animal's, basic routines that animated the body but nothing else, no awareness or memories. That had all gone, downloaded into Sky Lady. Death of sorts. Dimitri's shoulder was sinking slowly into the egg, as was his hip. Sensors observed closely as the molecular structure of the eggshell changed to become permeable where Dimitri's skin touched it.
That has to have a specific trigger,
Nigel muttered. The internal intelligence must have direct control over the shell structure. Or it's touch-sensitive, Fergus said. There's a discrimination effect involved, Nigel countered. There has to be. You'd get stones and raindrops being absorbed otherwise. Cassandra concentrated on the data stream coming from Dimitri. His medical routines were showing her how the skin that had been drawn into the egg was already starting to break down at a cellular level. It was being penetrated by microorganisms that were methodically dissolving the dermal cell membrane walls. Dimitri's head reached the egg and started to sink in.
Here we go,
Nigel muttered as he stared raptly at Dimitri's exsumption. Exovision showed Cassandra the egg organisms devouring Dimitri's ear, then exposing the skull bone. He sank deeper and deeper into the egg. After another 20 minutes, half of his head was inside, at which point the egg finally eroded a small patch of his skull just above the jaw. With the breakthrough complete, the rest of the bone began to vanish like window frost before a warm breath. The organisms began to infiltrate the brain, forming long, superfine threads whose tips pierced individual neurons.
That is one sophisticated weapon,
Nigel said in a troubled voice. Commonwealth bionics are a long way behind this kind of nanobite ability. Why would we want to build it? Fergus replied. His nose wrinkled up in dismay. Nearly half of Dimitri's body had been absorbed into the egg now. A status review of his medical routines showed Cassandra that the egg had stripped his arm, leg, and torso of skin. It was beginning to consume the exposed musculature. Her X-sense could perceive the yolk substance thickening around the section where he was being drawn in, with denser folds beginning to accrete, like swirls within a black nebula. Strands began to slither into the missing slivers of muscle. Blood began to pulse out of frayed veins and arteries, to be sucked deeper into the egg. The egg's serene thoughts were also starting to quicken. She glimpsed strange, fractured images seeping free, and the sensation of profound cold.
"What's happening?" Nigel asked. "Is that normal?"
The sharpness of his voice made Cassandra start. When she looked at him, he was frowning down at the flaccid A&A droid protruding from the egg. The edge of Dimitri's body, where it was being absorbed into the egg, was oozing blood. "He's coming out!" Fergus barked. Cassandra's mouth dropped open in shock. The whole process was reversing. The egg was expelling Dimitri's body. She could perceive the egg's thoughts fluttering, radiating out a sensation close to human panic.
"Damn it,"
Nigel grunted. Blood was flowing freely now as more of the semi-devoured body was expelled from the egg, splattering across the metal basin floor. Egg yolk began to spray out through the exposed muscles and slippery blood vessels. Cassandra winced. "Euryarchus, that's horrible."
"It's rejecting him," Nigel said. "Hell, there must be something in his biochemistry that's incompatible with the egg."
"What?" Exasperated, Nigel gave her an almost pitying look. "Sorry." The flow of yolk liquid abruptly increased, forcing Dimitri's body out of the gap the eggshell had created to ingest it. With a sickening fluid crunch, it collapsed onto the floor, heart still pumping strongly to squirt long streams of blood from the unravelled arteries in the leg and arm. Muscles fell off, slithering across the slick basin like gory fish. Cassandra cried out and shut her eyes, feeling the bile rising in her throat. For a long moment she thought she was going to be sick. She made sure she turned around before opening her eyes again. The brick wall of Barn 7 was directly in front of her, reassuring in its bland normality. Behind her the last of the gurgling sounds faded away. "Now what?" she asked miserably. "I'm storing the data in my lacuna," Nigel said. "Not that there is much." It was like he hadn't heard her, or didn't care. She frowned at him. "Give me your hand," he said. "What?" "I'm going to undo this, obviously. I could tolerate losing Dmitri if it achieved something, but it hasn't, so—" He held out his hand. Cassandra grasped it, surprised by how warm and sweaty it was, just like hers. As before, her X-sense perceived the weird echoes of herself pervading the hidden fabric of this universe as Nigel pushed his thoughts deeper into the memory layer. She glided back through them, through herself, watching events rewind. "Stop," Nigel commanded. Cassandra was standing on the rim of the pit, looking down as a naked Dmitri reached out to put a brass key into the cage's istam lock. He paused and looked up at Nigel. "It doesn't work," Nigel said. There was a long moment while Nigel downloaded the data he'd saved from the non-existent future to Dimitri's U-shadow. "Damn," Dmitri grunted. He grinned. "Something I ate?" "I don't think you're organic enough," Nigel said. "Once it started to break down your cells into specific compounds, it realized something was wrong. There's got to be a whole load of protective protocols built in." Dmitri gave the dark egg a suspicious glance. "Clever. So, Plan B, then?" "Looks like it." "What's Plan B?" Cassandra blurted. Nobody had mentioned this before. "We use a body that won't be rejected," Nigel said. "A body? You mean a human?" Her voice rose in alarm. "You're going to let a human be exhumed? To fall? That's
"Pretty bad."
You can't. I won't let you."
"Sometimes, to do what's right, you have to do what's wrong."
"Still no."
"Not even Ma?"
Cassandra blanched, hesitant for a moment. "No," she said, then more firmly, "No, not even her."
"Interesting moral dilemma," Nigel said. "Given a soul in the void is effectively immortal, and we desperately need the information. Just who is unworthy enough to qualify?"
Proval was lucky. He'd left the safety of the shanty to visit the public bar of the Cripshire pub, which was at the back of the building with its entrance in the alley leading off Broad Street, when he saw her, the blissfully sweet teenager. Proval didn't like using the main streets in any town, not with all the people walking and riding about. Main streets were all clean and proper, a town's pride, where the sheriffs kept an eye out for trouble and troublemakers. But underpinning them were the smaller streets, where it was possible for a man to walk without drawing any kind of attention, home to the kind of people and places he preferred. He'd already pushed the door open when she passed the end of the alley. Late teens, long emerald-green skirts swishing about, white blouse with plenty of buttons undone to show off great tits.
"She knows she's doing that. Slut."
Red hair falling halfway down her back, all clean and glossy. Freckled skin with a wonderful clear complexion. Sunny smile showing off happy confidence. Pretty. Oh, so pretty. Proval got all that in one swift glance before she passed the alley. He did a perfect 180 turn and walked smartly away from the bar. You have to grab opportunity when you see it. And he recognized one instantly these days. As he walked back down the alley, he pathed his modbird, which was circling high overhead. The bird banked and glided down along Broad Street. He watched through its eyes. She was carrying a big shoulder bag that bulged. Out shopping, then. Bag's full, so she's heading home. Where? Where is home, sweetness? Proval hurried along the back streets, keeping more or less parallel to Broad Street. The exquisite girl kept walking, heading for the west end of town, away from the river. Proval barely knew which town this was, just another set of jetties with houses sprawling along the Newbane tributaries, one of hundreds. The whole river basin was his territory. Travel here was easy, and the sheriffs just minded their own patch. The girl turned off down a side street, bringing her just that fraction closer to him. He couldn't help the smile. Luck. When you were due it, luck came like a torrent. Is she heading for the stables? Please, G.U., please. Proval almost ran the last 200 meters to the livery. He was actually in the saddle of his mod horse, leaving the main gates, when she arrived at the front. Yes, oh yes, today G.U. is smiling on me. His horse ambled along the road out of town. A kilometre farther on, the neat fields had begun and there was a fork in the road. He hesitated. The mod bird showed him the sweetness on a terrestrial horse, leaving the livery, the bag slung on the back of her saddle. She lived out in the countryside somewhere. Probably a nice, well-to-do farmhouse. The sweetness was that type. Decision. He took the left-hand road, lined with tall gold pines. Behind him the mod bird glided lazily on a thermal, keeping the sweetness in sight. If she took the right-hand road, it didn't matter. He could ride fast and catch up. But if she turned left, well, that would be so easy. G.U. continued to bless Proval. The girl came to the fork and turned unhesitatingly down the left-hand road. This close to town, there was still a fair bit of traffic. Horses, carts, even a few walkers. Proval carried on, keeping a kilometre or so ahead of the sweetness until he was in a steep valley with heavily forested slopes. The midday sun burned hot overhead, and the air was dry and still. He was sweating when he finally dismounted. His mod bird raced ahead, keen eyes searching the road for traffic. The day's luck was amazing. There was nothing about, not a solitary rider or farm cart. They were the only people for kilometres. He could carry the sweetness through the dense trees into the valley, and no one would ever see them. He wouldn't even have to gag her like he did some. There was nobody to hear her screams. Just as she came around the last bend, he knelt as if examining his horse's hoof. Nothing suspicious here. Just another traveller with a bit of difficulty. And you know, don't you, sweetness, that there's nothing bad here? Not on the road home, which you've ridden down 100 times in your lovely young life. Here you are safe. Trouble? The girl asked as her horse came close. Proval didn't even have to answer. She swung a leg over the saddle and hopped down. So strong, so agile. He stood up in the shade of the tall gold pines and smiled a hungry smile. That was when they normally started to realize something might be wrong. He was under no illusion about his looks. The busted nose, missing teeth, shabby clothes. Most people instinctively shied away from someone like him. Certainly young girls. Kind of you to stop. Her smile was still suffused with confidence. That's what you wanted, isn't it? She asked matter-of-factly. Get me off my horse? Middle of nowhere? Nobody around? Perfect for you, right? Proval's hand slid down his grubby shirt to the pistol under his jacket. Something not right about this. Not at all. He checked the mod bird's eyes, but nothing had changed. They were completely alone. Perfect for what? You're Demal, or Proval. Maybe Finbal. I don't know for sure. The name is different most of the time, but the description fits. Who the fuck are you? Do you normally ask your victim's name? Proval drew the gun, pointing it at her in one smooth move. Unnervingly, she didn't even flinch. Are you some kind of sheriff's trick? Answer me, bitch. I'll make it worse for you if you don't. You ruckus, no. If they knew I existed, the sheriffs would probably give you a reward for telling them. The captain's police certainly would. He clicked the safety catch back, enjoying the loud snick it made. So she'd understand he wasn't bluffing. Not even the strongest shell could withstand a bullet. Start talking. I know you've raped over 11 girls in the last 2 years. I think you killed 3 farm families when you raided their houses at night. And the sheriffs suspect another 2. There are plenty of highway robberies with extreme violence around the Newbane tributaries too. Right? That's you?
Very smart. But it's 17 girls, he snarled, and you, 18. You're going to be the sweetest of them all.
She nodded seriously, as if she'd just confirmed a fact with a library book. Thought so. Proval lost the vision pathed from his modbird. Huh? He glanced up instinctively. Sight and excite revealed his dead modbird dropping from the talons of a huge avian predator that was still plunging down in its kill dive. Something smashed into his chest. He was thrown backward as if the world's strongest TK had punched him, arms windmilling helplessly as he crashed to the ground. Then the pain flooded across him from the agony point that was his sternum, and he wailed. But through all the hurt and terror, he still managed to bring the gun up, tracking it around toward the bitch from Urachus. There was some small metallic egg-shaped thing poking out of her blouse sleeve, held steady by what looked like a slender white tentacle. Crazy it might be, but Proval knew a weapon when he saw it. The thing emitted a green flash, and his gun hand ruptured. Blood splattered over his face and jacket. He stared manically at the tattered remnant of his hand, and screamed again, high-pitched and hysterical now.
I said intact, Nigel complained when he and Russell and Dmitri drove the cart up to Cassandra 3 minutes later.
She frowned up at him. You want me to go back in time and try again?
No, he said cheerfully. This will do, I suppose.
He and Dmitri exchanged a quick glance of amusement. Proval was sprawled unconscious on the dirt. Cassandra had sprayed his damaged hand with a specialist derm synth, a lot thicker than the usual application. He's hardly broken. I think 2 fingers are still intact. I just set the pulse a bit high. Nigel gave her a quick hug.
That's my girl. Wow, but you're growing up.
No choice. Dmitri and Russell picked up Proval's inert body and carried him over to the cart.
So, Nigel asked, does he qualify?
Yes, she admitted. He was actually proud of what he's done, what he is. I wasn't expecting that.
I keep telling you, there's a lot of bad people in this universe.
You did, yes.
You're mad about him? Don't be. I'm always right. You know that.
I'm not sure what I'm more worried about, Cassandra said. The fact that Proval exists, or that you knew how to find him.
Come on, it's hardly been easy. You've been dressed like that, parading up and down towns for a week now.
But you knew which towns he'd probably be in.
Patterns, Nigel said. Everything is down to patterns. Once you have them, you can predict what's going to happen. Back in the day, the financial sector turned pattern recognition into a science. Entire national economies were gambled on it.
And the sheriff records gave you that, she said in admiration. Amazing.
They gave me generalizations. You did the rest. Don't be modest about your part.
She watched Dmitri and Russell dump Proval in the back of the cart and pull a canvas sheet over him. Dmitri hopped down. Russell paused, gazing intently at her, then saw she was watching him. He looked away hurriedly, strengthening his shell to block out the tweak of guilt. Irrefutably loyal to Nigel though he was, domination didn't suppress all his instincts. Cassandra glanced down at her chest, sighed, and began buttoning up her blouse. What did you call this thing?
The plunge push-up, more commonly known as a wonder bra, Nigel said. Invented by a man, I believe.
No kidding.
They started making them before even I was born. Imagine that. Thousands of years old, yet still popular the galaxy over.
I'm not surprised, she murmured. I don't quite understand how it does it. I'm not actually this big. She shook her head in irritation, knowing her cheeks were red.
You can get rid of it as soon as we reach home.
Yes, right. I'll probably do that then. Cassandra narrowed her eyes in suspicion and scowled at Nigel's horribly smug grin. 2 days' travel brought them back to Blair Farm. They put Proval in the medical capsule as soon as they arrived. It repaired his hand to a degree, cauterizing the flesh and repairing the 2 remaining fingers. Growing replacements for the ones he'd lost would have taken at least a fortnight, even if that had been possible in the void. Nigel didn't care to find out. Cassandra looked down at the bandit rapist murderer she'd captured. his body half covered in the silver tendrils the capsule extruded, looking like weird restraints, the kind of thing you'd use to hold down a monster.
"So?"
Nigel asked her. She glanced at him over the capsule. "You're really asking for my approval?"
"It would be nice."
"Do it," she said firmly. Bienvenido would be a better place without Proval. No matter how squeamish she was about what they were doing, that was unarguable. Nigel gave the medical cabinet a series of instructions. More silver tendrils snaked out around Proval's head and began to infiltrate his skull. "Just like the egg," she muttered. "Disturbingly so," he agreed, and ordered the capsule's surface to close. The malmetal contracted shut. Cassandra didn't bother to use her X-sense to see what was happening inside it. She knew. Personality erasure was an old Commonwealth ability, though rarely employed by the courts in recent times, Nigel assured her. The medical chamber would infiltrate Proval's brain, its active bionic filaments seeking out the neurons that contained his memory. Slowly and inexorably, with chemical manipulation, narcomeme subversion, and direct physical neuron penetration, his memories would be exorcised. With that, his identity would evaporate. Proval, as a distinct entity, would cease to be. The process would leave nothing but a collection of organs and bones orchestrated by autonomic reflex, a living corpse. One day later, the naked, insensate body stood beside the Faller egg in Barn 7, an eerie replay of Dimitri's disastrous attempt at being exhumed. Indeed, it was Dimitri who stood beside the body, his path feeding continual instructions into the empty brain, activating the correct muscles to allow the body to stand. He opened the cage and mentally puppeted the body through the door. The brass key was turned in the istam lock. Following pathed instructions, the body turned slowly to face the curving surface of the egg. Its feet shuffled apart, and it held its arms up to assume a spread-eagle pose. Dimitri allowed the ankles to hinge forward, and it hit the surface of the egg, torso, arms, thighs, immediately sticking fast. Up on the walkway rim between the two pits, Cassandra shuddered exactly as she had last time. It took the egg 40 minutes to fully absorb the body. Sensors followed as much of the process as they could, ultrasound and density scans tracking the body's simultaneous disintegration and mimicked reassembly. X-Sight gleaned a few extra facts, the way the yolk swirled and mutated, how the Faller's thoughts coalesced out of the wisps of awareness that permeated the yolk. 5 hours after Proval's body sank into the egg, the shell began to lose cohesion. It sagged and began to split. Yolk fluid poured out of the fissures as they tore open. A gooey wave sloshed out across the metal basin, and the final shreds of the flaccid shell split apart around the solid core that now stood upright in the center. A perfect replica of Proval's body glistened in the fluid, and drew a deep, loud breath. Its psychic shell was strong and resolute, concealing whatever thoughts were flowing within its duplicated brain. Eyes opened. A hand with 2 fingers wiped the thick fluid away from its face. The head turned slowly, following the probing fan of X-Sight it generated, sweeping around the pit. Then it focused on Nigel and Cassandra and the 2 ANA droids standing above. Nigel smiled thinly.
"Welcome to hell," he said.
The Faller screeched, an incoherent blast of sound that was too loud for a genuine human throat to produce. It ran at the cage bars, slamming into them, rebounding. Another screech, and it gripped the bars, tugging furiously. Cassandra thought the iron might actually have bent slightly, but no way was she going in for a closer look to confirm that. Dimitri and Fergus jumped down into the pit. The Faller dropped to a half-crouch and watched them intently.
"Interesting," Nigel mused. "That's a very human defense posture. I guess we didn't vacuum Proval's subconscious as clean as I wanted."
Cassandra was barely aware of breathing. She watched fearfully as Dimitri unlocked the cage door and swung it open. The Faller walked through it, switching its attention from one ANA droid to the other, ready for them to attack. Fergus raised a fat metal tube and shot it with a tangle net. The Faller tried to jump aside, its TK lashing out to deflect the seething dark cloud of cables. Dimitri's TK was instantly reaching for it, and the faller hardened its shell defensively. TK diverted long enough for the net cable to whip around it with a flurry of whistling air. It tumbled to the ground, thrashing against the cables, which slowly and relentlessly tightened their grip. After a few seconds, it was reduced to an immobile bundle on the slippery floor, but still very conscious. A strong TK began to assault the net cables, gnawing at their individual strands. Dimitri stepped up and slapped a charge patch on the back of the faller's neck. 50,000 volts slammed through him. His reaction was extremely human, muscles convulsing, teeth clenched, air forced from his lungs in a drawn-out groan of pain.
"Well, that works,"
Nigel said in satisfaction. Dimitri zapped him again. The faller's body vibrated, juddering away inside the restrictions of the net before he finally lost consciousness. His shell vanished. Dimitri pathed a neuromeme variant to suppress the faller's primary thought routines, providing they were close to a human's. The body relaxed further.
"Is he dead?"
Cassandra asked anxiously. Dimitri's X-sight scanned through the faller.
"No." "You're raucous."
"We don't have the time to analyze his biochemistry," Nigel said. "For a start, getting a blood sample would be hellishly difficult. Then we'd have to experiment to find an anesthetic that worked, and what doses to use. It would be like torturing him. This way is quick and clean."
I know. Yeah, you're right again. Well done."
Fergus quickly slipped a helmet over the faller's head. If anything was torture, it was this, Cassandra thought. Nigel hadn't wanted to put the faller into Sky Lady's medical module, not after Dimitri got rejected by the egg. He was concerned about the faller's nanobite functionality. The sophisticated molecular clusters of its cells might be able to contaminate and corrupt Commonwealth technology, especially here. So Sky Lady had synthesized this, a bionic infiltrator, with active filaments almost identical to the ones in the medical module that had invaded Proval's brain. Except this was a cruder, stronger, quicker procedure. There was nothing subtle about the way these filament tips breached the skull and penetrated the brain. The faller's body juddered again as the infiltration started, then stilled. His eyelids opened and the eyes rolled back until only the whites were visible. Cassandra studied her exovision display, watching the infiltration's progress. A multitude of filaments had made it through the exceptionally hard bone of the skull to worm their way through the neuron structure. The brain was noticeably different from a human's. Synaptic discharges were faster, more precise. "More like a bioprocessor matrix than our typically chaotic neural structure," Nigel commented. "I'm guessing that allows for operating a wider range of thought routines. The brain looks like one of ours, but it's actually quite homogeneous. There are no regulatory centers, and certainly no hormonal triggers. Clever, given the faller mind will have to acclimatize to whatever animal form they encounter and duplicate. Basic thought routines will be adaptable to manipulate however many limbs they have, as well as interpret the new sensorium." "That's a dynamic flexibility range," Fergus said.
"They can't be the primary form of the origin species. Not anymore. This is the expanded version."
"Just like us," Cassandra said. She gave Nigel a small smile. "You said I was an advancer. Clues in the name. My genome has been changed from the one my ancestors carried. Improved, supposedly."
"I was talking about their mentality, but yes," Nigel said approvingly. "Nobody goes voyaging across the galaxy without modifying themselves to some degree. It's a bit of a prerequisite among progressive sentient species."
Dimitri coughed. "The Orchisans?"
"I did say progressive,"
Nigel replied equitably. It took 2 hours to complete the first sequence of the infiltration procedure, deploying the filaments. Their positioning was guided directly by Sky Lady's smart core, which had to probe and examine the duplicated neural structure they were invading. Ultimately, the filaments were as evenly distributed as the brain's regimented neural pathways. Unlike the procedure they'd used on Proval, chemical intervention was impossible. They had to rely on neuromemes and subversive thought routines. Over the next 6 hours, the Smart Core began to decipher the faller's major thought patterns, distinguishing between active reasoning routines and the deeper incorporated memories infused within them that were loosely equivalent to a human subconscious. With the brain's network profiled, the Smart Core constructed a digital simulation and began downloading the faller's thoughts into it. The faller didn't have memories in the human sense, the recollection of sights, sounds, and sensations with all their associated clutter of emotion. This was more an awareness of being, of purpose. It understood itself thanks to a history that had become the biological imperative of its species in every branch. They originated somewhere in the Milky Way. It didn't know where the birth star lay, nor even when its species began to venture out across interstellar space, though there was an echo of immense distance and time within its identity. In one form, they became their own starships, carrying their essence across the gulf of space, vast creatures that drew energy from space-time itself, twisting gravitational fields to propel themselves along at a good fraction of light speed. Expansion was their destiny now, the very purpose of life. When they arrived at the bright new stars they'd pursued, they found the biosphere of many planets to be incompatible with their original body chemistry. Rather than the immense task of changing these inimical planets, they pushed fusion with their liberating nanotech father, their bodies becoming even more malleable, adapting easily to their new environments. Morphing into direct rivals to the existing lifeforms who struggled against their conquests. Innumerable conflicts arose from their implacable colonization, instigating more change, more deviation from their original physical identity. The mimicry ability was born, the pinnacle of their nano-derived evolution, allowing a more aggressive and insidious incursion across fresh worlds. Starships orbited high above the newfound planets, dropping swarms of eggs, which would absorb the form of the natives and give birth to a generation of changelings. When they became dominant, eradicating their indigenous rivals, subsequent generations reverted as close to their true form as planetary conditions permitted, and lived their lives as masters of their new domain. Somewhere amid the expansion wave, a flock of starships was taken into the void. Adaptation here was difficult, but continued anyway, driven by fear, for the fallers soon understood the void's purpose. As they had merged with and eradicated countless species across the stars, so the void would absorb them, and in so doing quicken their development to an elevated state suitable for subsumption into its heart. Some fallers adapted as best their nature would allow. They sought out a niche in this new and strange meta-ecology, assuming a symbiotic role for the heart, guiding worthy entities to fulfillment, assisting newcomers to compatible sections of the void, the Skylords. Others simply carried on as before, deluging the other luckless biological captives with their eggs, devouring lives and cultures until they could emerge as themselves once more, living out their lives under the void's constant pressure to fulfill themselves and contribute their essence to its heart. One faction of faller starships struggled against their incarceration. They used their innate ability to warp local space-time for flight to try to change the nature of the void, to claw their way out by force. It didn't seem to work. "The forest," Cassandra said softly. She'd joined Nigel out on the veranda. It was close to dawn, and the silver haze of the forest was visible above the horizon. Nigel was gazing up at it, a brandy in one hand. "The forest is the faller starships that tried to escape, isn't it?"
"Yes."
"So it is true," she said. "Nobody can get out. If they can't do it with all their power."
"They messed up. That distortion they generated created some kind of loop in the local memory layer. They're stuck in the past, or rather what the forest remembers is the past."
"Is that what happened to Laura?"
"Yes. As soon as Shuttle 14 entered the forest, it got entangled in the loop. There's a place in the memory layer, a subsection where she repeats that whole experience every 27 hours and 42 minutes. It creates her, and makes her and the science team relive the same section of their expedition every time. Son of a bitch. They started over every 27 hours and 42 minutes for the last 3,000 years. That's just Damn!
Cassandra frowned, trying not to be too overwhelmed by the horror of it. But why are all the exopods and bodies in the desert of bone all the same age? She should be landing on Bienvenido every time she leaves the forest.
Paradox. You can't actually travel back in time, so the void outside the forest's distortion tries to normalize the event, as near as I can figure it. Every time Laura's mission loops, it does so in the void's memory of 3,000 years ago that the forest is screwed up. It's like a shared solipsism for her, except the person she's sharing it with is herself. And each time one of her dies inside that distorted memory segment, the creation layer manifests what happened as a piece of Bienvenido's history.
So it does happen? Cassandra asked. It is real?
To her, yes, but not to us. She doesn't exist in this time, in our segment of the void's reality. What happens to her, to each one of her, is supposed to have occurred in the past. So when her life ends and the loop throws her latest corpse out here, it's instantly transformed to a chunk of a past that never existed. That's how the void outside the loop attempts to balance the books and make the present correct, to neutralize the paradox.
He grinned savagely.
It's like the old creationists, claiming God laid down the dinosaur fossils a few thousand years ago. Crud, how they'd love this.
You raucous, but she still lives through it.
Yes, somewhere, in some aspect of the memory layer. Laura, Ayana, Ibu, Rojas, and Joey have been through the same event over 1,000,000 times now.
Cassandra closed her eyes, recalling the hill of exopods and their horrifying crust of mummified bodies. So right now, in this screwed-up section of the memory layer, there's a Lara trying to escape the exopod landing point, to make it across the desert on a cart.
That, or she's waiting at the bottom of the exopod hill, ready to kill the next Lara that comes floating down out of the sky. We saw she's done that enough times. Then again, given the height of the hill now, I imagine a majority of her will either die or be badly maimed when their exopod lands on top and goes tumbling down the side. Either way, every time she dies, and her personal segment of the loop ends.
You have to stop it. You have to set her free.
Nigel took a sip of the brandy.
His gaze never left the forest.
I know.
8. Even though Cassandra considered herself so much more sophisticated and experienced nowadays, she was still excited to be visiting Varlan again. The city with its rush and bustle, its smells and psychic effervescence, was something poor old D&E could never match. The size, too, was impressive. Even the shanties were larger here. Looking at it with new knowledge and understanding, she saw size gave it power, economic and political. By design, it was the hub of the continent's rail and river trade routes. Ports, train stations, factories, banks, the headquarters of the Marines and the Mior, the seat of the National Council, seat of the civil service. It had them all. Varlan was a true capital. You can't change Bienvenido without changing Varlan first, Cassandra announced. She was standing on the balcony in the Rashida Hotel suite, staring out across the lush green expanse of Bromwell Park. On the other side of the grass and trees, buildings and streets smothered the folds of the land in brick and stone. Rooftops stretched away to the riverbank, hard angular waves of blue slate and red clay. A forest of tall industrial chimney stacks populated the northeast of the city, looking like the pillars of some gigantic folly roof that a mad captain had never quite gotten around to building. They pumped out thick fountains of smoke that cast a palpable shade across that whole district.
"That's my girl,"
Nigel said from the lounge. It wasn't really a revelation. She'd always known, but it had taken this vista to truly comprehend the concept. "There's so much inertia here," she murmured.
"Start small and keep pushing."
Cassandra grinned and went back into the lounge, where it was slightly cooler. "I thought you were going to say it only takes one pebble to start an avalanche." He cocked an eyebrow at her.
"Now who knows it all?"
She sat down on a chaise-longue, stretching out her arms theatrically. What difference would it make, giving the world true democracy? People will still have to pay taxes to fund the regiments, because the fallers will never stop. They can't. It's what they are.
I have to get back into space. That's the first stage. Once Skylady is up there, I might be able to do something about the forest.
But you can't get into space. She stopped, suddenly alarmed. Unless you go back to before you landed here.
If I could do that, I would, because then everything would change, even your destiny. But I can't go that far back in time. There must be something missing, some part of Ediard's technique I haven't grasped, or my mind simply isn't strong enough. Then again, it could just be more difficult in this part of the void.
Because of what the forest is doing to the memory layer.
He shrugged. It's my best guess. It's also my biggest hope, because that would make the forest very important.
Important how?
It's damaging the void, something no one else has ever done.
Does that help us?
Oh, yes. We're missing a lot of Lara Brandt's data on the quantum distortion. If I can analyze its effect properly, my allies, the Rael, may be able to use it. They have resources far greater than the Fallers.
The Rael can get us out.
Nigel held up his hands. We're talking infinitesimal chances here. But then again, when infinitesimal is all you've got to grasp at...
Then let's do it. How can we get the Skylady back into space?
I've been thinking about it. Regrav is the problem. It glitched on me the whole time, and since I got down it's been dead. But Ingrav worked. It still does. Not well. It can't generate a full G of thrust, which is what I need to lift, but it's still operational. If I could just get Skylady to a decent altitude, the old girl might be able to accelerate to escape velocity.
So you need something to boost Skylady to start with?
Yeah.
Can you get a Skylord to help?
I don't see how.
Tell them you can help the forest.
Even if they understood the concept, you forget they're the Faller variant that's perfectly adapted to the void. They're not going to help change a damn thing.
Oh.
She pursed her lips in annoyance.
Yeah, you're raucous.
I was thinking along the lines of something crude enough that the void won't glitch it.
What?
His grin was malicious. Project Orion. Now that would be something.
What's Project Orion?
Something utterly beautiful and completely crazy. It involves a lot of atom bombs. But don't worry, I'm not actually going to use it. There are a few more rational options open to us. We'll run some experiments and see what's the most effective.
How long will that take?
It came out more childlike and petulant than she wanted. I don't know, because I haven't decided which propulsion systems to test yet. I need...
More information, she said in exasperation. Yes, I know.
Everything costs more and takes longer. You need to get used to that.
They walked along the railings that isolated the captain's palace from the rest of the city. At the front, where the grand facade looked down Walton Boulevard, was the big open cobbled square where people could watch the palace guards and the Marines strut their ceremonial staff twice a week. But as you walked around, the rails gave way to a high stone wall, blocking the palace gardens from casual view. It was topped by firepine, a prickly scarlet and orange bush that resembled a cascade of foam, with a venom in its thorns that was both excruciating and lethal to humans. The stone was also thick enough to prevent most Excite from perceiving what was going on inside. Modbirds belonging to the Palace Guard avian squad flew ceaseless patrols overhead, preventing anyone else's Modbird from getting close, and providing curious citizens with a glimpse of the hanky-panky that the captain's family was rumoured to get up to amid the lovely topiary paths, ornate ponds, and shady glades. Maybourne Avenue was the road that circled the perimeter directly outside the wall, a wide thoroughfare planted with ever-blue Priscilla trees, with elegant stone townhouses on the other side, by law only 2 stories high, so they couldn't see over the wall. The avenue was deliberately designed to draw attention to anyone who lingered. It was drizzling lightly when Nigel and Cassandra started to walk along the pavement on the house's side. Originally they'd been built by aristocratic families and wealthy merchants desperate to court favour with the captain.
But the two-story law prohibited any truly grandiose house from being constructed on the avenue, so time had seen many converted into grace and favour apartments for the palace courtiers. Several, it was said, were now residences reserved for the captain's various mistresses, while the remainder became prestigious addresses for company offices, legal firms, banks, and charitable societies within the captain's generous patronage. They stopped outside one whose yellow-dressed stone was aged to grey, its surface pocked with innumerable cracks and patches. The brass sign beside the front door read, Varlan University Bibliographical Preservation Society. Nigel's ticket rang the bell. A receptionist showed them to a first-floor waiting room, her shell not quite strong enough to contain her condescension. Their appointment was so routine, so predictable. Nouveau riche provincials seeking a contact, any contact, within the palace court, making a sizable donation to one of the charitable societies of which the captain was patron, was the start of the long road to acceptability by Varlan society. After making them wait for a quarter hour, the receptionist showed them up to a second-floor office. It was a square room with high walls covered by floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. The only break was a tall sash window looking out over Maybourne Avenue. A broad applewood desk sat in front of it, almost black from age. Cullen rose from his chair and gave Cassandra a big hug and a kiss. "You look great," she told him, which he did, his hair cut shorter and gelled in a conservative style. White shirt and dark fuchsia tie, charcoal grey suit jacket hanging on the back of his chair. A proper city worker. "Really? So you mean I look bored, poor, and miserable?" "Not that bad." "I missed you," he said. "Nice," Nigel grunted as he sat down. "We've brought a lot of files for you to access, but mainly we've made progress on the Fallers. Turns out they're a nasty type of nano, built for planetary conquest." "Fascinating. Well, on my side, I've built up a decent network of contacts in Varlan. Some actives." "Actives?" Cassandra asked. "Dominated," Cullen said. "I need to be able to rely on key people, not just hope they'll do as I ask." "Oh." She looked down, studying the floorboards. "Once I got her detoxed, I placed Bethany in the tax office," Cullen continued. "Several others report back to her, so the inspectors won't be bothering you." "Glad to hear it," Nigel said. "What else?" "A couple of Citizens' Dawn politicians in the National Council were eager for campaign contributions. There's always plenty of internal party bitch-fighting going on for secure seats. Technically, we're living in a democracy, though in reality this is a one-party state. The Citizens' Dawn party is the only one that counts. There are some opposition parties, but they're a ragtag bunch with a few borough seats that nobody really bothers about, not even the voters. I'm developing contacts in the radical movement, such as it is, but I have to proceed with caution there. They're all as paranoid as they are committed, but I think I've found a way in." "Sex?" Nigel guessed. "Always the eternal human weak spot. The other reason for my restraint in that direction is that, surprisingly, the captain's police are actually quite effective. They monitor all opposition for anyone able to mount a real challenge, or even just garner some popular support. If you want to get on in politics here, you join Citizens' Dawn and spend the next century fighting your way up a very treacherous ladder. Outside politics, I've acquired assets in the banks and even some in the regiments. Pamphlet editors are always eager to trade gossip, which ties in neatly with the 10 sheriffs who will private path information to me for a price. And I'm working on identifying possibles in the captain's police, but they're going to have to be turned by domination. I can't trust anything else. The whole damn lot of them are fanatical about maintaining things the way they are." "Sounds like progress," Nigel said. "Thank you. Oh, and you'll never guess who's just showed up in town." "You're right. I won't guess." "Captain Sylvester." Nigel's grin was positively dirty. "Captain, eh?" "Yeah. They promoted him and booted him over to the Joint Regimental Council, where all that bright, burning, youthful enthusiasm will be snuffed out by bureaucratic procedure." "Poor boy. Can we use him?" "He's on my watch list." "Okay. What about the palace?" Nigel nodded toward the wall on the other side of Maybourne Avenue. Real progress there. Cassandra's U-Shadow reported Coolan was sending over a file. It was a recording from an artificial bustle Skylady had synthesized. Coolan had taken a week just getting the slippery little drone into the palace gardens, sitting in his Preservation Society office as the ersatz rodent nosed along the wall, examining cracks. Eventually it found a deep one and slithered inside, then began clawing at the mortar joints, taking days to tunnel through and break out into the gardens. It is true what they say about the captain's family, Coolan said solemnly. It took me 3 days to navigate across the garden. There's a lot of degenerate nocturnal behavior going on in there, let me tell you. We should record it, Nigel said. Nothing wrecks a reputation worse than a scandal. It can always be gifted to the city when we need it. I'll send in another Bussalor drone tonight. The file continued to play, showing Cassandra the interior of the palace. Even though she'd seen the facade, she wasn't quite prepared for the opulence of the rooms within. But Coolan didn't keep it above ground for long. The vast building squatted above an expansive labyrinth of cellars and vaults and tunnels. She found herself in a brick vault with the drone's little enhanced sensitivity retinas looking up at the far wall. It was a convex curve made from metal that had darkened with age and gathered a dusting of powdery pine-green algae. There was a door in the middle, a big circular affair, with an odd collar of torn metal and what looked like shredded rubber, whose strands hung limply. "Is that plastic?" she asked. Skylady didn't use much of the substance, but there were hundreds of references in her newly implanted memories. "Yes," Nigel confirmed. "So that's a cargo module, by the looks of it." "Correct," Coolan said. "I found another 11 of them underneath the palace. The Bussalor drone managed to get inside one. It had been stripped clean. Even some of the internal structure had been removed." "Useful material," Nigel muttered, "probably propping up some aristo's mansion roof." "Indeed. Then 2 weeks ago I found this." The image changed to another large vault, this one annular, with a ribbed ceiling. It enclosed a big ellipsoid made of smooth hexagonal panels that stood on its wide end, supported by brick buttresses. Metal struts that protruded from the panel intersections appeared to have been broken off. Tangles of cables and pipes formed a tattered web around the object. 6 thick, seamless tubes emerged from the panels around the narrow end, extending upward so they almost touched the vault's curving roof. It took a while, but the drone eventually found a way in. Some of the conduit mouldings had perished, Coolan said with a note of pride. The recording switched to a weird spectrum of cobalt blue and black. Scale was difficult to make out, and the interior of the ellipsoid was filled with a dense lattice of support struts and cables and wire tubes, which made the picture confusing. Lean lines of scabbed electromuscle had distended from various mechanisms, oozing flaccid knobs that hung limply over dark gulfs, as if it had briefly turned liquid only to re-solidify. Cradles held blurred shapes, spheres, cylinders, discs. "Freeze," Nigel commanded. The recording focused on a long cylinder with a wasp-waist middle and a mushroom-profile head. "Oh, holy crap," Nigel whispered, his lips parted in a soft, lopsided smile. "My thoughts exactly," Coolan said. Cassandra wanted to shout the question at them, but she knew the way this game was played now. "This changes everything," Nigel said. "We have to get in there. I need them." "Not going to happen," Coolan said. "Not easily, anyway." "I could ask nicely." "I've studied this city's society closely while I've been here. It's conservative and sliding down the decadence decay curve. Can you imagine your impact? Hi there, Captain Phileas. I'm from the Commonwealth. I have more knowledge than you, so just give me what I need, and I'm going to try and get you all out of here, back to a universe where you will have none of your wealth and power, and you're just the same as everyone else." "Yeah," Nigel drawled, scratching the back of his head. "So we put together a crew of master criminals and pull off the crime of the millennium." He grinned. "Finally,
Something to rival the great wormhole heist of 2243. I'd love to see Ozzy's face at that news.
It took me nearly 3 weeks to get a 7-centimetre remote drone into that vault. The palace has about 100 armed guards on duty at any one time. There's a marine barracks 5 minutes away, and the captain's police aren't idiots or slack. I just don't see how we can realistically get into the vault, let alone take those out through the palace and back to the Sky Lady.
So we have to get rid of the guards and marines and the police, then.
And manufacture a time crazy enough so no one will notice them being carted off down Walton Boulevard in broad daylight.
Hell, I suppose so. We don't have a lot of options right now.
Cassandra gave up. Right, you two. What the crud is that thing? Nigel turned to face her, actually expressing some genuine gusto for once.
The Vermilion's Armory.
Book 6. Those Who Rise. 1. Even though he'd sworn not to return, Slavasta had enjoyed seeing his old regimental comrades again. He'd made the journey back to Cham just 10 days after he returned to Varlan from making his deal with Nigel. Sergeant Yanrith had written, asking him to be a character witness for Trooper Tovakar. He was to be court-martialed. Yanrith's letter explained there had been one too many charges of drunken, disorderly behaviour. Major Rachel was to be the prosecuting officer. If found guilty, Tovakar would be given a dishonourable discharge and stripped of his pension. That it was Major Rachel was a big factor in Slavasta's return. That, and the injustice. Tovakar was no saint, but to strip a trooper of his pension, a man who'd faced terrible danger to keep his fellow citizens safe, well, that was exactly the kind of thing Democratic Unity and their organisation were fighting in Varlan. His arrival caused a stir. Even provincial Old Cham had heard of the hero of Ancient Square, and looked favourably on a famous son. Ultimately, though, it had made no difference. Slavasta's testimony appealed to emotion. Rachel deployed cold logic and impeccable legal precedent. Tovakar was kicked out of the regiment and his pension rights revoked. Afterward, Slavasta almost didn't bother with the subtle recruiting questions, but routine and paranoia made him ask them anyway. Besides, he wasn't asking them with the usual protection of anonymity. And Eurakis alone knew how furious Bethanyve would be with him for that breach of security. Tovakar was absolutely perfect material for their movement, so he made an offer to accompany him back to Varlan and help Democratic Unity with certain politically useful acts. Tovakar didn't even hesitate, which got Slavasta thinking. The trooper would be extremely useful when it finally, GU forbid, came to using the weapons that Nigel had agreed to supply. There weren't many ex-regiment people in their organisation yet, and they could seriously use someone with that kind of experience. In his own way, Tovakar was indisputably loyal and reliable. So he went and sat down with Andresia, and then Sergeant Yanrith. It helped that the Cham regiment hadn't been having the happiest time since he left. True, they didn't take mods with them on sweeps anymore, but most of the other reforms he'd instituted had quietly been dropped. There were more officers, recruited from the country's gentry, junior sons and daughters who received no income from their family estates, and who saw the regiment purely as a way of maintaining their lifestyle. To pay for them, there were fewer troopers. Brigadier Van Eyce was withdrawing from the day-to-day running of the regiment, with Major Rachel stepping up to fill the gap. So when he made them the offer, Yanrith and Andresia were on the train with him and Tovakar back to Varlan. It had turned out to be the smartest recruiting move he'd made. Even Bethanyve agreed with that, eventually. As always these days, Yanrith, Andresia and Tovakar were the ones standing with him on Varlan's quayside in the grim, meagre twilight, waiting for the ferry to chug its way over the Kolbal. It was raining hard, a thin, warm drizzle swirling out of featureless grey clouds that formed an unbroken ceiling over the city. Despite the rain, Slavasta was suffering a clammy warmth. Under his coat he wore a protective waistcoat of dross silk. Bethanyve insisted on that at all times. As the official leader of Democratic Unity, he was a public figure, and not all the public admired him. The waistcoat would help against any sudden attack. Dross silk, which had started to come on the market 18 months ago, was astonishing, a light glossy thread that formed a fabric with a beautiful moire shimmer, but it was also fantastically strong. There had been nothing like it on Bienvenido before. At first it had been used by society ladies for their couture dresses, but soon the loom factories had begun to weave tighter fabrics, strong enough to turn a blade. Really thick weaves were supposedly bulletproof. Everybody wanted the stuff, which had first appeared from Gretz County. Slavasta had been mildly alarmed to learn dross silk came from a mod. Some adapter stable had produced what it was calling a mod spider, which spun the stuff out. The spider, barely the size of a human hand, was utterly harmless. That was going to add complications for his anti-newt policy. Dross silk was becoming an important commodity, helping the city's battered post-mod economy along. Democratic Unity couldn't afford to be seen opposing it. Weaving and tailoring the bales of cloth into finished clothing provided a lot of work. A couple of the old adapter stables in the city were already bringing in the mod spiders, adapting their old barns to accommodate them, and nobody was protesting. Slavasta considered that the thin end of the wedge, but Kulin had advised him to say nothing and bide his time over the problem. Even with the constant downpour of murky rain, the docks carried on as usual. Commerce, the city's great engine, was floundering in these difficult economic times, and simple downpours couldn't be allowed to restrict the flow of commodities. So every jetty bustled with human stevedores using muscle and TK to load and unload the cargoes from a multitude of different boats, the big three-masted ocean-going clippers docked alongside the longest jetties, sturdy river barges, fishing boats with cold holds full of their catches, steam ferries that crossed the river several times a day, laden with cargo from Willesden Station. Several jetties had huge lumber rafts tied up to them after their long trip downriver from the mountainous lands in the east, with steam cranes hoisting the thick trunks up onto flatbed wagons one at a time. There wasn't a mod ape to be seen along the whole quayside, not these days. Horses pulled heavily loaded carts along the jetties, but they were terrestrial animals, not mods. It was a rare thing indeed to catch sight of any mod now. The sheriffs and the captain's police still used mod birds drifting on the thermals above Varlan to keep an eye on known and suspected recidivists. And rumour had many grand houses still employing mod monkeys behind their thick X-site-proof stone walls. But the time of civic teams cleaning the streets, or building teams using them for heavy work, were now past. Even cabs used terrestrial horses now, raising their prices to pay for the new and expensive animals. Democratic Unity had ridden the wave of popularity that had come from the employment shift, with new party chapters forming in over a dozen cities. They'd even held their first convention a month ago to formalize their policies for the forthcoming elections. As the democratically elected leader of the party, Slavasta was now a readily identifiable figure right across the city. So as they stood in the lee of a big warehouse at the end of Seabert Jetty, he used a mild fuzz to deflect any excite, while his wide-brimmed rain hat left his face shaded. A bulky grey greatcoat also disguised his missing arm. No one who worked on the quayside paid him a second glance as they passed by, allowing him to remain perfectly anonymous amid the busiest district in all Varlan. The four of them watched silently as the ferry Elmar pulled up at the jetty on schedule. Slavasta's Excite scanned across the throng of passengers huddled together under the awning, pitched across the mid-deck. It was a miserable duty, but he didn't complain. They'd been receiving a delivery from Nigel almost every 10 days since Slavasta returned from Blair Farm. Either Slavasta, Bethanyve, Kulin or Javier would be on hand to collect it. Not that they didn't trust anyone else, but... Russell stood close to the back of the ferry, where wind pushed a quantity of rain under the edge of the awning. Like most of Varlan's citizens that day, he wore a long dark coat slicked with rain, while his TK brushed the heaviest droplets away from his face and hair. One hand rested on the handle of a large trunk with brass strips and a small set of wheels on the bottom. "Get ready," Slavasta said. Androsia and Tovakar walked away from the warehouse in opposite directions, mingling with the traffic along the broad quayside road. Their Excite was scanning around, alert for anything out of place, and for police operations. Slavasta himself used his Excite to keep watch on the wet sky overhead, alert for mod birds. Russell joined the line of people disembarking along the gangplank, walking steadily, his trunk trundling along behind him, an unremarkable figure, indistinguishable from the other ferry commuters that damp evening. As soon as he reached the end of the jetty, he made straight for the warehouse. Slavasta and Yanrith walked back into the loading bay they were temporarily borrowing, courtesy of the Stevedores Union, where the cab was waiting. Russell wheeled the trunk around to the cab's door. He was fuzzing it slightly, preventing any curious excite from pervading the interior. Yanrith was already in the cab. He leaned out, gripping the top of the trunk. Slavasta used his TK along with his one arm to help Russell push the trunk up and inside. The thing was excessively heavy, but the three of them managed to shove it onto the floor of the cab quickly enough.
"A fortnight on Friday," Russell said. "It'll be mostly ammunition then. I'll use the Compton's 535 crossing."
"One of us will be here," Slavasta assured him. He climbed up onto the driver's bench and pathed an order to the horse. Russell walked away into the dreary evening as the cab rolled out of the loading bay. After 100 meters, Slavasta stopped and allowed Androsia to get into the cab with Yanrith, who was maintaining a decent fuzz. Less than a minute later, Tovakar arrived and climbed up beside Slavasta. Slavasta ordered the horse forward again, and the cab picked up speed. Bethany used a mild TK shield to keep the drizzle off as she walked into East Falmouth. The inclement weather had emptied most people from Varland's streets, which was an unwelcome development. The city's bustle provided useful cover when she was about on some task. Not this evening. So after she met Cullen, they had to go into a small cafe a couple of streets away from the Fowler Research Institute. Standing about outside in the rain would have made them conspicuous. The cafe was pleasant enough inside, and the tea and cakes they ordered were excellent, but the prices made it very clear you were in East Falmouth. She sipped her third cup and eyed one of the chocolate cupcakes. The fresh strawberry slices on top made it especially tempting.
"You know you want to," Cullen taunted.
"Don't. I'm putting on enough weight as it is. All I do every day is sit and eat. Who knew a revolution made you fat?"
"Rubbish. You look just as hot now as when we met."
"So much for aspiring to truth. A white lie isn't a real lie. So I am fat."
"Stop it. You always were the smart one. If you don't have that cupcake, I'm going to."
He reached out. "Get your hands off." Her smirk faded as the mod bird caught sight of the carriage. "Here it comes," she warned him. The low clouds and patch mist provided good cover for the mod bird. It flew high above East Falmouth, slipping quickly from one patch to another. In between, its sharp eyes scanned the wet streets and rooftops, providing an intermittent but safe view. The mod bird belonged to a Level 9 cell member, and Bethany found it invaluable to any observation operation. Like her elites, she hadn't told Slavasta about using the mod. His obsession wouldn't allow exceptions, not even for her. Both of them sat at the table with the cupcake between them, perceiving the mod bird's sight. They looked down through the grey swirl of drizzle to see a long black carriage, pulled by a terrestrial horse, approaching the walled sanctuary of the Fowler Research Institute. It paused while the outer doors were opened, then rolled into the tunnel that formed the mainstay of the gatehouse. "I understand they had to be super cautious about preventing Fowlers from escaping," Bethany private pathed, "and I'm glad they were. But that entrance is going to be a problem if we ever want to get inside."
"Depends when you want to get inside," Cullen replied. "If you want to sneak in to scout around, then yes. But when the revolution's in progress, a couple of well-placed explosives will blow the hinges easily enough."
"The direct approach. I like it." Bethany allowed a sense of admiration to flutter through her shell. Even though she knew him so well, Cullen could still surprise her. It was risky sending a mod bird directly over the Institute. Its staff were extremely vigilant, so Bethany counted off a minute to allow the carriage time to get past the inner gate and into the courtyard, then sent the mod bird on a fast pass. The carriage had stopped in the centre of the bleak courtyard. 2 men were helping a figure out. He had a hood over his head, and his hands were cuffed. His movements were awkward, as if he was in a great deal of pain. "There," she said. "See? A prisoner."
"Obvious enough."
"But why? I don't understand why they bring them here." It had come to her attention a couple of months ago, when Trevine had seized more cell members. The elites had kept watch on 58 Grosvenor Place to try to see if their comrades were being taken to the Pidrui mines. There were a lot of people who'd have to be rescued from that terrible place as soon as they liberated Bienvenido. Instead, the elites had reported something altogether stranger, so she mounted a discreet observation operation. Every now and then, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks, there was no regular schedule. A fast carriage with a presumed prisoner would travel from 58 Grosvenor Place across half the city to the Fowler Research Institute, then drive back empty. "What's the connection?" she asked. "What does Trevine's Eureka-damned operation need with the biggest collection of obsolete science nerds on the planet?" "I have absolutely no idea, but I now understand your obsession to get through the Institute gates." "It's not an obsession, but you have to admit it's a strange—" The Modbird had finished its overflight of the courtyard and was banking to head for the nearest fog patch. Its head turned to provide a last glimpse of the Institute. A man had emerged from the entrance, walking toward the prisoner. Bethanyve stiffened. Then she started shaking. "Bethanyve?" Cullen asked in concern. "Bethanyve, what's wrong?" She tightened her shell to make it as hard as it possibly could be, hating herself for the weakness, knowing that despite veiling her thoughts, her face would be creased with distress. Tears threatened to trickle down her cheeks. "Bethanyve, for Jews' sake!" "It's him," she whispered, "the first officer." Her hands gripped the edge of the table, squeezing hard. "What's wrong?" "You know what he does to people?" "Yes, and because of that he's up there at the top of our list, along with people like Trevine, to be dealt with as soon as we overthrow the captain. He'll be taken care of." Bethanyve didn't like the way Cullen was looking at her, the curiosity. But Eothori's appearance had been so unexpected, taking her by surprise. Why's he here? Why is he involved in this weird prisoner movement? As deflections went, it was pitiful, but Cullen at least appeared to be considering the question. "Eothori enjoys the interrogations," he said slowly. "He turns up at 58 Grosvenor Place for them. We know that. So maybe the interrogations carry on at the Institute." "Why? What can they possibly do here that Trevine's bastards can't do in their dungeons?" "I don't know. It's not a good question to dwell on." "Eureka's?" "Where do the prisoners get taken after the Institute?" Cullen asked. "Is it the Pedrui mines?" Bethanyve made an effort to focus. "I don't know. We haven't tracked them when they leave." "Then that's your next step. Find out where they're sending our comrades. Once we know that, we can rescue them as soon as we've gotten rid of the captain." He paused. "And the first officer." Yes, you're right. I'll start organizing that." "Good." He pushed the chocolate cupcake across the table to her. "You're their best hope, Bethanyve. Don't let them down." "I won't." "Okay, then. We'd best be getting back. I want to know how the latest delivery went." "Androsea's with them," she said, not bothering to hide her disapproval. "I'm sure she'll make sure everything goes off perfectly." She bit hard into the cupcake. Androsea's Modbird circled overhead, watching the cab as Slavasta steered a convoluted route across Varlin. He had very mixed feelings about the Modbird, but it had been with Androsea since it was born. Keeping it with her was a condition of her coming to Varlin, a very strong condition. He comforted himself with the knowledge that if anything went wrong, a Modbird couldn't do anything like the damage a Mod Ape could. And in any case, it was damn useful to have an eye in the sky. The captain's police hadn't intercepted a weapons shipment yet, but he knew Trevine suspected the rebel cells had access to weapons. Several activists had travelled out of the city to undergo training on the sniper rifles. They weren't the kind of things you could just hand to people and tell them to get on with it. Nor, sadly, human nature being what it was, were they the kind of weapon everyone could keep quiet about. Loose, boastful words at the end of an evening in a pub, pillow talk, whispers and hints, it all mounted up over time and became quiet rumour. Informants picked it up and reported it to their contacts. And Slavasta knew they had, because Trevine was picking up more and more cell members for interrogation. Bethanyve was constantly sending warnings through the network, advising comrades to get out of town. It was becoming a regular migration. But they fought back. Bethanyve's contacts and lookouts kept an equally keen watch on the members of the captain's police. She and Cullen had gradually compiled a comprehensive list of names, starting with Trevine, and then addresses, family connections, habits, areas of expertise. Once that was established, Javier started telling subtle lies to cell members known to Trevine's people. Bethany called that disinformation. Whatever name you used, their orchestrated deceit caused a great deal of confusion to the captain's police, and how they interpreted the surge of radical activity in the city. If the stakes hadn't been so high, Savasta would have laughed at the mirrored networks of gossips and informers working the capital's streets. So, despite formidable expense and effort since Democratic Unity won their seats in Nalani, the captain's police still hadn't intercepted a shipment or discovered a cache, and Savasta was determined that this record remain intact. What Trevine's reaction would be if a cache was found made for uncomfortable thinking. He took a careful 90 minutes, winding along Varland's boulevards and avenues and narrow back roads, until they reached the junction into Prout Road in the Winchester district on the western side of town. It was a respectable enough region, with long rows of terrace houses, long since converted into multiple lodgings, but there were still individual townhouses and parks, and light industry that didn't belch out pollution into the culverted rivers that ran through it. Taxing the poor, Savasta pathed to the partially concealed man standing on the curbside by the junction.
Pays for the rich, the man pathed back.
Is it clear?
Yes. Nobody we don't know visiting, nobody shown an interest for 2 days. No mods close. Go on in.
Thanks. Savasta used his X-sight to guide the cab along the uneven cobbles of Prout Road. With the rain clouds remaining stubbornly overhead, there was no nebula light shining on the city tonight, and Prout Road streetlights hadn't been lit for over a year, leaving the road pitch dark. The cab rolled up to the broad wooden doors of an old leatherworks yard, and a couple of Level 7 cell members opened them. The factory was over 300 years old, and currently awaiting redevelopment. Its owners had moved the vats and rollers and cutting tables out to new premises 3 streets away, when the cracks and bulges in the dark brick walls had become just too alarming to ignore. In the meantime, squatters had moved in. To begin with, it was families who wanted out of the shanties, but couldn't afford even the smallest rent, along with the jobless and the terminally unemployable. Over the last year, those first-generation residents had moved out as job opportunities opened wide across the city, only for their rooms to be taken over by those with drink or narnic problems, people whose mental health had deteriorated, people who didn't care who came and went in the night. Weak yellow light flickered in a few of the big windows looming over the courtyard. The door closed behind the cab, and the cell members increased their fuzz, obscuring the whole courtyard from psychic perception. Up on the driver's bench, Savasta increased his own fuzz so they wouldn't realize who he was. It was a smooth operation. Tovakar and Yanrith carried the trunk with 2 cell members. Androsia walked behind, gifting her sight to Savasta, who stayed in the cab. They went down into the factory's vaulting cellars. The bricks were crumbling here, and there had been several cave-ins. The cell members led them to a wide fissure with a steep ramp of rubble on the other side, leading down. Androsia's X-sight probed around the cavern behind the opening. The stone walls here were ancient, slicked with algae along the edge of each big block. It had archways along one wall, which were all blocked off. "What is this place?" she asked.
Whatever the factory was built on top of, the first cell member said. There have been buildings here for 2,000 years.
The stones in one of the archways had shifted, leaving a gap they could just push the trunk through. On the other side were crude stairs, leading down a circular shaft cut into naked rock. By the time Androsia reached the bottom, there was so much rock and stone between them that her gifting had become very tenuous. Savasta could barely make out anything. The little party seemed to be walking through another series of vaults. Empty crates and barrels were strewn across the floor, their rotten wood crumbling apart. A thick layer of gritty dust covered everything, but the air was perfectly dry. Androsia had to use a lot of TK to keep the dust out of her nose and mouth. The trunk was lowered to the ground, and Yanrith finally stopped fuzzing it. They all used their X-sight to perceive the contents. There were 20 snub-nosed carbines inside, with 3 spare magazines each, everything wrapped in oiled cloth. "Don't open it," Androsia said at once. "The dust down here will screw out the firing mechanisms."
"Nobody's going to touch it," the first cell member said. "We'll make sure of that. It's quite safe here."
"When do we get to use them?" the second cell member asked.
Nobody tells us, Yanrith said in a joshing tone. We're just the errand boys.
It's got to be soon, the first one said. This has been going on for crudding years. How long does it take to kill the captain? These fuckers would make easy work of it. His hand came down possessively on the trunk. It's not just the captain, Androsia said. There's everyone who supports him as well. What? We're going to kill all of them? I don't know, Androsia said. Get them to think again, maybe? Who knows? Some fucker better, he said, giving Yanrith a pointed stare.
Right.
As Slavasta drove the cab back to its stables, he was satisfied the weapons would remain untouched until the day came. There were over 20 such caches distributed across the city now. Varland seemed to be built above a honeycomb of forgotten crypts and cellars for which no map existed. They'd scattered an equal number of secure ammunition deposits underground as well. It was a decision they'd made right at the start, never to put the two together until they armed the cells. There was too much temptation for the people guarding them to sell and make a quick profit. After all, it wasn't as though Bethanyve was going to run an audit. Personally, Slavasta would be satisfied if 80% of the weapons remained when the day came. After they returned the cab, they went their separate ways. Home for Slavasta now was Jaysfield Terrace, a smart stone crescent that curved around a circular park, right in the heart of Langley, a borough that was the closest anywhere in the city came to a country town. It was on Varland's northwest outskirts, with hills covered in trees visible from the taller buildings, and much sought after by the middle classes who enjoyed its leafy lanes and fashionable shops and decent schools. Slavasta had to admit he found it a comfortable place to live in, despite its distance from the centre of the city. The furnished apartment they were renting occupied the whole of the 5th floor of number 16 Jaysfield Terrace. With its high ceilings and 4 bedrooms, it was much too big for just him and Bethanyve. Essential, though, she'd laughed as they moved in. You have to live in the constituency if you're to contest it at the election. For Langley was also the heart of a national council constituency that stretched for over 100 kilometres out into the countryside, an area that comprised several old family estates and their worker villages, as well as several thriving towns and smaller farms. It contained a broad social spread of residents, with a great many small businesses, most of which were dissatisfied by government with its excessive regulation and restrictive trading laws that favoured the established order. Colonel Galasis had been right. It was a perfect constituency for him to challenge the incumbent. The long curving terrace had small front gardens confined by iron railings. All the gates that led to front doors were set into iron arches with oil lamps at their apex. Almost half of them had been lit by residents determined to keep up standards and alleviate at least some of the darkness. The public lampposts on the other side of the road remained dark. Slavasta scanned the plant pots on the steps of number 17. A tall, neatly pruned bay-leaf on one side and a purple climbing jasmine on the other. The bay-leaf pot was the right way around. If anything was wrong, Bethanyve would have turned it a quarter clockwise, assuming she had time. By now Slavasta had lived with the prospect of arrest or worse for so long that he didn't bother worrying about it. The only downside of the apartment in number 16, with its elegant fittings and fabulous views, was the 5 flights of stairs he had to climb to reach it. When he did finally get into the marble-tiled hall, the rain had soaked through his coat, leaving his clothes damp and cold. He shivered as he hung up the coat and started unbuttoning the dross silk waistcoat. Bethanyve was working in the dining room. She'd taken it over as her office as soon as they arrived. The long marwood table, big enough to sit 10, made a perfect desk, with papers and folders scattered across it. Strong oil lamps burned on either side of her, casting a bright light across the room. A bulky cabinet with carved doors had been moved across the mod door, not that there were any mod dwarfs left in number 16. More thick folders were piled up around the walls, ledgers of the Revolution all filled with her writing. Even her accountant's mind couldn't hold all the information on the cells and their activities. The symbols she used made no sense to anyone else. She wouldn't even tell Slavasta what they all meant. "To protect the cells if we ever get interrogated," she said. "I'll die before I betray our comrades, and their identities will be lost with me." Now she was making extensive notations in a spread of purple folders. Slavasta watched her in mild concern for a moment. She still kept her job at the tax office, a respectable position for the fiancée of a national council candidate. which meant she worked in her drab office all day, then came back to yet more bookkeeping here, when she wasn't risking herself on some clandestine activity. As always, he marvelled at her dedication and devotion to their cause. It had been his idea, but she had taken it forward in a way he'd never imagined. She finished writing and turned to smile at him amid a burst of admiration and love. "I knew you'd be wet," she said. "I ran you a bath." "There's a strategy meeting in an hour," he said in regret. Another session of angst and determination in the local Democratic Unity offices, with him trying to hearten and inspire the devoted volunteers, most of them young, and all of them so desperate for him to succeed, to make a difference. "It's a filthy night. I cancelled it. But go get in the bath." Slavasta did as he was told. After all this time, with every second of their lives spent on some aspect of the revolution, to have a break for one night wasn't something he was going to protest. Since they'd moved in, he hadn't had a bath more than 3 or 4 times. Everything was showers and quick meals snatched between events. 6 big double-wick candles had been placed strategically around the blue and white tiled bathroom. Bethany must have used her TK to turn off the brass taps just before he arrived, for the big iron-rolled top bath was full of water that was almost too hot. The air was full of the orange blossom scent of bath salts. He stripped off his soggy clothes and climbed in. Eyes closed, he leaned back and let the water engulf him. Some time later, Bethany asked, "Is that better?" He opened his eyes, not asleep, just resting heavily. Her TK was snuffing out the candles, leaving just 2 flickering. The shadows expanded, framing her in the topaz light of the doorway. She was wearing a strikingly erotic, long black lace robe tied loosely around the waist. Huh?" he said, with a throat that was suddenly dry. She walked over slowly and knelt beside the bath. The front of the robe shifted to reveal the slope of her breasts as she bent over to kiss him. Strands of hair fell into the water. "You're perfection," he said eventually. There was just enough light to show the smile on her face. "Thank you." She picked up a tall bottle of liquid soap and poured some into her cupped hand. "Let me do this." "You know you're what makes all this possible," he said, then whimpered as she began rubbing the soap slowly across his shoulders. "That's very sweet, but we both know you're the one everybody admires. No one would vote for me, or even listen to me. You have a fire. You burn for justice. They all sense that. They sense how genuine you are." "Just a pretty figurehead. You do all the work. You and Cullen and Javier." "Don't forget the others." More soap was tipped into her hand. She slid it down his sternum. "Androsia helps you a lot." Slavasta suppressed a smile. Bethany had never quite been comfortable around Androsia, with her long limbs and sunny smile and trim figure. "Are you thinking about her?" Bethany's hands had paused. "Not at all." She sounded suspicious. Slavasta curled his hand around the back of her head and pulled her down for another kiss. Finally, Bethany relented, and her hands crept down his stomach. "Not at all," he promised sincerely. "Are you frightened?" she murmured. "I am sometimes." "Not of the captain's police. No, we're too prominent now, and we have support from some sections of the establishment." "I meant the election. It's only a week away." 10 days. "Suppose we don't win?" "The polls are good, and Tuxbury is a fool." "Really? I had no idea." He'd assumed that anyone who had held on to a constituency seat for 48 years would know a thing or two about election campaigns. Not so Tuxbury. At first he'd simply sneered at Slavasta, assuming his nomination as Citizens' Dawn candidate was good enough to gain him a majority. Then 6 weeks ago, when he realized his own party's unenthusiastic support and lack of funds being thrown his way meant they'd abandoned him, he suddenly woke up to the very real prospect that he might lose his council seat. By then Slavasta had already been campaigning for 2 months, not just in Varlan, where the bulk of the voters lived, but visiting every town and village in the constituency, attending public meetings, setting out Democratic Unity's policies, promising to sweep away the old restrictions and conventions that made society so hidebound. He'd surprised himself at how adept he'd become at handling people, providing smart answers, telling the right jokes, knowing when to listen with a serious face, producing promises that sounded firm. It seemed there was truth in the old adage that you can get used to anything if you do it long enough. Tuxbury, however, had never really campaigned before, had never engaged with the people he was supposed to represent, so when he finally stood up in public to address people, it didn't go well. He spent family money on lavish spreads of free food and drink, then lectured the people, scoffing it down, why they should always vote for him because "I come from good family stock, not like this common moron who was so useless in the Cham regiment that he lost an arm to fallers." The two open debates with Sylvester that he agreed to also ended badly. The last one had to be halted early, when the audience started throwing things at him and trying to send him tumbling off the raised platform with their TK. The shock and dismay of discovering what people truly thought of him sent Tuxbury seeking solace in the bordellos he discreetly and regularly frequented, while inhaling more Nanak than usual to dull the pain of his humiliation, facets of his personality that the pamphlets were eager to print, complete with details. His misery was compounded by the gazettes, which were normally so supportive of Citizen's Dawn, as they began to report the same foibles as the pamphlets. Tuxbury hadn't appeared in public for the last 4 days. Cell members had reported him holed up in the Maiden's Welcome, a high-class brothel on Morney Street, leaving his dispirited and badly underfunded campaign staff to produce leaflets that nobody read. One cell member, a clerk in a solicitor's office, reported that his wife had already filed for divorce. "We will win," Sylvester said confidently. "The Hilltop Eye has the tax returns for Tuxbury's estates, haven't they?" "Delivered 3 days ago," she confirmed. "I got them the records for the last 10 years. Euracus, those bastards have paid less than you and I did. Can you believe that? The Hilltop Eye will print them 4 days before the election. So it would take a faller egg landing on my head for us to lose now. I just have to keep showing my face and not saying anything too stupid, for which I have you to watch over me." Bethany Eve's expression was pure wickedness as her hands and TK reached his groin. As always, he was helpless under her ministrations. She could make his body do whatever she wanted, and the intensity of the pleasure made him cry out, sending the bath-water sloshing across the floor. Afterward she made him stand next to the bath while she used a towel to dry him. Then he was taken to the bedroom. "Marry me," he said, as he lay back on the sheets and watched her move around the room, first to her dresser to dab perfume on her neck, then lighting 3 candles. They were officially engaged, of course, but that was for the sake of the election. There was no wedding day named or planned for. "You know my answer," she told him gently. "Yes," he said forlornly, "when we've won." She came over to the bed and stood there, hands on hips, looking down at him. "And you know why?" "Because nobody should bring children into a world as unjust as this one," he responded automatically. "After we've won," she said, "that's the time to build for the future. Anything before that is just castles made of sand and promises." "I know," he said. "So if I don't win, do we still arm the cells and march on the palace?" "No, that would be a complete disaster. We have to have popular support on our side, a clear mandate from the electorate. It must look as if we're doing what the people want. Some of them, anyway." "You're having doubts?" she asked. "Now?" "No, I'm just tired, that's all." "Poor you. It's nearly over. We just need another few weeks, maybe months, that's all. Can you last that long?" "Do I get a choice?" "No, I'm sorry, my love. None of us does, not anymore. This has grown too big to take the feelings of one person into account." "Are we really going to do this?" Sylvester wasn't even sure if he was asking this out loud. "I mean, overthrowing the captain. It's just so outrageous. Sometimes I have to check I'm still real, that I'm not living some dream in the heart. How did we ever do this? Put all this together? We did it because it was right, and it must be right because it's worked. Everything is ready." Yeah, that part was as much a mystery to him as the rest. The 4 of them had spent so long talking and arguing about what had to be done physically to achieve success. How do you march a force of armed men through a city to take out the top of the existing government and have that accepted by everyone else? So many ideas dismissed, so many details expanded, strategies planned. "We just have to wait. Once you're elected to the National Council, you become the authentic voice of the disaffected. Up pops my credibility and with it my legitimacy. Yes. Yes. And if we give the underclass enough to protest about, and the council doesn't listen, because it won't, it's full of people like Tuxbury, then we have the justification to launch the revolution. I know. Always there was the doubt. The way the rich with their fancy accountants avoided their fair share of taxes made him furious, and proper taxes for all was a priority for afterward. But they were the ones planning on sabotaging the city's water, creating disruption and suffering. It would be their activists who blew up the rail bridges, which would increase Varland's economic woes. Without them, things would carry on as they always did, which wasn't that bad. Bethany licked her lips. Let me see. What can I do to perk you up? Even though she'd already satiated him in the bath, he knew he would be erect again when she wanted him to be. Her sexual skill was something he never questioned. No one with half a brain asked about previous loves, but still, some small bad part of his mind kept wondering about her and Coolan, if he'd been the one who taught her so much about what men truly enjoyed in bed. If it had been his touch that had encouraged her to cast off her inhibitions. Fingers caressed him with nonchalant skill. Then TK, so soft and slow it was torment, plucked individual nerve strands in his cock. His flesh betrayed him immediately, igniting the pleasure pathways directly into his brain. He watched in awe as the lace robe flowed down over her skin like liquid gossamer, inflaming him still further. "A month," she whispered as she straddled him. "A month after the election. That will be the right time, the perfect time. That will be when you lead us forward and take control of the whole world. Does that satisfy you? Is that what you want?" Her TK crept around his balls like fronds of Arctic frost, gripping mercilessly to balance him perfectly on the edge between pain and ecstasy. "Yes," he cried. "Oh, Jew, yes," not knowing or caring what he was agreeing with any more.
2. Some people simply couldn't be asked, especially those who looked down on politicians and politics with the kind of contempt they would use to regard a smear of animal dung on their boot sole. But still, many more did care, turning out to vote, making the effort. Outside some polling stations, where Democratic Unity had put forward a full field of candidates for borough council seats, the sheriffs were unaccountably missing. In their stead, Citizens Dawn toughs watched over the free, private vote, making sure the cross went in the right place. Wherever that happened, the knowledge slipped through Bethaneve's communication network, and local Democratic Unity activists arrived, demanding privacy and freedom from intimidation. Fights broke out, but they were sporadic, with the sheriffs finally turning up only to cart both sides off to the local station, where they sat out the rest of the day cooling off in the drunk tank. Then there were cases of people being told they weren't on the borough voting registry. There was nothing Bethaneve could do about that, but Tovakar, Andresia, and Yanrith each had their own missions, running cells to intercept postal ballots that had been in storage for the last month. Citizens Dawn had been adding to the envelopes with their own false voters, dead or non-existent. Those sacks were discreetly swapped with alternatives full of the same fantasy people, but now voting for Democratic Unity. Some borough voting forms were in short supply. Officials never turned up to open voting stations. 4 Democratic Unity candidates were arrested on charges ranging from tax evasion to assault, making their candidacy invalid. It was another unremarkable election day on Bienvenido. Despite everything the establishment threw at them, Democratic Unity's vote held solid in their strongholds of the more deprived boroughs. Slavasta, who arrived at Langley's council hall at 5 o'clock in the afternoon for the count, was pathed reports from party officials right across the city. Turnout had been good. Interference was about what they expected. By 8 o'clock results were starting to come in. With a third of the 33 borough councils in the city up for election, 5 of them were shaping up to be Democratic Unity boroughs, with another 3 predicted to have no one party with an overall majority, and Citizens Dawn claiming the remaining 3, the richest boroughs. For them, it was a disaster. 5 national council seats in or around the capital were also being contested, along with 100 more across the continent. In Langley, it was obvious from the moment the first sealed voting sacks were opened who was going to win. Tuxbury hadn't even been seen in public since the day the Hilltop Eye published his tax records. Thanks to quiet surveillance by cell members, Slavasta knew he was holed up at his family estate just outside Varlin. By 11 o'clock, Slavasta had been confirmed as the new National Council representative for Langley. He gave a short thank-you speech, written by Kulan and Bethanyve, to his delighted supporters. By midnight, the results for the Varlin boroughs were verified. Democratic Unity had won 5 outright. One more was theirs thanks to a coalition agreement with 3 independent councillors. Citizens' Dawn had 4, and 1 was left without a majority party. 7 councils, counting Nalani, Slavasta said as he walked home with Bethanyve, Javier and Kulan. That's amazing. Really it is. The dark streets had a lot of pedestrians and cabs for the time of night, all of them going home after the count. High overhead, Androsia's Modbird kept level with them, its superb eyesight vigilant for trouble. Yanrith himself was barely 100 metres away, and carrying 2 pistols. There were other party members close by, ready to rush in at a single, pathed alert. Javier had insisted on the precautions. "You'll have to resign from Nalani tomorrow morning," Kulan said. "You can't sit on 2 councils." "You're the only Democratic Unity candidate to get a National Council seat," Javier said. He sounded regretful. "Barpek gave them a good run for their money in Denbridge," Bethanyve said. 32%. "Denbridge is over the river," Javier said. "Large middle and working-class population. Shame we couldn't win it." "We didn't win, Langley," Slavasta said. "We were given it, remember?" "Yeah, and are they ever going to regret that?" Bethanyve said happily. "They think that's a bribe to keep us in line. Well, even if they survive—" A white corona of bright orange light flared across the southern skyline, silhouetting the rooftops and chimney stacks. They saw the flickering haze of a fireball ascending at the centre of it, wreathed in churning black smoke. Seconds later the sound of the explosion rolled across them.
"Yarrakas," Javier snapped. "What was that?"
"It's down near the quayside, I think," Kulan said. "Eastward, too. There are some companies around there that deal in lamp oil. Big barrels."
"Crud," Slavasta grunted. "Did we order that?"
"No," Bethanyve said, "and I don't like the timing."
It took 2 days to get the warehouse fires under control, and the city authorities were lucky it rained on the second night. Smoke hung over Varlin for another day as the ruined buildings 3 streets above the quayside smouldered. Exploding barrels had thrown flaming oil a long distance, and the volunteer fire crews were scared to venture too close for fear of more barrels detonating. Eventually, when all that was left was a circular area of blackened walls and piles of rubble, hospital staff and fire officers started to pick their way through the tangled debris, Excite probing the stone and charred wood and smashed slates, hunting for bodies. 23 business premises were destroyed. Fortunately, given it was a commercial district and late at night, fatalities were minimal. Only 8 people were known to have died, but it was another blow against the city's economy, with insurance companies hit hard. Everyone's premiums would be going up. Cassandra was deep into the farm's accounts when Russell rode into the compound. His arrival gave her an excuse for her U-shadow to fold the spread-cube files away and free up her exovision. When they'd started planning the revolution, she'd been so enthusiastic and excited, never thinking she'd spend hours, days, weeks, having to manage the basic finances of the enterprise. But as she'd swiftly learned, shoving a government aside wasn't cheap.
"Our insurrection doesn't even have to work," Nigel had said. "Not permanently. We just need time to get in and out of the palace. All we really need for that is anarchy."
"It should work," she objected. "Otherwise we've let down so many people."
"You can't afford to think like that. The radicals who make up the movement are just another set of tools to help us complete the job. Nothing more."
"But they have to believe that their lives will change for the better to commit to the cause. You're asking them to risk everything they have."
"And that risk will be repaid 1,000-fold, not by replacing one set of useless corrupt leaders with another, but by liberating them from the void. You have to learn to see the big picture, Cassandra. No more small-town thinking, okay?"
"Okay."
But it was difficult. People, real people, were going to get hurt. She just had to keep telling herself it was all worthwhile, because this was destiny, they were working to achieve. Russell jumped off his horse as his TK fastened the reins to the paddock fencing. "Sylvester won the Langley election," his path shout informed the compound. "Democratic Unity is now a legitimate opposition party." He waved a couple of Ireland's gazettes above his head. "It's official." Cassandra hurried out of the house and met him on the veranda. "Let me see," she said, taking one of the gazettes. It was a large edition, printed yesterday, she noticed. "Fast delivery to a deity." She kept her shell hard so she didn't reveal the swirl of disappointment that came from reading the results. "Only Sylvester got elected to the National Council. We put candidates up in 5 constituencies. And just 6 new boroughs with Democratic Unity in the majority." In her heart she'd been hoping for so much more. Some public validation from the people they were about to set free. "I'll go show Nigel," she said with a cheery smile. "You go in and ask Victoria for some lunch. She'll make you up some sandwiches." Russell touched the brim of his hat respectfully. "Thank you." Cassandra set off across the compound. It was barely recognizable now. So much had changed, so many buildings added. There were over 30 barns and storehouses, some of them vast, with iron I-beams supporting the wide span of their roofs. 8 of them were used purely for the farm, housing the mod apes, horses and dwarfs needed to tend the crops and herds of terrestrial beasts that now covered almost the whole valley. The 2 timber mills were as busy as always. And the bulky steam engines thrummed away at the side of the engineering shops. Labourers and the dominated used 2 long barns as dormitories, dividing them up into snug but comfortable private rooms, with communal washrooms at one end. The 3 that housed the weapons factories were quiet now, their machines idle. Enough guns and ammunition had been manufactured and sent to the various radical groups they'd established, with the majority delivered to the capital. The mod dwarfs that had worked on the production lines were now sitting in their stalls, doing nothing but eating and sleeping. But it was the launch project she admired the most. 4 long sheds lined with racks of G-spider cages, spinning out vast quantities of dross silk. Nigel had introduced that particular variant to Bienvenido, of course, but not directly. Marek had travelled halfway up the Afla Peninsula to Gretz before teaching the adaptation to a small family-run newt stable. That way it wouldn't be yet another innovation emerging from Blair Farm. After some experimentation, Nigel had found that to produce the best dross silk, G-spiders should eat leaves from the diasu bush. If everyone else was breeding G-spiders and producing dross silk for the clothing industry, there would be nothing odd about Blair Farm buying diasu leaves in considerable bulk. After the G-spider sheds was the booster bunker, which had been dug deep into the soil. Here the dross silk was wound carefully and precisely onto a long iron cylinder, precision-milled, which had taken months, and sprayed with resin before being cured in a huge kiln. There were 19 layers in all, each of which needed to be flawless. Only when sensors linked to the Sky Lady had confirmed the last layer was unspoiled did the cylinder get taken out of the tube. Despite their very best monitoring and quality control, they only managed to get 1 perfect cylinder for every 3 attempts. Finished cylinders were wheeled into the second half of the booster bunker, behind thick iron and concrete wedge-shaped doors, so heavy that they needed a set of train wheels to roll across the chamber on their own tracks. That was where the process was finished, filling the cylinders with propellant, turning them into giant solid rocket motors. She could still remember the first test firing, with the booster standing vertical, its exhaust nozzle pointing up into the sky. Even standing a kilometre away, the roar of sound was like a solid force as it punched across her. The fire plume was incandescent, searing purple after-images across her retinas for minutes, while the smoke jets soared ever higher into the clear sky, reaching for the clouds above. It was as if the universe had somehow cracked open, allowing a gale of elemental forces to howl through the gap. Afterward, staring in astonishment at the still smouldering booster casing, while her overloaded senses began to calm, she said simply, "You cannot sit on top of that. You just can't." "They're perfectly safe," Nigel said contentedly. "People flew into space on chemical rockets for decades before Ozzy and I put a stop to it."
No.
But of course there was no choice. So the production of the solid rocket boosters went ahead, despite her fears. Nigel had chosen an ammonium nitrate-based fuel, which was one of the easiest to make, especially given the production method they had discovered. Again, it was all about keeping a low profile. He didn't want to add chemical refineries to the farm compound as well as everything else. Fortunately, the Fallers had given them an unexpected alternative in their slave species. Cassandra walked past the booster bunker and along the rows of mod pig silos. Out of the whole project, these animals were her biggest headache. They had to be fed a very specific diet of substances, which their weird secondary digestive tract broke down and rearranged into feces pellets that were the fuel used by the boosters. She had to track down suppliers right across the continent, seeking out merchants who dealt in powdered aluminum, hydrochloric acid, sodium, liquid rubber, and a dozen types of nitrate-based fertilizers. Arranging to have them shipped to Blair Farm, but not in quantities that would arouse interest. She and Valerie set up dozens of small businesses in towns along the continent's main train lines, where labels could be swapped and the compounds forwarded in different containers. Then when they did get here, they had to be mixed in just the right proportions before being fed to the mod pigs. The testing shed was 200 meters past the silos, perched on the riverbank. She plodded over to it, through the shadow cast by the big iron crane of the launch framework. The squat gantries that would support the Sky Lady and her booster rocket assembly when they were ready to send her soaring back into space had been completed several weeks ago. 5 red-painted iron scaffold pillars that curved upward in shallow arcs over a big circular pool filled with river water, then merged into a bracelet-shaped cradle where the crane would hoist the starship. Right now, it was a strange, empty construction, as if it had outlasted a building it had once contained. There were filter masks hanging up under the testing shed porch. Apparently exposure to perchlorates could cause thyroid problems in humans. Cassandra put one on before going in. The interior was simple enough, with a broad bench running along one side, filled with the kind of glassware that told anyone they were in a chemical lab. Nigel and Fergus were standing over a jar of greenish fluid, where a couple of thumb-sized fuel pellets were fizzing like bad beer. "Slovasta 1," she announced.
"Yes."
Nigel's voice was muffled by the mask. "We sensed Russell. Most of the county did."
"That means it's going to happen."
"Yes."
He still hadn't looked up from the sensor module that was scanning the jar and its dissolving pig feces.
"That's up to standard," he said to Fergus. "Load the booster."
"Slowly and carefully," Fergus retorted. Nigel abandoned the bench and put his arm around Cassandra, walking with her out of the test shed.
"Sorry," he said when he'd taken the mask off. "Some things just have to be done correctly. I'd hate to wind up sitting on top of a bad batch."
She nodded earnestly. "I understand."
"Those pigs are pretty unpredictable."
"We get the feed mix right every time."
"I know, but I doubt the Fallers ever had this in mind when they designed the newts."
It had been the final revelation they'd extracted from the Proval Fallers' memory. Newts were their perfect domestic slave race, biological machines created for one reason, to serve the Fallers. Capable of being molded into dozens of subspecies, from animals that could perform most kinds of physical labor to immobile organ clumps, whose enzymes turned them into simple chemical refineries, newts eliminated the need for an overtly mechanized civilization. You just had to know how to format the embryo. That was the second part of the puzzle. When they assumed human form, the Fallers had thick bundles of additional nerves stretching down their arms to a small wart-like protuberance on the back of the wrist. It allowed a direct synaptic interface to a corresponding patch of nerve receptors at the back of a newt's head. All mods had an identical patch, through which instructions could be channeled. It was a discovery that had delighted Nigel.
"So that's how they operated outside the void,"
he'd muttered as the Sky Lady displayed the information through their exovision.
"Paula will be happy about that."
It had taken the Sky Lady a while to work out the sequence, but eventually they got the mod pig embryo correct. So the fat creatures lay in their stalls, with stumpy legs that were little more than wedges to keep them upright, and a body containing bioreactor organs that could crap out pure rocket fuel. They didn't live long. The toxicity of the compounds they ate saw to that. but they had enough of them in the silos, and with regular hatchings to replace the dead, the supply of pellets matched production of the booster casings. There was only one booster left to fill now, and they'd have a cluster that could send Skylady racing over 90 kilometers high. But it would be a ballistic trajectory. Her speed would fall far short of orbital velocity. Achieving that still depended on the starship's degraded ingrav drive providing the final impetus. Nigel swore the figures checked out, and he'd make it to the forest. "Will the last booster be finished in time?" she asked as they made their way back to the farmhouse. "It takes 10 days to load the propellant and catalyze the final binding, so yes. Phase 1 isn't scheduled for another month. That'll give us plenty of time for the final stack assembly." She turned to look back at the launch framework. "What if the weapons are no good?" "Come on. Kulin has had drones in there examining them for 18 months. Their integrity hasn't been compromised. They're simply powered down." "They're 3,000 years old, Nigel." "Irrelevant. Their warheads are solid state. All the ancillary components are fragile. Granted, we'll have to refurbish and replace quite a bit, but they'll function just fine. Stop worrying. You'll make me jittery, and that's no good at all." His arm went around her shoulder, holding her close. She'd noticed him becoming gradually more tactile over the last year or so. "Sorry," she said, pouring out insincerity. "Yeah, right. But I do have a question." "What?" "I was going through the accounts. Who's James Hilton? We've been paying him an awful lot of money recently."
Actually, James Hilton was a novelist back on Earth, pre-Commonwealth era."
"So why are we paying him a small fortune?"
"He's only really known for one book, Lost Horizon. It featured an imaginary valley called Shangri-La, which was sheltered from the rest of the world. I thought that an appropriate name."
"For what?"
"A refuge, in case anything goes wrong."
"What can go wrong?"
Now there you are. That's exactly why I was keeping it quiet. If you start having doubts, you always panic."
"I do not."
"Then why are you worried?"
"I'm not worried. I'm curious, that's all."
"So now you know. If anything happens, there's a place where you, me, and the ANA droids can go and regroup."
"Right. Thank you. Where?"
"Port Chana."
"Ah, I thought Marek spent a lot of time there just to buy hydrochloric acid."
"Clever girl."
"Don't be so patronizing."
"You get aggressive when you're worried."
"I'm not worried. I'm concerned you think something can go wrong."
"I don't."
But
I've enough experience with life to know that you should always take precautions for other people's screwing up. Look, if everything goes right, in a couple of months from now the void will be gone, and you, me, and everyone else on Bienvenido and Querentia will be on board a Rael ship heading for the Commonwealth. But if not, if something does come along to screw things up, well, there are consequences for the things we've done. Consequences I'd rather not face. So this as an emergency fallback. Surely that's sensible, isn't it?"
Cassandra clenched her jaw. "Yes."
"See? What do I know?"
"Every crudding thing."
The weak state of Varland's economy was of no concern to the Westergate Club. Established for over 1,500 years and rebuilt 4 times on the same spot, it epitomized how the city's ruling class sailed on serenely through the misfortunes of others, observing their travails the way one might view the antics of a zoo animal. Slavasta arrived at the richly decorative front door a week after the election, wearing the grey suit he'd bought for public speaking during the campaign. Shame he hadn't had the time to get it cleaned. The doorman in his immaculate black tailcoat smiled obsequiously and ushered him in.
"Welcome back, Captain Slavasta, and my personal congratulations on your election."
"Thank you." The receptionist behind the desk gave him a very spry smile, backed up by a sultry private path, a wordless pulse but full of invitation. Slavasta hoped he didn't blush too obviously as the footman led him away. As always, the huge marbled interior seemed to absorb sound. He was halfway up the sweeping staircase when he saw a young woman coming down toward him. She wore a bright red dress, a colour that emphasised her long strawberry blonde hair. Its bodice was tighter than was the fashion among society ladies, and the skirt had a rather daring split all the way up one side, allowing a glimpse of long and very shapely legs. Her face was familiar, which made him struggle to recall. "Slavasta!" She smiled and embraced him before he had time to react. "Oh, no," she said theatrically, and waved a hand in front of her face. "You've forgotten me already, and we had such a good time together." A private path gifted him the inside of a boudoir that kicked off all sorts of enjoyable memories in Slavasta's skull. How he'd spent a long afternoon with her on that big, soft bed. How it wasn't just Bethaneve who knew how to have uninhibited fun. How they'd laughed. "Lanisha," he said, "I'm sorry. It's been a while." Though how he could forget that beguiling face even for a moment was a complete mystery. "It certainly has. I spent simply months pining after you, you mean thing. Fancy abandoning a girl after an afternoon like that." "Sorry." "I'm teasing, silly thing. It's really good to see you. And you're a national councillor now. That's just brilliant. I bet old Conservative men choked on their breakfast all over town the day after the election. Daddy certainly did. Have you been introduced to the captain yet?" No, not yet. The council's opening ceremony was postponed because of the explosion." "Oh, gee, yes, that was so terrible. So, how are you? Married yet?" No." "Me neither." The smile she gave him was downright wicked. "I've still got my day villa for privacy. I'd enjoy being your mistress." All Slavasta could do was stand there with his mouth open. His gaze flicked to the footman, who had suddenly found something immensely interesting to stare at on the landing above. He really had forgotten how society girls behaved, their freedoms and delight in mischief. Lanisha laughed gleefully at his expression, the confused emotions leaking through his suddenly shaky shell. "I'll leave that offer open for you to consider," she said, and started walking down the stairs. There was one final saucy wink goodbye. Slavasta finally managed to close his mouth. He wanted to carry on watching her walk down the stairs. He wanted to go after her. He wanted to have a day, one day, away from stress and fear and anger, to be carefree, just as he had been that long-ago afternoon when the Skylords had visited. Lazy evenings in her day villa would never be spent full of intense discussions and momentous decisions and ideological analysis. There would be no plotting how to kill people and bring down governments and change the world. There wouldn't be responsibility. He closed his eyes and took a breath, allowing his heart to calm. The footman was waiting patiently. "Lead on," Slavasta told him. The temptation was hard to fight. It wasn't just old flings like Lanisha who were coming on strong these days. There had been interest from women ever since he was publicly elected Democratic Unity's leader, interest that had steadily increased from the moment his candidacy for Langley was announced. Since the election, the offers had been quite brazen. It made him nervous about venturing outside number 16 Jaysfield Terrace with Bethaneve. He could laugh off the attention while enjoying the flattery. She, he knew, did not have the same liberal view of the phenomenon. Colonel Galaces waited for him in the Nevada suite, with all its sombre wood panelling setting the tone to match the colonel's thoughts. This time there was no effusive greeting as he rose from behind the big glossy table. Instead there was a curt "Councilman," and a quick squeeze of the hand. "Colonel." Galaces waved the footman away, then straightened his uniform before sitting again. "I believed we had a gentleman's understanding." "Did we?" Slavasta said, wishing he didn't feel quite so intimidated. "A quid pro quo was certainly implied. That's why you're now the councillor for Langley. You got what you want. Did you think that was free?" "No." "Then would you mind explaining to me why, in Eurakis' name, you blew up the oil company's depot? The city was crudding lucky that fire didn't spread any farther. As it is, the financial damage it will inflict on decent people is quite bad enough. And that's on top of everything else. The city is suffering right now because of the anti-mod movement." The outright accusation made Slavasta stiffen, only partly in anger. "I didn't blow up anything." "Of course not. Not personally. You're not an idiot. But can we say the same thing about your colleagues, eh?
What would Tovakar tell us under interrogation, I wonder, or Andresea? How long would it take for her to crack if the captain's police were to bring her in? Apparently the process is a lot worse for women, especially when they're young and good-looking, and I believe the first officer takes a personal interest.
Now Slavasta was deeply worried. If the colonel was using plain talk, this was no simple horse-trading arrangement anymore. This was something a lot more serious. Actually, they'd say the same thing. I don't know who blew up the oil depot, and frankly, it's the last thing I need right now. Which was true enough. It had taken Bethany 2 days sifting through the scraps of information that percolated up through the network of cells to discover who might have sabotaged the oil company. A follow-up visit from Javier and Janrith had confirmed it. 3 members from a cell on level 28 had grown frustrated by the lack of action and decided to take things into their own hands, striking a definitive blow for the movement, hurting the establishment. Janrith had to pull Javier off one of them. The man was now in hospital with broken bones and heavy blood loss. Such a show of capability and determination could have given the game away. If the captain's police had caught them, the interrogation would have lasted until they were either dead or confessed everything. As it was, Trevine's interest in the cells and suspected radicals had risen to dangerous levels. His agents were pressing informants hard. 3 more cell members had disappeared in the last 24 hours. Bethany was busy warning their contacts. The deal was, you get Langley and in return peace is restored to our streets, Galesis said. No more acts of sabotage, no more shanty mobs, looting and wrecking, no more union bullying of hard-pressed businesses. Life becomes civilized once more, with you acting as a conduit for legitimate concerns and complaints. That is my wish too, Slavasta shot back. Come on, I've invested everything in getting this seat. I'm not going to blow it now.
I'm glad to hear it. From now on, if your low-life supporters have problems with the world, they take those problems to you. Even with dross silk sales bringing in fresh cash, the economy needs a time of stability to get back to what it was before Democratic Unity's paranoid campaign against mods. You do know the capital is the only place that particular idiocy took hold, rather like your voter base.
People will realize.
No, Slavasta, they will not realize, because nobody is going to stir up that prejudice anymore. I'm sorry about your arm. Really, I am. But you need to get over it. Your private obsession is damaging Bienvenido. Is that what you want?
We have to eliminate our dependency on...
You haven't been sworn in to the National Council yet. Think carefully what you say, and remember the oath you will be taking before the captain, specifically the part about protecting this world from all forms of harm.
Slavasta glared at the colonel, trying to control his temper. He had the distinct feeling Galesis was deliberately baiting him. This was another test to see if they were going to allow him his seat. Democratic votes were an irrelevance to those who held the true strings of power. I'm going to bring it before the National Council.
Galesis nodded in satisfaction. You do that. And at the same time you keep your hotheads quiet. That's also your obligation. Understand?
Nobody is going to be blowing anything up on my watch. And, Eurakis, it feels good looking you in the eye and being just as deceitful as you.
Glad to hear it. You can have a great life, Slavasta. The rewards for people in your position are enormous. I wouldn't want you to sell yourself short.
I won't.
So what's going to happen about your engagement? Clever electioneering move, that, by the way. She looked jolly pretty on your arm out there on the campaign trail. Won quite a few bachelor votes for you, I imagine.
The change caught Slavasta by surprise. We said we would wait until after the election before setting a date.
Indeed. Then consider this. There is a whole city of opportunity opening up to you now. You should enjoy yourself for a while before making a smart choice.
The colonel leaned forward slightly, studying Slavasta closely.
You need a girl who will enhance your new status. After all, you do know what your little radical sweetheart did before she met you, don't you?
What are you talking about?
It's different for her class, of course, we all know that. Not like Lanisha. People can judge harshly.
I don't understand. Bethany is a tax office clerk.
Of course she is.
Well, I'd offer you lunch, but I have a rather pressing engagement. Dull, but necessary. I'm sure you remember what responsibility is like. If not, you're going to get a swift, hard reminder when you take your seat. Oh, and I forgot to say, congratulations. We've underestimated them, Slavasta said. Euracus, did we ever. After leaving the Westergate Club, he'd collected Bethany from the Hall of Records on Warren Street, and the two of them went directly to the house in Tarleton Gardens, where Javier and Coulon were still living. Who? Javier asked. The captain, the first officer, the establishment, especially Trevine. Euracus. He started to pace up and down the empty lounge. They know everything. What do they know? Coulon asked. He told me. Galacis. He sat there smirking while he told me. It's a warning. They've just been laughing at us. They know it all. What? Bethany asked. Focus, please. Slavasta gave her a broken look. They know about you. I'm so sorry. What do they know about me? That you used to do Narnik. How do they find these things? The same way we know Trevine's nephew has gambling debts, that the captain's second daughter has just had a baby and she's not 16 yet, that Galacis and Trevine are both members of the Travington Society, that the first officer is a psycho nutcase. We hear whispers on the street and ask questions. They know Androsia is helping us, and Tovakar too, so they'll know about Yanrith. They know the name of every party member and union member. They'll know which of them are activists. Their list of names and all the details will fill a whole floor of Trevine's offices with filing cabinets. You know the one, 58 Grosvenor Place, his secret headquarters, which extends 6 levels below ground and occupies the buildings on both sides. She went over to him and held his arm to stop him walking. We know them, and they think they know us. They think we are idealists trying to bring justice to the poor through the ballot box and a bit of petty agitation. They know nothing else. They don't know how extensive our cells really are. They don't know about our weapons. They certainly do not know our plans. They do not know they're about to die and we are going to sweep their whole rotten regime away. Slavasta looked at her, then the other two. Seeing their calm, concerned faces, he took a long breath and nodded. Okay. Sorry. He was just so cradding confident. He doesn't know anything else, Coulon said. People always fold for him. Nobody's ever mounted a serious challenge to take the palace since the Jasmine Avenue rebellion, and that was hardly threatening, not really. All they're used to are small groups of radicals and thugs up from the shanties who don't have a clue what they're doing. The whole concept of our organization is beyond his understanding. The explosion is a problem, though, Javier said. Our people are getting very impatient. I'm not sure we can keep a lid on things for much longer. They want action. We agreed to a month, Coulon said. That we did. That would suit us. But what about all our comrades? They don't know the plan. They don't know how big this thing goes. All they see is an election where Democratic Unity finally gains some seats, and nothing is happening. The captain's even put off inaugurating the National Council, which demonstrates what he thinks about democracy. We've primed thousands of people, promising them drastic change, and they're still waiting. The idiots in that level 28 cell who bombed the Lamp Oil Company depot are going to be the least of it if we don't give the membership decisive action soon. And if that happens, if they move without us, without a coordinated plan, then it's all over. The cell network will fragment. The captain's police and the sheriffs will swoop. We'll probably have to go into exile. The whole movement will be in ruins. We lose. The end. Everything Javier said made perfect sense. But still Slavasta hesitated. If they started this, there would never be any going back, win or lose. Bethany, can we bring it forward? There's no practical reason why not. We were waiting a month to position ourselves politically, to give you some respectability in the National Council. But seeing as how we haven't got a National Council actually sitting yet, that has to be a secondary consideration now. The captain is opening the council in 3 days, if nobody else sets fire to anything. Can we get Phase 1 up and ready for that night? Yes. We need to leave at least a week between Phases 1 and 2, Coulon warned. People have to feel the hurt from having their water supply screwed with. They need to become political. Then once they're angry enough, we frighten them with phase 2.
And put our people on the streets,
Javier said. He walked over to Bethany and Sylvester, putting his thick arms around them. Cullen joined the embrace. Together we are strong, Bethany said. Together we stand, Cullen said.
Together we will succeed,
Javier said. I will never turn away from you, my true friends, Sylvester said. He squeezed them all hard. Together we have the courage we need. Now let us liberate this world. 3. The Hevlins' orangery stretched along one side of the hotel's neat little central courtyard, where fountains played and fig trees formed a tall canopy to ward off the midday sun. The table where Cassandra sat was right next to the glass, with a gentle breeze drifting down from the open windows above. A snow-white tablecloth was laid out with shining silver cutlery, and the cut crystal goblets sparkled in the dappled sunlight. It was Madeline who served the fish starter, smoked marcod wrapped in caul leaves and drizzled with a lime sauce. "Enjoy," Madeline said in a very knowing tone. "Thank you," Cassandra replied levelly. "Would you like more wine?" "Not for me." She looked over the table at her companion. Diavid smiled happily. "No, thanks." "Madam?" Madeline gave a small bow and left. Cassandra hoped Diavid hadn't noticed how smug Madeline had been. Every time that happened, Cassandra couldn't help wonder if Nigel's domination technique was slipping. "After all, I have finished up spending a lot of time on my back in the Hevlins' bedrooms recently, just not quite the way she and Ma intended." The thought made her grin across the table at Diavid's handsome face. His answering smile was worshipful. They'd met 5 months ago. He was 22, the youngest son in a family who owned a respectable-sized carpentry business in Jackstow, 50 kilometers to the south. With Adiani's prosperity rising dramatically over the last 2 years, he was one of many salesmen arriving in town to seek fresh markets. He played football for Jackstow's football team, which kept him in very good shape, and when she ran her fingers all over him, his ebony skin was gorgeously smooth to the touch. Best of all, he made her laugh. His cheery, mildly disrespectful attitude was a rarity among the young men she got to meet, who were all such desperately serious would-be businessmen or entrepreneurs, all on their way up, or believing they were. Diavid had convinced his father they needed to open an office in town, with himself as manager, and Cassandra suddenly found herself with a lot of reasons to be in Adiani, supervising the flow of goods that the industry inside the farm's compound consumed, as well as overseeing activities among the radical groups Nigel and the ANA droids had established. That was during the morning. Afternoons were spent with Diavid in the Hevlins' garden suite, exploring new ways the huge 4-poster bed could be used to accommodate their wanton gymnastics. "This is delicious," he said. "They catch marcod in the freshwater lake upstream. It's quite the local specialty." He held up a fork with a perfectly cooked pink sliver impaled on the tip. "Can you stay tonight?" His tongue came out slowly and licked the piece of fish off the fork. "I could be persuaded. I have some meetings tomorrow afternoon that I can reschedule for the morning." "Do you really need an excuse?" "No, I'm just being practical." "Of course, you wouldn't need to be practical or have excuses if I moved out to the farm. We could spend every night together then." She looked at his eager expression and felt her own buoyant mood start to deflate. "Diavid, I know. Your guardian doesn't approve. Strange, considering he doesn't seem to mind you spending as much time as you want with me in town. It's not that. I'd really like to visit. All the wagon drivers who go out there talk about how it's practically a town in itself. We have a few extra barns for engineering, that's all. Nigel's hobby is making things he hopes to sell one day, and we maintain the farm's traction engines ourselves." "Really? They say you have hundreds of mods working on the farm, and there's like a train of goods carts that carry stuff out there every day. Weird loads, too. Crates of minerals from all over. Barrels full of GU knows what." Cassandra put her knife and fork down. "Foodstuff for the newts and metals for smelting, that kind of thing. Look, I'm not complaining. I think it's wonderful what Nigel has done, all the trade and industry he's brought to this town. The whole region benefits, but it's like there's a whole part of you that I'm shut out from." She almost groaned in dismay. No matter how many times she said at the beginning, "This is just fun, I don't want anything serious right now," and no matter they always instantly agreed to those terms, it always wound up with them getting more demanding and possessive. "Isn't what we have good enough?" "Oh, Giu, yes. I'm sorry, Cassandra, I just—" "Don't say it, don't." Even with her shell rock hard and revealing no hint of emotion, he must have sensed what a mess he was making of this. "I just want to see more of you," he finished lamely. "I don't think there's much you haven't seen." He smiled, but she could see it was forced, and now the mood had gone completely. Neither of them seemed to know what to say. She considered talking about the lingerie that had arrived from Farlan, which she'd been planning on wearing for him that afternoon. That always made men happy. But why should I always have to rescue the moment? Why not him? That was the trouble with being infected with the attitudes and outlook possessed by Commonwealth citizens. It was hard to find anyone on Bienvenido who could meet those expectations. Perhaps we could talk about the election, how Democratic unity won a seat on the National Council. Another glance at Diavid revealed how pointless that would be. Locals neither knew nor cared about politics in the capital. Why should they? It didn't affect them, so they believed. Just how is he going to react to salvation? How are any of them going to cope? I can barely comprehend what it will mean, and I've been thinking about it for years. They were finishing the fish course in mildly awkward silence when Russell pathed her privately.
"Gorlar's riding the message cart into town. Riding hard."
Cassandra stopped eating straight away. The message cart wasn't due in until tomorrow, which meant something important had happened for a message to be sent outside the schedule. Great Giu, Coolan's people can't have been blown, can they? Slavasta won his seat, damn it. Everything was going perfectly. "I have to go," she told Diavid. "No, please. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked to be with you at the farm. It was stupid." She stood up. "This is nothing to do with that. My mother's been a pain, and I have to go and sort it out. Again." "Oh," he reddened. "Of course." "I'll see you tonight," she promised. His smile was almost nervous. There was clearly a lot he wanted to say, but he held his tongue. "Tonight, then." Cassandra was proud of the way she kept her shell solid. Even if the message was nothing and they spent the night together, everything was about to change. Within a month, they would have the fearsome weapons from the palace. Nigel would launch Skylady and attack the Void structure. She still considered the whole mission crazy dangerous, despite his ability to reset the Void. But, oh, if he was right, if he really did know everything, the Void would be no more, and Bienvenido would be free. Yet it all depended on events in Varlan playing out smoothly, or at least in their favour for a few days. She waited with Russell outside the livery on the edge of town. It had a good position at the end of the newly upgraded river road, which was lined with tall feather palms. Diavid's company had been given the contract for the frame of the livery's latest stable, which wasn't the quality she'd been led to expect, but she never challenged it. "It's only for a couple more months." The message cart came into view around the final bend in the river road. Russell's G-Eagle had seen it 10 kilometres out, and he was right. Gorlar was riding it hard. The horse was flecked with foam, wild-eyed and galloping along as if they were being chased by wild haxhounds. Gorlar steered it off the road's newly compacted stone surface, slowing down as the horse reached the livery's wide gates. The neat cart was Nigel's design, its narrow bodywork made out of a dross silk reinforced resin to combine strength and lightness, forming little more than a frame with a seating sling above the axle. People had been amazed by how fast the thing could travel between Adiani and Erond, especially now that the road had been relaid. They'd concluded 2 years back that river travel, which was the usual way of getting between the two towns, was too slow for anything urgent. So Nigel, through his expanding commercial concerns, had lobbied and used some mild domination on local councillors. Now the road was level and sound, with fresh or repaired bridges offering a clean route. They'd positioned new stables in towns at reasonable intervals, so the message carts could change horses.
The Buggy Express, Nigel called it.
"Mom," Gorlar said as he jumped down. He was out of breath, with an exuberant look on his face at the frantic charge from Errand. Hands rummaged around in the leather satchel and produced the pale blue envelope. "It left Varlin yesterday," he said proudly. "Thank you." Cassandra took the letter from him. The big wax seal on the back was intact. Not that it was remotely important.
"Imagine that,"
Gorlar said to Russell. "A letter from the capital, here in less than 2 days."
"Yeah, imagine,"
Russell said with complete disinterest. "Crud!" Cassandra exclaimed, frozen in the act of opening the envelope. Whatever Coolan had written in the letter was irrelevant. The paper contained a small biochip memory, which her U-shadow had accessed. Coolan's message was very clear. The political situation was destabilizing. They'd been forced to bring the date forward. "What?" Russell began. Cassandra held her hand up, closing her eyes to think. They were going to initiate Phase 1 when the captain inaugurated the new National Council, and the letter had taken nearly 2 days to reach her. That barely left a day until the cells hit Varlin's water supplies. A day. And only at lunch she'd been thinking they still had several weeks left. There were few options now, but she had to choose. Time was slipping away fast, and Nigel was back at the farm, hours away. Coolan needs confirmation that we're in position and ready to retrieve the weapons from beneath the palace. So... Right, she snapped. "Gorlar, get yourself a fresh horse. You're riding to Blair Farm with a letter for Nigel. Russell, same for you. I need you to be on the 8:30 express to Varlin." Russell pulled a face.
"That's tight."
"I know. So let's move it."
"You haven't even opened the letter,"
Gorlar protested. He was just one of their normal employees, devoted to Nigel but not dominated, which left him free to question. "I know the handwriting," she said immediately. "It's from an old friend, so it can only be one thing, I'm afraid. Important news, so I need you to ride as fast as you can for me. Nigel must get my letter this afternoon."
"Right-o, ma'am. You can rely on me."
He almost saluted. Cassandra had plenty of time to get changed out of the dress and into some practical jeans with a white blouse under a suede jacket and some sturdy boots, all worn beneath a decent ankle-length coat of thin leather. Her small backpack had a few additional clothes along with her basic kit of Commonwealth gadgets. She felt quite the adventurous traveller again. 4 hours after she'd dispatched Gorlar to the farm, she heard it clattering along the road. Now this should be interesting, she thought as she walked out of the livery. Madeline was in the livery yard with her, also in travelling clothes, a happy grin spreading over her face. "He's riding it." "I know. Nothing else on this world makes that racket." They faced the road to the farm, which, thanks to the ancient cedars on both sides, was practically a green tunnel. The mechanical clanking and brief roars of high-pressure steam echoed off the trunks and branches. Cassandra's Excite found him just before he came into view. Her grin rose to match the one on Madeline's face. Nigel was driving the steam car at about 80 kilometres an hour, with Fergus sitting in the front passenger seat. Smoke from the fire tube boiler was shooting out of the back like a grey flame before swirling away in its wake. The wheels, with their fat, low-pressure tyres, were a blur, giving the suspension a hefty workout. 2 horses trotting sedately down the road were immediately spooked and bolted through the line of cedars. Carts and wagons swerved out of the way. Cassandra could feel a great deal of excite swelling out from the town to scan the extraordinary vehicle. It was beautiful to behold. She'd spent hours in the workshop over the last 5 months, helping him with the early models. The work was nothing a mod dwarf couldn't do, screwing parts together, hammering, even painting the bodywork, but she so wanted to be a part of it. The steam car was probably the most advanced piece of machinery to have been built on Bienvenido for 1,000 years. They'd constructed 2 prototypes, testing the whole boiler system, then made 3 working models.
Dead-end technology,
Nigel had called them, just like airships and paddle steamers. But romantics never give up on them. You can always find enthusiasts building them somewhere in the Commonwealth. They're really quite evocative, like something from an alternative history. She was almost offended by him calling the splendid car a dead end. Driving it around the farm compound had been exhilarating. It had 2 seats in the front and 3 in the back. all of which could be covered by a retractable canvas hood if it started to rain. The car rolled into the livery yard, startling the horses in their stables. Its weight dug deep ruts in the damp ground as it came to a halt. Nigel hurried out, long brown coat swirling around his legs, pushing his goggles up onto his forehead to reveal clean circles of skin around his eyes. The rest of his face was caked in soot and hot, oily grime spat out by the engine.
"Right. What's happened?"
"Message from Cullen," she told him. "The radicals are getting restless. They've had to bring the date forward."
"When?"
"Phase 1 is planned to start tomorrow."
"Hell, that doesn't give us any time."
"Don't worry. I've sent Russell on the express."
"Which express?"
"The 8:30 to Varlin. It'll get into the city early tomorrow morning." Nigel looked at her for a long moment.
"Okay. And what is Russell going to do when he arrives?"
"He's carrying a letter for Cullen."
"Yes? Saying what?"
She frowned at him. "Confirming we'll be there, and to activate the external groups to assist Phase 2. Russell will also tell Akstan to get everything ready for us in Dios, and then he'll contact our station chief in Willesden to make sure the southern city line is protected." Nigel's shell attenuated slightly, allowing her to sense the lofty amusement colouring his thoughts, along with a steely thread of pride.
"You said yes, then."
"What?" He put his hands on her shoulder, giving her a steady look.
"You said yes? You told Cullen to go ahead with the revolution?"
"Well, obviously. Russell absolutely had to make the 8:30 express. I didn't have any time to consult with you. Why?"
"You realize there's no turning back now. You've fired the starting pistol,
a shot that will be heard all over Bienvenido, actually all over the galaxy." "Oh, yes, I suppose so."
He kissed her on the forehead. "That's my girl. No doubts. No hesitation."
"Nigel, it wasn't a decision. This is what we've been preparing for since we visited the Desert of Bone."
"Quite right," he said briskly. "Madeline, the car needs coal and water. Get the livery people to bring it out. Quickly. Fergus will show them what to do. Then you'll be coming with us."
"Yes, sir."
"We'll stay in Dios overnight and load our equipment onto tomorrow morning's express."
"That's what I thought," Cassandra said. "Akstan will deliver everything from the warehouses to Dios Station." She glanced out of the livery yard. People were drifting along the street outside, anxious to get a real glimpse of the amazing steam car. A lot of them were kids. "There's really no going back now, is there?"
"No."
It began a few minutes after midnight. The steam engine in the Holderness Avenue pump house suddenly lost pressure in one of its pistons, stalling the massive flywheel it turned. The cut-off valves worked perfectly, allowing steam to escape from the boiler, averting any kind of dangerous pressure build-up. The pump slowly rattled to a halt. Water pressure fell to zero across the whole district. In the Hither Green Road pump house, it was the pump itself that broke, its bearings seizing and disintegrating from the grit that contaminated the lubrication oil. Chunks of glowing metal exploded across the big hall, embedding themselves in the stone walls and punching clean through the roof. Pressure surges burst several feed pipes, sending water jetting out. A few minutes later it poured into the idling engine's firebox, extinguishing it in a blast of steam that shattered all the windows. Water continued to gush out, cascading down the road outside. Chertsey Road pump house saw the engine regulator fail, allowing the pistons to increase speed, turning the pump faster and faster. The pressure in the pipes outside increased dramatically. Junctions sprang leaks, sending water fountaining up through the cobbles, breaking the valves on domestic tanks. It was a domino effect that had been meticulously plotted. No one incident was enough to wreck Varlin's water utility network, but the surges and dips had a cumulative effect, affecting subsequent stations, forcing them to either shut down or suffer severe damage. As pump house demand across the city fell drastically, the Watling, Highbrook, and Ruislip reservoirs all had their sluice gates open to maintain the correct levels. They were just supposed to open a few centimeters, but instead they kept going until they were fully open. Huge jets of water thundered out. As the small night shift crews tried to shut them again, the mechanisms broke, jamming the gates in that position. Surge waves ploughed along the emergency culverts down toward the Colbal. But the culverts merged, and they'd never been designed to cope with 3 simultaneous releases. Water foamed up over the lips of the culverts, turning streets into streams, flooding into terraces and offices and factories. By 6 o'clock in the morning, 2/3 of Varlon was without fresh running water, and the reservoir sluice discharges had inundated the lower boroughs next to the river. Raw effluent, flushed out of the sewer pipes, bobbed along on the overflow, drifting into buildings on the eddies and swirls.
"It is the Radicals,"
the councillor for the Durnsford constituency decried, glaring at Sylvester from his position beside the first speaker's podium.
"I say the sheriffs should round them up and send the lot of them to the mines."
He was given a rousing cheer from across the tremendous marbled chamber. Bienvenido's National Council building was centred on the vast amphitheatre, where councillors sat in tiers behind huge wooden desks to debate and scrutinise legislation. The walls were supported by thick fluted columns and hung with huge ancient oil paintings that depicted times from the world's first millennium. Statues of past captains and first speakers gazed down from their high alcoves on the 600 councillors. 599 of them were members of Citizens' Dawn, but as Sylvester had discovered during the captain's opening ceremony, that didn't actually mean uniformity. The chamber was alive with ever-shifting alliances clamouring for their fair share of the national budget. Town against countryside, finance and industry, regions, the Varlan caucus, trains against boats, farming, the regiments, they all had their interests that had to be protected, urgent projects that needed funding, for which they required support. It was actually a lot more democratic, or at least balanced, than Sylvester had realised. That first day, he'd been approached by 5 separate factions, all eager to have him vote in favour of their bill in return for support on anything he wished to introduce to the council. But right now, differences had been put aside so they could all condemn him. He dropped the fist-sized red ball into the cup at the front of his desk, indicating he wished to address the chamber. The first speaker, on the floor of the amphitheatre, rose from his ornate onyx throne. "Representative for Langley has the floor. Pray silence and respect." Sylvester got neither as he walked down the aisle to stand beside the first speaker's podium.
"Silence!"
the first speaker's voice and path declared across the chamber. "Mr. Speaker." Sylvester bowed to the podium as was tradition. He stared around at the ranks of desks, most of which had the yellow ball of challenge in their cups. The contempt and scorn radiating down on him was a psychic storm. "My honourable colleague from Durnsford has levelled a serious charge. I really don't care that he slanders me with association. However, he does immense wrong to the people who simply speak up for a better life. He claims radicals are responsible for the calamity in this great capital city of ours. Could he perhaps name which pump-house the sheriffs have confirmed was sabotaged? Of course he cannot, because we all know there has been no such declaration. We are also aware of the perilous state the city's water utilities have been in for a great many years. Have the companies that own this precious utility, which is vital to all of us, rich and poor alike, improved their pipes and pumps in the last 10 years? Have they heeded the pleas of their engineers for funds and more repairs? Have their vast profits been invested wisely in new facilities that would alleviate any problem such as we now face? Has there been a debate or inquiry by this esteemed chamber into the matter by the very members who now claim to know so much about pipes and engines and reservoirs? Of course not. For complacency has become Bienvenido's watchword, an example sadly set by this chamber, and for which this chamber must take responsibility. The torrent of vocal and pathed abuse was overwhelming. The first speaker had to hold up the gavel of silence for over a minute before the honourable representatives quieted down. "I repeat my question," Sylvester said when the noise subsided. "Can you name an act of sabotage? No, this was a catastrophe waiting to happen. I say to you, my honourable colleagues, don't try to cast blame outside. Instead, look where it truly lies. Any impartial inquiry will find where the fault for this disaster actually falls. If arrests are to be made, it should be among those who own the water utilities whose uncaring greed is responsible." He bowed again to the first speaker and made his way back up the aisle. This time there was no jeering, only sullen glances. Several of the yellow challenge balls were removed. "Brilliant,"
Bethanieve's path reached him as he sat behind his desk. "You smacked it right back at them. Everybody who's receiving the gifting from the council clerk will know you're the people's champion now." Next to the first speaker's podium, the councillor for Wurzen was demanding that the region should not be taxed to pay for setting the city to rights. Savasta watched him with growing respect, someone who was trying to protect his constituents. "I think it takes more than one speech to establish that." "It was the perfect start we wanted. Besides, who bothers with the gifting from in here? Watching moth spiders excrete their dross silk is less boring." "Stop being so negative. The pamphlets will be all over this. Eurakis, Slavasta, you need to focus." "Yes," he sighed, "I know." Varlin was the hub of all four of the continent's major train lines: the Great Northwestern Line, Southern City Line, Eastern Transcontinental Line, and Grand Southwestern Line, which ran out of the city in rough alignment with the compass points. For all their prominence, passenger trains only formed 15% of the traffic. The rest of it was freight trains, unnoticed by the majority of the residents. The trade they generated was phenomenal, bringing in raw material for the factories, then exporting finished goods out to the farthest province. They were the city's economic arteries, as well as supplying most of the food to markets and homes. Just how essential they were to Varlin's survival had become obvious to Slavasta when the Josi Bridge was damaged. The rail lines were a terrible weakness. Anyone who could control the flow of goods in and out of the city could dictate their own terms. Of course, the government knew that as well, which was why any such attempt would be met with a swift and extreme response. What was needed, then, was a blockage that took time to repair, a repair that could be prolonged even further with small strategic strikes. The cells chosen were from the top layer of the network, people who had been recruited right at the start, those who had proved themselves to be loyal time and again, as well as being totally committed. Weapons caches were finally broken open and explosives distributed. 9 groups met up for the first time in the late afternoon 5 days after Varlin's water supplies were disrupted. Each took a cart out of the capital, riding them to railway bridges, not just the 4 main lines, but the nearby branch lines that could be used as alternative routes into Varlin. After darkness, they crept across the supports and arches, placing bundles of explosives precisely in the places they'd been told, locations that Skylady had worked out were the maximum load points. At 2 o'clock in the morning, fuses were lit. 10 minutes later, explosions crippled 7 bridges. News seeped into the city as the dawn cast a crisp light across the buildings and waterlogged streets. As before, it was markets like the Wellfield that alerted friends and business colleagues to the absence of any trains. Excite began to scan around, perceiving marshalling yards full of the trains that should be heading out. Railway workers were summoned in early and packed into special trains that headed cautiously along the tracks. Head office staff were called in, then swiftly dispatched by horse and cab to further assess the damage. The chief sheriff of every borough was roused. They converged on the Justice Ministry offices, along with senior government officials and Trevine's lieutenant. By 7 o'clock in the morning, all of Varlin knew the rail bridges north, east, and west of the city had been sabotaged. No natural collapse, no derailment blocking the lines, no water surge washing away supports, no structural failure of aging structures. They'd been blown up. Giftings from people who'd travelled out and returned were shared across the whole city, confirming the destruction. The only communications left open were the roads, the river, and the southern city line. "I cannot get anyone to respond," Bethany said in frustration. She was sitting at the kitchen table in number 16 Jaysfield Terrace, fingers pressed against her temples as she sent path after path into their network. "I just don't understand what's happened." "The trains from Willesden Station are leaving on schedule," Slavasta confirmed as paths came slinking through the complex network strung across the city, relaying messages directly from 5 separate cell members at Willesden, sent there specifically to tell them what the Southern City Line managers were doing and saying. "The company's been pathing out general reassurances since 6 o'clock. 3 teams of sheriffs have been sent to guard the closest bridges." "Eurakis, they can't have intercepted all our demolition squads, they just can't. That makes no sense. Trevine either knows all about us or he doesn't. He wouldn't just have arrested 2 squads and left the rest alone. Where are they?" "Maybe running for cover, or they had some kind of accident. That was a lot of explosives they had piled up on those carts." "I don't like it." And for the first time, Bethany actually showed uncertainty. We would have heard about it if the carts exploded.
So they didn't explode. They threw a wheel, or a horse spooked and bolted. Who knows?
I need to know.
He wanted to tell her to calm down, but that would be a mistake, he knew. She was running on raw nerves now, and terrified.
We'll know soon enough. At least they haven't been arrested.
How do you know that?
She shouted. Because we haven't been arrested.
All right. Sorry.
It's okay. He reached across the table and took her hand. I have to go.
She nodded, her hair falling down over her face to hide a forlorn expression.
Be careful.
I will. But I need to be at the National Council. Everyone's in place. They'll gift your message out uncensored.
They embraced. He could feel her trembling, and assumed she knew he was equally scared behind the hardest shell he'd ever manifested. His ex-sight perceived Andresia, Kulan, and Yanrith waiting for them in number 16's entrance hall below.
Come on, he said gently. Let's go. I want to know you're at the safe house before I make the denouncement.
Let's hope it is safe.
Ha! Now who's the cynic? She smiled and hugged him closer.
Please be careful.
You too. It took a long moment for them to let go of each other. At the bottom of the stairs, Kulan and Yanrith looked equally pensive, while Andresia looked positively gleeful.
How's it going? Slavasta asked. He and Bethanyve had been so busy with the rail bridges and preparing his National Council appearance, they'd left the other half of the operation to Kulan and Javier. Distribution's been running pretty smoothly, Kulan said. The caches were opened at 4 o'clock this morning, and we've armed the majority of Grade 3s.
What are Grade 3s? Slavasta asked.
The comrades we believe can be trusted with weapons, Bethanyve said, as they went out into the road where 2 cabs were waiting.
After all, we can't supply every grunt on the street. That would be anarchy, and we want precision.
Right. Slavasta frowned. Something she'd said bothered him, and he couldn't figure out what or why. What about the snipers? He hated the idea of that. It was cold murder, but the others had talked him around.
They're all active and ready, Yanrith said.
Okay, then. He looked at Bethanyve as she stood poised beside the cab, wearing a simple burgundy-red dress, her hair held in place with clips, those broad features burning with concern, working hard to memorize the image perfectly, because if this all went straight to Uraqus, it would be the last time. He grinned at his own pessimism. She mistook it for encouragement.
See you tonight, my love.
See you tonight.
Kulan and Andresia climbed into the cab with Bethanyve. Slavasta shut the door, and the horse started off down the street at a fast pace, with Andresia's Modbird zipping through the air high above. He and Yanrith got into their cab, fuzzing the interior.
Crud,
Yanrith grunted.
I know. Every day I have to ask myself if this is real.
It doesn't get any more real, Captain. Not today.
Their cab made good time across the city. It was a cloudless cobalt sky vaulting the capital, with the hot sun glaring down. Slavasta didn't know if this was auspicious or not. The morning's river mist began to clear urgently, evaporating out of the wider boulevards and avenues. It exposed the deep puddles and long streams running down the middle of streets that were still lingering 6 days after the pipes had burst and the reservoirs discharged into the city. The water was dank and sluggish now, steaming slightly under the morning sunlight. Whole boroughs were still without fresh water. Those living closest to the river took buckets to the quayside and hauled them back home just like people from the shanties. The northern boroughs had laid on emergency tank carts, rationing each household to 2 buckets a day. The silt and filth that had been swept along by the tide of water had been deposited in rooms and along roads as the levels fell. Borough Council work crews struggled to clear the stinking mess away. Fire carts were helping to drain basements and cellars with their mobile pumps. People were starting to mutter about how it would have been so much easier if they had mod apes and dwarfs to help. Every engineer employed by the water utilities was working 16-hour days as they strove to repair the network and restore supplies. 2 days ago, Captain Phidias himself had toured the worst afflicted areas. He even climbed down from his carriage to talk with flooded householders and the owners of ruined businesses, offering sympathy. I know exactly what it's like. We have no water in the palace, either. Which was a politically astute lie.
The palace had its own freshwater spring. He also promised to punish those responsible and get the city and national council to pass much stricter regulations so this could never happen again. The atmosphere of misery and resentment pervading Varlon was as thick and toxic as the stench of the sewage layer clogging the streets, and now, with news of the rail bridges percolating among the residents, uncertainty had supplanted stoic misery. Several of the large wholesale markets had shut their gates that morning. Without trains coming in, they simply had no fresh food to sell. All the food in city warehouses dramatically increased in price and became difficult to obtain. Retailers that did open sold out fast, although most kept their doors closed. Crowds began to gather at the borough markets, their vocal complaints escalating fast at the sight of empty stalls. Sheriffs arrived to be goaded by strategically positioned cell members. What started as worry and dissatisfaction began to grow into something more ugly. As the shock of the transport failures sank in, businesses, large and small, began to realize the true extent of the problem. A lot of private paths began to flash out. Banks found lines materializing outside before they opened. Sheriffs were called to keep order as the lines steadily lengthened. The first customers who rushed in as soon as nervous clerks opened the doors demanded huge cash withdrawals. Banks didn't keep large amounts of cash at individual branches. On the emergency instructions of the Treasury, managers were told to limit withdrawals to 50 silver shillings per customer. Nice middle-class people got very cross about that. Arrests were made. Branches tried to shut, only to find people forcing the doors open. More requests for sheriffs were hurriedly pathed. By 10 o'clock, Varlon's mighty economy was grinding to a noisy and unprecedented halt. Real fear was beginning to gain momentum. It was everything the revolution wanted. Fear was a state easy to exploit. "Did you know about the grading?" Slavasta asked as the cab arrived at the central government area. Here the avenues were clear and clean, untouched by the flood and disruption, deliberately so, to help encourage resentment.
"Captain,"
Yanrith said, "that we'd graded cell members to find the ones we could trust."
"I knew instructions had gone out to help decide who to give the guns to. Bethany is right. You can't just give them to everybody. Why?"
He shook his head. "I didn't know, or I forgot. Jew knows there's been a lot of planning. Kulin chose his palace militia carefully. I helped him and Javier with the bridge teams. We can't have mistakes with the critical parts of the plan. There are so many details." Yet he knew that wasn't what bothered him. 2 kilometers past the palace, Byworth Avenue ended at First Night Square, a huge expanse of cobbles encircled by snow-white rickalon trees, where it was said the passengers of Captain Cornelius set up camp the night they landed on Bienvenido. The circular National Council building stood at the far end, dominating the whole square with its 8 bluestone fresco rings wrapped around the rust-red brick wall. The green copper dome on top shone a hazy lime in the morning sun. Native birds sat perched on the lip, staring down at the large crowd milling around the square. Over 2,000 of them had already gathered, mostly men, and definitely no children. The instructions that had come buzzing through the cell network as they woke had been very clear about that. No one wanted another Haran incident. The grim psychic aura they gave off matched their demeanor. It was stifling, as if the air temperature had risen 10 degrees. Cabs delivering National Council members to the morning's emergency debate were booed and jostled with TK, making their horses skittish. Badly unnerved representatives hurried into the sanctuary of their grand building, carefully avoiding glancing at the forest of banners with crude slogans and cartoonish images of the captain. The horse pulling Slavasta's cab grew panicky as it trotted around the road at the edge of the square. Slavasta dropped his fuzz, allowing excite to pervade the inside of the cab. It was a perception that was quickly gifted around the square. The cheering began. He opened the door and grinned at the smiling faces, raising his arm. "Thank you for coming." He pathed wide. "Thank you for adding weight to my lone voice in this nest of ugly bussalaws. I'm here to tell the first speaker and citizens Dawn that their way, their privilege and arrogance, is coming to an end. They must listen to you. They must act upon your grievances. You have a right to be heard. They cannot ignore you forever. Today they will be made to listen." A renewed wave of cheering swept over the First Night Square like a gale, breaking upon the walls of the National Council building. Slavasta pumped his fist into the air, then hopped down and strode through the main entrance. Yanrith walked alongside him, motioning the council guards away. They were mostly ceremonial officers, positions awarded to troopers retiring from regiments so they might spend their last decades in fine scarlet and navy blue tunics, living in neat apartments, and being given 3 full meals a day before accepting guidance. They certainly had no contingency to repel large angry mobs. "Sheriffs are on their way, Captain," the Master-at-Arms told Slavasta as he made his way across the antechamber.
"Don't worry."
He nodded briefly and carried on toward the central amphitheatre. "Slavasta," Bethany private-pathed, "the Mayor is mobilizing." Crud. He couldn't help a worried glance at Yanrith. "Are you sure?" "Yes, they're coming out of their barracks. 2 ferries have been taken out of public service, and they're docked on the south bank waiting for them. The crowds must have frightened the first speaker. There's a lot of discontent coming to boil in the city." "It's supposed to, but crud. I thought we'd have more time." "Don't worry. I'll deploy some Grade 3 comrades to Quayside to pin them down. We have several allocated for it. They won't get into the centre of the city today." Slavasta knew they had contingencies for everything. Well, every screw-up they could think of. "So stick with the plan and trust your people." "Okay." He made it into the huge amphitheatre, where several hundred councillors were taking their seats. But it was by no means a full session. The disapproval of the crowd outside was penetrating the thick walls, contributing to the worried and sombre mood gripping the tiers of desks. Nobody knew what to make of the city's economy crashing. Down on the floor of the amphitheatre, Slavasta saw Crispin, Trevine's lieutenant, in a huddle with the first speaker, who still hadn't taken his polished throne on the podium. The 2 of them were having an intense discussion. The first speaker glanced up at Slavasta, then hurriedly away. "Congratulations," someone said. Slavasta turned around to the tier of desks behind his. Newburn, the councillor for Wurzen, inclined his head. "That was a nice chunk of theatre outside. Well played." "Thank you." "What comes next?" "I meant what I said. I will give those people a voice in here. They can be denied no longer." "Quite right, though I'm curious that they have an opinion on bridges being blown up." "Suppressed anger finds many outlets."
You really do have integrity, don't you?
"I try." Newburn pressed his lips together and pathed privately, "Be careful. There are powerful people watching you today." "Thank you," Slavasta said quietly. He took his seat, with Yanrith sitting behind him. It wasn't just the emotions of the crowd outside that could be felt in the chamber. Their chanting, too, was audible, faint but ever-present as a disconcerting tremble in the air.
"Sheriffs are moving into First Night Square,"
Yanrith murmured. Slavasta opened his shell to receive various giftings, and watched through another's eyes as long carts filled with squads of sheriffs began to arrive at the back of the National Council building. On the other side of the Kolbal, the Mayor Regiment was marching down to the jetty where the ferries Alfried and Lanuux were berthed, waiting for them.
"Euracus," he muttered. "There must be over 1,000 of them."
"Their full strength." "They can't cover the whole city," Bethany pathed privately. "There are trouble spots erupting everywhere. People are angry and afraid. We were more successful than we expected." The first speaker took to his throne on the podium and held up the gavel of silence. "I call this honourable assembly to order. You have been summoned to debate the unprecedented acts of sabotage perpetrated against the main railway lines vital to this city, and how we are to advise the captain to respond. I call upon the representative for Feltham, who sits upon the Captain's Security Committee, to give us an account of the night's events." "There's still nothing from our southern city line teams," Bethany pathed as the councilman walked down to the podium. "I'm worried."
"They must have been arrested."
"There's nothing from any sheriff informant about that. They've vanished. There were plenty of people and a lot of explosives on those carts. How can they just vanish?" "I don't know," he admitted. "Our agents confirmed the bridges are still up, and now heavily guarded." "Euracus. Should we send more teams, take out bridges farther down the line?" "I talked that through with Coulon. We can't see the point, not now. Trade is completely paralyzed. Everything is shutting down. We've got the anarchy we wanted." "Okay. I'm about to make my stand." The Feltham representative was finishing his account. It was clear that he knew only the barest details, just which bridges were down, and how it was triggering great economic hardship to everyone, not only the merchants. So I would ask my honourable colleagues to unequivocally condemn those who perpetrated this appalling crime against all of us. The sheriffs and other government forces should have full authority to search out and apprehend these terrorists and sentence them to take immediate guidance. Let them swiftly discover for themselves if the heart will accept them or if they are bound for Urarkas.
They've done it,
Javier Private pathed as the Feltham representative walked up the aisle to his desk.
The captain signed a suspension order. It's starting to arrive in government offices.
Trevine's people are already in sheriff stations,
telling them who to arrest.
Do we have names? Slavasta asked as he dropped the red ball into his desk cup.
Union officials and Democratic Unity officers. They're coming for us.
Make sure that goes out across the network. Tell every cell member.
We're on it.
I call the representative for Yates to address the council, the first speaker announced. Slavasta stood up at the same time as the Yates councillor started walking down the aisle. Councillors behind their desks looked quite shocked. Captain Slavasta, the first speaker exclaimed loudly, you have not been called. Nor am I likely to be, Slavasta declared, for I know who is responsible. Outside, the crowd in First Night Square was cheering. The representative from Yates had stopped halfway down the aisle, looking uncertainly at the first speaker. I yield the floor to the representative from Langley, he said. Slavasta ignored him and walked over to the first speaker's podium. Every councillor was silent, leaving the muffled cheers and chanting of the crowd as the only sound in the cavernous amphitheatre. Slavasta paused and slowly looked around the tiers of desks, his uncompromising stare demanding the attention of everyone in the amphitheatre. I lost my arm in defence of this world. It is a small price to pay for ensuring another nest of fallers was thwarted, but as to why I lost it, that is down to a multitude of compromises made by my regiment, compromises to the frontline budget necessary, so barracks officers could live a comfortable life. Compromises that continue to this day, compromises supported by the Treasury, desperate to maintain the status quo. Hundreds of people in New Angeles lost their lives. No, that is how the Gazettes reported. Hundreds of people in New Angeles were eaten alive by a nest. Why? Because the captain's uncle was a corrupt, debauched bastard who cared only for his own welfare and that of his family cronies. Cries of protest rose from the desks, pathed calls of shame swatted against his shell. Slavasta remained resolute, buoyed by the swell of approval from the massed minds outside. Alfred and Lanoax just started across the river, Bethany reported. I've got some armed comrades in place on quayside, but I don't know how long they can delay the meal. Almost done. Slavasta pathed back to her. He caught sight of Yanrith, who had risen from his seat. He nodded at Slavasta. The water utilities debacle? Slavasta declared angrily. Not a product of sabotage, as conveniently declared by this very assembly. No, it was caused by greed, by the privileged caring only for themselves. And now we are summoned here to make grand empty statements denouncing the destruction of the rail bridges? Well, I will not. This desperate act was inevitable. This act is a direct result of the oppression, both political and economic, imposed by our government. You crush hope. Yes, you destroy opportunity. You eradicate dignity. You do all that so you may maintain your filthy, bigoted, anti-democratic society. You leave the rest of us no choice. We are not allowed to protest. Any complaint sees you marked down for life as a troublemaker by that tyrannical murderer Trevine. Those explosions today, they are the true voice of the people, and they are loud voices, voices you will not be allowed to ignore, voices you cannot smother, not this time. This is the day the disenfranchised, the weak, and the persecuted find their will and say, no more. You will listen to us. You ask who is responsible for blowing up the bridges, for hurting the government in the only place it values, its wealth, the method by which it maintains control? I tell you, it is you. You, the rich, degenerate, privileged filth, and for that, for your eternal crime against this beautiful world of ours, I denounce you. I will have no part of this assembly which I declare unlawful." The shouts of fury from the desks rose above the jubilant clamour from outside. "A new parliament will be formed," Sylvester shouted and pathed above the bedlam. "The captain's dictatorship will end. I ask all decent people of this world to join me in a democratic congress to establish a fresh constitution. Together we can build a new world based on fairness and democracy. Join me, everyone." His rallying cry was gifted across the unquiet city. Supporters, goaded by cell members everywhere, added their emotional blasts of enthusiasm and confirmation to the psychic maelstrom. Sylvester turned and gave the first speaker an obscene finger gesture. Then he opened his mouth to deliver a final insult. An explosive in the keel of the Alfred detonated when the ferry was halfway across the 3-kilometre span of the Kolbal. The burst of terror and shock from the 700 Mior troopers on board washed across Varlin, swamping the giftings from the National Council. Everybody was suddenly there, on board as the ferry broke in 2 uneven halves. Through multiple viewpoints, everybody seemed to be hurled about by giant forces, slamming them into bulkheads and decks. Lucky ones were tossed overboard to be engulfed by brown river water, arms thrashing frantically as saturated clothes abruptly seemed to be made of lead. People felt them open their mouths to scream, felt the water rushing in, felt them choking. Those still alive on board were overwhelmed by giant waves of water seething through the decks as the halves of the boat sank with incredible speed. The boiler plunged below the surface and exploded in a giant plume of steam and spume, its blast wave pummeling the hysterical survivors struggling to stay afloat. The Mior troopers on the Lanawax were watching in horror as their squad mates floundered in the treacherous surging water. They started to combine their TK to pull people from the river when a second explosive blew the Lanawax's hull open beneath the waterline, though it didn't succeed in breaking the ship in half. Thick river water surged in, geysering up through the deck hatches as the ferry rolled alarmingly and began to sink. The ether was filled with anguish and fear as the Lanawax slid down, port side first. Troopers jumped to safety, only to be sucked under by the fierce swirl currents of water created by the descending hull. River water slammed into the Lanawax's boiler. The explosion heaved the ruined hull up out of the river, echoing the death throes of some giant creature. It quickly slipped back under, pulling dozens of helpless troopers with it. Within minutes, both ferries had fallen below perception, leaving the lethal whirl currents of their descent stirring the surface. Over 200 troopers were still straining to stay afloat. They were the ones who'd successfully shed their equipment and weapons. Now they had to battle the inordinately fast flow of the Kolbal itself. Treacherous undercurrents belied the smooth surface, tugging more to their deaths, their minds gashing out the atrocious sensation of drowning for all to perceive. Desperate panic clogged the ether, reinforcing the feeble screams that washed across the banks on both sides. All around them, ferries and barges and fishing boats tooted whistles and horns as they converged on the survivors. Varlin perceived every nuance of their weakening battle against the devouring water in stunned horror as the whole disaster swept rapidly downstream. "What the crud happened?" Sylvester demanded, as he and Yanrith hurried out of the National Council building by a small lower-level service door, an exit route they'd scouted weeks ago. "I don't know," a mortified Bethany pathed back. "It wasn't us, Sylvester. I swear on GU itself. We didn't plan this." "Fucking Euracus, there were 1,500 people on those ferries." 1,500 armed troopers, Javier pathed, deploying to kill us. "Did you do this?" "No." "Who? Who could plan such an atrocity?" "I don't know, but it is a considerable help to us, and people, smart people, will want to know why the Mior was coming over the river. Don't ignore such gifts." "Euracus, it just seems wrong." "There is no good way to die. What we have started will kill many more." "I know." Sylvester and Yanrith slipped through the door into the bright morning light. A cab was waiting, driven by a cell member. They got in and fuzzed themselves. The driver set off down Breeden Avenue. Giftings from cell members in First Night Square showed the sheriffs moving around the National Council building, their faces angry, thoughts eager for revenge, for vengeance. "It's starting?" Bethany pathed in wonder and dread. "Then we must control it," Slavasta replied. Strangely, after all his doubts and hesitancy, he had never been more certain than he was now. He pathed to the members of the Level 1 cells. "The code is Avendia. This is our day, comrades. Be bold. Be strong. Together we will succeed. Go now. Liberate yourselves. Reclaim our world."
4. Bethany's elites weren't entirely made up of quick-witted observers and infiltrators and scouts. They didn't all dart about the city watching and gathering information. Over the last few months, as their plans for the day of the revolution came together, she'd quietly gathered up a few of Kulan's rejects for herself. Not bad people, just possibles he'd rejected for final inclusion in his militia, the teams that would storm the palace and 58 Grosvenor Place, but still good people. Tough people who could handle weapons, who weren't afraid of violence, nor of carrying out orders fainter hearts might balk at. There was something Bethany needed to do when the great day came. It would benefit the revolution. They'd even included it in their plans. But she had to be completely certain, and the only way that could happen was if she did it herself. Kulan had been right. Explosives, unobtrusively acquired from the railway bridge teams, blew the hinges on the Fowler Research Institute's sturdy doors without any trouble. It was just one more detonation in a city plagued by fire and violence. Nobody really noticed. It barely distracted Bethany. She kept sending her messages into the network, marshalling the ecstatic comrades, keeping them on track. It didn't matter where she was, just that she kept on pathing. Slavasta, Kulan, and Javier all had their own objectives, and were busy leading their teams to achieve them. Kulan, the palace; Javier, the financial district; Slavasta, the government institutions. They all believed she was sitting safely at home directing their comrades. Guarded by her elites, she walked through the short smoke-filled tunnel and into the Institute's barren courtyard. Professor Garvin came out to meet her while his staff cowered nervously inside. He didn't rush, but he certainly managed to thrust his massive bulk forward in an impressive fashion.
"What have you done?" he yelled. "Those gates must never be broken. The risk. Do you understand the risk?"
Bethany marched right up to the huge man and smacked him hard across his rubbery cheek. He stared at her in shock. The blow was so fast, so unexpected, he hadn't even spun a protective shell.
"What? Who are you?"
"I am in charge of this institute now, Professor," she told him. "I'm going to ask you some questions. You will answer them without your shell so I can see the truth in your thoughts. Every time you refuse to answer a question, my people will shoot one of your colleagues."
He gaped in fear as the armed elites jogged past him and started to enter the Institute's main building.
"Please," he moaned, "please, understand. The work we conduct here is the most valuable thing on Bienvenido. We are not political. We are scientists. We will work with whoever is in charge, but you cannot destroy the Institute. You would endanger the whole world. Every human alive depends on us, even though they never know it."
"Question 1, she said relentlessly. "What happens to the prisoners Trevine delivers to you?"
Professor Garvin swallowed hard.
"Oh, Crad," he whispered. "It wasn't my idea. I swear on Geo itself. It wasn't me."
The stench was noxious, thick enough that Bethany half expected to see it as a rancid miasma contaminating the air. She'd spent the first 10 minutes in the pit room almost gagging as she tried to get used to it. She never would, she knew. The reek would stay with her for the rest of her life, as would the memory of what caused it. But she stayed there, resolute, standing beside the railings that guarded the deep rectangular pit cut into the naked rock many centuries ago. The true heart of the Fowler Research Institute. Her elites brought him in almost an hour after they'd blown the gates open, a figure with a hood over his head, hands cuffed behind his back, moving with difficulty. The beating they'd given him hadn't broken anything too important, although his fancy, expensive clothes were grubby and torn, blooded in several places. They positioned him carefully in front of the open gate. His shaking body became still then as he guessed where he was. Bethanieve's TK removed the hood from his head. Eothori blinked and glanced around. His jaws were clenched, muscle cord standing proud as the collar of braided Ito vines assaulted his throat. But even now, here on the edge of the pit, that terrible arrogance was undiminished. "I know you," he pathed. And for the first time she didn't tremble at the sight of him. "Good. I wondered if you would. There have been so many like me, haven't there?"
"Oh, yes, now I remember. The Silverman's present. He chose well, as I recall."
"I hated the doctors and nurses who treated me afterward. They didn't deserve that hatred. They were good people. It took me a long time to realize that, to accept there were still good people in this world, and now I've gathered them to me, enough to overwhelm and obliterate you and everything you have."
"Self-justification, the refuge of the weak. And I know how weak you truly are. I have seen everything you are. I tasted your every precious thought. It was pitiful, as all your kind are."
"And yet, here we are."
"Because you copy me. Because you admire my power, my strength. You worship me now as you did before, and secretly you know that to replace me you must first become me. Will you ever admit that to yourself, do you think? Or will the knowledge break you?"
"Mad to the very end," Bethanive said ruefully. She put her hand between his shoulder blades and pushed hard. The splendid G-Eagle drifted on a thermal high above Valan, soaring above the disturbed flocks of native birds, unseen by the mud birds that darted about so frantically. It looked down on the wide, pleasant boulevards in the middle of the city that were now filled with running crowds. Fires began in many boroughs, sending long columns of dirty smoke streaming into the clear, bright air. The G-Eagle flicked its powerful wings, curving effortlessly around them. Shouts of fury and screams of terror mingled into a single haze of sound that smothered the city buildings like an invisible fog. Its monotony was broken by sharp bursts of gunfire. They went on all day, then farther, long into the night. Darkness didn't quench the screams either. For 2 days Slavasta was on the front line, protected by his stalwarts Yanrith, Andrusir, and Tovakar, as he led charges against government buildings and other enclaves of resistance. The sight of him was gifted continuously, dirty, tired, showing sympathy to all those who had suffered in the violence, helping wounded onto cabs heading for hospitals. Wherever resistance flared from remnants of regiment officers and their remaining squads, he was there, fighting for his side, for justice, for change. He was the face of revolution, the inspiration for righteousness. Toward the end, if he simply turned up at a barricade or a building siege, the opposition gave up and surrendered. He made a big point of treating the defeated with dignity, preventing any retaliation or dirty street justice. You didn't need a gifting to know where he was. You just had to listen for the cheering. He was only granted privacy on the morning of the 3rd day because everyone thought he was finally resting from his heroism. In reality, Yanrith and Andrusir had shoved him into a fuzzed cab driven by Tovakar. He watched the city roll past through a small gap in the blinds that had been drawn against curious eyes. The darkness inside the cab was a huge invitation to sleep. It had been so long since he'd even had a rest. He was filthy, aching in every bone, and exhausted. Outside, people shuffled through the morning river mist with dazed expressions. He was surprised by how many windows had been smashed here, well away from the center of the city where the majority of the fighting had occurred. Some of the furtive figures carried bulky boxes or sacks with them. Looters, he supposed. Bethanive had been getting a lot of reports of that. It was ironic. In all their plans to overturn the civic and national authority with their revolution, they'd never thought about the consequences such lawlessness would bring. There were also families outside, parents shepherding children along, surrounding them with their strongest shells, hurrying in search of... Slavasta wasn't sure what, but they all moved with purpose. The families were nearly always well-dressed, the faces of the children fearful and tear-streaked, parents grim and apprehensive. He would have stopped and asked where they were going, if only he had the energy. The cab drove into East Falwich, a district that seemed to have escaped the worst of the revolution. Here there was no broken glass, no smoke rising from fire-bombed buildings, no blood staining the cobbles. All that marred these charming suburban streets were the hastily boarded-up windows and locked doors. Sylvester stared curiously at the shattered remains of the sturdy doors belonging to the Fowler Research Institute. He couldn't remember them plotting any kind of action here, but Bethany had insisted he come. The courtyard's tall walls helped ward off the low sunlight, allowing the cool grey mist to linger. It eddied slowly around the two parked cabs and a wagon. His curiosity grew when he saw men unloading barrels of lamp oil from the back. Then he didn't care any more, because Beth and Eve came out of the Institute's entrance. They embraced in the clammy mist, desperately checking each other over to make sure they were both intact, that they hadn't lied when they kept breezily assuring the other, "Yeah, I'm fine," all through the revolution. She rested her forehead on his, fingers tracing his features for still more reassurance. "We did it," she whispered. "We've beaten them." "We did," he whispered back. "Thank you." "It was you. I just helped." They kissed again. Finally he leaned back from her, but still smiled. "Why did you bring me here? You said it was important." "It is," she said, her voice suddenly unsteady. "We've won. You know that. Coulan at the palace, you with the government offices, Javier with the merchants and companies. The holdouts can't last much longer. The government is gone. You understand that, don't you, my love?" "Well, yes." "Good. And we were right to topple it. I want you to be certain of this when you sit in the new Congress. It's important, because that Congress will shape our lives. It will determine how our children will be free of suffering and poverty, that there will be justice on our world." "I know all this," he said. "There is always a danger, because you are a good man, that you will be magnanimous in victory. That cannot happen." The joy he'd felt at seeing her was starting to fade. The weariness eclipsed everything. "I don't understand. The Congress starts in a few hours. I'm not going to waver now. All I need right now is some rest. Sorry if that sounds selfish, but I'm so tired, Bethany." "I know, but first you must come with me." She led him through the Institute, down several flights of stairs, then into the cellars. Like those of every building in Varland, they were extensive and old. As the walls of the passage changed from brick to bare rock, a small bad part of his mind was glad Tovakar and Andrusio were accompanying him, that they were all armed with the formidable carbines Nigel had supplied. "Did you ever wonder what happened to all those people Trevine snatched?" Bethany asked. "Our comrades." They passed a group of men who'd been unloading the oil barrels. Sylvester frowned at them. They all looked scared. "They're sent to the Pedrui mines," he said. "It was you who told me. That's one of the first things we're going to do, set them all free." "Most would have gone there, yes, but some, the special ones, the ones Eothori took an interest in, they're not there, Sylvester. We can't rescue them." "Then what?" They reached the end of the passage. There was a single thick iron door set in the rock, secured by several heavy istam locks. "I'm sorry," she said, "but you have to see this before you hold the Congress. You must never forget the evil we overthrew." Sylvester gave her outstretched hand a worried glance, but he took it and let himself be led through the door. It stank inside. The room was a simple oblong cut into the rock, with iron rails along the middle, guarding the edge of the pit. In the middle of the rails was a gate. Two comrades stood beside it, holding their carbines ready, the safety catches off. "This is what they do to us," Bethany said. Sylvester inched toward the pit, where the awful stench was even stronger. Bethany handed him a bright lamp, which he held out over the dark chasm. Shadows shrank down the walls of the pit, as if they were a liquid draining away. Something moved at the bottom. A face looking up. Sylvester screamed and stumbled back. The lamp fell from numb fingers, tumbling down into the pit. He hit the rock wall beside the door and crumpled to the floor. "No! No!" Tears flooded his eyes as his whole body shook.
The professor in charge told me the Institute doesn't just keep eggs for research. They've been keeping fallers here from the very beginning as well, Bethany said quietly. Slovasta gave her an uncomprehending stare. When one dies, or they cut it open to examine it in their laboratory, the Marines bring them another, she continued. They don't bother much with the eggs, the professor says, because they don't have the instruments to analyze them like the first scientists from Captain Cornelius's ship did. It's him, Slovasta croaked. His thoughts were threatening to burn his brain apart. They hurt so much. He wanted to shrink to a fetal ball, away from the universe, to spin a shell so strong that nothing could ever get to him, to seal himself off from knowing. The first officer. Yes, Bethany said. He brought his victims here. He enjoyed watching, Slovasta, when they were cast into the pit. That's what we have destroyed today. The pinnacle of corruption, of power abused. We were right, Slovasta. Everything we have done, the deaths, the damage. We had to do it. Do you understand now? It's him, Slovasta yelled at her. Him! Slovasta? There was worry in Bethany's thoughts now. It's all right, my love. We're going to finish this. The oil will burn. Shut the crud up, Slovasta bellowed. He rose to his feet. His TK snatched one of the lamps from its bracket on the wall, bending the iron rods holding it. Tovakar and Androsia exchanged a concerned look. The Marines who saved me fired one shot. Slovasta laughed, spraying out spittle. I only heard one shot. Why did I never figure out what that meant? It's so crudding obvious, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Slovasta? Bethany moaned in dismay. Please. He gave her a wild grin, and his TK sent the lamp arching through the air. It descended halfway down the pit before he halted it, holding it steady in mid-air. Then he looked down, properly this time. The floor of the pit was covered in bones, human bones, some of which still had flesh sticking to them. Skulls lay everywhere, smashed open. There were scraps of fabric amid the festering layer of slime that covered the rock floor. Clothes from the victims. Boots, shoes, buttons and buckles glinted weakly in the lamplight, and there in the middle of it all was the faller. Looking up, his face displaying that puzzled, entreating expression that Slovasta remembered so perfectly. Ingmar, Slovasta whimpered. Slovasta, help me, the faller pleaded. You're not him, not Ingmar. He has fallen. But I am Ingmar. It's me, Slovasta. The Marines cut me free as they did you. Look, I drop my shell to you, my friend. These are my thoughts, aren't they? Know me. Sense me. This is my essence, my soul. You know that's true. Know I am genuine. You're my friend, Slovasta, my friend. Slovasta sobbed as he brought his carbine around. No, I have been down here since we were captured by Konda, in the dark, alone. They were terrible to me, Slovasta. They torture me eternally. My soul is broken from what they have done to me. Please, Slovasta, please. You know me, faller? Slovasta growled at his tormentor. Do you? Of course I do. We grew up together, Slovasta. Do you remember the time when... I remember my life, for I lived it. So tell me this. Do you remember me saying, we will burn you from our world? Do you, faller? Do you remember? Slovasta, please. You should remember. You were there. It is for you I said it, and in your memory I will honor it, now and forever. He pulled the carbine's trigger and held it down until the non-human creature at the bottom of the pit was ripped apart. Cell members had been appointed to supervise each borough council after the captain and his authority had been overthrown. The sitting elected representatives were dismissed, and fresh open elections promised to the residents. That order was irrelevant in many boroughs. The citizens' dawn councillors were either dead or had fled with their families. The National Council amphitheatre was still cluttered with broken desks from when the mob broke in. Files and folders had been flung about and burst, snowing paper everywhere. Iron bars had hacked big chunks out of the first speaker's onyx throne, cracking it. Vigorous TK had pulled statues from every alcove,
sending them toppling to the ground where they smashed apart, inflicting more damage on the chamber's classical decor. The plaster was pocked with an awful lot of bullet holes. Paintings had been ripped off the walls to be burned in a bonfire outside, while slogans were daubed in the empty spaces. Sitting on a small wooden stool beside the ruined throne, with Yanrith ever watchful behind him, Slovasta couldn't help but be disappointed. Behind Yanrith was Tovakar, a necessary concession. A democratic leader shouldn't need a bodyguard, but there were a lot of people and organizations out there still loyal to the captain. He'd wanted the first session of the People's Interim Congress to appear a little more dignified, proving its authority with formality and gravity. Grandeur wasn't completely essential, but the damage to the chamber looked like it had been wrought by teenagers wrecked on Narnik. However, the comrades directing the first Night Square mob had achieved their objectives. The National Council was no more. Over half of them were now locked up in the cellars of the Merrodin Street Sheriff Station. Some representatives had fled, while others had been caught trying to escape and faced immediate mob judgment. Several were still hanging like grisly fruit from the Rickalon trees around the square. Coulon had commanded the mob assigned to storm the captain's palace, an operation that had gone remarkably smoothly, mainly thanks to the perfectly placed snipers from his militia cutting down the guard. Cell members and Coulon's militia were now going through every room, clearing them of furniture and clothes and trinkets and art and fine wines, distributing the booty to a throng of cheering supporters along Walton Boulevard. That was simple, cheap popularity politics. Far more important was Coulon taking the captain and his family into custody, apart from Dionne, his youngest daughter, who'd eluded them, which gave Slovasta tremendous leverage over the government institutions who were still holding out. As the palace had suffered little damage, they could have held the parliament in one of the huge, intact staterooms there. Javier had advised against that.
We have to make a clean break with the old regime. Don't be tainted by association.
Slovasta agreed totally. His hand still trembled from the memory of the research institute. He wanted the whole monstrosity blown up, the gardens turned into a public park, eradicating the last vestige and symbolism of the captain's power. But that might have to wait a while. For now they held the city, but not the rest of Bienvenido. Messengers had been sent to every city and province, explaining that the People's Interim Congress was the new government, so they had a choice. Join us, agree to democracy, or we will enforce the change. It wouldn't come today or tomorrow, but in a few months or a year. The old mayors and governors would wake to find revolutionary forces besieging their city. In the meantime, despite Bethanieve's claim they'd won, there were still pockets of resistance to be quashed in Varlin. It was Tovakar who had led a group of comrades against 58 Grosvenor Place, which was still burning. Trevine's decomposing remains hung from one of the lampposts just down the street from his broken headquarters. Over 24 prisoners had been freed from its dungeons before it was firebombed, all of them associated with Democratic Unity or the cells. They, at least, would never know the Pidrui mines or the horror of the Research Institute. Their erstwhile jailers and interrogators were either shot during the incursion or were left dangling close to their boss an hour later. Despite that, many government offices refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of the People's Interim Congress. Their staff had ignored orders to report to work in departments where cell members had already installed themselves as managers. Comrades were arranging for each of them to be visited at home by activists to explain why they should. There were also 9 city boroughs, the wealthiest 9, that repudiated Slovasta's claim to government, along with all the outlying National Council constituencies. He hadn't expected quite so much resistance. Couldn't they see the revolution was a success, that true democracy was coming? A great many comrades wanted to march on these centres of defiance and bring the rich and privileged to their knees at the barrel of a gun. But there had been enough killing, so after they'd left the institute, Slovasta had told Bethanive to arrange a blockade of the boroughs that refused to cooperate with the People's Interim Congress. After 2 days of armed struggle, food was already growing short in Varlin. Let's see how long the rich can eat their money for, was Slovasta's message to his supporters. In the meantime, those Democratic Unity members he'd appointed to represent the boroughs had arrived in the National Council building and were finding themselves somewhere to sit amid the splintered woodwork on the amphitheatre tiers. The number of women was heartening.
Before, there'd been only a tiny number in the National Council, but now it was nearly half. He watched the new delegates jostling about good-naturedly as they hunted around for something to perch on, and smiled at the 3-strong team from Nalani who were shuffling sideways along the front tier. Javier grinned back and gave a quick, half-mocking salute. Slavasta thought his friend looked about as tired as he felt. There had been maybe 3 hours proper sleep in the last 50. "How's it going?" he private-pathed.
"I think there would have been a lot more opposition to us nationalising the railways if the railways actually worked," Javier replied. "None of the office staff complained when we went into their buildings and told them the government was their new owner. But then all my aides are armed. They don't quite believe this is real. Not yet. It'll probably be different when the shock wears off."
"What about the owners?"
"I'm sure they're objecting," Javier chortled, "wherever they are."
Somewhere at the back of his mind, Slavasta remembered Arnes telling him Lanisha's family owned a lot of Grand Southwestern Line stock. Eurakis, I hope she's all right. "There's a lot of people leaving Varlin. The roads are full with carts and cabs, and they say every boat leaving the quayside is packed to the gunnels. I didn't expect so many to run away."
"Eurakis take 'em. They're the rich. People with country estates and second homes, crud like that. They're parasites we're better off without. None of the workers are leaving, not people who actually power the economy."
"The stallholders in the wellfield," Slavasta reflected fondly.
"Aye, they're still here. Everybody we need to get the economy back up and running properly, and when we do, the workers will own the means of production."
At last. It came out like a sigh from Slavasta's mouth. It was hard to keep his eyes open in restful moments like this.
"So, do you have an agenda, Prime Minister?"
"Oh, yeah. I think Bethany would have me carted off if I wasn't prepared for this. We'll start off with a vote on a planet-wide ban of all newts and mods. Then I'm going to introduce an equality bill."
"You are cradding, joking."
Javier was abruptly on his feet, still private-pathing, but staring hotly at Slavasta across the chamber. "What's wrong?"
"A mod prohibition. That's our first law. You can't be serious."
"What are you talking about? That's what this was all about. Remember? The Fallers are our true enemy. Now that the captain's gone, we can hit them head on, and we start that war by getting rid of the creatures."
"Don't be ridiculous. Bienvenido's entire economy depends on them. Every farm needs them to bring the crops in. If you want this Congress to be accepted outside Varlin, you have to be realistic."
"Varlin survived without mods and newts?"
"Survived, yes. Because the city is stinking rich. It certainly didn't prosper. Getting rid of the mods was an excellent piece of strategy for us back then. No, the first thing we have to do is restart the economy and bring back the prosperity we took away. That's how we gain the support of everyone we've just spent 2 days scaring the crud out of."
Slavasta felt his cheeks warming as he glared back at Javier. All he could see was the Ingmar Faller looking up out of that terrible pit, the lies he pleaded with. That was no mere political strategy. That was survival. No more newts. They are evil. They are the Faller's creatures. They will overwhelm us if we don't kill them first. Do you understand nothing?
"I understand perfectly.
Get over your monomania or you will ruin us all. This revolution exists to improve the lives of everyone, and to do that we need mods. Playtime is over. This is life and death now." "They will wipe us out." Slavasta was on his feet, shouting furiously. "They will eat us! Is that what you want? Because if it is, you're no better than the captain was, a traitor to us, to your entire species."
"Fuck you! You didn't lose an arm to the Fallers. You lost your brain.
Without an economy, we can't fight the Fallers. How is that difficult to understand? And don't you ever call me a fucking traitor again, you crudding worthless bastard. You lost your arm because you were a shit trooper, too dumb even to recognise a Faller when you met her. Get the fuck out of my sight. You do not represent Nilani. You represent nothing. Nothing." Slavasta's whole body was quivering in reaction to the argument. Yanrith's hand fell on his shoulder.
"Captain," he said in a warning tone, "this should not be happening. Not here."
Javier spat on the floor and stormed away.
"This is not your revolution," he shouted at Slavasta. shaking his big fist. "It belongs to the people. The only person who'd deny that is a megalomaniac. The captain would be proud of you."
Slovasta could just detect a flurry of private paths spinning out of Javier's mind. Over a dozen delegates were clambering to their feet, joining him as he stomped toward the nearest exit. "Bethanyve," he pathed, "close a whole cell network to Javier. He's trying to sabotage us." "That's not how it works," she protested. "What in your Arcus is happening in there? What are you two idiots doing?" "Nothing." He took a breath to calm his quivering body and stared out at the remaining delegates, who were watching him with incredulous faces. "Well," he said, the corner of his mouth lifting in a rueful grimace, "welcome to true democracy." Cassandra leaned on the ferry's gunwale, staring down at the thick mud-brown water of the Kolbal. Her X-sight probed down into it for a couple of meters or so, but that was as far as she could reach. Solids and liquids were a strong barrier to psychic perception, for which she was grateful. 3 days ago, she had stood on the south bank, with tears running freely down her cheeks when the Lanuaks and Alfred had set off. Of all the terrible things that they'd done to manufacture the revolution, this was the most awful. Nigel had told her to wait in the Willesden Station Hotel where they were staying, but she simply couldn't. Not facing up to this, to the consequences of their actions, was the worst of cowardice.
"Other ships will come swiftly to help," Nigel said. "There are dozens making the crossing at any given time."
"We just have to stop the Meor from interfering with the cell, comrades," Fergus said. "Okay, so why don't we just sabotage the ferry engines?" she'd asked. The Meor troopers weren't bad people. They didn't deserve this.
"They'll commandeer other ferries," Nigel said gently. "The captain and Trevine know something is happening, that there's an organized underground movement opposing them. They need the Meor in the city. We're lucky there are 2 faller alerts right now, and most of the Marines are away. They're loyal and tough."
So she'd stopped objecting, because it was logical and necessary, and she mustn't be a stupid, sentimental little girl. The fate of everyone on Bienvenido depended on the outcome of this day, and that was all that mattered. And an hour later she watched the Lanuaks and Alfred sink below the water, leaving survivors floundering desperately in the river's strong flow and lethal undercurrents. Nigel had been right. Every other ship on the Kolbal did rush to help, but the troopers were wearing full uniforms and heavy boots, and the swift water was pitiless. In the end, they reckoned over 300 troopers were plucked out of the river to safety, 300 out of 1,500. By then, the even bloodier revolution had kicked off in the city. Cassandra stayed on the riverbank, staring across the water, watching the fires flare, listening to the gunshots. She strengthened her shell against any giftings of the sadness and brutality and anguish that came slithering through the ether, along with the deluge of cries for help and mercy. Now, 3 days later, they were crossing the river on a big barge. Ma Alvan was in charge of the crew, standing in front of the wheelhouse, with her pump-action shotgun on a long shoulder strap, and bandoliers full of cartridges worn over her neat grey and blue jacket. Axtan and Julius were sitting in the 2 big wagons strapped to the deck that they were bringing to Varlin, keeping the terrestrial horses quiet and soothed. The carts were custom-built, with tough suspensions and deep cradles inside their sturdy covered frames, ready to carry back their prize.
"Typical,"
Nigel barked under his breath. Cassandra looked up from the water where the wrecks of the ferries must be lying some 10 or 12 meters down. She didn't need a shell to guard against showing her emotions. The luxury of feelings was something she'd forbidden to herself since the revolution began. "This must be how the ANA droids think," she told herself. They saw, they understood, but they didn't sympathize. They kept aloof. Neither death nor beauty bothered them. Every response to life's events a perfect forgery. It wasn't a bad way to live. She saw now she'd been striving for something similar ever since Nigel arrived. "What is it?" she asked him.
"Slovasta, the People's Interim Congress, is being gifted in the spirit of democratic openness. He and Javier have had a very public bust-up."
Cassandra shifted her gaze to the approaching city, seeing the imposing buildings rising up the slopes behind the river, but not really caring. Staying aloof, a high place where you couldn't be hurt. "Really? I'm not taking giftings right now?"
He went over to her. I should have made you stay at home.
Made me?
Insisted.
But everything would still have happened, wouldn't it? Everybody would still be dead.
I'm sorry.
For once she believed the melancholy voice, the sympathy expressed in those mesmerizing green eyes.
It's not you. I just didn't think it through. I didn't realize how big this was. I really am just a small-town girl after all.
His arm went around her shoulder.
You are so not. You are the smartest, most knowledgeable person on Bienvenido, after me.
Pretty rough comment on Bienvenido.
That's my girl. Besides, body loss is terrible but not fatal. In the Commonwealth, people just download their thoughts and memories into real-life clones. Here, souls fly to the heart.
Nigel?
She gave him the look that said, "Don't patronize me.
If everything works the way you planned, you're going to rip the void apart. All those souls the heart has stolen will die with it. So don't use that to try and comfort me, okay?"
Quite right. So let's use the truth. Laura Brandt has been created and died over 1,000,000 times. The soul of everyone who ever made it to the heart has been imprisoned and adapted into crud knows what to serve the void somehow. There has never been an atrocity committed against the human race on this scale before. Not ever. And that is what all the millions of people born here on Bienvenido will continue to face forever if we don't stop them. You were prepared to sacrifice everything, including your life and your immortal soul, to liberate the unborn generations to come. You were ready for that because you knew it was worthwhile, that it was the right thing to do. I'm sorry about the deaths. Truly I am. The Commonwealth exists so that everyone can have a chance at a decent life, and then migrate into a technological afterlife, and then maybe one day that, too, will transcend. I want the best for people. That's all I've ever wanted, despite some pretty dubious methods I've used down the centuries. And the void is a monster, the worst we've ever faced. It has to be destroyed, Cassandra.
I know. Suddenly she was crying again and hugging him tight. I won't let you down. Really, I won't.
You haven't, and you couldn't. You're my touchstone, Cassandra. You're what I look at every day to remind myself that this is worthwhile. I want to see you live, Cassandra, truly live. That's what all this is for, so that you and your children have the same chance as every other member of our glorious, stupid, crazy species.
She did what she'd always promised herself she wouldn't do, and snuggled up close, rejoicing in the sensation of his arms around her, hearing his heart beating beneath his shirt, smelling his scent. His hand rubbed her spine absently.
"Thank you,"
she murmured.
What for? I just said it like it is. You knew it already.
For just that, being honest.
It's strange. So many people are desperate to get to the top, to be in charge. But, crud, the decisions you have to make when you're there, that's the part nobody ever warns you about.
It'll be different, won't it, Nigel? Out in the Commonwealth?
Yes, but please don't think that a post-scarcity society is devoid of politics. There'll still be backstabbing and maneuvering and betrayal and ideological obsession, everything we excel in.
Cassandra grinned, still not moving from his embrace.
You're such a cynic.
It's our natural state. Just look at what's happening with Slavasta.
Huh, the idiot.
The agreement was that in return for weapons, he called a People's Congress to determine a democratic constitution.
But that's what he's done. She frowned at him. Isn't it?
Oh, yeah, but a People's Congress doesn't mean just his people.
Cassandra stiffened in surprise.
He hasn't.
Oh, yes, he has. Every delegate is either a comrade or a Democratic Unity member. No dissenters allowed in his brave new world.
But that's
typical. Partly my fault. I wanted a revolution in the city guaranteed to empty the captain's palace. I maybe should have avoided the classic Leninist Trotskyite model. He pulled a face. Of course, it is a proven method, and we needed a result. But I did enjoy the irony.
I can't believe Slavasta did that. He was supposed to be a man of the people. The man of the people, actually. The one everybody could trust. That's why we chose him.
It doesn't matter.
He's an irrelevance now that he's fulfilled his role. 1 more week and this will all be over.
Cassandra regarded the city with renewed interest. The barge was a couple of 100 meters out from the quayside now. The broad road that ran behind the wharves was crammed with people. There were a lot of families packed together there. Men with anxious, haunted faces, women trying to keep calm for the sake of exhausted, frightened children. Every adult was either carrying a suitcase or wearing a backpack. In most cases, both. Everywhere a boat was tied up had generated a dense knot of angry, desperate people, emitting strong, incoherent paths like flashes of lightning. No matter what the ships were, from small rowing boats to big ocean-going schooners, their armed crews stood stoically on the gangplanks, not letting anyone on board.
What are they doing?
Cassandra wondered.
Holding an auction, Nigel said. Passage goes to the highest bidder.
That's awful. The killing has stopped. Coulin got the mobs to break up and go home yesterday.
Our mobs, Nigel said sardonically. Right now there's a lot of old scores being settled. Boss fired you from work a couple of years back. It was really unfair. Well, now's your chance for payback. No sheriff's keeping order right now. No official you can turn to for help. Good time to go looting, too. And you need to loot if you want your family to eat, because food's running short. No trains bringing more, remember?
Urachas?
They saw Coulin and a large squad of heavily armed militia waiting at an empty wharf. The barge steered over to it and tied up. There was a surge of hopeful people along the quayside. The silent, stone-faced militiamen on guard at the end of the wharf stopped them from getting anywhere near the gangplank. Cassandra stood on tiptoes to give the ANA droid a quick kiss.
You made it okay?
I'm intact, yes.
Everything ready? Nigel asked brusquely.
I've had my militia guard them since we stormed the palace. Slavasta and Javier are butting heads in the interim Congress, and Bethany is trying to manage the blockades around the posh boroughs that simply won't do as they're told. We just need to go and collect them.
Good.
Cassandra gave the desperate refugees on the quayside a concerned look.
What about the residents?
The guns are off the street, Coulin said. Most of them anyway. Not that it matters. They don't have much ammunition left. We calculated that about right.
I didn't mean that. What about food? Hospitals? There were hundreds injured, I know. What are the victorious comrades doing about getting everything working again?
They just have to hang on for a week, Nigel said.
And if it doesn't work?
It will.
Really? We have James Hilton, in case you're wrong. Nigel, you can't abandon these people, not now. They're desperate for some kind of order. Urachas, half of them are desperate just for a meal, and Sylvasta's Congress of morons is busy debating ideological purity and awarding themselves important titles. The city needs practical help.
She waved an arm at the crowds.
You created this. You're the one with all the experience managing billions of people, apparently. Do something.
Nigel and Coulin exchanged a glance. Air hissed out of Nigel's mouth in a reluctant sigh. I can talk to some of the Congress delegates, Coulin said. Organize the smarter ones to get basic services up and running again. Food will have to be brought in on roads.
Thank you.
Nigel held up a warning finger.
Just as soon as we've gotten what we came for.
Fine.
She gave them both a sprightly smile.
Let's go then.
It took a quarter-hour to unload the carts. Then they were riding quickly into town, where the crowds that thronged quayside melted away, leaving the streets beyond the quayside practically deserted. Coulin's militiamen hung on to the sides of a couple of cabs that led the way, keeping their carbines very visible. A third cab followed the carts, carrying more militia.
Not even cabs,
Nigel observed as they made their way toward the centre of the city. Anything with wheels got hired to take people out of town, Coulin said. Going to have some very rich cabbies back here in a week or so.
You didn't try to stop them,
Cassandra said. Certainly not. The people who are leaving are the ones who fear and oppose the revolution. They're the ones who'll ultimately organize the counter-strike, if and when it comes. Better to have them away for the moment. Cassandra remembered the first time she'd visited Varlin. How wonderful the big buildings had seemed, how elegant and sophisticated, how she'd envied those who made their home in the capital, the bright, exciting lives they must all lead.
Now she could barely bear to look around. Twice she'd seen bodies hanging, 2 from a tree, another from a lamppost. Everywhere there were signs of violence, congealed blood on the pavement, facades with long soot slicks emerging from empty windows, looted shops, debris strewn around, the reeking silt left behind by the flooding, wrecked cabs and carts with dead horses still attached. She gritted her teeth as their little convoy moved purposefully through it all, seeking that emotionless state she'd achieved south of the river. They skirted the edge of Bromwell Park and turned into Walton Boulevard. Cassandra could have cried at the state of the lovely old Rashida Hotel. All the ground-floor windows had been smashed, along with many on the second and even some third-floor windows. Tattered white curtains fluttered out through the gaps, pitiful flags of submission. The troughs of flowers beside the entrance had been broken up, the plants mashed. Her ex-sight perceived the interior had been stripped clean, leaving the grand rooms empty. Even the furniture was gone. "Bussalours," she muttered sourly. "They're like human bussalours."
"Life will stabilize," Nigel said. "Just hang on."
She pressed her teeth together and stared resolutely ahead. The convoy made its way past vandalized statues and dried-up fountains that used to make the long boulevard so striking. Militia stood guard around the massive palace. They saluted Cullen and opened the gates in the railings. The cart clattered swiftly over the expanse of cobbles outside, and through one of the impressive archways into a courtyard. A second archway at the back, with sturdy iron gates, led into a smaller inner courtyard overlooked by the captain's private quarters. "We found some interesting stuff that the drones missed," Cullen said, as they made their way down a wide staircase into the vaults below the palace. "Like what?" Cassandra asked. Cullen grinned. "Ship's fusion chamber, so they had power after the landing. For a while, anyway. 3 regrav units from the Vermilion. Someone tried modifying them, by the looks of things, without success. There's also a smart cord that's linked to some synthesizer nodes. Their molecular grids are all shot, so they must have worked for a long time. And right beneath the private apartments is an old clinic with some medical modules, which are all depleted. I'd say the captain's family had access to Commonwealth medicine after they landed here."
"How long?" Nigel asked.
"I think we're looking at several centuries. The modules are badly worn. They cannibalized some to keep others working. The last one is a real patchwork. I wouldn't have liked to use it at the end."
"And then there were none," Nigel muttered.
"Yeah, but our most interesting find is the gateways." "What do you mean, gateways?" Cassandra challenged. Her educational memory inserts contained a huge file on Commonwealth gateways. But surely he couldn't mean... "Not wormhole gateways?" "Oh, yeah," Cullen said happily. "The very same."
"Show me,"
Nigel said gruffly. They had to go down 3 more flights of stairs before they came to the storage cellar. Cassandra could see why they'd descended so far when they walked through the door made of thick Anbor planks. The cellar was huge, with a ribbed semicircular roof 30 meters high at the apex. It was filled with 5 hulking cylinders, whose top nearly scraped the ribs. They looked as if they'd been wrapped in a dark gloss spiderweb that clung tightly to the surface. The top half was covered by a heavy dust layer that killed the dull sheen. When her ex-sight probed through the wrapping, she could perceive they were giant machines. Not that they had any moving parts. They weren't mechanical, but the incredibly complex components were locked together as tight as cells in living tissue.
"I did not expect to find these here," Nigel admitted ruefully.
"We should have," Cullen said. "Standard equipment on colony ships. After all, who wants to transport raw material or people long distances when you reach a new world? Gateways help keep your population centres and manufacturing sites tied together. Best way of establishing a monoculture." Nigel smiled fondly at the dark, inert cylinders.
"I wonder if they have any floaters."
"And they are?" Cassandra asked somewhat peevishly. They'd risked everything to gain unrestricted access to the palace. Now these 2 were taking a moment to have a nostalgia fest. Her tolerance was wearing thin.
"Gateways you drop into a gas giant's atmosphere. They float along the top of the gas-liquid boundary, siphoning out every kind of hydrocarbon compound you could ever need. An infinite resource."
"Is that relevant?" Nigel reached up and patted the first gateway.
This is what I built, Cassandra. Me and Ozzy. This is what made the Commonwealth possible.
He pursed his lips in regret.
I don't suppose we can use one to reach up to the forest.
They all have direct mass converters as a power source, which are glitchy at best in the void, Coolan said, but this is the original protective wrap. I'm guessing Captain Cornelius tried powering one up when they arrived. If it had worked, they'd be using them instead of trains to link Bienvenido's cities.
So they kept them wrapped up and stored them down here. Makes sense. Damn, that would have been a real help.
He regarded the big dark cylinders forlornly.
Looks like I'm going to be a rocket jockey after all. Wilson Kime will laugh his ass off when he hears about this. Come on, let's get what we came for.
It had always surprised Yanrith how many cab drivers were cell members. Their trade was wealthy people, and the revolution was busy frightening them out of town. Of course, a lot of cabs were also out of town right now, busy taking those same rich people to country estates, or to the refuge of family in distant cities, for which they'd no doubt charge exorbitant fees. But those who remained were happy enough to run activists all over town to help the cause. Bethany kept them on a rota. A more cynical side of his mind suspected it was to secure their position afterward. Cab licenses in Varlin were notoriously unobtainable. The only way to get one these days was to inherit it. The Varlin Cab Driver Guild could have taught Slavasta's union a thing or two about restrictive practices and demarcation. The cab turned out of Pointers Street onto Walton Boulevard. The statue of Captain Gutwai that had guarded the junction for centuries had been decapitated, and a pumpkin squashed onto the broken neck. Yanrith didn't much care for the lawlessness that was gripping the city. He liked order in his life. Slavasta had already asked him to command whatever police force they assembled out of the remaining sheriffs and selected Grade 3 activists. It would be a tough job, getting those two groups to work together. Think of it as the perfect example of how we have to rebuild our lives afterward, Slavasta had said. Reconciliation has to start somewhere. Yanrith was scheduled to meet the surviving sheriff station captains that afternoon to find out just how practical that was likely to be, if any of them agreed to turn up in the first place. But right now he was more concerned about the shocking split between Javier and Slavasta. It had taken everyone by surprise, blowing up out of nowhere. He was convinced it was down to exhaustion and the unrelenting stress of the last few days. As reconciliations went, that one was pretty vital to all of them. Even Slavasta seemed to recognize that, now. Which was why Yanrith was on his way to the palace, to talk to Coolan, who was the calm, sensible one, the one to negotiate a truce. Unfortunately, Coolan wasn't responding to any paths right now, so Eurakis alone knew what his game was. Maybe he was rushing to support his lover in a coup against Slavasta. Coolan always was an expert in subtle, intricate strategies. Paranoia, probably. The only way to find out was to confront him directly, which Slavasta couldn't do because that would be a sign of weakness, and he had to build alliances with the People's Interim Congress delegates who supported him. It fell to Yanrith, then, to act as the go-between in this feud, because Bethany was furious with both of them. That suited him fine, because he also wanted to know firsthand how the search for the captain's daughter was going. Once the whole of the captain's family was in custody, Slavasta could really start to apply pressure, like making the sheriff captains turn up this afternoon, although nobody actually wanted to start executing any more members of the captain's family. Not now. Eothori had to go, everyone knew that, but the kids, that would lose them a great deal of support. Who could have guessed a revolution's internal politics would turn out to be so insanely complicated? A convoy of vehicles was coming the other way down Walton Boulevard, moving at a fair old pace. 2 cabs in front, with armed militiamen hanging off the sides, their minds emitting a steely caution to get out of the way. Then came 2 big covered wagons, heavily fuzzed, followed by a final cab, equally laden with militia. Yanrith peered at them curiously, just glimpsing a young woman sitting up beside the surly-looking driver on the first wagon. She was dressed in boots and a long suede skirt, with a leather waistcoat over a white blouse, her red hair trailing from a broad-brimmed hat. Yanrith frowned. That face. He knew her from somewhere.
She's with Coulan's militia, which means she's an activist. But how do I recognize her? The cell network keeps us all isolated. In theory.
Then the convoy was past, and he didn't know what to make of it all. Coulan's militia people had been methodically stripping the palace bare. There'd been a continual scrum along Walton Boulevard for the first 2 days, as they handed out the captain's possessions, but now all the booty was gone.
So why were the carts guarded? What could be so important?
A minute later he arrived at the captain's palace, keen to get some answers from Coulan. The militiamen guarding the gates were reluctant to let him through, which worried him that factions were forming, their attitudes hardening. That would be disastrous for the revolution, but once he was inside, the remnants of the teams assigned to the palace told him Coulan wasn't there. They didn't know where he was, nor when he would be back. They knew nothing of the convoy, either. The Dalkeith Theatre on Portnoy Street was old and shabby, but it did have thick walls to block excite from outside. It specialized in fairly crude satirical comedy, which was why Javier was familiar with it. The management had closed up as soon as the mobs hit the streets, but the caretaker was happy enough to open it for Javier. He sat on the stage, along with the giant teacup prop, and thanked people for coming, for having the courage to walk out of the Congress with him. It was mostly Union stewards, as well as the radical stalwarts he'd known before he met Slavasta. During the years the cells had been built up, he'd carefully steered them all into positions of leadership, so now over 20 had been appointed borough delegates to the People's Interim Congress. They understood the reality of life on Bienvenido, not needing any persuasion to see the injustice. They knew how vital jobs and a thriving economy were to establish the revolution as legitimate. Once he started talking, they were with him on blocking Slavasta's stupidity about mods and newts. With that agreed, they all started to discuss procedures and votes and possible allies to use in the Congress to defeat the motion. It didn't help that the Congress was chaired by Slavasta, so they needed tactics to shame him and force him to take account of a democratic mandate. The one person Javier really needed at the Dalkeith was Coulan, not just for the personal comfort, but because he had the best brain for this kind of stuff. Coulan would also know how to smooth things over with Slavasta. Now the argument was over, now the split was hugely public. Javier was feeling sheepish about the whole thing. There had been no need for either of them to get so bad-tempered or stubborn. It was tiredness, he kept telling himself, a state where the smallest frustration could trigger ludicrous amounts of adrenaline and testosterone, and he was ridiculously tired. The others had given him the job of industrial strategy for the interim Congress. After all the violence and desperation of the revolution's active stage, there had been no time to rest. They had to keep momentum going. Was it Coulan who kept insisting that? Keep pushing the establishment back. Keep claiming their own legitimacy through the Congress, by establishing their own managers in strategic businesses. Don't let up. Push and push until there simply isn't any resistance anymore. Keep going. Coulan didn't answer any paths. He was in charge of securing the palace and the captain's family, tasks that had been carried out flawlessly, Javier knew. He'd perceived reports all through the active stage, keeping anxious track of his beloved. His small militia was superbly disciplined, eradicating any opposition, and not allowing the mob following them to run wild. If only all aspects of the revolution had been so well executed, he thought dolefully. There had been a lot of poor discipline. Too many had died or suffered. The looting was a disgrace. However, the palace was theirs now, as was the captain's family, apart from Dionany. The city was theirs. They'd won. So why do I feel so cruddy? Javier realized his eyes were closing. He abruptly sat back in the chair, a jerky movement that sent his elbow thudding against the ridiculous teacup. It was made from papier-mâché and wobbled about. Once he saw it wasn't going to fall over and roll across the stage, he held up his hands. I'm sorry. I really have to get some sleep. We know what we have to do. I'll see you all tomorrow at the morning session of Congress. They all wanted to congratulate him for the success, for not forgetting them, for standing up to Slavasta, for representing genuine democracy. He shook hands, slapped backs, promised long, cheerful sessions in the pub. barely recognizing them and certainly not recalling what they'd all just said. The fatigue was so strong now, making it hard simply to stand. When he finally left the theatre, a cab was waiting for him. Bethaneve's organizational magic was still working perfectly. He smiled at that as he told the cabbie to take him to the palace. Somehow he had to talk to Coolin and find out just what was really happening. He fell asleep as soon as they started to move. Exhaustion had finally abolished Slavasta's rage. His aides kept giving him coffee during the Congress, which he hated but drank anyway. Now he had a wicked headache, his mouth tasted like crud, his bladder ached, and still the meetings went on. Essential political meetings he held in the First Speaker's Annex, a lovely hexagonal wood-panelled study with high lead-framed windows. Delegates he knew he could trust came and went for hours. He talked to them soothingly, apologizing for his earlier outburst. They all expressed sympathy. It had been a tough week for everyone, and they all managed to drop in their concerns on behalf of those they now represented. He pledged to give them debate time to raise these, trading favours and hearing whispers. As he sat in the annex, so Javier had set up in the Dalkeith with his old cronies, forming a pro-Newt faction that simply couldn't be allowed to succeed. But as the exhausting day wore on, draining him still further, he resented not being able simply to path his friend and say, "Come on, let's go for a beer in the Bellevue pub garden and just talk about it," the way it used to be. It should be Javier asking him, though. He was the one at fault. Bethaneve came in as the 7th, or 8th, group was leaving. She walked over to him as he sat behind the wide desk, sitting in his lap and resting her head against him. They said nothing for a long moment, just relaxing, content that they were still alive, that they had each other. "We did it," she whispered finally. "Now we have to make sure we don't lose." "We won't." She kissed him lightly, then put her fingers under his chin, raising his head so she could look straight into his eyes. "You're still thinking of Ingmar, aren't you, sweetheart?" He nodded meekly. "I'm trying not to, but Eurarchus damn those Fallers for all eternity. And the Institute, traitors to our very race, every one of them." "They're not traitors. They did what they had to so they could keep the Institute going. They're fighting the Fallers just like us." "Maybe," he conceded, "but I can't get it out of my head." "Is that why you argued with Javier?" "Oh, crud." He ground his teeth together. "I don't know. One second we were so pleased that we'd both survived, that we were in Congress together, that we were right all along, and that we could finally help people. The next thing it's like I'm looking down on these two madmen screaming at each other. I knew I had to stop, but he just wouldn't see reason. It's crazy." "Gee, you, the pair of you!" I know. I'm sorry. I was tired, that's all. And still upset over Ingmar. Gee, you, the shock of that was unreal. I let it get out of hand. It won't happen again, I promise you that. You do believe me, don't you? You're to sit down with him and talk this through like rational people." "But the mods belong to the Fallers." Her whole body stiffened. "I know that. But you will have to find a way to make the rest of Bienvenido accept the Revolution's authority. Once you have accomplished that, then you can sort out the mods and Newts." Her fingers gripped his chin again, and her stare was very intent. "You do understand that, don't you?" "Yes," he said, as the tiredness came back in an almighty wave that made everything seem irrelevant. "I know, but I will not rest until this world is free of them." "One step at a time, my love." She kissed him. "Thank you. I was worried." "Me too, when this happened. I didn't know what to do." "You always do," he said. "That's why I love you." "Not this time. But I have some strange news." "What?" "The Golford Bridge has been blown up, about half an hour ago. An express only just got over it. They were lucky." "Where's Golford?" "Eurarchus, you are tired. It's the bridge on the Southern City line." "What? Where in GU's name have they been?" "I don't know. I'm trying to get our agents to find out what's going on, but it's difficult to get messages over the Kolbal right now. Every boat is full of refugees." "We're not tyrants," he snapped in annoyance. "We're the opposite. Nobody needs to run away from us." "I know." You have to get in touch with the sabotage team. We don't want any more bridges blown up. As Javier said, we need to start building the economy back up. Oh, a sensible comment. I'll put that down in my diary. Hey, I'm trying. Okay. I know. She didn't shift from his lap. Slavasta's excite caught Yanrith entering the anteroom. Come on in, he pathed.
Captain,
Yanrith said. Anxiety was leaking through his shell. What's the matter? Slavasta asked wearily. He wasn't sure he could take much more bad news right now.
I can't find Cullen anywhere.
He'll be with Javier, Slavasta said.
He's not.
Bethany stood up. I'll find him. I'll put the word out with my people.
I've just come back from the captain's palace, Yanrith said. There's something really strange been going on. Cullen's militia, the ones guarding it, are all acting odd.
What do you mean, odd?
Yanrith shrugged, like they're drunk or something. It's difficult to get them to say anything.
They're loyal to Cullen.
No, it's more than that. And something's been taken. I had to ask hard, but I found that much out eventually.
Taken?
From the palace cellars. Eurakis, Slavasta, there's some really bizarre things down there. Ancient things that I've never seen before. Things from Captain Cornelius's ship itself.
Slavasta stared at him, trying to make sense of what was being said. Cullen's taken something from Cornelius's ship.
I'm not sure. But look, Captain, you remember your last sweep with the regiment?
I can hardly forget. What about it?
We met those peculiar people we thought were Narnik barons. The girl, the redhead, I forget her name, Nigel's so-called wife. She's here. I saw her riding one of the wagons on Walton Boulevard. They were all heading down the hill.
What wagons? Bethany blurted.
The wagons that took something from the palace.
Slavasta's headache seemed to redouble in potency as he gave Yanrith a shocked look. Wait, Nigel and Cassandra are here, in Valen.
You do know them?
An equally perturbed Yanrith asked. Nigel supplied all our weapons, Bethany said, but I don't understand. What's he doing here? Through all the pain in Slavasta's head, the elusive memory that had taunted him for days suddenly crystallized. Grunts, he exclaimed. Bethany and Yanrith frowned at him. You said it, Slavasta accused her, the night we were arming the cells. You said we can't give a gun to every grunt on the streets. So? I only ever heard that word used like that once before, by Nigel. They're soldiers or troopers, privates, sergeants, corporals, officers. Comrades in our cells are activists, but never grunts. Slavasta? What is going on? He demanded hotly. Do you know Nigel? I've never met him in my life. You were the one that went to a D&E to meet him. You're the one that did the deal for weapons. All I know about him is what you've told me. Then why did you call our cell members grunts? Are you crazy? She shouted back at him. It's a cradding word. It's his word. Oh, for fuck. What was he doing back then when we found him on the sweep? What did he have on those boats? Is he a Narnik baron? Wait, was he your supplier? She flinched as if he'd struck her. All the emotion drained out of her expression. Slavasta? She said in an icily calm voice. You need to stop this. You need to get some sleep. Why is he here? What did he take? I want you to calm down. Lie down on this settee and... No. Something is going on. Javier's turned against me. Is he collaborating with Nigel too? Slavasta. A tear trickled down her cheek. Please. No. I will find out, he roared. By GU, I will know what game you're all playing behind my back. You think you can get rid of me? You think you can just waltz right into the captain's palace and rule this world? Do you? Well, you can't. I'll stop you. I'll stop all of you. He stormed out of the annex. Tovakar and the 5 bodyguards he commanded regarded him in alarm. We're going to the palace, he told them. Sergeant, are you with me? Yanrith gave Bethany a helpless shrug and hurried out, leaving her to sink to her knees as she started to weep. There still wasn't any real furniture in the Tarleton Gardens apartment. After Slavasta and Bethany had moved out, the empty rooms seemed even larger. There was nowhere to hide in any of them. Javier's excite had been pervading it as soon as he climbed out of the cab in the street outside. Coulon wasn't inside. Coulon wasn't anywhere. Not in the palace, not in the hotel where the captain's family was detained, not with any of the comrades. Nowhere. Javier went upstairs to their apartment anyway. There was nowhere else for him to go. Afternoon sunlight poured through the big bay windows. He'd always enjoyed the sensation of space he gained from the rooms. Other people's houses and flats seemed so cluttered. They valued things. He prized potential. "It brings out your optimist streak," Coulon had told him one night, snuggled up in his embrace. "I like that." Now Javier looked down on the mattress with its wrinkled sheets where they'd spent so many nights together, just talking quietly about their plans and hopes, or thrashing around in sexual bliss, and there was no optimism left anymore. Like the rooms, he was empty. He sat on the mattress, and for all his bulk and strength he couldn't hold back the exhaustion. "Where are you?" he asked the bare walls. Coulon wouldn't abandon him, especially not in this dark, desperate hour when he needed him more than ever. They loved each other. They were one. All he could think of was that Slavasta had sent an assassin, that one by one he was wiping out anybody who opposed him. "You idiot," he told himself, and rested his eyes for a moment. "Wake up!" Javier opened his eyes. Bethany was staring down at him. There were dark fatigue circles around her eyes, and her cheeks were blotchy from crying. Hair hung lankly around her face. "You look terrible," he said, smiling to ease the slur. He could only have been asleep minutes, for he was still absurdly tired, but somehow the sun was now low in the sky. "It's Slavasta," she said in a fragile voice. "I know. I'm sorry. We were both stupid. Yaracus, I hadn't slept for days. I still haven't. I was so tense, so angry. There were fights, terrible fights against the sheriffs and marines, and the streets were bad places to be for a while. But I had to be out there, had to lead our comrades. I'd like to talk to him." Bethany shook her head, struggling against fresh tears. "He's gotten worse. He doesn't trust anyone anymore. He thinks there are conspiracies everywhere." "You as well?" She nodded miserably. "You? What did you do?" "He thinks I'm scheming with Nigel." "Nigel? Nigel that supplied us with all the weapons?" "Yes." "But he's the only one of us who knows Nigel." He studied Bethany's dead expression, sensed the seething emotion so thinly obscured by her shell. "All right. We have to put a stop to this. I need to find Coulon. He'll know what to do." "I know where he is." "Where?" It came out a lot more urgently than he intended. "The National Council building. Javier, he's meeting with senior comrades, making deals, organizing them. I think he might be putting his own faction together." He thought it was cold that made his muscles so difficult to move, but in the end he had to admit it was shock. No, you're wrong." "I hope so. I do, really. But my informants aren't close enough to be included in the deals. I don't know what he's actually arranging." "Coulon would never betray us. We planned this with him for years. I know exactly what he thinks on any subject. He wants social justice just like we do." "I know." She gave her feet a sheepish glance. "I remember too. He saved me. He was going to save everyone." "Then we must believe in him. We can't allow Slavasta's paranoia to contaminate us. That's one of the principles we were going to install, remember? Everyone is innocent until proven guilty." "He came up with that?" "Yeah. Then until we find out what's going on, we follow that principle." "Yes," she said. "We'll do that." Javier lumbered up to his feet. It was an effort, and for a moment he felt dizzy. "I should have been helping our comrades with the railway nationalisation this afternoon." "Do you even know how to nationalise a railway company?" "Sort of like taking it into new management, like I did with Coughlin's stall at the Wellfield Market." "You need to scale up your thinking." She paused, allowing her troubled thoughts to show through her shell. "I meant what I said about not knowing what to do next. Do you think that's strange?" Listen, we're both tired, like nothing we've experienced before. Of course we're going to make mistakes and forget things. Go easy on yourself. Look at the screw-up I've made of today. No, it's more than that. We could always think of something before. How to organise the cells, political objectives, how to achieve our goals, strategies to manipulate public opinion. We sat down together and these ideas just kept coming. Fabulous ideas. Ideas that worked. Now we won and there's nothing. We can't figure out how to capitalise on what we've got. The city's falling apart. There's precious little food. The markets are closed. The water's still not running in half the boroughs. People are fleeing. We broke it, cleverly and carefully. Why don't we know how to put it all back together? We wanted this to be a decent, fair society. So how come we had nothing ready to implement? Why no strategy to rebuild the rail bridges? Why not issue guarantees about life and liberty to reassure the professional classes that do the actual work?
The People's Interim Congress
is a farce.
That's a bit harsh.
He squirmed under her gaze.
Okay, they're a bunch of idiots, but some of them are useful. They mean well.
That's a magnificent epitaph. If we're not careful, we'll be singing it all the way to Geo.
What do you want, Bethany?
I don't know. I'm just saying it's strange. Strange that it didn't bother me before either. It's like we've suddenly used up every idea. Why?
All right. This is how it's going to go. You and I are going to find Cullen. Then the three of us are going to sit down like we did in the good old days of an entire week and a half ago and think how to calm Slovasta down and get everything back on track. When we've done that, the four of us will brainstorm how to make the city work again. There may even be beer and sitting around in a pub involved. How's that sound?
Sounds like the best idea I've heard all day.
There was a cab waiting for them outside Tarleton Gardens. Javier smiled as he helped Bethany inside.
See, you do know how to keep some things working.
She was deadly serious when she looked back and said, "But this was something we knew we'd need before." Javier gave up. The cab set off, moving quickly through the semi-deserted streets.
"He's moving," Bethany announced after 10 minutes, "leaving the National Congress building. There's a cab, not one on our list."
"I'm going to path him," Javier announced. He focused his mind, reaching over the rooftops toward First Night Square.
Cullen, my love, talk to me, please. I know you're there. I need you so much."
"You're raucous," Bethany grunted. "What did you say?"
"Why? What happened?"
"He just fuzzed that cab good and hard. My agent's X-sight can't perceive it at all."
"Why is he doing this?"
Javier couldn't keep the hurt distress from his voice.
"What have I done?"
"Hang on."
Bethany settled back into the cab's leather bench seat. "I'm going to activate all the cells around First Night Square. The comrades are still loyal, at least for now. They'll watch out for him. Fuzz can defeat X-sight, but he can't hide the cab from good old-fashioned eyeball contact." A minute later, someone saw the cab turn into Fletton Road. Then Cullen got out and hurried into the Tonsley shopping arcade.
"Eurakis, there are 20 entrances to that place," Bethany said. "I wish we had Androsia's Modbird."
"She's one of Slovasta's loyalists."
A single eye opened to give him a disapproving stare.
"That's wrong thinking."
"Sorry." He followed the gifting Bethany sent him, marvelling at the way she coordinated paths from dozens of cell members seemingly simultaneously. Images of streets and arcade halls flashed before him at bewildering speed.
"There!"
Fleeting glimpse of his beloved's pale skin and sandy hair disappearing fast down Makin's alley. Short, sharp instructions flicked out to cell members. They changed direction, sped up, slowed down, hovered at road junctions. Cullen called a cab on Leicester Street, fuzzed it. A cab from the list turned onto the road behind him, and 3 cell members hopped on. There were 3 more changes of cab, a confusing run on foot through the maze of crooked alleys and tiny dark lanes of Saxby.
"Eurakis,"
Javier murmured admiringly, as Bethany constantly shuffled the cell members about, interpreted images, anticipated moves.
"You own this city."
She smiled, eyes still tight shut. Cullen slipped into the Reynolds Hotel, emerging from a side staff door. A cell member, one of Bethany's elites, was lounging casually at the end of the alley. The last cab dropped him off along Bremer Street,
where there were a lot of people milling around at the end, shuffling slowly forward toward the Kolbal. He merged into them. Only one reason for him to be there, Bethany said in satisfaction.
Cabby,
Javier called loudly,
quayside and fast.
For 17 years, Phileas Brant had been captain of Bienvenido, a proud lineage that saw him defending the world, maintaining order, regulating its economy, upholding the law, keeping politicians in line. The world belonged to him, and now it didn't. It had been a day of sheer terror for him and his family. One moment he'd been pathing frantically with Trevine and the first speaker and the captain of the palace guard, then the next gunshots had rippled around the palace. A mob had appeared, and some kind of well-organized and trained military force had stormed the walls and railings. Hidden gunmen had shot the palace guards. Staff panicked, some running for freedom, a heartening number rushing to the private apartments to shelter and protect the family. Phileas had pathed for help, the Marines, the sheriffs, the regiment officers stationed in Varlin. But they too were under siege, and one by one their minds vanished from his perception. Then came the gunfire in the palace corridors themselves. Twice he heard explosions, the screams of the dying. Souls of dead guards drifted through the innermost apartments, apologetic as they drifted up, starting their long flight toward Jiu. They had retreated to the central drawing-room, with its crystal chandeliers and priceless furniture and polished floor, with tall windows looking out over the manicured gardens. 7 of his children were huddled around him. Dionyny was out somewhere, thank Jiu, but he had a pretty good idea of Eothori's fate. His eldest son wasn't popular at the best of times, the younger ones crying, the older 2 bitterly defiant. Little granddaughter asleep, cradled in her petrified mother's arms. His wife stood beside him, stiff-backed, showing courage for the children, her shell strong, but he knew the fear in her mind. Courtiers formed a protective picket around them, trying not to let their dread bloom. Then the path had come, Kulan, offering terms of surrender, the life of everyone in the palace in exchange for taking the family into custody. Phileas agreed. He knew all about Kulan from Trevine's long briefings on Slavasta and his cronies. Kulan was the level-headed one. Even so, he half expected to be shot as soon as the doors opened. The horror of the Lanuaks and Alfred was still fresh in his mind. But Kulan kept his word, and his militia were efficient and disciplined. They were escorted down to a covered wagon, and fuzzed as they were driven through the streets. The ride went on for a long time, but it finished at a small hotel in the Nalani borough. There they waited, guarded by Kulan's militia, while the mobs fought the authorities for control of the city. Something about the militia members was eerily wrong. They wouldn't speak to the family. They kept a perfect guard on their prisoners. They didn't misbehave or threaten. The hotel was kept under an impervious TK shell that must have been difficult to maintain, but it never wavered in all the time they were imprisoned. Phileas half suspected they were fallers. All they could do was wait. He forbade the children to discuss what their fate might be, but he knew speculation was gnawing at their minds. They might not be able to pass through the militia's shell, but the sounds of fighting were clear enough, and the upper rooms gave them a glimpse out across the rooftops where smoke was visible across the city. Phileas endured as best he could, never quite understanding how this had come to pass. Then, on the 3rd day of captivity, a man called Yanrith appeared and ordered Phileas to accompany him. "No!" his wife cried. "They'll kill you. They're animals, worse than fallers. Don't go."
"It's not us who are the animals," Yanrith spat back at her. "I saw what's inside the research institute. So did Eothori. A real close-up look."
"Bastard! Murdering bastard!" Phileas held up his hand, anxious not to annoy this imposing man. "I'll go." He kissed his wife, very aware it was probably the last time he'd ever see her. "You're not to worry. Be brave for the children." There was an odd moment at the hotel's entrance. 2 militiamen stood guard there, staring blankly ahead.
"Stand aside,"
Yanrith ordered. They didn't move.
"By order of the People's Interim Congress, which is this world's legitimate government, you will stand aside so I may conduct our Prime Minister's authorized business."
It took a long moment, but the guard stepped aside. There were 3 cabs outside with armed comrades riding in them. Yanrith led Phileas into the middle one and fuzzed it heavily. Phileas eyed the man, who was obviously regiment-trained, and wondered again what had turned people like this against him. "I'm curious," Phileas said. "What exactly have you done to those poor militia people? I thought they might befall us at first. But they're not, are they?"
"Shut up,"
Yanrith said. "Threads, perhaps, in their brains?"
"Last time. Shut the crud up."
Phileas smiled at his small victory. He wasn't entirely surprised when, after 40 minutes' travel, they arrived back at the palace. But when they did finally step out into the inner courtyard, and he sent his X-sight probing around, he was immediately demoralized by what he perceived. "Where is everything?" he demanded. "What have you done with all the—" "Oh, no. No."
"We thought we'd start the redistribution of wealth from the top down," Yanrith replied smugly.
"My wife is right. You are cradding animals, and pathetic petty-minded ones at that." Nonetheless, he was worried about what the militia people had found below the palace. That would be far worse than the Institute's secrets. "They won't understand any of it," he told himself. "Not that it matters any more." A tall, slender woman was waiting beside the door into the private residence. Her shell was as hard as any Phileas had ever encountered. She had a modbird perched on her arm, and she was feeding it a chunk of meat. He blinked. The meat had looked suspiciously like a human finger. As he approached, she sent the modbird off into the sky. "Welcome home, Captain," she said in mockery. Phileas didn't respond. Nonetheless, he couldn't help his growing worry as Yanrith and the woman escorted him down the stone stairs into the vaults. The regiment man seemed to know exactly where he was going. Phileas's final surprise was the man waiting for him in the ship's armory cellar. His eyes narrowed at the empty jacket arm pinned across his chest. "Captain Sylvester, Trevine warned me you were trouble." He was right. "Are you going to kill me now?"
"No. Do you know why?"
"Because that would prove to the whole of Bienvenido that you're naught but a savage, and your pitiful revolution is a sham." "No, it's because I need to know something, and you might have the answer. That is your only value right now."
"Go to your ruckus."
"Even if I knew where Dionne was, I would willingly take guidance to Gilles before I told you." "That's not why you're here."
"Then what?"
Sylvester pointed his finger at the hulking mass of the Vermilion's armory behind him.
"What was in there?"
"I have no idea." Captain Phileas paused, terribly cautious of trickery. "What do you mean, was in there?" "Exactly that," Sylvester said.
"I don't understand."
"Andresia?" The woman stepped forward. "One of our associates removed 5 large objects from this chamber, which we assume is part of Captain Cornelius's ship. There are plenty of other weird artifacts down here, none of which could have been made on this world." Phileas shook his head. "These are all just leftovers from the ship, that's all. Nothing works. They haven't worked for millennia." "You seemed concerned just now that something had been taken," Andresia said. "We don't know what those things were, but they're clearly valuable to someone. The militia our associate employed have had something done to their minds, like hypnosis, but much stronger. It took a great deal of effort to get them to tell me that the objects had been taken, but I did break through their conditioning eventually. So tell me, Captain, how long do you think you can hold out against me?" Phileas glanced nervously at the armory again. "I don't believe you. This is some kind of trick. Nobody—" He licked his top lip, unsurprised to taste beads of sweat.
"Nobody what?"
Sylvester asked coolly. "Nothing works. I don't lie." "Then it doesn't matter if you tell us what was in there, does it? None of this can help your doomed revolution. You will lose. The cities and counties will march into Varlon and send you straight to Urarchus for your crimes." "What was in there?" Sylvester bellowed. His hand gripped the pistol tight, not quite waving it toward Phileas. "Nothing was taken. I know this because you can't get inside. The entrance doesn't work anymore. It hasn't for over 2,000 years." Sylvester grinned. It disturbed Phileas badly. "Oh, really? Come here." His TK shoved at Phileas, urging him forward. Phileas didn't resist. Then he got closer to the armory, and froze. A wide circle close to the base had opened, the place his father had told him was the access hatch, made from a metal that Commonwealth ingenuity could make flow like water.
"Oh, you raucous,"
he whispered, and the metal had indeed flowed once more. He could see it now as a thick rim around the hole. No. He hurried forward and peered up into the absolute darkness of the interior with trepidation. Many years ago, when he was being prepared for the captaincy, being tutored in his true heritage, in the old sciences, on the nature of the void and how they must never drop their guard against the fallers, his father had brought him to stand under the ship's armory, where one of the small broken conduit tubes led up inside. He had sent his X-sight through the tiny gap, examining the strange dead war machines entombed within, frightened and impressed by the things his father told him about them. Now his X-sight ranged freely inside the armory, perceiving the empty loading cradles. His legs trembled as he backed away. Then he spun around and fixed Sylvester with a furious glare.
"They're gone."
"No, crud. Now tell me exactly what they are."
"Quantum busters,"
Phileas whispered in dread.
"There were 5 quantum busters in there."
The burst of emotion that came pouring through Sylvester's tenuous shell was a combination of anger and incomprehension.
"What the crud are quantum busters?"
"The greatest weapon our ancestors ever created. They are so powerful they can destroy an entire sun and all its planets. They don't work in the void. None of the old technology works anymore." Phileas stared at the access hatch, impossibly open.
"Until today."
20 armed men whom Tovakar and Yanrith trusted implicitly piled into 5 cabs. Sylvester rode in the second one, along with Yanrith and Captain Phileas. Androsia herself was driving the lead cab, TK and a whip sending the horse racing down Walton Boulevard, then along the quickest route to the quayside.
"I've pathed our comrades on a wharf," Yanrith said. "They're holding a steam ferry for us."
"Let us hope it has a happier journey across than the Lennox and the Alfred," Captain Phileas said snidely.
"We didn't do that,"
Sylvester snapped back.
"Really?"
"No."
"Then who? Your mysterious associate?"
"I don't know." Sylvester's headache was making him sweat now. It was a constant battle to keep his eyes open. The fatigue gripping him was so strong. Thinking was difficult, but he had to know, to work this out. Could Coulon be some kind of counter-revolutionary? But if so, why had Trevine not arrested them all? And Javier, why was he suddenly pro-Mod? Bethanyve, that was the one that really hurt. How was she connected to Nigel?
"What am I missing?"
"Did you know about us?" he asked the captain. "Trevine knew you were behind the Mod killing spree.
That was obvious right from the start."
"Why didn't you stop us?" "Because there were just 4 of you. 4 that mattered, anyway. You were drawing all the hotheads and radicals together. You had some kind of communication arrangement with people from the shanties and other undesirables. We couldn't break your system of contact. It was so random. But all the troublemakers were doing what you told them. It was impressive politics. Useful. To you? How? They do what you say. You do what we want. That's why we offered you Langley. And you took it. Like all the greedy bastards before me. Yes, we underestimated your fanaticism, that's all. All? It's cost you everything. You're gloating after what's happened today. Be careful of your arrogance, Sylvester, or it will be your downfall. I should know. So you had files on us? Yes. Tell me about Coulon. Some kind of student. A history graduate, I think, who drifted into the radical scene. We never could find out where he came from. Cassel. He came from Cassel. He's a junior son who came to Varlan University to learn agricultural management, so he could help run the family estate. While he was there, he came to see the oppression of your regime. No, you're wrong. Or, more likely, you've been lied to. There is no record of him in Cassel. Trevine checked. He has to come from somewhere. Yes, but where is starting to concern me very badly.
Though he behaved perfectly honourably with me and my family, thank you. He's the associate who opened the armoury, isn't he?" Slavasta nodded. "I can't do that. The captains haven't had a proper electrical supply for the last 2,000 years. The void is hostile to it. I know the theory. I even made a lead-acid battery when I was learning about it. That's such a basic electrical power source that even the void doesn't spoil it. Slavasta, I've seen a wire filament glow red from its power. It was almost as bright as a candle flame. It was impressive. But this, his knowledge and ability, is a whole new level. We saw something strange and new in the Falla from Ancient Square. It had threads in its brain, threads that could control it like Eurycus' own puppet. That kind of machinery doesn't belong in the void." "Wait. Someone controlled the Ancient Square Falla?" "Yes. And how that worked to your advantage, eh? Hero. I'm assuming Kulin is using something similar to control his militia. So now I am almost scared to wonder where he came from. Do you believe he is working alone, or is he part of a bigger faction inside your precious revolution?" "He's allied with Nigel, somehow." Slavasta growled the name through a dry throat. "Who?" "One of our supporters." Slavasta remembered his visit to Blair Farm, the compound with all its new barns, efficient, productive, humming with activity, the hundreds of mods scurrying about, which had made his blood run cold. "He knows a lot about machines, and politics, but he's no faller. I have seen his blood with my own eyes. It's red. We certainly didn't have a file on him, so where does he come from?" "He lives south of Valen." "Ah, and here we are in hot pursuit of a convoy that crossed the river to the southern bank. Tell me, when you captured me, the only major railway to be left intact was the Southern City line. Why did you spare it?" Sylvester hated the superior tone in the captain's voice. "We didn't. I don't know what happened to our sabotage teams, though I can make a cradding good guess now. And the Golford Bridge was blown this afternoon. What was it Bethany had said? Just after an express crossed it. So they've taken the quantum busters south. I still don't understand why. Even if they could get them to work again, which I have considerable doubts about. What would be the point? If they detonate a quantum buster, it will wipe out Bienvenido, the forest, and most likely our sun as well. Neither humans nor fallers will survive." "Why then? Why? What has all this been for?" "I don't know," Phileas said, "but if you're ever going to find out, you'll need to catch up with your associates, and quickly." They'd lost Kulin as soon as he stepped off the ferry onto the southern bank. Technically, Willesden was another borough of Valen, but in reality it was a rather pleasant town with decent-sized houses and broad parks. There was only one shanty on its border, and that none too big. Business here centred on trade, moving and storing goods brought in by the railway and the boats. A wide swath of the town between the wharves and station was made up entirely of warehouses. In the aftermath of the revolution, travel was again a major preoccupation. Hundreds of refugees arrived every hour, all of them desperate for temporary lodgings and a way out into the southern countryside. There weren't many cell members in Willesden. The ones who'd been given duties had been redeployed days ago to find out what had happened to their comrades assigned to blow up the bridges. Bethany had summoned several to the riverbank area to help search, but they were slow coming. She and Javier disembarked from the ferry as the sun hung close to the horizon, looking as if it were about to plunge into the river. Long rose-gold shimmers licked across the water, tinting the air a faint copper. They looked around in dismay. The chaos here was almost as bad as they'd left behind them on the quayside, only the scale was reduced. "Any ideas?" Bethany asked. "Well, now that the Gulford Bridge is down, he'll have to find himself either a boat or a horse." "Can he ride?" "I've no idea. I've never seen him ride, but that doesn't mean anything." Javier could feel his stomach tightening up at that admission. "What do I really know about him? I thought it was everything." "I haven't seen him ride either," Bethany said, "and if he can, we're not going to find him. So that leaves us with a boat." They looked along the river.
On this side, it was mainly ferries and small boats that had just charged an extortionate fee for bringing desperate people over. There were only 2 large ocean-going cargo ships, their sails all furled. Both had big crowds of people at their gangplanks, all bidding against one another. They're not going to leave tonight, Bethany decided. There were a few other boats, barges mainly, but their captain seemed intent on making a fortune charging passage across the Colbal. She scanned the houses of Willesden again. The land here didn't rise like it did on the Varland side. Even so, it wasn't possible to see the countryside beyond. She narrowed her eyes as she tried to read the signposts at the top of each road leading away from the river. If he just wanted to get out of town, she said slowly, thinking it through, he could have taken a cab, or used one of the local lines we didn't sabotage. So he came south of the river for a reason. He's got a very definite destination in mind.
Yes, but what?
The last thing Yanrith said was that Cassandra was in a convoy on Walton Boulevard heading down the hill. That's south. You think they came over the river as well? And not long after that, the Golford Bridge was blown. But Cullen was in the National Council building when that happened, Javier insisted. Yes, so he's stuck here as well, unless... You're in charge of the railways now, right?
Well, sort of, yes.
Did you get around to nationalising the Southern City line?
Yes.
My people came across to take over the management offices yesterday. I was going to visit myself soon. They only blew up the Golford Bridge, Bethany said. We planned on taking out 3 south of the river. Can you path your people? Find out what other rail lines there are out of town?
That I can do.
The answer came back within a minute. There's 2 local line stations, Javier said. His eyes closed as he received the path. Balcombe and Scottdale. Their lines go east and west. Right. Now find out if either of those lines crosses the Golford. Do they link up with the main line south of here? Javier's weary face broke into a slow smile.
You're good.
The line from Balcombe splits 80 kilometres out, and one track goes south. It reconnects with the main southern line at Fosbury. Next train? Bethany asked.
23 minutes.
Balcombe station was small. 2 platforms, both with prim wooden canopies, and a stone ticket office. A typical branch line station in a pleasant part of town. Thick vines with topaz flowers scrambled up the outside wall of the ticket office, layering the air with a sweet scent. There was nobody in the ticket office when Bethany and Javier walked in. Thick shutters were down across the booth. The platform was a different matter. In the deepening shadow thrown by the canopy, people were packed 5 or 6 deep along its whole length, families clinging together. Children all cried out and now just staring numbly down the tracks. Those nearest the ticket office door gave Javier a fearful look as he emerged. He hadn't given it any thought, but his carbine was slung on a strap over his dross silk jacket's shoulder, and 4 magazines were clipped to his belt. Carrying it openly was second nature now, every comrade's badge of honour. The carbines Nigel supplied were quite distinctive. They had a high fire rate and hardly ever jammed, but now they were recognisable to everybody in Varlin. The gifted image of Javier spread down the platform faster than sound. It triggered a surge of anxiety and distress. Children clung to their parents. Men glared defiantly. Bethany's hand went automatically to the pistol holstered on her belt. She was dismayed by the way people were reacting to her and Javier, but anger burned there too. We're the good guys. Why don't you understand that? We're trying to help, to give you a better future. What do you want? Someone pathed.
Can't you leave us alone?
Haven't you killed enough of us?
Savages.
They murdered my brother. He was a sheriff. He protected us from criminals. I recognize her. She's Sylvester's fiancée.
Bitch.
People were backing away from them, leaving them alone in the centre of a deluge of hatred. We're not here to hurt you, Bethany pathed. We're looking for someone. She gifted an image of Cullen. Has anyone seen him? No.
What did he ever do?
Gave people jobs, most likely.
Are you going to murder him as well?
Please, Bethany pathed. He's a friend.
Yeah, right. Lying whore.
TK stabbed out. Bethany's shell was tight. Otherwise, the spike of psychic power would have jabbed into her eyes. As it was, she stumbled backward from the blow.
"Hey!"
Javier yelled. He lifted up the carbine.
"Pack that in. We're here on official business."
"You're not my government, cradhead." "Who voted for you?" Somewhere in the distance, a train whistle sounded. Several TK blows slapped at Javier. He rocked about, then flicked the safety catch off.
"Draw your pistol,"
he private-pathed Bethanyve.
"This might get nasty."
Reluctantly, she did as he advised. "Going to shoot us for objecting? So we're not allowed opinions anymore." Javier pointed his carbine into the air and fired off 2 shots. Children screamed. Everybody cowered. They backed away farther.
"I'm going to politely ask you one last time,"
Javier said. "Has anyone seen this man?" He pathed out the image of Cullen as hard as he could. Bethanyve stared around at the faces, disturbed by the naked outpouring of loathing. Vile images were starting to flicker through the general psychic torrent, images of her being abused, graphic fantasies of Javier being kicked, punched, beaten, a noose around his neck. She gripped the pistol tighter, wondering how everything had turned so wrong so quickly. The train whistle sounded again, louder this time. Then, amid all the hostility, a few glimmers of smugness appeared. She saw nearby faces beginning to smile haughtily. People directed their gaze behind her. Silence spread out so fast she thought she'd lost her hearing. "Please don't move, my loves." The path was so kind, so sincere. It resonated right into the center of her mind as if she had no shell at all. She was thrilled to perceive it. She did exactly what it asked. Cullen walked between her and Javier. Her heart began to beat faster at the sight of him. The relief that he was all right was profound. She smiled in welcome. He smiled back, which made her want to fling her arms around him in happiness. But he had asked her not to move, so she didn't. "I don't want you to worry about me," he said, as the train started to ease into the station. "Everything is going to be just fine. I promise. Now I have to go away for a week or so. Then I'll be back, and it will be a whole new life for everyone on Bienvenido. You'll see." Bethanyve sighed in delight. He was okay, and the world was going to be all right now. The engine rolled past, pistons hammering away, gusts of steam shooting out horizontally from valves to swirl across the platform, thick smoke puffing from the stack. It pulled 5 carriages along behind it. "Everybody," Cullen said, and raised both arms in universal appeal. "The train is here. Let's get on board, shall we? No need for any unpleasantness. These well-meaning people aren't going to hurt anybody." Bethanyve could see Javier standing beside her, his face sculpted into a mask of despondent longing. Then the crowd was pouring into the carriages. Bethanyve didn't mind. Cullen was all right. Nothing else mattered. And she was helping him enormously by just staying still. Cullen gave Javier a small lopsided grin. "I'll see you soon," he promised, and kissed Javier gently, turned and began walking toward the train. The carbine's roar was as loud as it was shockingly unexpected. It broke Bethanyve's trance, and she flung herself down, screaming as she jammed her hands over her ears. Right in front of her, not 4 meters away, Cullen's buttocks and lower torso disintegrated into a mass of tattered flesh and an expanding blood spume. His abdomen exploded outward, tendrils of gore thrashing through the ripped shirt. The body collapsed onto the platform, pitching over so his head was facing up. Dying eyes stared peacefully at the twilight sky, then closed. Bethanyve seemed to be deaf. Her eyesight contracted into a long grey tunnel with Cullen's corpse blocking the far end. That was all there was. Sound forced its way back into her consciousness. Screams, so many screams, and so loud that her shock couldn't deny them any more. Her own voice was one of them. He was dead. Her old love. Her saviour. Dead. Cut down by... Bethanyve jerked around. Slavasta was standing just outside the ticket office door. Tovakar and Janrith and Androsia clustered behind him, more armed comrades in the background. Slavasta ejected the magazine clip from his still-smoking carbine, and his TK jammed in a replacement. "What have you done?" Bethanyve wailed. Javier charged past her, his face contorted with rage. arms outstretched as he reached for Slavasta, roaring in demented fury. Androsia stepped forward, caught Javier's wrist. There was some kind of lithe, twisting motion as she shifted her weight around, thrust with her TK, bent sideways, and Javier's entire bulky form was somehow flying through the air. He crashed to the ground with a hefty thud, winding him. Tovakar was immediately beside him, pistol pressed against his temple. "Don't," he warned. Slavasta came over to stand beside Bethany, looking down at her, his features completely blank. "Why didn't you move? Why didn't you stop him? You followed him here, you wanted to talk to him just as badly as I did. Why didn't you ask him something? Anything?" She shook her head. "I couldn't. He told me not to, and I couldn't." She wiped at the tears on her cheeks. "I knew I should. I just didn't want to. What did he do to me?" She whimpered in panic. "Who is he?" "I don't know." Slavasta held his hand out to her. After a second's hesitation, she reached up and took it. He helped her to her feet. She stood, wobbling about slightly, then risked a glance at the corpse. There was so much blood, all of it a rich crimson, spreading out obscenely across the platform. Slavasta turned to Javier. "It wasn't human," he said. "Do you understand? This is a new kind of faller. Him and Nigel." A frightened Javier stared up, mutely. There was something very wrong about Kulan's corpse. Bethany couldn't quite work out what, but instinct was shrieking a warning directly out of her subconscious. Was it his soul? Was she perceiving that? She extended her excite to the air above the body. "Slavasta!" She stumbled back a pace, pressing herself into Slavasta's side. "What? He's still got a shell around his thoughts." "Huh?" Everyone swung around to look at Kulan. Yanrith and Tovakar lined their carbines up, as did most of Slavasta's bodyguard troop. "His crudding shell!" Bethany yelped. "It's still there!" Slavasta edged closer. Kulan's eyes snapped open. Bethany's mouth parted wide. An involuntary reflex drew air down her throat in a groan. "That was an excellent fuzz," Kulan pathed. "As good as my concealment effect. I never perceived you coming. Well done." "Faller," snarled Slavasta. He took a step forward and jammed his carbine muzzle onto the bridge of Kulan's nose. "Not at all," Kulan continued calmly. "Then what the crud? This life is over, for all of you. We're going to take you back into the real universe. Put down your guns. Forget your conflict. Everything is about to change." "What are you?" Slavasta bellowed. "I am a machine. A living machine." "You can't be." A man walked over to them. Bethany thought she was too numb from everything that had happened to feel anything, but the sight of him made her moan in dismay. "What do you want with my family's quantum busters?" Captain Phileas demanded. "They will be used to liberate you." Kulan closed his eyes. "If you'll excuse me, I must shut down now. My reserve energy levels can't sustain me for much longer, and I have an autonomic destruct sequence. Just in case, please stand back. I don't want anyone to get hurt." "Did you ever love me?" Javier sobbed. "My dearest Javier, don't be sad. I am bringing you all back to reality. That is the greatest love of all. I give it to you freely." The skin on Kulan's pale face started to blacken. Slavasta winced and pulled the carbine away, took a couple of hasty steps back. Kulan's head, torso, and legs burst into flames. They began to burn inward, fiercely, throwing off a great heat. Bethany clung to Slavasta, watching aghast as the thing she had once loved charred down to a mound of ash in less than 3 minutes. She sank to her knees and threw up, too distraught to think straight anymore. Nothing made sense. All of this was unreal. It couldn't be happening. It just couldn't. "What do we do now, Captain?" she heard Yanrith asking. "He said, 'We,'" Slavasta growled. "We are liberating you. There's more of them loose on our world, and I know where their nest is. So we stop them, then we kill them. That is liberation." 5.
These are in worse condition than I thought, Nigel said as the express train rattled its way southward through the night. They were charging through the scheduled stations. The only stops they did make were to take on fresh coal and water for the engine. The Quantum Busters were riding in one of the passenger carriages that had been fitted out as a basic machine shop. Cassandra had been moderately impressed by the weapons, even though she'd already seen the images from the drone in the palace cellar. The Wasp waste cylinders were over 2 meters long and heavy, as if they were carved from solid metal. Lifting them had taken a lot of muscle and TK. Once they were in place, a simple sweep of TK banished the dust and grime to reveal dull grey casings in good condition. The warheads were nestled at the back of the bulbous head, which her X-sight could just perceive through the high-density casing and thick-packed components, but she found the rear end with the in-grav drive's weird warty protuberances to look more sinister. Nigel, Fergus, and Valerie were scanning the Quantum Busters with X-sight and various sensor modules. Little access hatches of malmetal were being powered up and opened, so more sophisticated tests could be run directly on the components inside. "We don't need the drive systems or any of that junk," Fergus said, "nor the force fields. Just the warheads." "Warhead," Valerie corrected. "Can you get one of them to work?" Cassandra asked. Nigel looked up from the Quantum Buster he was examining. A crown of modules was trailing wires and fiber-optic strands into the open ports and hatches. Spherical power cells on the floor had been plugged into various sections with heavy-duty cable. "I think so. There's been secondary system component degradation, of course, but then we knew we'd have to deal with that. The system Skylady has synthesized should be adequate to initiate the warhead. We'll start a rebuild as soon as we get home. But the real trick is going to be modifying the effect itself. I won't be able to determine the final program until I'm inside the forest. Once I'm there, I can run an accurate analysis on its quantum distortion field signature. And as the old quote goes, what science can analyze, science can duplicate, Fergus said. "Let's hope so," Nigel muttered, "or we're going to need a bigger boat." Cassandra nodded apprehensively. "Okay." Nigel looked up for a moment and winked at her. "Don't worry. It's all worked out so far, hasn't it?" She grinned despairingly. "Oh, yes, but that's only because you know everything." "1 more week," he promised, "maybe less." "Really? How long to rebuild the warhead?" "I'm thinking a day, maybe 2 at the most. Some of that can be done en route." "So all we really have to do is launch?" "Yeah, Marek should have the booster stack assembled by now." "So will you land again before you detonate the Quantum Buster? That'll be safer than being in space, won't it?" The 2 ANA droids became very still. Nigel's gaze remained steady. His lopsided smile was no longer teasing. "Cassandra," he began awkwardly, "I need to be there in case anything goes wrong." "There? There where?" "I've got to see this through. I'm sorry. I thought you understood that." No, you can't," she cried. "Send one of the ANA droids. They can do it." "They can, if nothing goes wrong. Possibly if something does go wrong, too. But I can't take that chance. There's too much at stake here. A whole world of people, Cassandra. If there's something unexpected up there, if we have to change the mission for whatever reason, I'll need to innovate." But they can do that." She was mortified that her throat was tightening up, tears building behind her eyes. Any moment now, if this conversation continued, she might burst out crying. "They can do a great deal, including work through logical options. Their bioprocessor brains are the best we can make. But if we need a non-logical solution, that's where I come in. I can't leave it to chance, Cassandra. It has to be me in the Skylady." "No." "If I can remote detonate, then I will. Of course I will. But we have to be prepared and certain." "You'll die. It'll be permanent. If the Quantum Buster rips the void apart, there will be no GU left to reach, no heart to accept your soul." She heard what she was saying and hated it. Her old ingrained belief hadn't been eradicated by the knowledge he'd given her so freely, just suppressed. "I am rational. Really, I am. It's just—" Nigel walked over to her and put his arms around her, exactly the way he had at their wedding ceremony.
This time he stroked her back instead of patting it.
"I won't die," he said quietly. "I haven't told you this before. I didn't want you upset or confused, but this body, it's actually a clone loaded with my memories and personality. The original me is still out there, Cassandra. Right now, I'm also alive and in the real universe. I'm out there, waiting."
"What? You can't be."
"I am. True."
"You mean you're not really you?"
"Of course I am," he said, chortling. "But you know my ego. I'm far too important to actually die. So I sent this me into the void to do my own dirty work. I never expected to make it back, although I never expected the mission would be like this either. Cassandra, I never expected to meet you. Strange, the things fate throws at us."
She nodded, not trusting herself to say anything. "We'll meet again someday."
"Somewhere," Nigel said. "I promise you that.
"And it will be the happiest day I've had for 1,000 years, because I'll get to see you live like you deserve to. That's what this is about. That's why this version of me exists. Let me fulfill my destiny so I can watch you achieve yours." "I don't want another you. I want this one."
"The other one is the original, the best. You'll see. Just don't ever tell him I said that, okay? Keep it between us."
"Do you always have to be right?"
"It's what I am."
"I want to be right too, just for once."
"That's my girl."
They changed tracks at Fosbury, switching the branch line train onto the main Southern City line. Nobody challenged Slavasta's bodyguard troops as the comrades swarmed into the signal box to pull the big iron levers that moved the points over, even though the revolution hadn't even been acknowledged this far from Valen. Bethany curled up in one of the long bench seats and fell asleep as the carriage rocked about. Javier woke her as dawn was breaking. A pale gold light was streaming in through the windows facing east. The only nebula left in the sky was Urachus itself, a venomous russet mist, twined with topaz fronds as if the interstellar dust storms were two kinds of giant spaceweed writhing around each other. For some reason, the empty gulf along its centre seemed larger today. Below it, fog lay across the land, meandering through the hollows like a lake of sluggish oil, with trees and the roofs of farm buildings poking through. Hills rumpled the horizon. "Where are we?" she asked. Every limb ached from the cramped bench as she stretched laboriously. But, thank Giu, the worst of the exhaustion had left her.
5 hours out from Dios,"
Javier said. "Apparently we just passed through a place called Normanton." "No idea where that is." She massaged the base of her neck, which was badly kinked from being pressed up against the armrest. "You know I've never been out of the city before?"
"I lived in Siegen for a couple of years, but that's all."
She glanced down the carriage. Most of the bodyguard troops seemed to be sleeping, but those who were awake were vigilant. Slavasta was sitting on a bench at the far end, flanked by Androsia and Yanrith. Bethany did her best to keep a scowl from her face.
"She can't replace you," he said softly.
"He probably thinks I'm a... Oh, crud, Javier. What in Urachus was coolin'?"
"I don't know,"
he said, shell hardening to veil his emotions.
"But not a faller, that's for sure."
She lowered her voice. "He said he was a machine. He wasn't human, not proper human."
"He cared about us. That's all I know. Whatever he was doing, it's bigger than the revolution. A lot bigger."
"Take you back into the real universe. That's what he said. What in Giu's name did he mean?"
"I've no idea. I guess he must have been talking about the universe outside the void, the one Captain Cornelius came from."
"But going back there? That's crazy."
"I know,
but he certainly wasn't like you and me anyway. I've been thinking about that. I believe he was a better kind of human, that he came to the void to help us." "You could be right," she said hurriedly. "He was better." She could see how badly he was suffering.
"So, that's not impossible, is it? Not completely?"
"Maybe not. I wonder if Nigel is a part of whatever they're planning."
"I suppose so."
Bethany looked down the carriage again, still perturbed to see Captain Phileas sitting opposite Slavasta. "Did Slavasta sleep?"
"Yes,
He woke up a few minutes ago. That's why I got you up. Good. If he slept, he will have calmed down. We can try and talk some sense into him.
He won't listen to me. Not after yesterday. Coulin and I were together. I can't be trusted. It's got to be ye.
She put her hand on top of his. He fooled everybody.
Maybe I wanted to be fooled. He was perfection.
I know, I remember. So perfect I wasn't even jealous when he left me for you. I was just glad he was happy. Can you imagine that?
I don't know, he said in a shaky voice. It just hurts.
She squeezed his hand. I'll go talk to Slavasta. Androsia eyed her warily as she walked down the aisle between the benches. There was clearly a private path exchange between her and Slavasta. She got up and gave Bethany a neutral smile. I'll go and see if there's anything to eat. There's got to be some tea, at least. Thanks. Bethany looked down expectantly at Slavasta. When he returned her gaze, he was actually sheepish. Please, he said, and half stood. She sat beside him and couldn't quite bring herself to look at the captain sitting on the bench opposite. I'm sorry about yesterday, he said. I said things I just didn't mean. Forgive me. She leaned forward and gave him a soft kiss. We were all under a lot of stress, and Ingmar didn't help. Crudding right. He exhaled loudly. I didn't understand what was happening. And do you now? Not really. So what are we doing? Stopping them. I know where Nigel lives. I've been to his nest. Who is them, my love? The Fallers. I'm not sure Coulin was a Faller. He said he was a machine. He controlled us, Slavasta said. Humans and other Fallers. The Faller from Ancient Square had something odd in its brain. Captain Phileas told me. So he controlled us without us even knowing. Controlled us like we were his mods, all running around doing what he wanted, thinking it was what we wanted. She stared across at Captain Phileas. I still want justice and democracy for everyone. I wanted that before I met him. That will never change.
Whereas all he wanted was the quantum busters from my palace, the captain said.
I don't know what they are.
A bomb my ancestor brought with him to the void, rightly or wrongly. A bomb powerful enough to blow up Bienvenido itself. How does that bring anyone justice?
Do you think he was a Faller?
I don't see what else he could have been. Maybe one of their ruling class. They're equivalent to me.
She shook her head. If there are Fallers like that, then we would all have fallen 1,000 years ago. Coulin and Nigel, they're different. They want to destroy us. How is that different? Bethany tipped her head back, resting it on the thin cushioning. It was no use. She knew Slavasta could never be argued around when it came to Fallers. She suspected the captain was playing him, exploiting his weakness to gain advantage. Eurakis, am I paranoid? If I protest, if I argue against this now, Slavasta will never trust me again. I have to stay with him, to help him before he is ruined by this. If he falls, so does the revolution. I don't suppose it is, she said. So what's the plan?
It was still dark when the express arrived at the outskirts of Dios, with just a hint of dawn's coronal blaze in the eastern sky. The delicate gossamer nebulae were retreating into night, shying away from the sunlight. The big engine came to a halt amid bursts of steam and a drawn-out clanking of brakes, ending with the pistons reversing and spinning the wheels backward. 200 meters ahead, the pale orange lights of the main station signal box shone weakly down onto the maze of tracks. Inside the box, the signalman obediently pulled several long levers, changing the points. Madeline removed her carbine's muzzle from his crotch. "Branch line is open," she pathed to the express. It began to move forward again, switching across tracks until it was heading down the line to Errand. Once it was clear of the junction, it began to pick up speed again. 3.5 hours later, with the sun now well above the horizon, it slipped into the small marshalling yard at the side of Errand station. Merchants and wholesalers who were waiting for their morning deliveries watched the unscheduled arrival with interest. They didn't get too close, though. Russell and others from Mars' organization were standing around in their long dross silk coats, carbines held prominently, making sure there was plenty of space for the 2 steam cars to back up to the carriage. Cassandra followed Nigel out of the carriage. The fresh morning air was tainted with the smell of coal smoke and hot oil. She perceived a lot of excite gliding over her and the cars, mainly from all the merchants. But there were no curious sheriffs, no authorities. Nigel had infiltrated the county administration very effectively. Marek was in charge of the yard crew, and quickly orchestrated everyone to create a strong shell around the carriage carrying the quantum busters. Inside the protective shroud, the warheads were quickly loaded onto trailers towed by the steam cars. Once they were secured, Marek's people mounted up on horses and the cars drove out of the yard. Within 20 minutes, the cavalcade had driven through the outskirts and reached the new river road to Adiene. With a screech of fast-moving metal, the steam cars started to accelerate. Slavasta's train pulled in at Dio's station just before midday. The station manager himself came out onto the platform to meet the second unscheduled train of the morning. His indignation was exuded as a badge of authority, but it began to falter as his excite picked up the 3 armed men in the engine's cab along with the driver and fireman. Strangely, there were no mod dwarfs to help shovel coal. What was left of his bluster vanished altogether as the bodyguard troop began to pile out of the first carriage. Dios knew all about the carbines the revolutionaries used. Then Slavasta himself came striding down the platform, the self-proclaimed Prime Minister of the new People's Interim Congress. Fright began to leak out of the station manager's mind. If Slavasta was here, Dios was going to suffer as Varlan had. Fright gave way to outright astonishment as he saw Captain Phileas walking beside Slavasta. Hundreds of local people were absorbing the station manager's involuntary gifting as Slavasta came up to him. "Did the express from Varlan stop here?"
No, not really, sir. Sirs, it switched to the errand line. My signalman was forced to open the points for them. He had to. She held the gun to his head."
"So nobody got off?"
"No, sir, I don't think so. It barely stopped."
"Okay. Now, where is the county regiment headquarters?" The Dios County Regimental Headquarters was a huge 4-story stone building stretching for over 200 meters along Fothermore Street at the center of the city. Behind the facade were several acres of grounds dominated by the broad parade ground, then various stables, barracks, officers' quarters, a shooting range, stores, even a small regimental museum, and of course the armory, all laid out in a neat grid and surrounded by a 3-meter-high wall. 1800 years ago, Captain Canthori had decreed that all regiments should fortify their compounds in case their country ever came under siege from fallers. People would have a refuge until help arrived. The Dios regiment had loyally maintained their fortifications for all those centuries. Slavasta was very aware of that as he led his troop along Fothermore Street. There were no pedestrians left on the road. People had been clearing out of the way from the moment he stepped out of the train station. News of his arrival had flashed across the city. Now excite played over him from behind 1,000 locked doors. Up ahead there was a final outbreak of loud knocks and thuds as the big iron-bound shutters were slammed across the windows of the regimental headquarters. The huge solid gates in the archway entrance at the middle of the facade had been shut several minutes ago. As he drew closer, he saw the rifle barrels emerge from narrow slits in the stone, making the building bristle. He looked at Captain Phileas beside him. "Talk to the Brigadier."
"Perhaps."
Slavasta turned to him in astonishment. "What?" "I don't believe we've had the discussion of what happens after." Androsia stepped forward, drawing a wickedly sharp dagger.
"You little shit."
"No." Slavasta held his hand up. Androsia scowled but sheathed the dagger again. "What do you want?" Slavasta asked. "What are your plans for my family?" "Normalization?"
"Excuse me."
"You start life again level with the rest of us. Work hard. Earn a living." Captain Phileas looked at him in contemptuous amusement.
"Great you! You really believe that, don't you? Just how naive are you?"
Bethany stepped up. "All right. Here's the deal. Amnesty for everyone involved in the revolution, no matter what their crime. Your family is released from our custody, and you keep 1/3 of all your estates and shares. Crud like that.
You devolve true power to a democratically elected parliament with a written Bill of Rights guaranteeing civil liberties for all citizens. Are you crazy? Slavasta demanded. You let him keep his money, and that gives him power. Take away their constitutional position, and they're just another bunch of useless hedonistic aristos. We've destroyed Trevine's organisation. My people made sure of that. Nobody's going to follow him if he mounts a counter-revolution. In fact, let him try. It'll use up his money even quicker.
No. Half of my estates, Captain Phileas said.
Done.
I said no,
Slavasta snapped. He glared at the captain. Talk to the brigadier or your whole family will be executed. Captain Phileas regarded him coolly. One path from me, and everyone on this street dies from those guns, myself included. Actually, no path from me will probably have the same result pretty soon. The regiment is getting a bit nervous, in case you hadn't perceived. The three of you are all that's left of the revolution's leadership. It dies with you. The countryside will rise up under my relatives and march on Varlan. I expect the bloodshed will last for years. The Fallers! Slavasta yelled in an agony of anger. They have the quantum busters. They will kill us all. Then you have three choices. Keep me alive with a decent estate to maintain my lifestyle, while you elect your genuinely democratic parliament, and the Diaz regiment marching on Nigel's Nest. Death in the next couple of minutes, or the Fallers victorious. That is not a choice. You swore an oath, Captain Slavasta, an oath to defend Bienvenido, all of Bienvenido, against the Fallers, the same Fallers who manipulated you and your friends into overthrowing my government, leaving this world in political chaos, all so they could snatch the greatest weapon of all. Your revolution was a fraud from start to finish. Now is your chance to put things right. Slavasta wanted to throw himself at the captain, tear him apart. His rage sent blood pounding in his head under tremendous pressure, threatening to burst his temple open. All he saw was the undead corpse of Kulan, sprawled on Balcombe Station's platform, the Faller's terrible calm confidence as he spoke of their impending liberation. Then the Faller Ingmar sneered victoriously up at him from the pit, reaching right out of the nightmare that never ended. We will burn you from our world, he told the filthy memory loud and clear. I swear it, no matter what the cost. Is that your answer? The captain's voice was so calm, it was mockery. Slavasta. Bethanyv was holding his arm, face and mind alight with concern. We will have eliminated the captaincy. Maybe not how we thought, but there will be change now. People will have a voice. They will have justice. Yes, he whispered. What? Captain Phileas asked. Yes, Bethanyv said, incensed. We will march on Nigel's Nest, together. For a moment there you had me worried. And you will remain in our custody until this is over and we are back in Varlan, where the agreement will be signed. Naturally. Captain Phileas turned to the daunting wall of the regimental headquarters, with dozens of rifles following his smallest move. Brigadier Doyle, he pathed, could you step out here for a moment, please? 200 regiment troops came with them, led by Brigadier Doyle herself. The Diaz station manager hurriedly organized 2 trains, one to carry the horses in long open trucks. Terrestrial horses only, Slavasta insisted. Within an hour both trains were steaming fast for Erond. They came to the first bridge 20 minutes after leaving Erond, an old stone spandrel arch over a modest but fast-flowing river. There was a 3-meter gap in the middle where explosives had blasted the stones apart. Most had fallen into the water, while others were embedded in the muddy banks. When the regiment came galloping down the road, there were dozens of people milling around trying to decide what to do. The road on either side was clogged with horses and carts. Slavasta rode his horse to the start of the bridge, forcing people out of the way. He stared at the gap for a long minute. Behind him the regiment came to a halt, Excites straining forward to find out what the problem was, their horses whinnying, stomping about anxiously. They'll have blown every bridge on the way to Adiene, Javier said, reining in his horse beside Slavasta. You know that, don't you? Yes, and we can't allow that to stop us.
Without warning, Sylvester urged his horse forward, pathing relentless orders into its nervous brain. It galloped along the stones, the gap seemingly expanding as he drew closer. Then the horse was jumping, and the water was a giddy 8 meters below. He landed on the far side, clearing the gap easily.
"Come on!"
he bellowed. Laughing wildly, Javier charged his own horse along the broken bridge. Fergus and Marek accompanied Cassandra, trekking over the river at the side of the Blair Farm compound, then along a narrow trail that mod dwarfs had laboriously cleared through the woods. They rode sturdy terrestrial horses, each leading another horse laden with bags. She'd never actually explored this part of the countryside before. It was wild land, undulating to create marshy vales and dense spinneys. Nobody had ever filed a claim on any of it at the county land office. Taming it would take decades, and cost more than any revenue a farm would ever generate. Far ahead, the foothills of the El Gori Mountains rose above the jagged rock outcrops and the sparse, wind-bowed trees. They made good time, their horses walking steadily through the tangled scrub and soft grassland. It was a gradual climb eastward, with the slopes gradually increasing their gradient and height. A pair of G-eagles glided languidly overhead, scanning the terrain ahead. Nothing much moved. A few nests of buffaloes, some feline daravans slinking about. Birds wheeled about through the air, startled by the intrusion. The sun was low in the west when they topped a tall rise. Spartan radar bushes formed a meandering spine along the ridge. "This should do," Fergus announced. The three of them dismounted. They stood facing the sinking sun, looking across the land they'd just traversed. Cassandra's eyes filtered out the glare as they zoomed in on Blair Farm, 30 kilometers distant. It wasn't her farm anymore, the sweet homestead where she'd been born. This was a giant artificial square of neat buildings sliced into the valley, surrounded by a geometric pattern of fields. Like something a machine built, she thought. Which wasn't a bad way of describing it. It was strange to be looking at it, acknowledging what an accomplishment it was, how much work and effort had been expended, and knowing that it was about to vanish in a firestorm. Rich gold sunlight shone on Sky Lady, her bold, curving, triangle shape sitting on top of the solid rocket booster stack. She towered over all the other buildings in the compound, a glorious monument to hope. Cassandra felt immeasurably proud looking at the old starship as she was about to be given a stormy ride back up into space where she truly belonged. I helped make this happen. But at such a terrible price. She told her U-Shadow to open a link to the starship. The connection was weak, with a very low bandwidth. "How's it going?" she asked.
"Hello, ground control," Nigel replied. "Well, here am I, setting on a load of pig shit, commencing countdown. May Jiu's love be with me."
Are you okay?"
"Yeah, running the final test sequences on the boosters now."
"How long until you launch?"
"Maybe 5 minutes. The systems are simple enough, but I have to be absolutely certain I can ignite all 5 first-stage boosters simultaneously. So far, so good."
"Nigel?"
"Don't. We promised no goodbyes, because I'm not leaving, not really. I'm out there, on the other side of the barrier, waiting to say hello. Remember?"
Cassandra closed her eyes, trying to keep the fear at bay. "Yes."
"And you know it's true, because I'm
always right." "Yes, I think I know that now."
"That's my girl."
"Where will we go? Out there in the Commonwealth?"
"Ah, good question. Earth, of course, where it all began. Crescent, which is my own planet."
"Nigel, you do not own a whole planet."
"Do too."
"How?"
"Told you I was rich."
She was grinning at his silliness. "Yes, but—"
"Uh-oh."
"What?"
"The cavalry has arrived."
6. Slavasta had been out in front on the whole ride from Errand. He was always the first to jump the gaps in the bridges, the first to force his horse into the raging waters when the destruction was too big to jump. Javier and Tovakar and Yanrith were with him the whole time. Just behind them, Bethany struggled to keep up, suffering from her lack of experience with horses. Next was Androsia and the bodyguard troop forming a phalanx around Captain Phileas and Brigadier Doyle, who insisted on riding with her captain. Then came the bulk of the regiment, grim and resolute, carrying the heaviest weapons their horses could manage. By the time they passed Adiene, Slavasta knew his horse was barely going to make it to Blair Farm. It was sweating heavily, foam flecking its head and neck. Still he rode it onward relentlessly. Finally, after hours riding along the road lined by young fulrux trees, he came to the unmarked turning. "This is it." He pathed everybody in the cavalcade. "Ready your weapons, and watch out for ambush." With that he raced forward, ignoring the aching exhaustion that punished his horse's mind. "Wait, what's the plan?" Bethany asked, her path laced with worry. "Full frontal assault," Slavasta replied. "We have no time for anything else." The ruined bridges had told him that. If Nigel was intent on delaying any pursuit, then time was critical. Besides, you never negotiated with fallers, never offered concessions, leniency. You either killed them or they ate you. This wasn't politics anymore. This was his true arena. The thick forest with its trees snared in vines was familiar, as was the rush of Tatus fly swarms. His X-sight scanned the carbine holstered on the side of the saddle, magazine loaded, safety on. His TK carefully undid the strap, leaving it ready to draw at an instant's notice. He was nearing the turn in the track that came out on the slope above the farm compound. The promise that the frantic ride would soon be over enticed the horse onward, and he burst out of the tree line to see the familiar valley spread out below him, awash with the rose-gold glow of the setting sun. It was his shock that made the horse rear up, whinnying in alarm. Slavasta had to cling on tight, attempting to soothe its simple, panicky thoughts. The fields on either side of the road were filled with mods, hundreds and hundreds of them, dwarfs, horses, apes, stretching out along the edge of the forest, still and silent, and sitting down, even the horses, all of them facing directly away from the farm. At first he thought they were all dead, but a fast scan with X-sight revealed that, even more unnervingly, they were merely drowsing. None of them turned to look at the horses dashing out of the forest. "What in Euracus is that?" Bethany yelled. Slavasta stared down toward the compound. Just beyond it, squatting on the side of the river, was a bizarre structure that hadn't been there when he'd visited before. The bottom section was a clump of thick cylinders, standing in a wide circular pond, caged by a bracelet of red-painted scaffolding, while the tip— "That's—" he grunted in bewilderment. It was bizarre, impossible, but the bulbous triangle perched on top of the cylinders reminded him of the old landing plane statue on the junction of Walton Boulevard and Struseberg Avenue. A flying machine. Then he knew it was all true, that Nigel and his nest knew how to make the quantum busters work again. Nigel, who had somehow managed to build a flying machine. Nigel, who was going to kill all the humans on Bienvenido to make way for his own kind, the Fallers. "Charge!" he bellowed, and compelled his horse forward. He galloped down the slope, heedless of the animal's distress, ignoring the silent ranks of mods. All he saw was the flying machine, which was surely carrying the quantum buster.
"Lieutenant!"
Nigel's urbane path resonated inside his head.
"Always a pleasure, but I must insist you stop. In fact, you need to turn around."
"Fuck you, faller!" Slavasta shouted in glorious defiance. Behind him, the regiment was flowing forward, horses starting their final gallop as they gathered momentum down the slope.
"Son, you're going to get yourself hurt.
The blast when my starship takes off is going to be lethal within a kilometer.
Please stop."
"Liar, I will burn you from our world. I will kill all of you." Fields rushed past in a blur, and he'd never been more alive, more determined, never more right.
"Oh, for Crod's sake, you dumbass fanatic. Turn around. Now, last warning."
Slavasta yelled wordlessly and tugged the carbine from its saddle holster. The horse was jolting him about so much it was difficult to hold it steady on the flying machine.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
Nigel pathed. Slavasta just caught sight of a large chunk of flesh and bone tearing out of his horse's head where the bullet struck.
Then the animal was collapsing, tumbling forward in a crazy, broken cartwheel. He was flung out of the saddle, flailing through the air to land with an almighty rib-breaking thump on the stone road, momentum skidding him along, skin ripping, then rolling, with pain buffeting him from every nerve he possessed.
10, 9, 8.
One last flip and he was still, staring up at the clear evening sky with its emerging nebulae glimmering faintly, too dazed even to move.
4, 3.
The ether boiled with frantic paths as the regiment tried to stop their breakneck charge. "Slavasta!" Bethanyve cried.
1, 0. Ignition. Oh, hell, but I'm good.
Slavasta saw a searingly bright orange flash coming from the base of the flying machine cylinders. An explosion, he knew, and snarled in triumph. The Forlock contraption had failed and blown up. Then, as he turned his neck so he could get a better look at Nigel's destruction, the light dimmed slightly as a phenomenal cloud of steam erupted from the pond. It shot across the ground at a speed he couldn't even follow, smothering everything in its path and soaring upward in vast, exuberant billows. Strangest of all, it made no sound. The glaring light returned, shining through the racing cloud, climbing vertically and growing brighter as it did so. That was when the sound hit with the force of a hurricane. It lifted Slavasta from the road and dashed him against the hedge. Despite his strongest shell, its roar shook his very bones, threatening to rattle every joint apart with its vehemence. He screamed as the vibrations hammered into his organs. A dazzling topaz light burst from the top of the furious steam cloud, 5 massive flames spearing down from the base of the cylinders, slamming out solid columns of smoke below them. "Is this the quantum buster?" he pleaded feebly. The flying machine was racing up faster and faster now, its terrible flames surely splitting the sky in half with their power. "Is this how the world ends?" The edge of the steam cloud slammed into him, unbearable heat adding to his agony. He lost consciousness. Cassandra saw the brilliant ignition flash. Then steam hurtled out from the blast pool, engulfing the solid rocket boosters for a long moment. Even from her safe distance, the violence of the event was awesome. Sky Lady rose in splendid serenity from the elemental chaos, slicing upward in a smooth curve, trailing fire, smoke, and thunder in its wake. "She's up!" Cassandra cried exultantly. Her feet wouldn't keep still. Her arms flapped as if she was trying to take off in the starship's wake, heart racing, jaw open in magnificent astonishment. Sky Lady continued its flawless climb. "I love you, Nigel!" Cassandra shouted. "I've always loved you." By now she was craning her neck to keep track of the painfully bright spectacle. Sky Lady was so high, 10 kilometers at least. Then there was an almighty burst of smoke, and the 5 spikes of flame died. Cassandra screamed. "Separation," Fergus assured her. A new single plume of flame stabbed downward, and the 5 dead boosters shrugged away from it, still trailing thin tendrils of smoke, arching back toward the ground like a flower nebula's petals opening. Sky Lady was accelerating hard now on its remaining solid rocket booster, rising out of the atmosphere, its smoke exhaust expanding wide as it reached the zenith of the sky. Cassandra watched it go, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. "Goodbye, Nigel. But I will find you again, wherever you are." Pain meant Slavasta was alive. He hadn't known pain this extreme since the day Quanda had captured him. A pitiful whimper escaped his mouth as he tried to move. Even the slightest motion amplified the pain. His X-sight probed around weakly, discerning a man looming over him.
"Ah, Prime Minister. Glad to see you survived."
"Ingmar," Slavasta croaked.
"Unfortunately for you, no."
Slavasta forced his eyes open. A thin grey mist swirled energetically across the valley, the remnants of the flying machine's mercurial steam cloud. It was Captain Phileas looking down at him, a standard regiment-issue carbine held casually in one hand. "What happened?" Slavasta asked.
"The machine people flew away. It was incredibly impressive."
"Faller bastards. What are they going to do?"
"No, Slavasta,"
Captain Phileas said with a sigh of genuine disappointment.
"They weren't fallers, and I suspect they'll try and detonate the quantum busters in the forest. We'll be liberated from the fallers. Won't that be something?"
"We have to stop them."
"No, we don't. They really do seem to know what they're doing."
Captain Phileas flicked off the carbine's safety catch. Slavasta gazed up in disbelief.
"But our agreement, the new Parliament."
"Oh, absolutely," Captain Phileas mocked. "That's how my family maintained its position for 3,000 years.
He pointed the carbine down at Slavasta and pulled the trigger. 500 meters back up the slope, Bethany heard the burst of gunfire and swiveled around, just in time to see Slavasta's body torn apart by the full magazine of bullets Captain Phileas emptied into him. Her mouth parted into a desperate O, and her already shaky legs gave out, dropping her to her knees. She thought she might faint. Most of the regiment's horses had run amok at the flying machine's launch. Hers had bolted with the rest, then reared up, sending her toppling from its saddle. She'd stayed curled up in a ball with her tightest shell spun around her as the horses rampaged past and the steam streaked over her. Pain, shock, and misery kept her in that position for an unknown time. When the worst of it was over, and the astonishing machine was disappearing into the twilight sky, she threw up. After that, she couldn't stop shaking. Captain Phileas slapped another magazine into his carbine and began pathing orders to nearby regiment troopers, calling them to him and instructing them to search out Slavasta's bodyguards. Bethanev's shakes returned. Slavasta was dead. Dead. Her love, her soulmate, already on his way to Jew. All was lost.
"I'll join you in the heart," she whispered, "probably quite soon."
It was too much to take in, too much to think about. She closed her eyes and tightened her shell again, withdrawing from the world.
"You can't stay here."
Bethaneve stared up fearfully. She didn't recognize the young man standing next to her. He wore a strange one-piece garment that was an elusive grey colour, and carried one of the sniper rifles Nigel had supplied to the cells.
"Who are you?"
"Dimitri. I was grown in the same batch as Cullen."
"What?"
"Sorry, I'm trying to put you at ease. Foolish, given the circumstances, really. But put it this way. Cullen and I are effectively brothers."
"Cullen's dead."
"I know."
"Slavasta's dead," she said wretchedly. "I'm next."
"That doesn't have to be. None of this does."
Bethaneve started laughing, then trailed away into sobs.
"We'll be together. I'll find him in the heart."
"That's not going to happen."
"He'll be there. I know he will be."
"No, I'm afraid not. In a couple of days there won't be any heart, because there won't be any void."
"Who are you?"
"We're from the universe outside, the one your ancestors came from, and we're going to take you back there."
"But—"
She glanced up into the darkening sky, where a slender thread of smoke was fluorescing a delicate pink gold in the rays of the sinking sun.
"Did the flying machine take the quantum busters up there into the sky? Captain Phileas said they'd destroy the whole world."
"He's wrong. That forest's up there. It's doing something to damage the void at a fundamental level, but only across a small section. Nigel is rebuilding the quantum buster to replicate that effect, but when it detonates, its version of the forest's effect will be orders of magnitude stronger. Think of the void as a rock with a single tiny crack in it. To break it, you need to put a chisel tip into that crack and give it an almighty whack with a sledgehammer. That's what the quantum buster will do. It'll tear the void apart, we think."
"No more void?"
Bethaneve asked numbly.
"No. You'll be free."
"Liberated," she said in a tiny voice. "That's what Cullen said. We'll be liberated."
"Yes. So you see, no more heart."
"But Slavasta's soul," she gasped.
"Yes, I know. But while the void exists, there's a very small window to rescue him."
"How?"
"Hold my hand. I'll take you to a place where he's still alive."
Her thoughts were in turmoil from the grief, from the pain. Nothing made sense. Everything that had happened, everything she'd just been told, it was all too much to comprehend right now. But this was Coolan's brother, and he said there was a chance. She clung to that single notion. There was nothing else left. Bethany gripped his hand as if it were the only solid thing remaining in the universe. "This is going to feel funny," he said, "but hang on in there. It's not for long." "How long?" "Oh, about 5 minutes should do it." Somehow the world was fading from sight. She thought she was falling away from it, but inward. Her perception altered weirdly so she could see shapes behind everything solid. But they were the same shapes. Then they shifted, multiplying, flashing past. And she was one of those elusive silhouettes herself, kneeling on the ground saying something to Dmitri, curling up into a ball, on her knees staring in horror at Slavasta's murder. Horse racing backward toward her. Everything stopped, then swept back in at her from all directions. She hit the ground hard as her horse charged away. More horses galloped past, hooves flashing frighteningly close to her head. Bethany groaned in shock and refreshed pain. Somewhere in the sky above, a dazzling flame was streaking upward once more. On the ground, the neat farm compound buildings had been reduced to a wasteland of smashed, smouldering wood. "What happened?" she yelled. Dmitri crouched down beside her, his stern paths and firm TK guiding the stampeding horses clear of them. "We went back in time." All she could do was give him a vacant look. "What?" "Look," he said, and pointed. The last of the horses cantered off across the fields, scattering regiment troops onto the soil behind them. And there, on the road down below, a battered and bloody Slavasta was lying motionless, but alive. Her gaze swept up the road. Captain Phileas was clambering to his feet. He staggered about, regaining his senses. Then his TK lifted a carbine from a stunned regiment trooper. His Excite probed around and found Slavasta. He started off along the road. "Destiny is a strange thing," Dmitri said. "Normally there is no avoiding it. But here and now, you have a chance to alter what you know is about to happen." "Why are you doing this?" she asked the machine man. "We used you, and I'm sorry for that. This is our way of saying thank you. But the decision must be yours." "Yes. Our great Jehu, yes." "Of course. But understand this. The future you face after today will no longer be variable. From now on, destiny cannot be circumvented. You must live with what you have done, no matter the consequences." Bethany stared at Captain Phileas with supreme hatred. "I accept my future, whatever it is." "Very well." Dmitri leveled the sniper rifle, took careful aim, and blew Captain Phileas's brains out. Pain meant Slavasta was alive. He hadn't known pain this extreme since the day Quanda had captured him. A pitiful whimper escaped his mouth as he tried to move. Even the slightest motion amplified the pain. His Excite probed around weakly, discerning a woman looming over him. "Bethany?" "Yes, my love. It's me. Don't worry, you're alive. And everything is going to be fine. Now." Slavasta forced his eyes open. A thin grey mist swirled energetically across the valley, the remnants of the flying machine's mercurial steam cloud. Standing proud amid the whirling vapours, Bethany smiled down at him. "What happened?" Slavasta asked. "We won, my love. We won life. We won the future. We crudding won everything." "The Fallers?" he demanded. "No more." "What?" He tried to lift himself up, snivelling at the pain. It was the strangest sight. In every field he could see, the farm's mud apes and mud dwarfs were wrestling with the regiment troopers, hundreds of them, squirming around in the mud, holding them in headlocks and arm twists, pinning them down. "Are we in Urarchus?" he asked. "It looks like I imagine Urarchus to be." "No, this is no Urarchus. Javier survived like we did. Yanrith, Tovakar, and Androsia are on their way. They're fetching a cart for you to ride on. We can get away from here before the regiment escapes from the mods. Then we'll go back to Varlan. The people there need us. They need you." "A cart? Not one pulled by mud horses. No mud horses, Bethany.
You know that. We'll see, my love. We'll see.
Laura Brandt unwound her arm from the strap and pushed herself through the cabin's hatch. The forest whirled around her. Shuttle 14 was performing a lazy nose-over-tail flip every 200 seconds, with some yaw thrown in just to make the sight even more disorienting. Stick pads on her wrists and soles adhered to the shuttle's fuselage, allowing her to crawl along. With the nerve blocks effectively paralyzing the lower half of her right leg, she could only use her left foot. She made her way down the side of the forward cabin until she was clinging to the belly, then began the long haul to the tail. Peel a wrist stick pad off with a roll. Ignore the fact that you're now only attached by 2 stick pads, and if they fail, the shuttle's tumble will fling you off into void space, and extend the free arm as far as you comfortably can, then press down again. Apply a slight vertical pressure to make sure the stick pad is bonding correctly, then twist the sole stick pad free. Bring the leg up as if you're going into a crouch. Press down. Check. Repeat, and repeat, and repeat. Her U-shadow reported a link opening from an unknown net.
Hello, Laura.
Who the fuck is this?
Don't worry. I'm not a faller.
A what?
One of the alien duplicated Ibu and Rojas entities.
Who are you?
She asked in trepidation.
Nigel Sheldon.
What the fuck?
She could feel Joey's surprise spilling through the Gaia field to swill around her mind.
Turn around.
Laura froze. Monsters were everywhere. Monsters in the dark. Monsters lurking in places you thought were free of them. She peeled a wrist stick pad off the grey fuselage and contracted her already overtaxed abdominal muscles. Shock was like an electric current charging across her skin. 100 meters away, a triangular-shaped spaceship, smaller than Shuttle 14, was holding station. In her reference, it was the one spinning.
Where did you come from? She asked.
I came into the void to find you. It's taken a while. I'm sorry about that. But I'm here now.
Oh, bollocks. The Commonwealth knows we're here?
The Rael told me. Look, I'm going EVA to help you, so just don't panic. Okay?
Okay.
She saw a small silver-grey figure float away from the spaceship. It was wearing a neater version of the free maneuver harness that the exopods carried. Tiny puffs of vapor squirted from nozzles as it approached.
You can tell Joey he's right. Time is badly screwed up in here.
What?
Laura said. Joey's jolt of incredulity pulsed through the Gaia field.
Did he really just say that?
Joey asked. The gas jets fired again, seemingly slowing the figure's rotation.
Joey is stuck to the alien sphere. The Rojas and Ibu copies did that to him, Nigel told her. It's drawing him in.
Joey! She cried. Joey, no! He's lying, isn't he? He's lying. This is part of their trick.
Sorry, Joey told her with a sensation of guilty relief. He expanded their Gaia field union to include Nigel.
Joey, Nigel said, after you open the hatch, I'm going to extract your secure memory. When you're relived, you'll have complete continuity.
Thank you. What do you mean, open the hatch? Laura asked.
He's overridden the safeties, Nigel said. He's going to let you in so you can use the exopod, but he won't survive. It was a smart move, Joey. You don't want to be consumed by the alien. It's a particularly nasty nanotechnology bioweapon.
Cool,
Joey said. So if you know all this, we're not traveling backward, are we? We have to be in a temporal loop, right? Yes. Wow. Shit. How many times? I'm here now, Joey. This is the last time, I promise.
Okay. Thanks.
Gas poured out of Nigel's free maneuver harness. He stopped a meter away from Laura. There was a short tether in his hand. He clipped it to her suit's utility strip.
We're secure. You can disengage your stick pads now.
Oh, bollocks.
Laura had just realized what they'd been talking about. A temporal loop. That was the forest's peculiar quantum signature. Some weird traitor part of her mind was hoping this was a trick
that the Rojas and Ibu copies were outsmarting her big time. Again and again and again. But they would never know to create a crazy myth of Nigel Sheldon arriving to save everybody. And if they did, then she had no chance of survival anyway. She twisted the remaining stick pads off and drifted free from 14's fuselage.
"Get you,"
Nigel said, and his arms closed around her. Gas jets fired, moving them away from the shuttle.
"Joey, whenever you're ready."
They began gliding slowly along the shuttle's long belly.
"I'm on it. Here we go."
Laura looked toward the flat trailing edge of the Delta wings, just in time to see a massive fountain of gas streaking out into space as the airlock doors peeled back. Shuttle 14 began to move, propelled along a weirdly erratic course, the escaping plume of atmosphere exaggerating its original tumble. Nigel's free maneuver harness fired continually, trying to match the shuttle's gyrations, keeping pace with it. There seemed to be an incredible amount of atmosphere in the EVA hangar. Then the furious vent was finally over. A cloud of twinkling ice crystals swarmed around the end of the whirling shuttle, expanding fast. Nigel flew them over the lip of the wings and into the open EVA hangar. Blue emergency lighting cast everything in sharp relief.
"That worked then,"
Joey said.
"But I guess you knew it would, right?"
"Yes," Nigel said. Laura could feel Joey's emotions through the Gaia field link, satisfaction and fatalism combined. Also fright. He was allowing that to show for the first time. Pain was starting to color his thoughts now, a dull ache spreading out from his empty lungs. She detached Nigel's safety line and grabbed a handhold. As soon as she'd steadied herself, she looked at Joey, knowing what she'd see and willing it not to be. "Oh, bollocks, Joey. No, no, no." He was stuck to the alien globe. One leg, an arm, and a third of his torso had sunk into it. The side of his head was up against the wrinkled black surface, an ear already absorbed. Laura used the handholds to propel herself over to him.
"Don't touch him,"
Nigel warned.
"Why didn't you say? Oh, bollocks, Joey. Why?"
Explosive decompression had ruptured capillaries under his skin, turning his flesh scarlet. Blood oozed through his pores and wept out from around his eyeballs. His mouth was open, also emitting a spray of fine scarlet droplets with every heartbeat.
"Didn't want you all messed up with sentiment. I was body lost the moment the fake Rojas grabbed me. And now Nigel's here. It's over before it begins this time. Everything we did is worthwhile now.
Joey,
say hi to my real-life clone. Remind me how noble I am."
Joey.
The Gaia field connection faded out. Laura stared at Joey's awful ruined face as the blood droplets started to vacuum boil. It was only when the swelling scarlet mist started to smear her helmet that she backed away.
"What now?"
she asked numbly.
"You get into the other exopod,"
Nigel said.
"I have to extract his memory store."
He moved past her, taking a medical pack from his utility belt. As she hauled herself over the second exopod, she glimpsed Nigel applying the pack to the back of Joey's neck. She concentrated hard on pulling herself into the exopod. Inside, the webbing floated about in a tangle, which she sorted out, clicking the buckles together to hold her in place. Power Up was a simple sequence. She watched the basic displays come alive.
"Here,"
Nigel said. His head and shoulders had come through the hatch. He held out a small plastic box. There were smears of blood on it. She took it from him, holding it tight. Then the exopod displays were changing. "What?"
"I'm loading some navigation data into the pod's network," Nigel said. "I don't want you landing in the middle of a desert. Not this time. That would just be one irony too many. I'm not giving fate the benefit of the doubt."
"I thought we were going back to your ship," she said.
"No, I have one last thing to do. You take this exopod down to Bienvenido. Don't worry, it's an uneventful trip. If everything goes well, there will be a huge recovery operation in a few weeks. Stay safe till then, okay?"
"Wait. What?"
"Trust me."
He backed out of the exopod.
"But—"
"Go, hurry. We don't want fake Rojas and fake Ibu to crash this party, not now, do we?
Oh, bollocks.
The hatch swung shut. Piloting wasn't exactly Lara's talent set, but there were some basic files in her storage lacuna. They ran as secondary routines in her macrocellular clusters, and she managed to steer the little craft out through the open airlock, only scraping the sides twice as she went. Sensors showed Nigel gliding out behind her. Then he was flying back toward his starship. She realized it was triangular because it had wings. Why? The exopod sensors locked onto the planet 1.5 million kilometers away. Lara loaded that fix into the network, which incorporated it into Nigel's navigation data and began to plot a vector for her. The first burn, lasting 3 minutes, took her out of the forest. As she passed through the edge of the distortion trees, a time symbol flicked up into her exovision. It had been 27 hours and 31 minutes since Shuttle 14 had actually entered the forest. Nigel waited until the exopod was clear of the forest, then targeted Shuttle 14. A burst from an X-ray laser sliced the fuselage apart. Gas and debris belched out of the big rupture, sending the craft spinning chaotically. The port wing snapped off. Nigel fired the X-ray laser again, chopping the fuselage into smaller sections. One pulse struck a fuel tank, and the explosion ripped the remaining structure to tatters. A giant shrapnel cloud spun out.
"Okay," Nigel told the Sky Lady's smart core. "Take us to the center of the forest."
The starship's in-grav drive powered up to 9%.
"Really?" he asked. "Best available given the environment," the smart core told him. "It is strange outside."
Giving the smart core his own voice was a mistake, he decided, but changing that now was somewhat pointless.
"And how are we doing with nailing that environment?" "Analysis of the quantum signature is progressing effectively. Or, as we say in plain English, we have enough data to initiate an identical distortion effect for the quantum buster detonation. However, you were right. The pattern is progressive."
I knew it.
He couldn't help the flash of satisfaction. No battle of this nature could remain static. The assault the forest's trees mounted against the Void's structure was constantly in flux, as the Void strove to override the damage to itself. As he suspected from examining Lara's original data, the pattern fed into the quantum buster for initiation would have to be real-time. Sky Lady's sophisticated sensors had to be linked directly to the warhead.
No remote detonation, then?
No. He sat back in the chair and looked around the circular cabin. His U-shadow was accessing the hull's visual sensors, revealing the constellation of glimmering, enigmatic distortion trees they were sliding between. Bienvenido's bright crescent was visible in the distance.
She would have loved this, flying through space, seeing her world from afar. She will know it, and with you, too, as long as it's not with Ozzy. Jealous? I just don't want her hurt out there. That's why I'm in here doing this. When the Void goes, she'll meet the real me. You are real. Yes, but there can't be two of me. And I am just a copy, no matter if I'm physically superior to the original. She mustn't be given a confusing choice. That wouldn't be fair. I am sure she will cope. You taught her a lot. You should be proud. I am. How big is the delay between pattern lock and detonation? I estimate 9 picoseconds. That's quite a gap. Again, best I can do. It's hardly a certainty, though, is it? There are no certainties. True. So, let's dump Paula's fallback package. Really? Yes. Load Joey's memories into it for safekeeping, and do it. Just in case. The sensor feed showed him the package slipping behind Sky Lady, a sphere curiously similar to a Fowler egg. Its in-grav drive powered it away gently. Nigel concentrated inward. And I mustn't tell Paula. He thought to himself, she'll think I'm insecure. Can't have that. 3 minutes to the center of the forest, the smart core said. Great. Send some beer and pizza for me. Are you regressing? I think I'm allowed some comfort food at this point. The food processor pinged. Nigel went over and smiled fondly at the brown glass bottle and the flat, square cardboard box. Thanks. Damn, I haven't seen that label in 1,000 years. The smell triggered memories of long ago. Of student halls and all-night sessions on the physics department hypercube, hour after hour arguing excitedly with Ozzy as they begged, borrowed, and stole equipment to build the gateway. His first footprint on Mars. Nigel took a good long swig from the bottle. That is just how I remember it tasting. Cheap, weak, and gassy. Perfect. We are at the center of the forest. Would you like a countdown? Hell no. Just do it. He bit into the hot pizza slice. Dmitri had caught up with them on the afternoon of the day after the launch, riding his horse up the first of the Algori foothills where they'd made camp. "Where's Valeri?" Cassandra asked. Dmitri dismounted. "In Dios, keeping an eye on things. Nothing on this planet matters anymore? Let's hope not, eh?" They built a small fire of logs, not worried about the blaze being seen. The G-Eagles were still flying high circles around them, alert for any pursuit. There wasn't another human within 30 kilometers. Cassandra insisted on sitting up for most of the night, waiting. "How long?" she asked, as the flames sent sparks high into the night. Overhead, the beautiful nebulae glimmered for what she knew was their last time. Jiu and Uraka sat on different sides of the sky, facing each other as always. It didn't matter. Soon she would know a night sky filled with stars. "It should have taken Skylady approximately 22 hours to reach the forest," Fergus said, "but don't forget he had to locate Shuttle 14. Cassandra hugged her knees and rocked about. "Oh, come on, Nigel." Marek shook her shoulder, waking her. She looked about in puzzlement. Someone had put a blanket over her. The fire had burned down to embers. Dawn was lightening the eastern sky, allowing the nebulae to fade away behind the rising azure stain. Poised just above the horizon, the forest shimmered a pale silver. "What's happened?" she asked anxiously. "Why hasn't it detonated?" "Not much longer," Marek assured her. "We thought you'd better be awake for this." "Thanks." She nodded in gratitude. Dmitri handed her a mug of tea. She sat up, stretching. Her shell tightened. She didn't want the ANA droids to know how alarmed she was growing. She'd been expecting the quantum buster to detonate a long time ago. She sipped at the reassuringly hot tea, glancing resentfully up at the vile fuzzy patch that was starting to blend into the emergent rays of the sun. "Best you don't look directly at the forest now," Fergus said. "Why?" "The Skylady mass is about 300 tons. When the quantum buster goes off, it'll convert that directly to energy to power the effect. Even if 90% is successfully modified into a quantum distortion wave, 10% is still a hell of a lot of radiation overspill." "The flash will be brighter than the sun," Marek said, "and will have no warning." She frowned thoughtfully. "What about gamma rays? Won't they be harmful?" "The atmosphere should shield us." "Should?" "It depends on—" Marek lied. The quantum buster detonation wasn't simply brighter than the sun. It was so intense, so overwhelming, the flare dissolved the whole world into a uniform sheet of silver whiteness. Cassandra yelled in shock as everything vanished into the outpouring of impossible light. She instinctively slapped her hand over her already closed eyes. The whiteness dimmed to bright scarlet. Blood color. Her heart was racing exactly as it had while Skylady powered into space. She wanted to risk opening her eyes, but she was too scared. "It's okay," Fergus was assuring her. "It's over." Now she was simply creeped out by the silence of the devastating light. Something that powerful should surely sound like the planet splitting open. Carefully she opened one eye. Her vision seemed to be all purple and yellow after-image blotches. She blinked for a long while, trying to clear the contamination away. Secondary routines helped filter her retinas. The 3 ANA droids were standing together, holding hands.
their heads tipped back so they could watch the early morning sky. Cassandra turned to look at the forest. She drew in a sharp breath, and her lips twitched in the start of a smile. The forest was still there, but now it was crowned with a halo of vivid emerald light. As she watched, strands of the light chased across space like stellar lightning bolts. One hurtled toward Bienvenido, passing close above the atmosphere, and that entire half of the sky abruptly seethed turquoise. "Oh, great Jew!" she groaned. Space itself was splitting open. "Cherenkov radiation," Fergus said. "It's working. The void is breaking up." Cassandra laughed in delight as the perfect green ruptures multiplied. "He did it! Oh, Jew! He did it!" The nebulae vanished, their dainty light obliterated by the raw energy of the fissures. Her laughter weakened. Except Euryarchus. Euryarchus was still there. The malevolent tangle of fluorescent scarlet and yellow fronds was at the center of a violent radiation storm. Jade cataracts writhed in torment, rebuffed by Euryarchus. The tainted red light of the ominous nebula was growing stronger. "It's growing," she moaned. "Euryarchus is growing." The cancerous presence, which alongside sweet Giu had dominated the night above Bienvenido her whole life, was flexing energetically, like a spectral serpent wiggling through space, visibly expanding as it came. "That's impossible," Marek said. "Nothing that big can move that fast. It's light years across, and light years away." "So it started doing this years ago?" Cassandra asked uncertainly. "I don't think so," Fergus said. Cassandra took a small step backward. Euryarchus now took up a quarter of the sky. The thrashing aquamarine clefts of the quantum distortion were in retreat before it. "Oh," she breathed, "is it coming toward us?" "Oh dear," Dmitri murmured. "The void knows," Marek said. "It can sense the internal damage the quantum buster is inflicting. This could be its response mechanism." "But Euryarchus is where the bad souls are sent," Cassandra groaned. "It's what the Commonwealth legends call hell. Nigel told me." "We're not going to hell, Cassandra," Fergus said quickly. Cassandra didn't believe him. Euryarchus filled the entire sky now, its tangled web of topaz and scarlet plasma strands flexing ominously as it rushed toward Bienvenido. Golden sparks emerged around the central gash, to slither around and between the individual strands as if they were flocks of frenzied shooting stars. "It's going to hit us," Cassandra cried. "It's going to smash into Bienvenido." Euryarchus engulfed them. The sun vanished behind its tattered swirls of phosphorescence, an eclipse that dropped the planet back into night. Faint, cold moire light was all that illuminated the landscape now, a fissure of utter blackness split apart down the center of the nebula. Long, tenuous strands of pulsing cerise and saffron stardust curved back in great cataracts, a million effervescent waterfalls falling out of the universe. Deeper and deeper they plunged down the infinite, lightless abyss as it opened still wider. Then Bienvenido was falling beside the phenomenal cascades. Euryarchus closed behind it. Nigel Sheldon woke up with a start, the ANA droid's dream of the terrible abyss still chilling his mind. He opened his eyes. Torux was watching him from the other side of the private chamber on board Olacoral.
"What just happened?" Nigel demanded. "I can't dream them anymore. Where the hell did they go?"
I found a love that felt so wrong. In whispered winds we wrote our song, but the leaves fell down where hearts collide, and shadows spread on either side. It's a beautiful loss we can't deny. In broken dreams we learn to fly. Through tear-streaked windows see the sky, where love and heartbreak both reside. We danced on stars above the ground, in silent fields shields, our hearts were bound. Yet every kiss a fleeting trace. In twilight's grip we lost our place. It's a beautiful loss we can't deny. In broken dreams we learn to fly. Through tear-streaked windows see the sky, where love and heartbreak both reside. The echoes fade, but still they sing of golden days and endless spring. In every loss a chance to grow, a whispered truth we come to know. It's a beautiful loss we can't deny. In broken dreams we learn to fly. Through tear-streaked windows see the sky, where love and heartbreak both reside.
Epilogue. Beyond the Abyss. Cassandra heard the planes of the Air Defense Force droning overhead as she walked across the gardens at the back of the manor house. She wasn't surprised. There had been a fall alert on the radio that afternoon. The big radars of the Space Vigilance Office had picked up a batch of eggs on their way down to Bienvenido from the ring. They estimated the fall zone to be west of Porchana, close to the Sansone Mountains. Impact would be 5 o'clock in the morning. Without her retinas switched to infrared, she couldn't see the planes against the jet-black night sky. But everybody knew and cheered that distinctive sound now. It was the twin-engine IA-505s above her. They were stationed down at the aerodrome of the county's fledgling squadron, just outside the city. 5 IA-505s had been delivered to Porchana so far, with another 3 expected before the end of the year. They were a veritable miracle of manufacture for Bienvenido's primitive industrial base, the first planes able to lift the heavy-caliber Gatling guns that could penetrate a faller egg's shell. The radio was always full of praise for the valiant workers on the big new factory lines, transforming Laura Brandt's designs into solid metal. Cassandra had to admire Laura for that. She was dealing with engineers who had grown up with steam engines. Supercharged V12 engines were something they just about comprehended. Bienvenido's foundries didn't require too much modernization to fabricate the components. Production was starting to increase. The skies would be safer. The large observatory building was a simpler circular stone wall with a dome roof, whose wooden petals could be cranked apart to give the telescope access to the sky. There wasn't another building like it in the region, which sooner or later was going to cause problems. Cassandra still hadn't decided if they should dismantle the structures they'd built to contain and operate all the systems Nigel had removed from Skylady before his final flight, or if she and the ANA droids should simply move. A life spent constantly on the run didn't really appeal, but now that the medical module had finished enriching her body with bionics, she didn't actually need it anymore. The semi-organic synthesizers, though, they were a different matter. She didn't want to abandon them. They could produce a great many useful Commonwealth items. For 6 months they'd been busy extruding sophisticated components for Dimitri's telescope. With its array of flawless mirrors and electronic focal sensors, it could scour the empty skies like nothing else on Bienvenido. Dmitri spent every night in the observatory looking for, well, anything. Bienvenido was slowly turning Porchana toward dawn, a motion that had brought Aqueous above the horizon, a strong point of blue light, shining by itself in the absolute night. At 17 million kilometers distant along the same orbit, their neighboring water world was too far away to show as a crescent to the naked eye. Unlike Valater, the gas giant had orbited their new star only 10 million kilometers farther out. Its pink disk dominated the sky when they were in conjunction, creating tides that plagued the coastal cities and a season of storms to lash the lands. The heavy throbbing noise of the V-12 engines had faded into the west when she opened the observatory's door and went inside. Dmitri was sitting on a stool, wearing a thick sweater against the cool night air. The shelf bench beside him held a couple of processor modules that controlled the telescope, with an old-style hologram portal on top of one. The big multi-mirror telescope itself filled most of the observatory. Tonight it was angled to point into the southwest. He looked around as she came in. "How did the trial go?" "Oh." She waved a hand airily, feigning disinterest. It was still odd not having X-Sight, or TK for that matter. Even now, 5 years on from the Great Transition, she frequently tried to perceive the emotional content of the minds of everyone she encountered. Not that she'd ever been able to read the ANA droids back in the void. "What we expected?" The shortwave radio signal from the capital had drifted in and out annoyingly all night, but the result of the show trial was never going to be in doubt. Beth Eve was found guilty of sedition. Apparently she was plotting against democratic unity with other anti-revolutionary forces. Oh dear, it's always tough being married to a paranoid dictator. I did warn her. She got sentenced to 20 years in the Pidrowi mines. Apparently our great and glorious Prime Minister Slavasta asked the court to show no leniency. He wanted to make it clear that we're all equal now. No exceptions. If it gets any worse, we'll have to assassinate him. We can't afford a social upheaval. Not right now. There are too many falls from the ring. Bienvenido has to have some kind of cohesive response force or we'll be overwhelmed. I bet that's what Captain Cornelius used to say. Probably, she admitted. What did you want to show me? He tugged another stool out from under the bench. Cassandra sat on it, and the hologram portal came on. A small circular smudge of light hung in its center, like a glittery hurricane swirl. "This," he said cheerfully. She regarded it with interest. It wasn't one of the 9 other planets they shared the lonely sun with in this strange, dark universe Euracus had thrown them into, nor a tree from the ring that circled 53,000 kilometers above Bienvenido. Wrong shape. "A Skylord?" she asked cautiously. "No," Dmitri said. "It's a galaxy." "Crud!" "Quite." "How far away?" "Optically, it's extremely faint. My preliminary estimate is about 3.5 million light-years." "How did it get there?" "Wrong question. What we should now ask is, how did we get here? This is undoubtedly our universe, so I think I know what happened in the Great Transition. Consider this. Both planets in the void knew of the heart, that it was the place where the fulfilled go. And both of you also knew of the other place as well. That consistency is highly significant. On Quarentia, they called it Hunius. To Bienvenido, it was Euracus, the gateway to hell, or worse. And we're on the other side of it now. This is where the void's rejects and badasses are banished. And the void doesn't do anything by halves. It's flung us somewhere deep into intergalactic space. So far away we cannot possibly pose a danger to it ever again." Cassandra stared, entranced at the innocuous phosphorescent blob. "Is that our galaxy? The one with the Commonwealth?" "No, but now I know what I'm looking for. I can write the appropriate search algorithms for the telescope. We can locate other galaxies and start to assemble a map. Galactic supercluster distribution is a known quantity. We have them in Skylady's duplicate files. Once we start plotting them, we can work out where we actually are in the universe." Cassandra gazed at the telescope, trying not to let too much optimism bloom. So do you think you can find our galaxy? In time, yes. And then we can fly there. We can go home. Yes. It might take a while.